Chapter 1541. But for some reason, he just felt that lying was fine if he could achieve his goal this way. It was as if he often did this. But he was afraid that she would see through his clumsy lie. Ning Jiuma's thick eyelashes trembled even more. His eyes were filled with panic, beautiful and pitiful. His hand suddenly tightened, as if he was hugging her like this. She wouldn't hit him, scold him, and leave him. Wei Wei Bai was numb from Ning Jiuma's hug, and her blood couldn't flow freely. If she hadn't said that she wanted to eat lunch, Ning Jiuma wouldn't let go of her. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her numb wrist while squatting on the pork belly and pig offal with a small stove. Under the strict guidance of the system, all kinds of sauces were finally put in successfully. The system even shouted, "This thing is very simple. Just take a clay pot, throw in the meat and seasonings, and watch the heat. So just watch and don't move yourself." Every time Wei Wei Bai cooked, it was worried that the opposite sex would come out. The Hand of Dark Cuisine was simply a title prepared for her. It didn't understand why the food made by a human could be so disgusting. The steps were clearly similar, but Wei Wei Bai was unique and could turn the food into poison. Wei Wei Bai also knew the level of her skills, the level of poisoning people to death. So under the guidance of a system, she squatted and watched the pot. If the system didn't say that she was familiar with it, she definitely wouldn't touch the pot. Ning Jiuma also squatted beside her. She sat on a small stool and sewed clothes. He helped to hold the clothes and used the residual heat of the small stove to dry the clothes. This way, the clothes would smell good. Wei Wei Bai felt that this cold palace was actually not difficult to endure. There was no lack of food and drink. After all, no matter how crazy Ning Jiuma was and how much the Empress and Emperor hated him, he was still of the royal bloodline. Those who bullied Ning Jiuma were actually cannon fodder sent by the Empress. However, most of them were wise enough to protect themselves and quietly carried on with their own work. They didn't save people, nor did they hit people when they were down, unless there was a conflict of interest. Just like how the Imperial Kitchen didn't actually take advantage of Ning Jiuma. It was just that he didn't care. So although the things he took were things that princes could eat, they were definitely leftovers from other palaces. Then it was Ning Jiuma's turn. It wasn't the Imperial Kitchen's fault that Ning Jiuma was often hungry. It was the fault of the people serving Ning Jiuma. They didn't give Ning Jiuma enough to eat and even humiliated him. Therefore, a mentally handicapped child became even more mentally handicapped. Wei Wei Bai glanced at Ning Jiuma, who was obediently squatting beside her to dry the clothes. He seemed to have sensed her gaze and immediately turned his head. His eyes immediately became sparkling. Although half of his face was missing, the remaining half of his face was as exquisite as a work of art. This made him look a little cute when he smiled. Wei Wei Bai shivered. She felt that Ning Jiuma's face was going to cure her problem of being obsessed with good looks. The more he looked at him, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Even the disfigured half of his face was pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, the longer one stayed with a person, the weaker one's resistance to that person. No matter how ugly one was, one wouldn't be ugly after getting used to it. The system saw that Wei Wei Bai was looking at Ning Jiuma with a strange gaze. It turned back to look at the blocker. The OK bandage from last time had expired, so it bought another dozen and continued to paste it on. And that red line, although it strengthened their relationship and made it easier to increase their favorability, but it would also affect Wei Wei Bai's mood changes. Chapter 1542. The system stared at the red line on Wei Wei Bai's wrist, then it raised a repair box. Where did the scissors go? This red line was a hidden danger. Not only would it be struck by lightning if it returned to the modern world, more importantly, it would accelerate the development of Wei Wei Bai's feelings and increase the burden on the shield. It was better to break it. While the system was looking for the scissors, the pork belly was already in good condition. Of course, after going through Wei Wei Bai's hands, it was still accidentally burnt. It was burnt, but the taste was still okay. At least it could be eaten. Wei Wei Bai fed Ning Jiuma a piece of pork belly. A big man, thin and frail. His life was really miserable. Ning Jiuma was very obedient. He sat quietly beside Wei Wei Bai. She fed him something, even if it was burnt food. He also felt that the bitter taste of the burnt food in his mouth was delicious. Wei Wei Bai felt that she really raised a retarded son. It was rare for the retarded Ning to have a good day. Fragrant clothes, soft food, and a little palace maid who took care of him. Even if he was stupid, he knew that this was really good. Such a beautiful day passed by easily. At night, Wei Wei Bai found more candles and oil lamps. She even found a lamp filled with oil. She lit the lamp and a few more candles. The palace finally lit up. Wei Wei Bai had a leisurely life, so she rummaged through most of the palace. She even pulled out a big box of books. Maybe it was because they were well preserved, but the books didn't have any dust. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do, so she casually flipped through the books. She didn't have any resistance to the vertical layout of the words. After all, she had transmigrated to so many ancient planes. She was used to these things. Ning Jimal lay on the bed obediently, quietly covered with the quilt. He lowered his eyes and stared at Wei Wei Bai, who was reading. He pursed his lips, feeling a little uneasy. He couldn't bear to sleep like this. He was afraid that she would be gone when he woke up tomorrow. His simple and stupid heart only had one simple thought. She gave him delicious food, played with him, and made him comfortable. She was the best person in the world. When he saw her sitting by the bed, he couldn't help but stretch his hand out of the blanket and secretly grab a tassel on the belt of her palace dress. The dresses of the lower-ranked palace maids were all the same. To make the people in the palace feel festive, they had to wear pink dresses. Only high-ranking palace maids could have a few more sets of different dresses. In the past, whenever Ning Jioma saw these palace maids wearing dresses, he would feel like he was looking at a scourge. But when he looked at Wei Wei Bai, he found that she looked better than anyone else. Ning Jioma silently learned another word. Good-looking people. Wei Wei Bai felt the grip on her belt tighten, so she glanced at his hand without batting an eyelid. His fingers were very thin, but the shape of his knuckles was very delicate and beautiful. His fingers were as slender as bamboo. If he had more meat, just his hands alone would be enough to amaze others. She flipped through the pages and suddenly asked, "Your Highness, do you want to listen to a book?" It was a book of songs. Wei Wei Bai randomly picked it up. There were all kinds of books in those books. Even the top one was very profound, and some old antique books that needed to be studied. Ning Jioma didn't know anything about books, but he was afraid that she would leave, so he immediately widened his eyes and nodded dryly. Wei Wei Bai chuckled softly. She casually flipped through the pages and softly read the poem. The more simple and understandable ones were nothing more than a fair lady, a gentleman's dream, or the so-called beauty on the other side of the water. Chapter 1543. Suddenly he paused. The clean bedding and the mended clothes. The warm charcoal fire not far from the bed. The windows were covered with rice paper. And the sweet smell of food in his mouth. These were all things he didn't have before. Even if she was a spy, she was the most patient and scheming one. Her care was not like those damn people from before who were not the same in front and behind. She was good to him and wanted to test him. She couldn't squeeze out a minute to take care of him. Ning Jioma placed his finger on Wei Wei Bai's neck and thought for a long time. Only then did he retract his hand. He would spare her dog life. When he was cured of the poison in the future and didn't need anyone to serve him, he would deal with her. Ning Jioma took out a sachet from under the bed. He put on the tip of Wei Wei Bai's nose, and she fell into a deeper sleep. Ning Jioma wanted to kick her off the bed, but he was afraid that new problems would arise and remind her. After all, the medicine in the sachet had not been used for a long time. He didn't know if it was effective. Ning Jioma snorted coldly and could only push her into the bed with a sullen face. Then, he threw the blanket over her. Wei Wei Bai slept comfortably. Her pink lips rubbed against his pillow, and her beautiful and cute cheeks were flushed. Like the flowers in the imperial garden, they were bright red and indescribably beautiful. Ning Jioma frowned and suddenly turned to leave. He was poisoned too deeply. After waking up, he actually looked at a spy. Was he stupid? The system looked at the favorability from when Ning Jioma wasn't stupid. The favorability collapsed from 20 to -30. Then, it climbed from -30 to -15. This strange up and down collapse of the favorable impression points. It was indeed an increase unique to idiots. Ning Jioma walked to the window and opened it. A figure was squatting by the window. Ning Jiuma said coldly, "Teach those eunuchs who came today a lesson." The eunuch outside the window whispered, "Your Highness, are you going to kill them?" When Ning Jiuma had been awake all these years, the lines he had set up in the palace had begun to take effect. Even the emperor had Ning Jiuma's men by his side. However, he had been crazy for too long, causing those people to not dare to make a sound. After all, he was afraid that his crazy master would suddenly reveal everything. They would all be finished. Every time, they would only dare to move when Ning Jiuma personally gave the order. Most of the time, everyone was trying to find the antidote. Only the antidote could ensure that Ning Jiuma would wake up at any time. Ning Jiuma leaned against the window. Under the moonlight, his dark eyes gave off a cold feeling. Not to the extent of killing them. Leave them alive and let them slowly suffer. He spoke softly, but it was even scarier than usual. The eunuch outside the window responded softly and respectfully. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness, I brought the information you wanted on that little palace maid." Ning Jiuma's fingers paused slightly, and his obscure eyes darkened a little. Then he stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." He actually looked a little impatient. The eunuch immediately presented a few pages of paper. After Ning Jiuma took them, he pushed the window closed. The eunuch outside the window also knew that his master was chasing him away. He could only leave immediately. Ning Jiuma flipped over the paper in his hand and looked at it for a while. His thin lips curled into a cold smile. "You've hidden it well." The information above listed the more important things that had happened to Wei Wei since she was young. Chapter 1544. She didn't have any interactions with the palace and didn't know any high-ranking officials or nobles. Even entering the palace was because her family had starved to death. What clean background. Of course, there were plenty of palace maids and eunuchs with such backgrounds. But to be able to come to his side and treat him so well, if there was no motive, was it possible? Ning Jiuma's suspicious and vicious nature made him wary of any kind of goodwill. If he was crazy, he might still rely on someone. But he wouldn't. So Wei Wei Bai's information might be someone else's. Ning Jiuma put the paper on the fire and burned it expressionlessly. Then he slowly walked to the bedside with his hands behind his back. His posture was very noble. Although his slender figure was a little thin, he still had the dignified bearing of the crown prince. He slowly bent his body, half of his hideous face hidden in the shadows, like a demon. The other side of his face was exceptionally delicate and exquisite. Comparing the two sides, the ugly one was uglier, and the beautiful one was more beautiful. It was even more strange and terrifying. The dim light shone on Wei Wei Bai's sleeping face. Her slender body was faintly discernible under the quilt. Her porcelain-white face had the same characteristics as before he was disfigured. She was likable and cute. When he was still a child, before his face was chiseled, even his selfish and vicious father liked him when he smiled. And Wei Wei Bai was like him in the past. Everyone liked her when she smiled. He just didn't know what kind of black heart was under her cute smile. Ning Jiuma looked at her for a long time and suddenly sneered. "I'll let you take care of me for a few days. Let's see how long you can endure." Who would be willing to take care of a fool? Even when facing their own children, there were times when they were impatient. Not to mention a strange lunatic, a lunatic who couldn't bring her any benefits. Ning Jiuma lay back on the bed and decided not to alert the enemy. He couldn't find out Wei Wei Bai's identity at the moment. Then her identity would be very deep. It would be good to make use of this kind of spy. Ning Jiuma was full of schemes and tricks. He resisted the urge to kick Wei Wei Bai away and crawled into bed. The blanket was filled with her warm breath. Ning Jiuma was used to being alone and couldn't get used to such a warm and clean smell. He held his breath and froze. Once he calmed down, his mind replayed the scene of her smiling gently today, washing his hands, cutting his nails, mending his clothes, and feeding him. He couldn't help but reach out and pat his head. He cursed in a low voice. "You have no ambition. Trash. Do you think she's good just because of this little bit of fawning?" It was nothing more than a dark little mouse. In the past, when he was crazy, he didn't let anyone get close to him. Ning Jiama was very dissatisfied that only this little palace maid could make him, who had lost his rationality, get close to her. Suddenly, a soft hand patted his chest. Ning Jiama trembled and his body stiffened. He didn't dare to make a sound. Wei Wei Bai just turned over and put her feet on his thighs. Then, she hugged him and continued to sleep. When Ning Jiama came back to his senses, his breathing became heavier and he was so angry that he was trembling. She had no sense of propriety. Or was she trying to seduce him? Ning Jiama sneered. He had seen through this kind of old trick. He was about to push her away when he touched a soft place. It was warm. What the hell was this? Chapter 1545. Ning Jiama, who had no experience and no opportunity to come into contact with this aspect, was stunned. Then his face turned red and his hand suddenly retracted. Wei Wei Bai didn't react, but Ning Jiama couldn't calm down. He stuffed his hand under the blanket and pretended that he didn't touch the thing in front of her chest. The thought of kicking her away slowly disappeared from his muddled mind. When his sober mind was eaten away at the last moment, he realized that he was already hugging the little palace maid. He fell asleep just like that. The system looked at the boundless bullet screen surrounding it. Its head was full of huge question marks. What the hell? Are the bullet screen, now, so strict that it's blocked when you're just sleeping? Or did the male lead do something that needs to be blocked? But the favorability rose to -10. Then, the favorability suddenly rose to 20 again. The system looked and understood. Oh, Ning Jiama is retarded again. Wei Wei Bai woke up on time. She opened her eyes and yawned as the sun rose. Ning Jiama was still sleeping like a pig. She actually woke up in his arms. Wei Wei Bai didn't have any problems. After all, a retarded person was similar to a cat or a dog. Would you feel anything when you woke up and saw a cat in your bed? Probably, but it was just that the bed was a little warmer. The quilt was probably made of cat fur. Wei Wei Bai saw that it wasn't raining today. The sky was faintly bright. It seemed that there would be a sun today. There was finally a sun. It was raining so hard that people were going to get moldy. Today, they could dry their blankets and clothes. The charcoal fire was almost used up because of drying the clothes and the palace. Wei Wei Bai took the list that she hadn't used in the past and went to get breakfast first. She smiled cutely and had a sweet mouth. The chef saw that she came early. The food wasn't even cold yet, so he gave it to her. He even gave her a few more steam buns because of her cuteness. The chef even said, "Little girl, the newcomer doesn't know anything. If you want to help in the kitchen in the future, I can find a job for you." This was the greatest kindness the palace could show to a person. After all, everyone knew that there was no future for those who stayed by Ning Wang's side. Moreover, he might die one day. The chef also saw that Bai Weiwei was honest and cute, so he was kind. Usually, everyone was very cold, and this bit of kindness was very precious. However, Weiwei Bai revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, uncle, but my master is very good. I have to serve him well." When the chef heard this, he thought, "Isn't this a fool? What was so good about a lunatic?" Of course, this was the limit of his warning. If Weiwei Bai wanted to die, it was none of his business. Weiwei Bai returned to Prince Ning's long grass cold palace with the food box and the charcoal. After putting down the things, she took out the porridge and placed it on the small stove to warm it. Just as she was about to boil some water, she suddenly realized something and looked up at the bed. Weiwei Bai's expression turned cold. "Tongzi, where's idiot Ning?" The system had been keeping watch for the entire night, and its eyelids were so tired that they started to droop. When it heard Weiwei Bai's words, it immediately woke up. Then it opened its heaven's eye. "He went to look for you." But he got lost in the rockery beside the lotus pond. Weiwei Bai could only accept her fate and look for her silly cat. She walked toward the rockery beside the lotus pond. The rockery here was simply the best scenery in the harem. Everyone knew that the emperor liked rocks. Therefore, in a local area, the ministers and officials hurriedly sent a lot of strange stones. Chapter 1546. In the end, it couldn't even be called a strange stone anymore. It should be called a small mountain. As a result, a large area around the lotus pond became a maze of strange stones. Weiwei Bai had the navigation system and easily found the lost Ning Jiama. From afar, she saw Ning Jiama's messy long hair, his sloppy clothes, and his unique, confused expression. He was standing in a stone cave, and no one knew what he was looking at. He looked like a fool. Wei Wei Bai saw him like this and slowed down her pace to quietly walk behind him, intending to give him a surprise attack. But just as she was about to call out to him, suddenly a series of ambiguous, wet, and familiar asterisk sounds came from beside her ear. A woman's coquettish and enchanting voice sounded. "Ah, Your Highness, give it to me. Deeper, deeper." A rough male voice snorted coldly. "You little vixen, if I don't kill you, Imperial Father will be satisfied with you?" This kill was not the same as kill. The woman said coquettishly, "The Emperor is old." These words seemed to please the Crown Prince, and the two of them started talking again. When Wei Wei Bai heard this voice, wasn't this scene a must for a melodramatic palace drama? The Crown Prince and the concubine were having an affair. In the end, the concubine would either kill the Emperor or be poisoned to death by the Emperor. This explosive news made Wei Wei Bai want to hold her forehead. She was so unlucky to encounter such an eye-piercing scene. Ning Jiuma seemed to have just noticed someone behind him. He turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai. He immediately cried out in surprise. Wei Wei Bai saw his silly behavior and immediately covered his mouth without hesitation. She turned around and pressed him firmly into the gap between the stones. When he cried out, the Crown Prince immediately rushed out to silence him. Ning Jiuma looked at her strangely and blankly, as if he didn't understand why she didn't let him speak. Wei Wei Bai quietly whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, be good, don't make a sound." The two people's bodies were very close to each other, sticking closely together. Even their auras were intertwined. Ning Jiuma's lips were pressed against her palm. There was a strange numbness in her soft palm that made him tremble. His ears turned red, and he didn't make a sound. Finally, the adulterous couple was done. Then there was the sound of clothes rustling. Then a man with an ashen face and an expression of overindulgence staggered out of the cave. He was on his last breath. Then an imperial concubine came out. Her clothes were a little messy, but her figure was enchanting. With one look, it was obvious that she had been nourished. Wei Wei Bai and Shi Guang were practically stuck in a crevice, forming a blind spot, so the people who went out did not see them. The Crown Prince and the concubine left as if nothing had happened. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief and slowly let go of Ning Jiuma. Then she said with a serious expression, "Your Highness, don't come out alone in the future in case you encounter something bad." Ning Jiuma blinked innocently, as if he didn't quite understand her words. Then he asked softly, "Bad things? Are they fighting?" Wei Wei Bai said perfunctorily, "Yes, demons are fighting." She couldn't explain to a mentally disabled child what the great movement that drove the history of human reproduction was. She was afraid that explaining for a long time would pollute this fool's pure heart. Ning Jiuma frowned in confusion. "Seeing them fight makes me uncomfortable." Wei Wei Bai asked casually, "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ning Jiuma thought about it blankly, then pointed down obediently. "Here." Wei Wei Bai. Fast fast fast. Chapter 1547. Ning Jiuma, a grown man, pointed at his private part in a daze. If it wasn't for the loose robe, nothing could be seen. Wei Wei Bai might have kicked him out of reflex. Of course, thinking that he was mentally retarded, she forgave his hooligan-like posture. After all, for a man with almost zero IQ, pointing at his private part was no different from pointing at his fingers and toes. Ning Jiuma saw that she didn't react and seemed to think that she didn't know where he was feeling uncomfortable. He quickly reached out, grabbed her hand, and was about to press it down on his lower body. "It's here. It's very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable." He didn't know how to describe it. It was hot, itchy, and painful, making him feel at a loss. But in the next second, her hand broke free. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Bai Weiwei's expression was righteous as she coldly shouted. Ning Jiuma was stunned. He clenched his fingers, but he only grasped the air. His thin lips trembled, and his eyes turned red. He hid his hand behind his back. Then he lowered his head, not daring to look at Wei Wei Bai, as if he didn't know what he had done wrong. Wei Wei Bai was just maintaining her image. After all, she was a little palace maid. Even if she was calm, she couldn't say that she was an experienced driver, although she could help him calmly. But this didn't fit her image. Even if Ning Jioma was a child, Wei Wei Bai didn't want her image to break. So when she saw Ning Jioma's bullied look, she frowned and said awkwardly, "Your Highness, you have grown up." Ning Jioma looked up blankly. Because he came out in a hurry, he didn't even tie up his hair. He was tall and slender. She was used to seeing half of his disfigured face. She felt that his eyebrows were more beautiful. So when he pursed his thin lips and looked at people with innocent eyes, there was always an innocent and pitiful look. In fact, Bai Weiwei could also pretend to be like him. After all, she didn't know how many times she had pretended to be cute and innocent. But his acting wasn't as natural as Ning Jioma's foolishness that came from his bones. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was still in a daze and had no choice but to reach out her hand. Ning Jioma's aggrieved eyes immediately turned into a joyful smile. He immediately held her hand. He held her hand tightly, afraid that Wei Wei Bai would abandon him again. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to lead him to Ning Palace. After returning home, Ning Jioma sat awkwardly, but he didn't dare to say anything. His lower body was still burning hot. He was afraid that if he continued, Wei Wei Bai would find him troublesome and leave him again. Ning Jioma's face turned red as hot sweat broke out on his forehead. He hugged his leg and was a little annoyed at himself for feeling so uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai came in with hot water for washing his face. She saw the little fool Ning Jioma hugging his legs bitterly, looking like he was about to cry. The corner of her mouth twitched. She really couldn't stand how this fool could be so stupid. To say that he was as stupid as an animal was an exaggeration. Animals could reproduce naturally. He didn't even know what it meant to feel uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "I'm a little palace maid who doesn't know anything about the world. How can I teach him such things?" The system was using scissors to cut the red string. What was this red string made of? It was too tough. Hearing Wei Wei Bai's words, the system's fingers trembled as if it had been caught doing something bad. After all, cutting off someone's red string meant ending the host's marriage. This was going to be struck by lightning. But thinking that this red string belonged to Yi Yuxuan, it had no choice but to cut it. Quick! Chapter 1548. The two of them were already sick of each other. If there was a red string, would it trip it up every day? The system was afraid that the host would be suspicious, so it immediately replied, "It's okay." The ancients were very dirty. The original host family was a mountain village. Those old women and married middle-aged women basically carried small stools and stood at the door every day saying dirty words. The original host worked in the fields and knew everything. Wei Wei Bai nodded in understanding. That's right, she wasn't a lady. The big girls who worked in the fields basically knew a little more than that. Bai Weiwei suddenly had a look of realization. It turned out that a palace maid could also be dirty. The system saw Wei Wei Bai and understood. It felt that the host should educate Ning Jioma, then let Ning Jioma solve it himself. So it continued to squat and cut the red string. Where did that dabbler fortune teller get the material? Was this a steel cable or a red string? Wei Wei Bai had an idea. She put the basin on the shelf. Then she looked up at Ning Jioma, who was squatting into a ball with red ears. He probably thought that he was sick, so he didn't dare to move and try to get through it. "Your Highness." Ning Jioma felt that his whole body was warm, but he didn't know why. When he heard Wei Wei Bai's voice, his ears suddenly moved, and his thin red face became even redder. His Adam's apple moved. He didn't know why, but he felt even more uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai saw that he lowered his head, his long hair was messy, and his white neck was exposed. The skin on his neck was also red. If it was a normal person, wouldn't they be able to suppress it quickly? Why was this big fool getting more and more serious? Wei Wei Bai, who was like an old mother, squatted down and said softly, "Your Highness, are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Ning Jioma shrank back, as if he felt that Wei Wei Bai was too close to him. He felt that when she leaned over, that sweet smell made him feel even more uncomfortable. A big man was trying to shrink himself into a ball. He was as pitiful as an ostrich. He didn't even know where to hide. Wei Wei Bai accepted her fate and softly advised, "Your Highness, this is very normal. You will feel better after you do it yourself." The word comfortable was probably because her voice was too soft. For no reason, there was a hint of ambiguity. Ning Jioma clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He felt that he was very bad. He actually wanted to fight with her. Ning Jioma, whose mind was in a mess, was afraid that he would hurt Wei Wei Bai. His eyes were red, and his throat trembled as he said with difficulty, Don't care about me. I'm sick. I'll be fine after I sleep." He was very strange now. He clearly saw the two demons fighting, although he didn't know what they were doing. But when he saw the white meat, he felt disgusted. But for some reason, when she pressed him into the crevice of the stone and her soft body rubbed against him, he suddenly felt something. He began to feel uncomfortable. He even wondered if he had been poisoned. Was he going to die? The more Ning Jiuma thought about it, the redder his eyes became. Tears were about to fall. Go quickly. He was useless. He was going to die. He didn't want to burden the little palace, made to see his rotting corpse. It was like those corpses that he had seen in the well. They were all soaked and rotting. It was very disgusting and very ugly. He would probably become like that when he died. Suddenly, a kiss landed gently on his forehead. It was as light as a butterfly. It was incomparably gentle, but it instantly made Ning Jioma's body stiffen. Chapter 1549. All right, where's the host? Could it be that the host was educating the male lead about hygiene, so the bullet screen should be blocked as well? The bullet screen was getting stricter and stricter. The system didn't think much of it and continued cutting the red string. Ning Jioma followed Wei Wei Bai even more closely, just like Wei Wei Bai's little tail. He followed Wei Wei Bai wherever she went, drying the clothes and blankets, helping to clean the table, wipe the dust, and throw away the useless charcoal. He felt very happy. For the first time in so many years, he wasn't afraid of the day. As long as he saw Wei Wei Bai, his mood would soar. In the evening, Bai Weiwei untied the hairpin that held his hair together and then combed his hair one by one. Under the light, her slender figure swayed on the wall. Ning Jioma stared blankly, feeling that this life was like a dream. Suddenly, he asked, "Will you leave?" In the past, those palace maids and eunuchs had always come and gone. Everyone hated him, and he hated them too. So when they left, he didn't care. Only Wei Wei Bai, he didn't want her to leave. Wei Wei Bai stopped combing his hair. After a moment of silence, she put down the comb and walked in front of him to hold his hands. She tilted her head and revealed a gentle smile. "Your Highness is really silly. How can I leave? I am your Highness's palace maid." She was wearing a simple pink palace dress. Her skin was glowing, and her black hair fell in front of her chest, reflecting the smile in her eyes. It made Ning Jioma's eyes bitter for a moment. He didn't quite understand what was surging in his heart. This feeling was very sour, but more than that, it was happiness. He didn't understand other words, so he could only happily repeat, "That's good. It's good that you don't leave." Wei Wei Bai was very patient. She coaxed him to bed and told him bedtime stories. She said that she would spoil him like a son. Wei Wei Bai racked her brains to let Ning Jioma feel the warmth of her family. Ning Jioma was also very easy to coax and fell asleep happily. Wei Wei Bai sat by the bed for a long time. When she was sure that he was really asleep, she yawned and pried his hand away from her and put it under the blanket. Then she came to the side of her small bed, shook off the bedding that had been hung out to dry today, and then crawled into the bedding. Today was another successful day of gaining favorable impression points. At this rate, he would be able to complete the mission in minutes. She fell asleep with a smile. What a beautiful plane. Silly sweet targets. He couldn't wait to have a few more. In the latter half of the night, Ning Jioma suddenly convulsed. He trembled all over and opened his eyes painfully. His confused mind gradually cleared up. Everything that happened today almost made him explode with anger. This woman was not only shameless, she was also a slut. He actually dared to be so disrespectful to him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -20. The system was as tired as a dog. It squatted beside the half-cut red line and heard the notification of the favorability increase. It was clear as day. Oh, Ning Jiumal was normal again. The side mission was stuck, and the download was slow. The system also didn't remind Wei Wei by that the favorability of your family had collapsed again. Anyway, when she woke up, the favorability would still recover, so it was too lazy to remind her repeatedly. Ning Jiuma's face was gloomy as he fiercely got up from the bed. He took out a pair of scissors from the drawer and rushed to the bedside. Then, without hesitation, he was about to stab her neck. "How dare you? How dare you be so rude to me, pervert?" Because the system was hungry, it was holding a melon and eating when it saw this scene. It was so shocked that it dropped the melon in its hand. Damn, what did it miss? Why did Ning Jiumal look like he had lost his chastity and want to fight with Wei Wei Bai? Slashed it. Chapter 1550. The system was about to stop Ning Jiuma's crazy murder. The scissors in Ning Jiuma's hand suddenly stopped. The wild madness in his eyes turned into a kind of red coldness. Then, the system heard him muttering to himself. "It's too easy to die like this. How dare you treat me like this? I'll make you wish you were dead." System, what did the host do to make her wish she was dead? Even if she raped you, the host should be the one at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Ning Jiuma didn't feel that Wei Wei Bai was at a disadvantage. He felt that he was the one at a disadvantage. He turned around, his face as cold as the ice in the mountains, incomparably fierce. Ning Jiuma's face was dark. He took out the sachet and almost covered it, making Wei Wei Bai faint. He really wanted to suffocate her to death. The system looked at the host who was sleeping like a pig. If it wasn't for the after effects of the infinite strength, the quality of her sleep would have exploded. With the host's vigilance, she would have been woken up by Ning Jiuma. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly, Ning Jiuma raised his foot, wanting to kick her to death. His feet didn't listen to him and stopped in midair. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at her gloomily. Coincidentally, he saw her light pink lips slightly open. It seemed that the suffocation made her feel uncomfortable. Ning Jiuma's body felt like it had been electrified. The image of her kissing him suddenly came to him. The delicate degree of her lips was even more fragile than tofu, but it was 3 times sweeter than tofu. Ning Jiuma's breath heated up, as if there was a poisonous fire burning in his throat. He suddenly turned around fiercely, gritted his teeth, walked to the window, and opened it. The eunuch squatted outside the window and said softly, "Your Highness, we have evidence of the crown prince's adultery with the imperial concubine." Ning Jiuma thought of what he saw with Wei Wei Bai in a rockery today. She pressed him into the crack of the stone, although it was considered to be protecting him. But she really didn't have the slightest bit of respect for him. She didn't even call him a servant, and kept saying that she was mine in front of him. Could it be that in her eyes, he was a lowly commoner? She did not respect him as a noble prince at all. In fact, he had suffered a lot of humiliation. In this palace, other than his confidants, there were also the old people his mother had left for him. Indeed, no one would think highly of him. But when he thought about how Wei Wei Bai was also one of them, his heart burned with discomfort. Ning Jiuma's aura became even colder and more terrifying. The eunuch under the window was still reporting in a low voice some of the recent important matters in the imperial court. But for some reason, he felt that his master's face was particularly terrifying. Suddenly, he heard Ning Jiuma's cold voice. His tone was as dark as a ghost in the night. "Tell me, what should I do to make a person suffer?" This question, the eunuch expressed that it was a little out of line. Of course, as the loyal little dog of Prince Ning, the eunuch still replied softly, "There are only a few ways to make someone wish they were dead. Torture for those whose mind is unstable. Deprive them of their favorite things if their mind is firm. To make a person suffer, find their weakness first. These are all taught by His Highness." These were all taught by Ning Jiuma before. Ning Jiuma listened and felt that it was familiar. Wasn't this some of the common sense he had taught the servants before? Ning Jiuma's expression froze. Then he immediately changed the topic. Let someone pretend to accidentally leak the evidence. His body is about to collapse. Continue to poison him. Don't increase the dosage. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1551. The eunuch listened carefully. Ning Jamal was expressionless as he said calmly, "Before I find the antidote, don't let him die too early." Once the crown prince died, he wouldn't be fully recovered. Then, the harem competition would start again, and there would be more complications. The crown prince was still useful, at least as a shield. Ning Jiuma gave detailed instructions. All the plans and sinister tricks came from his mouth. At the beginning, it was just a pitiful protection, but now, everyone sincerely supported and respected him. Ning Jiuma's efforts were almost unimaginable. If it wasn't for that damned poison, Ning Jiuma would be the high and mighty noble. The position of crown prince wouldn't fall to the current crown prince, this kind of useless person. After Ning Jiuma finished giving instructions, he said, "First, destroy the crown prince's prestige and lose the emperor's heart. This will make the empress anxious for a while." The crown prince and his concubine had committed adultery. This kind of scandal was simply a disgrace to the royal family. But Ning Jiuma knew that this kind of thing couldn't suppress the crown prince. After all, the crown prince had a prominent mother. Ning Jiuma stood by the window, half of his face hidden in the darkness. He looked at the dark and luxurious palaces outside the window, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It was incomparably mocking. This place was really disgusting, but he knew that he was also one of them. His roots grew here, so he wasn't that clean. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but the emptiness in his heart surged. He waved his hand to let the eunuch leave. "Don't expose yourself. No matter what happens on my side, don't come out." How many years had there been in the dark to test him? Even his biological father, the emperor, had sent people to monitor and test him. But was he afraid that he wasn't a fool and would resent him because of concubine Ro? How could a child who resented him live? If he wasn't crazy half the time, he wouldn't have been able to hide his secret so perfectly all these years. Ning Jiuma suddenly thought of something and said to the eunuch who was about to leave, "Leave some of the poison for me." The eunuch was shocked. "Your Highness, who do we need to deal with? Why would we need you to do anything?" Ning Jiuma frowned in annoyance. "She's just a little palace maid." Initially, he wanted to spare Wei Wei Bai's life. After all, she had served him quite well. In the end, she actually coveted his beauty. This made Ning Jiuma feel uncomfortable all over. His scalp was about to explode. The warmth of that kiss seemed to still linger on his lips, and he couldn't help but think about it when he pursed his lips. This is really too. He was too shameless. How could such a shameless woman be allowed to stay? The eunuch frowned. "Is it the little palace maid beside you? We've investigated her, and there's really nothing wrong with her. We even sent people to the village where she was born to investigate. Many of the people who didn't die knew her. If there really was a problem, no matter how well a spy hid, it was impossible for him to be so perfect. Moreover, the appearance of the little palace made many of them feel relieved. Because of Ning Jiuma's special identity, almost every step he took was like walking on a steel wire. These people did not dare to approach him for fear of exposing their identities. They could only watch as their noble master lived a life worse than that of a pig or a dog. Everyone's heart was dripping blood, and the appearance of Wei Wei Bai was simply a blessing. She took care of Ning Jiuma so meticulously that she treated him as if he was the closest person to her. // Chapter 1552. With such a little palace made by his side, his master had only lived a decent life for 2 days. Why did she want to poison her again? Ning Jiuma sulked for a moment before saying, "She disrespected me." The eunuch's voice turned cold. "Did she also disrespect and insult you like the previous palace maids?" If that was the case, the little palace maid deserved to die. Ning Jiuma was silent for a moment. For a moment, he couldn't go against his conscience and say this. After all, no matter how much Wei Wei Bai had gone overboard, she had saved him today. He held it in for a long time before saying reluctantly, She wanted to do something to me." The eunuch was immediately angry. "She dared to touch his highness. Tomorrow, I will arrange for her to fall into the well and die." Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before saying, "She didn't do anything." The eunuch? ? Ning Jiuma reluctantly said, "She used her mouth." The eunuch, she dared to scold you. Simply, Ning Jiuma, she didn't scold me. Then the eunuch realized, then the little palace maid recommended herself to you? After all, this was a common thing for an experienced eunuch. Ning Jiuma, how is that a recommendation? She forced herself on me and didn't even ask for my permission when she pounced on me. The eunuch, he suddenly felt that the little palace maid was very reliable and was thinking about how she would treat his master so well. It turned out that she liked his master. It was good that she liked him. She wouldn't betray him and would be more attentive. Where could he find a woman who liked his highness? She was a rare animal. The eunuch couldn't help but advise, Your Highness, this is a loyal one. It's better not to poison her. Ning Jiuma's face immediately turned cold. Even you want to resist me? The eunuch knew that his master hated people who disrespected him the most. After all, after so many years of humiliation, anyone would have a strong and fragile self-esteem. The eunuch took out the poison. His fingers shook, and he changed it to the least toxic one. It wouldn't kill her, but it wouldn't feel good. After all, after so many years, the little palace maid was the first woman who liked his highness. He was afraid that his highness would regret it if the little palace maid died. After giving the poison to Ning Jiuma, he excused himself. Ning Jiuma closed the window and walked to the bed with a dark expression. Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly. Half of the quilt had fallen to the ground. Her thin body under the thin clothes had a hint of secret beauty and seductiveness. Her sleeping face was so pink that he could pinch water out of it. She was young and appeared clean and soft. Unlike those palace servants who had always lived in the imperial palace, their faces were ugly and turbid. Ning Jiuma's hand that was about to take out the poison paused. A trace of hesitation appeared in his dark eyes. But when he thought about how familiar she was with him, he wondered who she had touched before. Ning Jiuma brought the poison to her lips and was about to feed it to her. In the end, perhaps because Wei Wei Bai was cold, she actually turned over in her sleep. Her legs hooked onto the blanket, and her lips accidentally brushed against his fingers. The sensation on his fingertips was soft and tender. Ning Jiuma retracted his finger at the speed of lightning. The poison was gone. He saw that her black hair was scattered and her face was flushed, making her look even more delicate. Ning Jiuma felt thirsty for no reason. He didn't know why he was trembling, as if he was afraid that she would wake up. Why was he afraid of her? It wasn't like he had become stupid and was afraid of everyone. Ning Jiuma took the poison back. His stiff fingers were about to repeat the action just now. But halfway through, his fingers stiffened. Chapter 1553. The Crown Prince was anxious and short of breath. His nose was bleeding nonstop, causing his originally delicate face to become extremely ugly at this moment. He shouted fiercely, Someone is trying to kill this Crown Prince. Once the crime of murdering the Crown Prince was set, the person had to die. Wei Wei Bai felt that this Crown Prince was like a big villain. She was wondering why the strategy was so smooth. It turned out that the stumbling block was waiting for her here. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, I'll throw this guy to his death and then take Ning Jiuma out of the palace to live a carefree life. Is that okay? System. Okay. But Ning Jiuma wasn't too willing. The side mission had been downloaded to 90. The fault caused by the red line was too serious. Wei Wei Bai hugged Ning Jiuma because her attention was on the Crown Prince who looked like he was infected with rabies. So she didn't notice Ning Jiuma's abnormality. The eunuch scrambled over and said, There's an assassin. It was so noisy. Ning Jiuma's brain was buzzing. The wound on Wei Wei Bai's delicate forehead cleared his chaotic mind. This clarity gradually turned into a thought. He wanted to kill someone. No one was allowed to touch his people. The palace servants wanted to rush over to catch Wei Wei Bai, but Wei Wei Bai waved her hand and accidentally pushed a few of them. She turned around and hid Ning Jiuma behind her, looking coldly at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was busy stopping the bleeding. He lowered his head and wanted to cruelly beat Wei Wei Bai to death. In the end, he looked at this little palace maid. Her eyes were clear and bright, and the corners of her eyes were red. She was like a peach blossom in the morning dew. She was indescribably delicate and cute. Although her forehead was bleeding, it didn't damage her cute and gentle face at all. The crown prince, who was a pervert, immediately stopped the palace servants. "Don't beat her to death. Tie her up for me." This trash actually hid such a little beauty in the palace. Why didn't he know before? Wei Wei Bai was used to situations, so how could she not see what the crown prince's eyes meant? She couldn't help but ask, "Can I castrate him?" Such an annoying villain was simply a foil for little Angel Ning's glorious image. This country was probably done for. Why did they choose such a person as the crown prince? Even if retard Ning went up, it would still be better than this guy. One look and one could tell that he was an incapable ruler. The system replied, "It has nothing to do with the side mission. Just castrate it." Anyway, the crown prince had nothing to do with the mission, so it didn't matter how he died. The crown prince's nose was stuffed with paper, and a hint of anxiety flashed across his eyes. He looked at Wei Wei Bai loftily. "Quick, tie him up and bring him back to my palace." In the past, he could still be considered to have some self-control. But later on, for some reason, whenever he saw a woman, he couldn't move. Now, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he would want to hug her in his arms and do whatever he wanted. Seeing such a beautiful little beauty like Wei Wei Bai, he couldn't wait to get his hands on her. The palace servants immediately rushed forward, wanting to capture him. Wei Wei Bai had already stood up and unhurriedly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pair of slender white wrists. She seemed to be careless as she raised her hand and slapped each person who dared to touch her, sending them flying. She was so strong that she could lift a stone lion. These weak eunuchs and palace maids who only knew how to serve were no match for her. In any case, as long as she beat them to death and led little fool Ning out of the palace, this matter would be resolved. She didn't have an empty palace in this 1 year. Chapter 1554. The crown prince saw that he couldn't restrain Wei Wei Bai and couldn't help but scold, "A bunch of trash." Then he turned to look at Wei Wei Bai with a confused expression. "I know you're eager to protect your master. You're a good servant, so I won't make things difficult for you. But what future do you have here? Why don't you follow me?" Before he finished speaking, he had already grabbed Wei Wei Bai's white and tender hand. Wei Wei Bai had just slapped away his servant when her hand was suddenly held by someone else. She only felt that all kinds of XX viruses were crawling out from the crown prince's hand. She asked the system, "Does he have AIDS, STDs, and other infectious diseases?" The system replied, "Don't worry. Even if he has infectious diseases, he won't be able to infect you through his hand." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. This answer made her feel that the crown prince really did have these diseases. She really wanted to wash her hands. Wei Wei Bai was just about to break the crown prince's hand. Ning Jiuma suddenly said coldly, "Let go of her." Wei Wei Bai was distracted, and Ning Jiuma, who was hiding behind her, walked out step by step. His red eyes stared at the crown prince's hand. His eyes were like a ferocious wolf, full of murderous intent. For a moment, Wei Wei Bai thought that Ning Jiuma had lost his mind. But in the next second, Ning Jiuma suddenly rushed over and grabbed the crown prince's neck. Then he pressed his head to the ground and knocked it hard. "You hit her. How can she feed me when she's hurt? How can she wash my clothes? How can she make kites for me? You bad guy, apologize to me. Hurry up and apologize." The crown prince was stunned. Ning Jiuma, who never knew how to fight back and only allowed himself to be bullied. Why did he suddenly go crazy? His forehead was knocked hard against the stone, and blood started to flow from his head. Then Ning Jiuma grabbed his hair and knocked it hard against the stone again. "Apologize. You scared her. What if she doesn't want me?" Wei Wei Bai, who thought that Ning Jiuma's domineering aura had regained her IQ. Retard. The servants were so scared that their faces turned green. Capturing Wei Wei Bai was secondary. The crown prince was going to be killed by Lord Ning. The palace servants immediately ran over and hugged Ning Jiuma tightly. Some of them were even bold enough to hit him. "Let go. If something happens to the crown prince, we'll all die. Go and call for help. Hurry and call the imperial guards." But no matter how many people pulled and beat them, Ning Jiuma was extremely ruthless. He grabbed the crown prince's hair and forced him to kowtow with all his might. The crown prince's head slammed against the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. The crown prince couldn't even cry out in pain. His forehead was badly mutilated. The scene was bloody and tragic. Wei Wei Bai felt that if she did not stop them, she would not have the chance to leave the palace. Ning Jiuma grabbed the crown prince and wanted to kowtow him to death. Wei Wei Bai immediately rushed over and tried to stop him. Your Highness, please stop. I'm fine. Ning Jiuma had gone crazy. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and irritation, and there was only one thought in his mind. The little palace maid was his. She was hurt, so this trash had to apologize to her. Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged his neck from behind. The little palace maid's soft body was pressed against his back. Your Highness, it's time to eat. You have to wash your hands. Ning Jiuma's hand that was grabbing the crown prince's hair paused. His breathing was unstable, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. His mind was in a mess. Sometimes a clear killing intent flashed past, and sometimes confusion and grievance appeared. He said pitifully, "He hurt you." If he hadn't seen the crown prince's miserable state, he would have thought that the whole world was bullying him. Wei Wei Bai saw that he still looked like a rabid dog that wanted to kill someone. She immediately pretended to be in pain. Yes, the wound hurts. We need to apply medicine. Ning Jiuma's hand trembled, and he immediately threw the crown prince away. He hurriedly turned around and looked at her at a loss. Let's apply medicine. I'll help you. He looked at his hands that were full of blood and felt that it was very dirty. The little palace maid hated being dirty the most. He immediately wiped his hands on the crown prince's clothes and said to Wei Wei Bai pitifully, "They're all bullies. They're all bullies." He was about to cry. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the crown prince who was about to die. She suddenly felt that the crown prince should be the one crying. The crown prince's face was covered in blood. He stretched out his hand as if he was about to die and looked at them with hatred. He spat out with difficulty, "Kill, kill." When Bai Wei Wei saw this, she couldn't help but feel dizzy. He was even more resistant than a eunuch. Wei Wei Bai reached out and ruthlessly broke the crown prince's hand. The crown prince let out a hoarse scream. Then she hugged Ning Jiuma as if nothing had happened and said pitifully, "Yes, everyone is bullying us. They were so pitiful, so soft, and so wronged." Save button. Chapter 1555. When the Imperial Guard arrived, they saw the crown prince lying on the side on the verge of death. Ning Jiuma was trembling violently as he hugged a little palace maid. The palace servant beside the crown prince immediately shouted, "Arrest Ning Wang and beat that palace maid to death." With the crown prince injured like this, none of them could escape punishment. If they didn't quickly do something, they might be the ones to die. The Imperial Guards naturally listened to the crown prince. They pulled out their swords and planned to hack Wei Wei Bai to death. Ning Jiuma's pupils constricted. A violent but helpless emotion surged up. He fiercely raised his head and hugged Wei Wei Bai tightly. His eyes passed through her thin and fragile shoulders and stared at the Imperial Guards who were walking over with knives. No matter how confused he was, he knew that there were too many people bullying them. Those people were like a group of terrifying demons. They wanted to take away the person who was good to him. Ning Jiuma's body kept trembling. His simple mind couldn't think of a better way other than begging for mercy. He couldn't save Wei Wei Bai, but he could beg them. Just like in the past, when those people beat and humiliated him, he just had to hide in the corner and not resist. He even begged for mercy. They would let him go when they were tired. Ning Jiuma's confused mind and childish heart couldn't help him think of a better way. He could only rely on his own experience of being humiliated. He wanted to rely on his weak and pitiful ability to hug the little palace maid in his arms. This was the first time in so many years in the palace that he had such a strong desire. He wanted to keep her and not let anyone humiliate her. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Wei Wei Bai was a little dazed by Ning Jiuma's hug. She felt that he was so strong that he wanted to strangle her to death. But when she heard the notification that the favorability had increased, she suddenly felt that the little angel was cute. After so long, this was the first target that was so pleasing to the eye. She was pure and cute. She was a little ugly, but the favorability had increased. Bai Weiwei smiled and was just about to pat him on the back and comfort him with a few words. She took the opportunity to leave the palace with the little fool. This country was definitely over. Even if it wasn't over now, the crown prince's succession would definitely be over. Therefore, there was no future in this place. But before Wei Wei Bai could say anything, Ning Jiuma suddenly said in a trembling voice, If we beg for mercy, they won't kill you." An imperial guard came up to them and said without any respect, "Your Highness Prince Ning, please stay away so you don't get hurt." Ning Jiuma followed his instincts and lowered his head to beg for mercy without thinking too much. But a hand, soft and warm, clearly slender, firmly supported his forehead, preventing him from lowering his head. He was stunned for a moment before he heard a soft yet cold voice. "Your Highness, in this world, there is no one and nothing that requires you to kneel and kowtow to them. They are not worthy." Ning Jiuma's muddled mind and confused mind were shattered by these words, which were not heavy but very sharp. He turned his face to the side, and his innocent eyes trembled in fear. Another force seemed to be snatching his body. The strong poison in his body felt unbearable, as if it was sinking into his bones. But there was only one sentence in Ning Jiuma's mind. They were not worthy. He looked up and saw that half of Wei Wei Bai's face was covered in blood. Her loose hair was hanging down, and her palace dress was on the ground. Her eyes were as clear as a knife. It was as if even death couldn't threaten her in the slightest. Ning Jiuma's eyes gradually regained consciousness. His muddled mind was pierced by these words and was in great pain, but also forced him to wake up completely. Chapter 1556. This was the first time Ning Jiuma woke up in the middle of the day, just because of a sentence from a palace maid. "Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 5. Wei Wei Bai had a calm expression. She felt that she was very strong, and there weren't many imperial guards. She knocked them out a few times with each hand. Then she would buy some small cheat that could hide her aura and escape, saying goodbye to this damned place. So of course she was fearless. Then she heard the favorability had increased to 5? 5? 5! Why did her 35 points suddenly become 5? Who would dare to have the courage to jump off a building like this? Wei Wei Bai's calm expression couldn't be maintained. A few cracks appeared on her face. Could it be that fool Ning liked to kowtow, and she stopped him from doing so his favorability collapsed? Wei Wei Bai suddenly put her hand on Ning Jiuma's hair. She was about to knock his head on the ground in an attempt to get the favorability back. A shrill voice rang out. "Your Highness Crown Prince, Your Highness King Ning, Her Majesty summons you." These words caused everyone to fall to their knees with a crash. Ning Jiuma felt her hand caressing his hair, and a trace of warmth flashed through his heart. This little palace maid, did she think that he was still a fool? Was she comforting him? Bai Wei Wei was interrupted by this, and her heart ached to the point of splitting. The favorability suddenly dropped by 30 points. It turned out that he was such a pleasing and cute little retard. Now he was a little devil in her eyes. She couldn't help but say, "Tongzi, the favorability notification can't be wrong, right?" The system bought a commoner's lunchbox and was eating it. Ever since it sold tableware, furniture, and appliances. Suddenly, its life became better. It hadn't even spent the 15 days of life points that Wei Wei Bai gave it. Also, Wei Wei Bai said that she would give it snacks that gave it an extra 5 days of life points. It was saving it to spend in the future. It said as it ate, "That's how a fool's favorability is. It rises like crazy. You have to be calm." It saw the favorability increase, decrease, decrease, and increase. It was numb. In other words, Bai Wei Wei slept like a pig every day. That was why he was so agitated. After receiving the perfunctory consolation from the system, Wei Wei Bai expressed that his heart still hurt. Who would have thought that the favorable impression points would drop by 30? He had never experienced such a terrifying situation before. Wei Wei Bai could only endure her heartache and continue to maintain her persona. His heart was bleeding silently, but his face was as calm as the wind. Since he had already dropped them, he could only continue to farm them. Ning Jiuma and his entourage, including the crown prince, whose wounds had just been bandaged and was groaning in pain, were led to the palace where the emperor worked. After entering, Ning Jumal was still foolishly hugging Wei Wei Bai. He was like a little quail, trembling and scared. He buried his head in Wei Wei Bai's arms without raising it. The softness and fragrance of her body made his cold eyes soften a little. He still needed to act dumb so that no one would know that he was faking it. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai had almost become his shield. An old man wearing a golden court robe, who seemed to have just returned from the court, sat on the dragon throne. When the crown prince saw his father, he immediately shouted, "Father, this bastard hit me. He wants to kill me." When the emperor heard "bastard," the wrinkles on his face trembled. He gloomily looked at the crown prince, whose face was covered in blood. Suddenly, he reached out and picked up a piece of jade paperweight and threw it at the crown prince's head. "Bastard, this is your brother." After saying that, the emperor glanced at Ning Jiuma indifferently. /say button. Chapter 1557. He found his crazy son hugging a little palace made in fear, as if he was about to cry. The emperor frowned in annoyance, but the anger in his heart was directed at the crown prince. He thought of the imperial physician's words this morning and hated him so much that the roots of his teeth were about to rot. The crown prince was stunned, and his mind was in chaos. But he hit the son. The emperor was furious. "If he hit you, I'll kill you." The crown prince was stunned. He didn't understand why his father, who had always doted on him, was so angry. The emperor saw that the crown prince refused to admit his mistake, and disappointment flashed across his face. He said coldly, "Drag that cheap servant up." The people below immediately dragged up a guilty concubine with messy hair and removed all her hairpins. That concubine begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare this concubine." It was the crown prince who forced this concubine. He used this concubine's family to force this concubine to submit. The emperor slammed the table. "Shut up, slut." Then he turned to the crown prince. "Do you know her?" When the crown prince saw that concubine, he immediately felt guilty, but he still insisted. This son has never seen her before." The concubine burst into tears. "Crown prince, don't hide anymore. The emperor already knows about us." The crown prince was already in pain and was in a bad mood. He said fiercely, "Who has anything to do with you two? I've never seen you before." The emperor's eyes turned red. This concubine was the one he doted on the most. In the end, she got together with the crown prince. And the emperor said coldly, "Do you know that this slut is pregnant?" The crown prince was stunned. He had gone off the rails and played with someone's life. He trembled all over and couldn't think of taking revenge on Ning Jiuma. If he couldn't get over this scandal, his position as the crown prince would be over. The crown prince immediately screamed, "No, I didn't. Imperial father, I was wronged. It was that slut who wronged me." Wei Wei Bai hugged the trembling Ning Jiuma in her arms and became an audience with Melon Eater. What a great show! When the emperor saw that the crown prince still refused to admit it, he was extremely disappointed. He roared, "Enough! You usually act like a tyrant, so I will treat you as a child. But you can even do such a disobedient thing. What else can't you do?" The emperor's eyes turned red. The green light above his head pointed at the pregnant concubine and said, Beat this bitch to death." The crown prince trembled. The concubine broke free from the eunuch's grip and hugged the crown prince. "Your Highness, I'm carrying your child. How can you abandon me?" The concubine cried her heart out. The crown prince was so scared that his head was about to pop out. He immediately pulled the concubine away. "Get lost. This consort has nothing to do with you." The concubine shrieked, "Heartless man, you don't recognize me after putting on your pants." Clap, 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 clap. Wei Wei Bai and the system watched with great interest. They wished they had a melon in their hands and a stool under their buttocks. Ning Jiuma suddenly asked weakly, "Are they fighting with demons?" Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She was about to cover Ning Jiuma's mouth. At this time, it was best to be a silent audience. But this weak question mark was heard by the furious emperor. The emperor looked at his retarded son. "What fight are you talking about?" Ning Jiuma was scared. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's clothes tightly, as if he didn't dare to look at the emperor directly. but there was still a trace of admiration in his eyes. He looked at the emperor carefully, as if he liked him very much. Chapter 1558. That's right. I saw them fighting in that cave without any clothes on. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. He said it so bluntly. Their identities as spectators had become targets. Sure enough, the crown prince's eyes immediately turned murderous. That resentful expression made it seem like he wanted to cut them into pieces. Wei Wei Bai wanted to stop Ning Jiuma, this idiot, from spouting nonsense, but this little idiot didn't know what danger was. His eyes were innocent and silly. When they were fighting, they said they wanted to. The emperor asked coldly, wanted to what? Ning Jiuma was confused for a moment. He thought hard and said hesitantly, wanted to fight on the big chair. Wei Wei Bai, ? She thought of what happened in the rockery last time. Ning Jiuma saw the crown prince there. Did the crown prince say these words? The big chair. The crown prince was also a wanderer. It wasn't enough to sleep in the wild. He still wanted to sleep on the sofa. But the emperor thought of something. He whispered and repeated, sleep, the big chair. The big chair. This sentence had many meanings. But as an extremely suspicious man, how could the emperor not think of it? The big chair could be the dragon chair. Even his woman dared to have a child. What else did this unfilial son not dare to do? The emperor suddenly felt that not only was his head green, but even the chair was in danger. The crown prince was shocked. He shouted crazily, I didn't say that. I'm not disloyal. The emperor said, enough. How long do you want to be embarrassed? Beat this bitch to death and imprison the crown prince. The crown prince trembled. Once he was imprisoned, who knew when he would be released? He looked at Ning Jiuma and found that he was hiding behind Wei Wei Bai. At this moment, he was curiously looking at him with one of his eyes. He was still a fool. The crown prince wondered if he was thinking too much. He thought that Ning Jiuma was framing him. Could it be that he had accidentally spilled the beans last time? After all, once a man lost his mind, he could say anything. But in the next moment, he suddenly saw Ning Jiuma's eyes change. They were cold and sober, mixed with a trace of malicious ridicule. The crown prince sobered up, but Ning Jiuma wasn't stupid. His face was deathly pale, and hatred filled his head. It was all Ning Jiuma's fault. He was the one who planned all of this. The crown prince fiercely struggled free from the concubine and the eunuch's oppression. He fiercely pounced forward. Ning Jiuma, it's all your fault. You framed me, didn't you? The crown prince rushed over like a madman. Ning Jiuma frowned. He was mentally prepared to be beaten up. But just as the crown prince's fist arrived, a hand pressed down on his head and pressed him into a warm embrace. Wei Wei Bai didn't stand there foolishly as a meat shield. She hugged Ning Jiuma and rolled to the ground, leaving her original position, although he really wanted the crown prince's other hand to be broken. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he displayed the good tradition of the audience to the extreme. After rolling away, Wei Wei Bai hugged Ning Jiuma and hid beside a pillar. He still lowered his head in fear and trepidation. When the crown prince pounced over, his foot seemed to be lightly tripped by the little palace maid. He felt a sharp pain in his foot, and his entire body fell forward. Wei Wei Bai's small action was very subtle. Other than Ning Jiuma in her arms, no one could see it clearly. Even the crown prince was at a loss. Why did his leg suddenly break? Ning Jiuma saw Wei Wei Bai so close to him. She secretly pursed her lips, a trace of a smile appearing and disappearing. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and saw Fool Ning looking at her in a daze. She secretly blinked her eyes and pursed her pink lips, showing her slyness and gentleness. She seemed to be saying, "It's okay, I'll protect you." Ning Jiuma's face heated up. He suddenly lowered his head, still looking like a fool, but he didn't dare to raise his head again. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Wei Wei Bai expressed that the increase in favorability made her heart ache. Why did her 35 favorable impression points suddenly become 10? Chapter 1559. Because of the crown prince's crazy behavior, the emperor was completely disappointed. He was furious. Drag the crown prince away and give him 10 beatings to wake him up. He wanted to say more beatings, but after seeing the crown prince's behavior, thinking of the empress's family, he suppressed his anger. The emperor was suspicious and selfish to begin with. In addition, he had been wary of the empress for a long time, so he was already wary of the crown prince. In the end, the crown prince did such a thing. He didn't give the emperor any face at all, and even had thoughts of usurping the throne. The emperor was such a cold person, and even had thoughts of abandoning the crown prince. If it weren't for the empress's background, he probably wanted to beat the crown prince to death. Originally, he was angry at the lunatic Ning Jioma for beating the crown prince. In the end, such a scene had happened, and even the emperor was delighted. He couldn't kill the crown prince, but Ning Jioma helped him beat the crown prince. Although the emperor still hated the lunatic Ning Jioma, at least he wasn't an eyesore anymore. Ning Jioma hid in Wei Wei Bai's arms and observed the emperor coldly. Today's matter shouldn't have happened so early. But when he went crazy, he attacked the crown prince in advance. To avoid a disaster, he could only throw the crown prince into the center of the vortex and expose the adultery in advance. But it would lead to the empress' revenge. Ning Jioma's mind turned, but he still pretended to be stupid. He felt that all his plans had to be done quickly. For a little palace maid, he entered the dangerous vortex of battle in advance. If only there was an antidote. His current state was not stable at all. Ning Jioma was full of thoughts. He coldly schemed against his family. When the crown prince was dragged away, he sneered silently. The poison in the crown prince's body was probably not far away. That poison had been modified. At first, he couldn't control himself. He would start to become irritable, arrogant, stupid, and impulsive. In the end, he would become completely crazy. He wanted the crown prince to experience how the empress treated him back then. After the emperor dealt with the crown prince, he didn't even want to look at Ning Jioma. Looking at him was like seeing his mistake. He was crazy and stupid. He killed his mother and relatives by mistake. If Ning wasn't crazy, he wouldn't have let him live. The emperor waved his hand. All of you are dismissed. With that, the emperor turned around and left coldly. Wei Wei Bai and Ning Jioma managed to escape. After watching the show, Wei Wei Bai put the plan of leaving the palace on the agenda. However, Ning Jioma's mind gradually became chaotic. He was about to go crazy again. He was a little unwilling to give up. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's clothes and pinched her so hard that it hurt her. Wei Wei Bai frowned and her body trembled. Ning Jioma also trembled and immediately let go of her. A strange thought flashed through Wei Wei Bai's mind. She was too engrossed in watching the show just now and didn't realize that Ning Jioma had grasped the right timing to speak. She casually lowered her head and observed Ning Jioma. However, he discovered that he was trembling violently. His face was incomparably pale, and cold sweat was continuously emerging from his forehead. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and touched his forehead. It was extremely cold. Which part of his body was in so much pain that his forehead was losing its temperature? Wei Wei Bai said in a low voice, "Your Highness, what's wrong? I'll call the imperial physician." Ning Jioma only had a trace of reason left. He didn't know why, but his unwillingness was soothed by the little palace maid's worry. Chapter 1560. At least, the little palace maid would take care of him. Then Ning Jioma's last trace of reason disappeared. He looked at Wei Wei Bai with a pale face, his eyelashes trembling violently. Then he saw the wound on Wei Wei Bai's head and helplessly reached out to touch Wei Wei Bai's face. When he touched the blood, he finally couldn't take it anymore, and his tears fell. "Hurts, does it hurt?" Ding. The male lead's favorability is 40. Wei Wei Bai, wait, was the favorability 40 just now and not 10? Before Wei Wei Bai could think about it, Ning Jioma's face was already covered in tears. As he cried, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. When he was holding the crown prince tightly and kowtowing, he was injured by the palace servants. Now that he was filled with grief and anger, he finally vomited a mouthful of blood. When the other palace servants saw the master and servant, even if they had a heart of stone, they would feel tragic. One had a head full of blood, and the other was crying miserably. It was too tragic. Ning Wang had gone crazy and only had a new palace made to serve him. The crown prince even led people to bully him. Look at how he was bullied. Although people's hearts were cold, they couldn't help but feel sad for the master and servant who were so miserable. In the end, the eunuch couldn't help but invite a good imperial physician for Ningguang. He was afraid that Ningguang would die when he returned to the palace. Wei Wei Bai originally suspected that Ning Jiuma was pretending to be stupid, but seeing him like this, she thought deeply about her acting skills, and then looked at this little fool with snot and tears, crazy and miserable appearance. How could he pretend to be stupid like this? Impossible. Even she couldn't pretend, so no one could pretend like this. After all, there was a difference between a smart person pretending to be crazy and a real crazy person. There was a difference no matter how awesome they were. Especially the purity in their eyes. It couldn't be faked. A baby's bright eyes were almost impossible to see in the adult world. It couldn't be faked. Ning Jiuma's baby IQ eyes showed that he was really crazy. So the favorability of a crazy person was too hard to guess. Jumping up and down, she felt like she was about to have a heart attack. After returning to the cold palace, the imperial physician gave Ning Jiuma a checkup and left him some medicine. Ning Jiuma's wounds were all superficial and not serious. When the imperial physician saw that the palace was so shabby that there was only one palace maid, he did not know how to treat palace maids. After all, they were too lowly and not worth his time. But he didn't do anything. Instead, Prince Ning grabbed his sleeves tightly. He looked like he was going to die, and insisted that he treat him. The imperial physician had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave this lousy, cold palace. What's more, if the little palace maid really fell down, Prince Ning would go crazy. Then King Ning would be too miserable. The imperial physician reluctantly bandaged Wei Wei Bai's wound and left after a few words of advice. Wei Wei Bai was calm, but Ning Jiuma shed tears when he saw her wound. Like a pitiful little puppy, his eyes were wet. Seeing this, Bai Weiwei wondered if she was acting too calm. Should she hug and cry with Ning Jiuma to express the shabby and desolate atmosphere of the master and servant relationship? But with such a small wound on her forehead, Weiwei Bai really couldn't cry. She had died so many times that she was used to it. So Weiwei Bai pushed Ning Jiuma onto the bed with all her might. Then, she brought hot water and sat by the bed to wash his face and hands. She braided her hair and wrapped the wound on her forehead with a white bandage. There was a faint smile on her cute and beautiful face. Chapter 1561. Your Highness, don't cry. The doctor said that you will recover soon. Ning Jiuma looked at her wound in confusion. There was a vicious fire in his heart, but he didn't know how to get rid of this feeling. He could only endure it. Weiwei Bai seemed to see his discomfort. She squatted by his feet and gently placed her hands on his legs. Ning Jiuma only felt a pair of soft hands pressing down on his thighs, making them feel numb. And just like that, Bai Weiwei gently, charmingly, and cutely rested her chin on her hands. She raised her face and smiled. Your Highness, if you cry again, I will leave. Ning Wang suddenly froze. He blinked and suddenly said in a cold voice, No, I won't allow you to leave. This cold shout stunned him. He had never spoken like this before, but it also seemed to be his attitude. Weiwei Bai's smile deepened. Even a little fool would get angry. Her smile relaxed a lot. Her thin red lips curved slightly. Under the light, she was so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. This was a beauty that had never been shown in front of others. Ning Jiuma stared blankly. He forgot everything in an instant. His eyes were filled with her soul-stirring smile. He only felt that he was sick. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't bear it anymore. It was as if his heart was going to jump out. Ning Jiuma suddenly reached out and held her fingers tightly. Awe, he called out softly. He knew her name, but he had never called it before. Not even once. In the past, those palace servants also had names, but he couldn't remember them in his muddled mind. He remembered Weiwei Bai's name for a long time, but he didn't know how to call it. Many times, he looked at her foolishly and wanted to call her name, but he didn't know why, but he couldn't call it out. Now, his simple mind finally had an answer. When he called her, his heart would beat faster. If he fell sick too quickly, he wouldn't be able to stay by her side if he died of illness. The tip of Wei Wei Bai's ear was a little itchy, and so was her wrist. Strangely, Ning Jiuma held her fingertips. Why was her wrist itching? Wei Wei Bai didn't care about this strange feeling that flashed past her mind. She still asked curiously, "You call me Ao Wei?" No one had ever called her that before. It was quite a fresh experience. Ning Jiuma was a little nervous. "My mother calls me Amo. You can call me that if you like." It was a simple explanation, but it was his true thoughts. A fool would not be able to conceal any of his thoughts. His innocence, sincerity, love, hate, and joy were all exposed without any concealment. Wei Wei Bai felt that it was not right of her to tempt a fool. She clearly intended to be an old maid. These were all professional habits that had to be changed. Wei Wei Bai immediately looked at Ning Jiuma lovingly. Then, she got up and patted his head. Ning Jiuma sat there in a daze. His fair cheeks were slightly flushed as he looked at her without moving. It was as if no matter how she treated him, he would obediently let her do whatever she wanted. Facing such a target, Bai Weiwei really couldn't come up with any schemes and tricks. But there was no need for any schemes against such a simple-minded Ning Jiuma. Weiwei Bai was about to turn around and leave after touching Jiuma, but one hand grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly. Weiwei Bai turned around and saw Ning Jiuma pursing his lips tightly. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were red. He looked like he was about to cry again. "Where are you going?" he asked with a trembling voice. Wei Wei Bai was about to answer. Ning Jiuma's voice was soft and choked. "Don't leave me. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1562. Was she leaving? She was injured and he couldn't protect her, so she didn't want him anymore. Wei Wei Bai turned back helplessly and revealed a gentle smile. "I'll warm up your food, Your Highness. I'm hungry too." Ning Jiuma was stunned. His fingers trembled, loosened and tightened, but in the end he suppressed his fear. He let go of her clothes. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything and walked away. Ning Jiuma grabbed the edge of the bed with both hands. His body was stiff as he sat there. When he saw Wei Wei Bai come in with a stove with charcoal, she took out a cold food box and sat on the stool to warm up the rice. His entire body relaxed, and he almost couldn't maintain his sitting posture. Wei Wei Bai had just put the 8 treasures rice into the pot on the stove to warm up. A pair of hands came from behind her and hugged her tightly. Wei Wei Bai asked strangely, "Your Highness?" Ning Jiuma hugged her tightly. Her body was soft, as if she could melt into his bones. Wei Wei Bai coaxed him like a child. "Your Highness, why are you hugging me? Let go of me." Ning Jiuma was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "I'm cold, Ao Wei." He was lying again. He just wanted to hug her. She didn't leave him. How nice. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. Wei Wei Bai had a motherly smile on her face. The favorability was so obedient. Just like Ning Jiuma, she was obedient no matter how she coaxed her. Under the whiplash of favorability, Bai Weiwei happily accompanied Ning Jiuma until she coaxed him to bed. But when it came to sleeping, Ning Jiuma cheated her again. His clean and handsome face showed stubbornness. His fingers pulled Wei Wei Bai's sleeve and didn't let go. "Ao Wei, sleep with me." If it wasn't for fool Ning, she would have thought that he was going to do something. Wei Wei Bai said without sincerity, "This is against the rules, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma straightened his neck like a child asking for candy and became willful. Ao Wei doesn't need rules. Wei Wei Bai had found a magic weapon to increase her favorability towards Ning Jiuma. She only rejected him perfunctorily a few times because of her image as a palace maid. Realizing that he really wouldn't let go, she resigned herself to her fate and said, "Your Highness was the one who wanted me to sleep with you. You can't suddenly think that I don't follow the rules and kick me off the bed." A trace of surprise flashed across Ning Jiuma's face. He immediately retreated to the back of the bed, leaving more than half of the bed for Wei Wei Bai to sleep on. Then, he pushed the blanket to Wei Wei Bai. It was as if he was afraid that she would catch a cold. Bai Weiwei had a clear conscience. She calmly pulled the quilt over and covered herself. Then she turned around and saw Ning Jiuma curled up in the innermost part of the bed. How could a man take up so little space to sleep? Wei Wei Bai reached out and grabbed his arm forcefully, pulling him into her embrace. Your Highness, you'll catch a cold if you're too far away. Ning Jiuma's face was flushed to his ears. His body stiffened and he didn't dare to move, but he felt happy. Wei Wei Bai was a little tired. She patted Ning Jiuma's back. Your Highness, do you like this place? She kissed him softly. Her eyelids started to fight. Ning Jiuma was silent for a while before shaking his head. I don't like it, but if you're here, I'll like it. Before he could say this, Wei Wei Bai said lazily, Then, Your Highness, shall we leave the palace? I'll take you to the ends of the world to eat candied haws. The last sentence was purely to coax a child. This palace wasn't suitable for fools. Ning Jiuma looked at Wei Wei Bai's half-closed eyes. Her pink lips were like petals as she said something he had never heard before. He didn't know why, but his eyes turned red. He replied foolishly, I'll follow you wherever you go. Wei Wei Bai wasn't surprised when she heard this. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Ning Jiuma looked at her for a long time before realizing that she had fallen asleep. He curled up beside Wei Wei Bai happily. His Aoi looked good no matter how he looked at her. Then he slowly fell asleep too. In the middle of the night, Ning Jiuma opened his eyes fiercely. His gaze was ruthless and dark. There wasn't a trace of innocence in them. He stared at Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping soundly, and held it in for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth. The words in his mouth were cold and ruthless. How dare you try to abduct me to elope with you? She actually coveted him, touched him, and even wanted to abduct him. She even climbed into his bed. To get him, she didn't want to be reserved at all. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1563. Ning Jiuma raised his leg, wanting to kick this audacious palace maid off the bed. But just as he raised his leg, Wei Wei Bai turned over and habitually raised her leg to clamp Ning Jiuma's leg. She hugged him like she was hugging a bear doll. Ning Jiuma's body was as stiff as a rock. Wei Wei Bai had a good sleep quality and didn't complain. Instead, she rubbed her face against his chest and then fell asleep with steady breathing. Her action was purely the posture of hugging a teddy bear to sleep. Ning Jiuma stiffened his neck, his body stiff, and his face as black as the bottom of a pot. How should he kick her? No, he should lift her up and throw her into the well to drown her. She didn't respect him at all. She casually climbed into his bed and even wanted to abduct him out of the palace. Didn't she know that he was a prince? Even if he was stupid, she couldn't treat him like this. Who gave her the guts? Ning Jiuma thought viciously and angrily, but his fingers gently held the sachet under her nose. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Even pigs didn't sleep as well as her. How could she sleep so well? He had used this thing to knock her out so many times, but she didn't even notice that something was wrong. He didn't know how she was raised. Was she raised in a pigsty? Ning Jiuma thought maliciously, but he was very careful when he got up. He was like a cat, as if he was afraid of being discovered. He even felt that something was wrong with Wei Wei Bai's breathing. He had to be stiff for a long time before he got off the bed shakily. When he got off the bed, he pulled the blanket over Wei Wei Bai and covered her. This action was too natural. It was so natural that he only realized what was wrong with it in hindsight. He was a prince, and he was covering a palace made with a blanket. He couldn't control himself, but he wasn't crazy now. Or was he still half crazy, and he just didn't realize it? Ning Jiuma's face was dark as he walked to the window with his hair hanging loose. That trusted eunuch was still obediently hiding under the window. How is the crown prince? Ning Jiuma opened the window halfway, his tone extremely cold. The eunuch, the poison acted up and the wound is too serious. He is being rescued. Ning Jiuma, where's the empress? The eunuch said, the empress is keeping watch. Your Highness, we have to be careful. The empress has already given you a death order. The empress's orders couldn't be overt. After all, even if the emperor didn't care, he couldn't let the empress give the order to kill the prince. Wasn't this a blatant slap to the emperor's face? Even if Ning Jiuma's death wasn't regrettable, he couldn't lose face. But if he was secretly killed by the empress in that case, the emperor would not pursue the matter. As long as he could fool the emperor, it would be fine. This imperial palace was full of vicious people, from the emperor to the eunuchs and palace maids. They were all selfish to the core. Ning Jiumal leaned against the window and looked up at the woman on the bed. She seemed to have been sent to his side not long after she entered the palace. Therefore, her words and actions were considered vulgar in the eyes of the people in the palace. And this vulgarity and unruly casualness was completely different from the puppets in the palace. Ning Jiumal didn't know if he liked this kind of casualness. He had never seen a trace of respect for a superior in her eyes. If he was normal, he would hate this kind of disrespectful behavior. But when he was crazy, he seemed to like it very much. Ning Jiumal's mind was a little heavy. Today's scenes rushed through his mind. If she hadn't said that she would take him out of the palace, he wouldn't have known that this little palace maid was so bold. Chapter 1564. Ning Jiumal even wondered if she was one of the emperor's people. She was here to make him leave the palace and then murder him. But when he thought about how she almost crippled the crown prince with her strength, she definitely wasn't one of the emperor's people, because the empress saw the crown prince as her only hope. Wasn't she committing suicide by touching the crown prince? The eunuch reported that the crown prince's injuries were very serious. What was more serious was that the poison in his body had started to act up violently. This was the key to leading the crown prince to his death. Ning Jiumal's lips were a little pale. He took a few deep breaths before saying, "Once the empress makes a move here, the first to suffer should be the people around me." She would remove the people around him one by one. Then she would attack him. This was the old woman's usual method. And the only person he could see around him now was Wei Wei Bai. The eunuch said carefully, "Your Highness, should we drive her away? After all, it would be a life-and-death struggle." Wei Wei Bai was obviously not used to the harem and might be easily killed. Drive her away. Ning Jiumal's eyes were in a daze, and he felt panic. Drive her away to where? She even had the thought of eloping with him. Once she was driven away, she might run out of the palace herself. Ning Jiumal couldn't help but ask, "Have you found out the person behind this palace maid?" The eunuch said, "No, Your Highness. There is really nothing suspicious about her background. We have checked repeatedly. The only person she has served is you." Ning Jiumal actually felt that Wei Wei Bai didn't seem like a spy from any palace with her personality. Other than being a little stronger, she didn't have any concept of hierarchy. Wei Wei Bai's actions were just to take care of him. The eunuch started to come up with a plan. Put her in the cleaning room. This position is inconspicuous and won't be targeted. After all, Wei Wei Bai was the servant who treated Ning Jiumal the best for so many years. The eunuch was also grateful. Every time he came, he saw that His Highness was clean and full. He felt that this palace maid was good. Therefore, when the battle was about to begin, taking her out of the picture was a thank you gift. Ning Jiumal's lips and tongue were dry. He also knew that if they fought, Wei Wei Bai could die at any moment. But when he thought of her leaving, he might not be able to find her in the future. The familiar unwillingness in Ning Jiumal's heart appeared again. He didn't even know what he was thinking, so he couldn't help but blurt it out. "Let her stay here." His words were spoken so urgently that even the eunuch was a little puzzled. Ning Jiumal's face immediately darkened. He pinched his palm with his fingers, afraid that someone would see through the evil thoughts in his heart. He immediately said, "She can be a shield. If the Empress's people come to assassinate her, she can block them." It was such a vicious statement. He said it so casually, but this was his style. Ning Jiumal even added, "She's strong and could do many things." After he finished, he suddenly shut his mouth. This was simply a case of revealing 300 taels of silver here. The eunuch couldn't help but ask, "Is Your Highness reluctant to let this palace maid leave?" It was so obvious that even the eunuch could see that he couldn't bear to let her go. Ning Jiumal held his breath and sneered, "She's just an insignificant little stone for me to climb up. Why should I waste my time on her? Whether she dies or not, it's her fate. Why should I deliberately transfer her away?" These words were truly heartless and heartless. Chapter 1565. Why did he think that he would have a few children in the future? The system cut the red string and gritted its teeth. Why did this red string become thicker? What kind of material did that third-rate fortune teller use? It was already more than half done, but for some reason, it became thicker again. It heard the favorability notification. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 20. The system raised its eyebrows. It couldn't be that the deeper the favorability, the thicker it would be. And because of the deeper reason of plundering luck, once they transmigrated to another plane, the male lead would have a layer of vigilance and killing intent towards the host. This killing intent would affect the host's identity, causing her to have enmity with the male lead in many planes. But in this plane, it was very smooth and peaceful. Even the male lead's kindness towards the host was more than in any other plane. Was it because of the red string? The system was silent for a long time. If it wasn't for the red string, it really didn't want to destroy it. But when it returned to reality, the red string was too much of a hindrance. It was accidentally entangled by the red string. And the host might fall into a turbulent flow of uncontrollable turbulence, never to be able to turn over. It was said that third-rate fortune tellers had a lot of side effects. The system had no choice but to silently take out a chainsaw. If scissors didn't work, then try a saw. After Ning Jiuma's mind became confused, he woke up in the middle of the night and saw the quilt in the middle. He stared blankly for a while, then reached out to move the quilt away and crawled into bed. Then he reached out and gently hugged Wei Wei Bai. Her fragrant scent and soft body made him excited for a long time. Excited, he fell asleep. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 50. System. This is the standard way of increasing the favorability of a lunatic. It's really spicy. Bai Weiwei was very happy. She didn't know anything about the little schemes of the red string, saw red string madness, and Ning Jingmo. She couldn't be blamed for using the holiday mentality, because Ning Jiuma was too easy to coax, cheat. When she first saw this little retard, she couldn't help but want to return the goods. But now, and it's so fragrant. Wei Wei Bai felt that in less than a year, she didn't need to do anything. Half a year was enough. 100 favorable impression points were waiting for her not far away. Wei Wei Bai carried the food box, stepped on wooden clogs, and held an umbrella in her hand as she walked towards Ningguang Palace. The weather in this plain was really like 8 to 10 days of rain. Before he could return to the palace, the system was sitting on a chainsaw, eating potato chips, as it said. A few palace maids came to the palace. They just left. Wei Wei Bai, what did they do? Rape Ning Jiuma. Ever since the crown prince had been confined, the palace had suddenly become quiet. Wei Wei Bai's keen intuition told her that this was the calm before the storm. In the past few days, she had been thinking about how to leave the palace. He had to ask for a map from the system. What was more troublesome was if he didn't have a plan for leaving the palace. Even if they managed to escape, they might be caught and brought back. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about the route after leaving the palace. The system said, I think it's some pastries for him. Wei Wei Bai's face immediately turned cold. Pastries? Could it be poison? If Ning Jiuma was poisoned to death, she would hang the empress and dismember her. In this harem, the empress was the one who had the most malicious intentions towards Ning Jiuma. Who asked the crown prince to be so pitiful? Bai Weiwei hurried into the house and saw Ning Jiuma obediently holding a green pastry and eating it. She immediately rushed over and knocked the pastry out of his hand. How can you eat something given by others? Weiwei Bai had taught him not to eat anything given by anyone other than her. Chapter 1566. Ning Jiuma's eyes were soft and confused. He seemed a little shy. Those sisters said that these were made by Wei and are very delicious. Wei Wei Bai, no, she couldn't make such beautiful pastries. Moreover, the pastries she made could kill people without poison. Before Wei Wei Bai could urge Ning Jiuma to vomit, the system said, there are many guards and maids outside, surrounding the door. Wei Wei Bai's eyes narrowed and her face turned cold. They're surrounding? System, Wei Wei Bai. They're waiting for the poison to act up. Wei Wei Bai had already figured out the other party's plan. They definitely wanted to poison Ning Jiuma, and then she would be the murderer. This way, the victim and the murderer would be complete. What a vicious and convenient method. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jiuma won't be poisoned to death, right? The system was about to answer. Ning Jiuma's fingers gently pinched Wei Wei Bai's fingers. Wei Wei Bai turned around in confusion. She saw Ning Jiuma's face was flushed, and his beautiful eyes were wet. "Ah Wei, I feel uncomfortable." When Bai Weiwei saw him like this, a bad premonition surfaced in her heart. Sure enough, Ning Jiuma's thin lips trembled, and his voice trembled. Very uncomfortable. Of course, she knew that he was uncomfortable. He was so close to her. She could clearly feel his physical condition. So that group of people didn't feed Ning Jiuma poison. It was an aphrodisiac. Afraid that she guessed wrong, Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched and asked the system, "This drug, it's used to lift people's spirits?" System. It's not only lifted, it's very strongly lifted. 7 times a night with this thing will do. Of course, the male lead will eat less, at most 3 times. Wei Wei Bai's head hurt. So the person who poisoned him wanted to remove Ning Jiuma's first time? So kind? Ning Jiuma was a prince, even if he was caught red-handed. As long as it was not a concubine in the harem, it should be fine. The system flipped through the information. It's like this. The male lead is engaged to the only daughter of the current prime minister. Originally, the empress wanted to kill Ning Jiuma directly, but to make the prime minister stand in the power here, she agreed to their request and tarnished Ning Jiuma's reputation. So the emperor personally issued a decree to cancel the engagement. Ning Jiuma's crazy reputation had long been ruined. But for the sake of the prime minister's reputation, he couldn't just rescind it. After all, once the seal was lifted, wouldn't it mean that he despised King Ning? The prime minister was so fond of his reputation that he could not bear such a stain. Therefore, before killing Ning Jiuma, it was enough to pin the crime of promiscuity on him. It didn't have to be a concubine. A palace maid would do too. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and sneered. It's disgusting to see such a vicious person's heart. She pulled Ning Jiuma up. "Your Highness, come with me. Let's move first. It's not safe here at all." Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze. His body began to tremble, and he felt his mouth dry up. His skin was about to catch fire, and he didn't dare to say that he felt that Wei Wei Bai's fingers were very cold and soft. He wanted to hug her. Wei Wei Bai was about to go through the small door when the system informed her that there were people blocking the way. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and saw a wooden stick behind the door. She would smash a few heads first. Escaping was not a problem. She was about to pick up the stick. Ning Jiuma's body trembled, and his eyes burned with pain. He couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly hugged Wei Wei Bai. "Oh wait, I'm hot, you what? Is at https://www.sashu.com/ Chapter 1567. Ning Jiuma was at a loss for a moment. He finally remembered some fragments. It seemed to be a fight between demons, a red candle and a red wedding dress, or someone said it before. If they wanted to be naked, they had to get married. Get married, Ning Jiuma suddenly had an idea. Yes, if they got married, Ah Wei would be his. He didn't have to worry about Ah Wei not wanting him anymore. Ning Jiuma grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand tightly and said anxiously, "Ah Wei, I have something for you." Wei Wei Bai was very strong, but Ning Jiuma's strength was also shockingly strong due to the drug. He dragged Wei Wei Bai to a shelf and placed a dusty bottle close to it. Ning Jiuma opened the bottle, and a secret door suddenly opened. Ning Jiuma carried Wei Wei Bai and entered the secret door. The door immediately closed and turned into a wall like before. Wei Wei Bai was blinded by the mountain of gold and silver treasures. Ning Jiuma said eagerly, "Ah Wei, do you like it? They said that this is for me to marry my wife, and they're all for you." Wei Wei Bai, she didn't know that there was so much wealth hidden in this cold palace. The system didn't remind her. Ning Jiuma thought that she was unwilling and he was anxious. A voice in his heart told him that. No one was allowed to enter this place, but Ah Wei was different. Ning Jiuma was so hot that he was about to cry. In the end, he could only open his wet eyes and look at Wei Wei Bai with reddened eyes. "I feel uncomfortable," he said softly without any attack power. The drug was clearly tormenting him. He should have been crazier and directly pounced over to hug Ah Wei. But Ning Jiuma didn't dare. He was afraid that Ah Wei would dislike him and that she would be angry. So Ning Jiuma could only stand foolishly in the middle of the gold and silver. He clutched his robe tightly with both hands and muttered, "I feel uncomfortable. This sad little pitiful." Wei Wei Bai looked at her hand that rolled up her sleeves. She had no choice but to use her hand to help him feel comfortable. In the end, the system said faintly, "This medicine is poisonous." Wei Wei Bai, of course it's poisonous. Without poison, how can it seduce other people's bodies? The system replied, "No, what I mean is this thing needs to be dispelled by real hands." Wei Wei Bai, how did they come up with this Xuanhua medicine? The system said, "Why don't you buy a substitute sticker that costs 100 for each use?" Wei Wei Bai, even if you spend 100 yuan on this, are you sure Ning Jioma can handle it himself? Without anyone to guide him, he might not even know where to go. This was such a shameless conversation. Su Tong and Dumbass were very calm. The system said, "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go get some chips and look at the bullet screen." After that, the system fell silent. Wei Wei Bai turned around and saw that Ning Jioma had already taken off his clothes. His fair, slender, and weak body was covered in sweat and flushed from passion. He stood in place, his body naked, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His innocent eyes, thin red lips, half of his face was like a devil's, the other half was like an angel's. At this moment, it was so exquisite that it was strange. There was a magical charm to it. His breath was hot, and his eyes finally started to show a hint of red aggression. "Oh, Wei, I want it." He didn't even know what he wanted, but his bones were roaring. He wanted Ah Wei. Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a few seconds, then finally reached out and pulled out the hairpin in her hair. Her long hair spread out. She reached out her delicate fingers and gently touched his sweaty chest. Then, her voice became soft and sweet. "Your Highness, don't eat random things next time. You always make me worry." There was a hint of disdain in her words, but it was more of doting. Then, Wei Wei Bai raised her head and kissed the dazed and excited Ning Jioma. She wanted to be an old maid. She wanted to be a vixen. // Chapter 1568. But that was when he was in a delirious state. When he recalled it, he was only angry and irritable. He could suppress those charming feelings. But once he was sober and experienced it personally, his mind went blank. Wei Wei Bai helped the dazed Ning Jioma put on his clothes. Then she turned around and reached out to pick up her clothes. She wore a pink palace dress and a pink tube top. Her back was thin and white, and the pink clothes slowly covered her body. It covered her slender and beautiful body. She suddenly turned around gently, pursing her bright red lips and revealing a joyful smile. "Your Highness, Mother once told me that a woman's body is very important. Other than her husband, no one can touch it." Her eyebrows relaxed as she said this, full of tenderness. Ning Jioma was still leaning on the gold, silver, and jewelry in a daze, his eyes almost unable to leave her body. Her smile gradually made him regain his senses, although he was very angry about this. But it seemed that the woman was the one who was at a disadvantage. This was her first time. The image of her lying on top of him uncomfortably flashed through his mind. Ning Jioma's eyelashes trembled. So although he was at a disadvantage, she was also at a disadvantage. It wasn't a crime worthy of death. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she looked at him softly and then turned back. "Your Highness, when we leave the palace in the future, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Ning Jioma stared at her in a daze. Shouldn't the first thing she did when she woke up be to plunder the wealth here? Could it be that she wasn't moved at all by this gold, silver, and jewelry? Wei Wei Bai suddenly said softly, "Your Highness, the belt is with you. Give it to me." She finished dressing and turned to look at him. Before Ning Jioma could react, his hand had already taken the belt and placed it in her palm. Wei Wei Bai's fingers suddenly clenched, and she pulled him into her arms. Her kiss gently landed on his ear. Then a soft whisper fell into his ears. "Thank you, husband." Ning Jioma's body trembled, and his hand followed suit, holding her fingers tightly. His heartstrings were stirred. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 30. Wei Wei Bai, who was still trying her best to comfort the little fool over the pain of losing her virginity, she was stunned. Huh, 30? Isn't it 50? Why was it 30? Could it be that little fool felt uncomfortable, So her favorability dropped just like that? Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. This crazy increase in favorability. It really made her experience useless. She suddenly heard Ning Jiuma's weak voice. Ah Wei, do you like these jewelry? Wei Wei Bai felt vexed. What was so good about jewelry? This was the first time she had sold her body to the point of losing favorable impression points. Selling her body to increase her favorability by 5 or 10 points was already a lot. In the end, his favorability dropped by 20 points. Bai Weiwei felt disheartened. Had she lost her attractiveness? Was it because her face and body were no longer good? Away? Ning Jioma shouted in a silly tone, but his eyes were suppressing a bit of a poisonous snake's probing. Weiwei Bai held his hand and calmly said, I don't like it. Your Highness, I like you. I like your favorability. She had completely lost her temper with this retard's favorability now. It would go up and down every day. She could almost imagine the future when the favorability reached 99 points. She thought that it would reach 100 points. But when it collapsed, the favorability was at 50 points. When it collapsed again, the favorability was at 0 points. Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful increase in favorability. This body was really not worth it. Chapter 1569. Wei Wei Bai decided that in the future, the little fool would come up with some XX medicine to say that he was uncomfortable. She would throw him into the well and soak him in it. He wanted to go to bed? Dream on. Wei Wei Bai pulled Ning Jiuma and was about to go out. They had been here for so long and had put on their clothes. The system had reported it when it came back. The people outside couldn't find the two of them and had already retreated. The Prime Minister was so angry that he was stomping his feet, thinking that the mission had failed. But Ning Jiuma pinched her fingers tightly. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. You really don't like it? Wei Wei Bai was still sad that she had sold herself for the first time and had lost favorability. To prevent the little fool from nagging, she fell back. Ning Jiuma instinctively reached out and hugged her waist. Wei Wei Bai leaned on him softly, frowning and her face pale. Your Highness, I'm tired. Ning Jiuma asked, tired? Then he suddenly thought of something and was at a loss. Wei Wei Bai was very unhappy and leaned on him, saying lazily, I can't move. My waist and legs are sore. Ning Jiuma's face turned red and a large red color dyed the back of his neck. He felt his face become hot and flustered. How could she be so bold? Wei Wei Bai reached out and hugged his neck, jumping on him. Ning Jiuma could only immediately reach out and hug her, afraid that she would fall. She nestled in his arms at ease. I haven't showered yet. Ning Jiuma stuttered. Bob Eighth. This woman actually disregarded the hierarchy to this extent. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes and yawned. I have all your things on me. Ning Jiuma almost fell. How could she say such things? Where is the shame? Ning Jiuma held back his anger. You. Wei Wei Bai's voice was seductive. She faintly nodded, as if she was puzzled by his change in attitude. Ning Jiuma paused. He didn't know why he didn't want her to know that his mind was clear. So he gritted his teeth and pretended to be slow as he said, I'll Wei. I don't know how to shower. Wei Wei Bai, it's okay, I'll teach you. Ning Jiuma knew how to take a shower. During this period of time, she had been the one to carry the water while he bathed himself. However, he probably wouldn't help others bathe. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai did not suspect anything. Ning Jiuma finally staggered 2 steps. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What's wrong? Afraid that she would get suspicious, Ning Jiuma could only soften his tone. My waist hurts. This reason was very reasonable. Wei Wei Bai smiled. Your Highness, your body is not good. You need to exercise more in the future. Ning Jiuma. A mouthful of blood was stuck in Ning Jiuma's throat. He originally wanted to kill her, but she was strong. He was capable of poisoning. The poison might not be able to kill her immediately. It would alert the enemy. He still had a trusted aide that he could use, but it was not worth it to expose his confidence. Ning Jiuma thought about it. Suddenly, there was only one thought in his mind, which was that he did not want to kill Wei Wei Bai. His mind was in a mess. If she was even the slightest bit tempted by wealth, he would have already done it. But why was she different from others? She was good to him and was not afraid that he would be stupid. Without a future, she even risked her life to bring him out of the palace. Was it really possible to love someone to the point of disregarding everything else? Ning Jiumal was confused. They walked out, and there was indeed no one outside. It was already late at night. Wei Weibai did not really let him help her bathe. She was very strong and went to carry the water to boil the water herself. The shower was in a small room beside the house. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com.t. Chapter 1570. Ning Jiumal watched her leave and sat on the bed in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, he walked to the window and opened it. The eunuch squatted under the window. "Your Highness, are you all right today?" He must have heard about the Empress's opportunity. Ning Jiumal sneered. "What can happen?" That old man, the Prime Minister, made a move. To protect his reputation, he sacrificed me. The eunuch hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, the Taoist priest you arranged has entered the palace and is favored by His Majesty." The current emperor was obsessed with the art of alchemy and immortality. Ning Jiumal had arranged for the immortal Taoist priest for more than 5 years. This Taoist priest was definitely the best chess piece to kill the emperor. Ning Jiumal said word by word, "Tell that Taoist priest not to expose himself and not to rush in rashly. Listen to my arrangements." He had to deal with the Empress first before it was the Emperor's turn. He had to get back all these people who owed him. No one should think of escaping. Ning Jiumal's heart was filled with blood. He clasped his fingers on the windowsill, his expression cold and fierce. He was like an evil spirit that made one's back numb. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. His violent expression twitched, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. "Get lost," he whispered to the eunuch squatting by the window. Then he closed the window. Ning Jiumal jumped onto the bed as fast as he could and pulled the blanket over himself. Wei Weibai came in with a bucket of water. She had just finished bathing and was wearing a thin, light green dress. He usually saw her in palace dresses and rarely saw her wearing other clothes. Ning Jiumal couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Under the weak candlelight, her delicate and graceful figure swayed under the shadow. Wei Weibai came to his side. She was wearing a light green dress and was as beautiful as a night flower. Her satin black hair was draped over her back with water vapor. She was a beauty that couldn't be seen normally. She didn't hold back and bloomed for him. Ning Jiumal pursed his lips and looked away. But her hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Then, she put his foot in the hot water. Ning Jiumal was stunned and looked at her with dark eyes. However, he saw her sitting on a small stool and slowly using her fingers to tuck her messy hair behind her ears. Then, she completely pushed his feet into the water. "Are you comfortable, Your Highness?" Wei Weibai asked softly without looking at him. Her lowered eyes made her look indescribably delicate and charming. Ning Jiumal pretended to be stupid and didn't dare to say too much. In fact, it was inappropriate to say anything. Wei Weibai didn't mind that he was in a daze. The little fool was often in a daze, and this wasn't the first time. She continued, "In the future, when we leave the palace, we will find a bustling town and hide in it. Then no one will be able to find us." He had already thought of a route and a place to go after leaving the palace. The system's map was very detailed. He had already gone through all the arrangements after leaving the palace. If they were to start escaping, these plans would come in handy. It was too dangerous for Ning Jiumal to stay in the palace. The crown prince was injured, and the empress would definitely come out to take revenge. Ning Jiumal didn't have anything he wanted. In this palace, his mother didn't dote on him, and his father didn't love him. He lived miserably until she was the only palace made by his side. If they wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. Before she came, even the palace maids and eunuchs bullied him. If this was a palace drama and he didn't leave the palace, he would probably be drowned in the water in less than half an episode. She didn't want Ning Jiumal to die in the palace drama before the strategy was completed. Chapter 1571. If it wasn't for the fact that she only had 1 year to complete the mission, she wouldn't have minded bringing Fool Ning along to fight in the palace. But time was too short, and she was too lazy to waste time. Ning Jiumal's eyes changed a few times, dark and hesitant. Finally, he tried to speak, suppressing the darkness in his voice and bringing out a hint of clumsy doubt. "We have to leave the palace. Do we have to?" His tone was like that of an immature child, asking why. It even had a hint of not wanting to leave the palace. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to hide from him. After all, it was too complicated for him to understand. So Wei Wei Bai said straightforwardly, "Yes, because if we don't leave, I can't protect you. I want to protect you from harm." Ning Jioma didn't expect her to be so straightforward. She wanted to protect him from harm. This reason made him dazed for a while. It had been too long since he heard this sentence. Ever since his mother's death, no one in the cold imperial palace had ever said those words to him again. These words stung him, making his eyes dry. Wei Wei Bai washed his feet, took a clean towel, and began to wipe his feet. While wiping, she said, "This palace will eat people. Your Highness, you are still innocent and don't know how to avoid it. I can't always watch over you. If one day you are taken away by a wolf, where can I find you?" After saying this, she paused for a moment before looking up at Ning Jioma. Her tone carried a sigh and was incomparably worried. "So, don't make me worry, Your Highness. Nothing can happen to you." She had never had any hierarchy. In fact, she had always been casual and bold towards him. She treated him as if she really treated him as a family member. Ning Jioma had never felt the feelings of a family member. But if he did, it might be the feeling Wei Wei Bai gave him at this moment. Ning Jioma's breathing deepened. He wanted to laugh at her naivety. He wouldn't leave this place, and he wouldn't be eaten by others. He was the one who ate people, and he wouldn't like her. His ambition was very high, and his status was also very high. He didn't want a little palace maid. Even if he wanted one, he wouldn't be as unreserved as she was. He should have killed her. The more people who died in this lousy cold palace, the safer he would be. His cold rationality told him this, but he didn't know why, but the sourness in his heart surged up one by one. Her words were meant for a fool like him. If he wasn't an idiot, would she not like him anymore? After Wei Wei Bai finished washing his feet, she covered him with a quilt and pushed him onto the bed. "Sleep, Your Highness." After saying that, she was also tired. She had been tormented to death today. The most important thing was that her favorable impression of him had dropped. Was it because her skills were so bad that the little fool couldn't enjoy it at all? Bai Weiwei hadn't taken more than a few steps when his hand was already firmly gripping her sleeve. Little Fool's hesitant voice came from behind. "You come up and sleep." Weiwei Bai didn't argue anymore. The big bed was very comfortable. So she turned around and threw herself onto the bed, directly onto Ning Jiuma. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened. Weiwei Bai laid on top of him and kissed the corner of his mouth. "Good night, Your Highness." After saying that, she flipped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over herself, and went to sleep. She was too lazy to play around with the strategy. She would continue tomorrow. Ning Jiuma stared at the top of the bed. After a while, he heard the sound of her sleeping breathing. Only then did he say those words in a low and hoarse voice. "How dare you, you are too presumptuous." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Chapter 1572. Ning Jiuma woke up and found Weiwei Bai in his arms. Images that he had never experienced before flashed through his mind. He blushed and carefully pulled up the blanket to cover her with more blankets. Awei's body was so beautiful. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze. Her hair was beautiful too. Her fingers were beautiful too. She was beautiful when she slept, and she was beautiful when she woke up. Suddenly, he felt that Wei was beautiful everywhere. When Ning Jiuma saw the first glimmer of light in the sky, his head felt heavy, but he was very excited. He slowly got up and smiled at her. Then he went out. Wei was tired, so he took over her work. He also knew how to boil water, and he also knew how to get food. Although Ning Jiuma was clumsy and muddle-headed, he didn't know why. Ever since he met Weiwei Bai, he had become more and more obedient. His mind seemed to be much clearer than before. If she improved a little every day, she might be able to catch up with Weiwei by one day. Ning Jiuma cheered himself on and then happily went out the door. The notification of favorability also rang out. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. The system said, "Ha, this is the feline disease's favorability increase." It opened its celestial eye and planned to follow the retarded male lead. After all, the male lead had many enemies now. If he wasn't careful, he would be gone. At that time, he would have to go and rescue them. It would be too troublesome. All of a sudden, the system heard the familiar ding sound of downloads reaching 100. Then came the side quest notification. Host, I have a little secret, a beautiful little secret, a cute little secret. The side quest was stuck and let out an indescribable scream. Wei Bai was so frightened that she sat up straight. Her hair was messy and she had panda eyes. What's wrong? Then she heard a side quest. Host, please find out the male lead's little secret within 3 days. If you fail, the host will go crazy together with the system. Wei Bai. What kind of secret was that? What do you mean by crazy together? The system explained, it's just that the male lead has a little secret. He needs you to complete the side mission within 3 days. If you can't complete it, the two of us will go crazy together. Wei Bai said, is he the same as retarding? The system said, if we're not as cute as him, we'll turn into those annoying retards who only know how to chuckle when they eat. Wei Bai was so scared that her back went numb. All the tiredness she had from fighting with Ning Jiumal was gone. Where's that idiot Ning? The system immediately went to find the male lead. I brought you some food, but I met his fiancée on the way. Wei Bai searched for information. It was the Prime Minister's daughter. When Consort Ro was young, she was favored. When the family was still doing well, Ning Jiumal was the crown prince. Therefore, the Prime Minister betrothed his only daughter to Ning Jiumal. But after Ning Jiumal was crippled and went crazy, the Prime Minister didn't mention it again because the Empress wanted to deal with Ning Jiumal. Only then did the Prime Minister remember that the engagement had not been annulled. Maybe yesterday's drug plan didn't work. Today, he sent his daughter to test the waters. Wei Bai put on her clothes and wooden clogs. She grabbed an umbrella and walked out. Ning Jiumal carried the food box in a daze. A few girls stopped him and didn't let him leave. He protected the food box helplessly. He didn't understand what the woman in front of him wanted to do. The woman in front of him was wearing a white dress and a white gauze hat. Her face was faintly discernible under the hat. A maid held an umbrella to block the rain. Chapter 1573. Ning Jiumal was surrounded by several maids as he stood alone in the rain. The lunchbox was wet, and Ning Jiumal used his robe to cover it. He was afraid that Wei Bai would wake up and see that the food was wet and couldn't eat it. Your Highness, my daughter earnestly requests Your Highness to cancel our engagement. Ning Jiumal's face was blank. Who is this? What engagement? When the woman in white saw his silly appearance, she was even more determined to break off this wrong marriage. How could she marry a fool? Her future was so bright that even the crown prince wanted to take her as his legal wife. How could she waste her life on an ugly fool like Ning Jiumal? Looking at the scar on Ning Jiumal's face, the woman frowned and disdain flashed in her eyes. Your Highness, why don't you give the handprint on this paper to His Majesty and ask him to cancel the engagement? A maid handed over a piece of paper. Ning Jiumal felt that these people were very strange, and he took a few steps back. The woman in white thought that he didn't want to cancel the engagement and was a little annoyed. Your Highness, do you love me so much that you're not willing to let go even at this point? Ning Jiumal finally heard something that he could understand. His eyelashes trembled and his eyes were soaked in the rain, looking exceptionally clear and beautiful. No, I don't love you. The woman in white curled her lips, but she didn't believe this sentence. She touched her hair confidently and said coldly, Your Highness, you said this because you know that you're not worthy of me. If you really like me that much, then let me be. It's impossible for us to be together in this lifetime. Ning Jiumal had a headache when he heard this long paragraph and could only choose what he could understand. If it wasn't for this period of time, he would have sobered up. He didn't even understand what love was. So he stammered, You're so ugly, I hate it. He said so with all his heart. The women and men here were all ugly. He didn't like them. The woman in white's smile froze. She was famous for her beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that the emperor was too old, she wouldn't be much worse than those favored concubines. But today, there was an ugly fool who dared to dislike her. The woman in white pointed stiffly. Someone chop off his finger and press the handprint. On that paper, it was written about Ning Jiuma's promiscuous harem, forcing the palace maids, and a series of false atrocities. Once he pressed the handprint, he would definitely die. Who didn't know that Ning Jiuma was dead? Therefore, it was just a formality to pin a crime on him. If the crown prince wasn't injured and angered the empress, this trashes as fools would be a joke. Now that he had offended the crown prince and the empress, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. The woman in white couldn't wait to sever all ties with this fool. This marriage was a disgrace to her. Ning Jiuma hugged the food box. When those maids tried to pull his hand, he couldn't avoid them at all, because if he dodged, the food in the box would fall out. What did Bai Weiwei eat after falling out? It was his first time getting food, so he couldn't drop it. Otherwise, Wei would feel that he was even more useless. A maid pulled out a dagger. The cold blade shone with a sharp white light in the rain. No matter how stupid Ning Jiuma was, he felt that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he turned to leave. The woman in white said coldly, "Don't let him run away. We have to solve this matter today. Don't waste any more time." Chapter 1574. If this matter was successful, she had officially entered the Empress's eyes. Her future marriage would definitely be the best if the Empress approved. By then, everyone would be envious of her. A satisfied smile appeared on the woman in white's face. Those maids rushed over. One of them held a dagger and had already ruthlessly chopped at Ning Jiuma's fingers. Ning Jiuma hurriedly protected the food box. What if the food spilled? That dagger was already close to his palm. Not to mention his fingers, even his palm would be chopped off. Suddenly, a stick fiercely and neatly knocked down the wrist of the maid holding the dagger. The sound of bones breaking was hair-raising. The maid let out a scream. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground and couldn't get up. The woman in white was shocked and immediately looked up. She saw an oil paper umbrella splashing down from the rain. Under the umbrella, a delicate and slender figure stood gracefully in the rain. Half of her face was exposed from under the umbrella. Her white skin was like snow, and her lips were bright. She was as delicate and beautiful as a begonia flower. The woman in white thought that her appearance was outstanding. She actually saw another woman with better appearance than her. Then, the woman in white suddenly saw that delicate woman who could be blown away by a gust of wind. She was actually holding a wooden stick in her hand. Weiwei Bai held the umbrella and the wooden stick in her hand. Her face was cold. "Your Highness, the rain is heavy. This servant is here to pick you up." She usually didn't call herself a servant. Today, in front of others, she gave Ning Jiuma enough face. Ning Jiuma didn't know what face was. His eyes turned red and he looked pitiful. "Away, the food is spilled." The dishes were all moved and a few dishes were spilled out. Ning Jiuma hugged the food box and stood in the cold wind and rain. He was so miserable that he looked like a little beggar begging for food. It was indescribably pitiful. Weiwei Bai slowly walked over. The maids were frightened by her neat stick and took a few steps back. People who were used to being a tyrant were the most timid. This was a strange scene. A delicate girl was holding an oil paper umbrella and strolling through the rain. She clearly had a damned graceful and fragile appearance. However, she was holding a fire stick in her hand, emitting a murderous aura. Weiwei Bai came in front of Ning Jiuma and raised her umbrella to cover his head. Ning Jiuma's eyelashes trembled. He hugged the food box and refused to let go. He seemed to know that he had done something wrong and didn't dare to look at her. Weiwei Bai sighed. "Without this servant, your Highness will be bullied again." Only then did Ning Jiuma feel wronged. He pursed his thin lips and said softly, "Wei, I don't like them. They're fierce." Weiwei Bai nodded in understanding. "Yes, your Highness, don't be afraid. We are fiercer than them." With that said, Weiwei Bai asked Ning Jiuma to hold the umbrella. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and the delicate look on her face changed. She held the fire stick and revealed a polite and kind smile. "I didn't know that there was a guest. I didn't treat you well. I didn't treat you well." With that said, she was very calm and ruthless. She knocked the head of the servant closest to her. She still held back, otherwise her head might have cracked. The girl in white's face was pale. "What are you doing?" "My father is the prime minister. Do you want to die?" Bai Weiwei walked all the way over. Like a watermelon, she knocked the maids until they lay on the ground, dripping with blood. She glanced at the girl in white who was holding the bloody fire stick and smiled in a friendly manner. "So, it's a distinguished guest. Then I'll treat you well." Chapter 1575. The maids she had served before were all lying on the ground, bleeding. She didn't know if they were still alive. The woman in white's legs went soft, and she immediately turned to run. Behind her, Bai Weiwei's eyes were quick as she grabbed her hat. The hat was thrown away, and the woman in white revealed a pitiful appearance. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear. Don't come over." The woman was so scared that she kept retreating. She didn't have the arrogant look of an evil person just now. On the contrary, Weiwei Bai was holding a weapon and looked more like a homicidal maniac. Weiwei by then remembered that this little bitch was Ning Jiuma's fiancée. She looked at Ning Jiuma very gently. "Your Highness, this is your fiancée. Do you need to let her go?" Ning Jiuma was dazed for a moment. His pure big eyes blinked and suddenly showed a trace of panic. "I didn't know. She harmed me, Weiwei." "Weiwei Bai?" ? Ning Jiuma's face was already pale. He tried to explain. "She's ugly. She's a bad person. She harmed me." Was he going to teach his fiancée a lesson? Weiwei Bai just thought this when Ning Jiuma rushed over. His face was red, and his thin lips were trembling. He was full of anxiety and finally squeezed out a sentence. My wife is you." "She's talking nonsense. How could someone be so bad? He already had a wife. How could others harm him? What if Wei misunderstood that he was looking for another wife? She wouldn't want him." Thinking of this, Ning Wang was about to cry. His face scrunched up in grievance, and tears rolled in his eyes. Weiwei Bai, although it was a sweet sentence, the favorability had dropped so much. Her heart didn't waver. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Weiwei Bai, 70? Because she was asleep, she didn't hear the favorability increase from 30 to 35, and then from 35 to 65 magically. So Weiwei Bai heard that it was 70. It was the scene of 30 jumping off a cliff to 70 and sitting on a rocket. She completely lost her temper. This lunatic, retard, and sick person's favorable impression of him increased. She really couldn't bring herself to be happy. Therefore, Weiwei Bai replied calmly and gently, "Yes, Your Highness, I understand." With that, she picked up the fire stick and was about to deal with Ning Jiuma's fiancée. In the end, he discovered that the woman in white had run away extremely quickly. There was no trace of her. Weiwei Bai felt that it was a pity. She threw away the fire stick and revealed a delicate smile. "Your Highness, I'm hungry. Let's return to the palace." Ning Jiuma hugged the food box and was in a daze for a moment before he finally realized that she wasn't angry. He immediately revealed a silly smile and passed the umbrella over her head. "Okay, Wei." With that, he held her hand and happily returned to the palace. Although some of the food was spilled, there was still a lot of it. Weiwei Bai was very calm. She calmly accompanied Ning Jiuma to eat dinner. Then she packed a package. There were several sets of clothes in the package. There was also some gold and silver from Ning Jiuma's secret room. In the eyes of the people in the palace, these gold and silver were not much. Not much at all, but it was enough for Bai Weiwei. Moreover, she had already planned out Ning Jiuma's future life for him. The system said that the supermarket had recently discounted a kind of intelligence-increasing drink. She asked the system to buy it and store it first. After a year, she would leave and give it to Fool Ning. That was because he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't starve to death by himself. As for Fool Ning's secret, although it was only 3 days, Weiwei Bai felt that it wouldn't be too late to ask him after they left the palace. Bai Weiwei was the type to do what she said. She pulled the adorable Ning Jiuma and went straight to the cold palace. In the cold palace, the system found a dog hole. After going through the dog hole, there was a secret passage left behind in the past. They could leave the palace by following the secret passage. It sounded simple because of the system's cheat. Those who didn't know this place, even the emperor, wouldn't be able to find it. She had sent the prime minister's daughter away so quickly because she knew that she could leave immediately. Otherwise, the Prime Minister's daughter would bring a large group of people to settle the score later. Her life was about to be lost. Who asked her to be a little palace maid in this world? She secretly brought Ning Jioma to the depths of the cold palace. Wei Wei Bai dug out the dog hole from a pile of miscellaneous things. Fortunately, she and Ning Jioma were thin and could squeeze through. Wei Wei Bai squatted down and observed the dog hole. "Your Highness, you crawl in first later." Behind her, Ning Jioma's voice came softly. "Do you want to elope with me so badly?" Wei Wei Bai struggled to push aside the miscellaneous things in the dog hole and answered casually, "If we don't elope, do you want to wait for your fiancée to come knocking on our door? She's bad and fierce. She's not good enough for you. Don't think about it." Her words were purely to comfort Fool Ning. Who knew if Fool Ning would suddenly think that the woman in white was very beautiful and change his mind and not leave the palace? But after saying that, Wei Wei Bai frowned. What the hell? Since when did idiot Ning speak so clearly and methodically? Behind her, his calm but oppressive voice came again. "So are you jealous?" Wei Wei Bai realized that something was wrong. Just as she was about to turn around, a brocade handkerchief covered her mouth and nose. The fragrance rushed into her nose, and she lost all her strength. The man behind her sighed and said, "Reckless and presumptuous. How can a woman like you be good enough for me?" Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 40. Chapter 1576. 40? Wei Wei Bai's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from anger. Then her delicate body was lifted up by him. In the dark, cold palace, a eunuch walked over and picked up the bundle. Then he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there isn't much." She didn't take much. "It's just your living expenses." Until the last moment, she was testing if this little palace maid was greedy. In the end, she risked her life and wasn't afraid of death. She just wanted to kidnap Ning Jioma. She wasn't moved by that huge amount of wealth at all. Ning Jioma lowered his head and saw Wei Wei by leaning softly against his chest with her eyes closed. She looked indescribably delicate, but he knew how strong she was. She had dealt with those palace maids just now. She really didn't want to live anymore. A little palace maid had offended the Prime Minister and the Empress. How could she live? At least she was smart enough to run with him. Unfortunately, his fingers gently caressed her pale face as he lowered his eyes to hide the darkness in them. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave this place, and she could only stay here, unable to go to the bustling town outside the palace that she had mentioned. Ning Jioma hugged Wei Wei Bai and looked coldly at the eunuch. The eunuch said respectfully, "Those palace maids have been killed and cleaned up." Chun Zili also fell into the water when she ran out of the palace. She was frightened and lost part of her memory. Chun Zili was that woman in white. She was also the Prime Minister's only daughter and had a marriage contract with him. Of course, this marriage contract was used to humiliate him and bring him danger. Nothing was of use. The so-called memory loss was just a forced removal of memories by drugging her. Ning Jioma carried her out of the cold palace slowly and said to the eunuch, "She dug this dog hole." The eunuch said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we have already sent someone to take a look." Ning Jioma said, "If it really leads to the outside of the palace, then block it first. Block this hole for me too. Don't let anyone find out." Everyone was well aware of the value of a secret passage leading to the outside of the palace. No wonder she kept saying that she wanted to take him away from here. He thought she was just stupid and didn't know how tight the security here was. With such a passageway, she could go anywhere. The eunuch opened an umbrella to cover the two of them and followed behind. "Your Highness, we are too eye-catching." If they returned to the Ning Wang Palace in such a grandiose manner, they would definitely not be seen by others. Ning Jioma glanced at the eunuch indifferently. "Go back to the Crown Prince's side and increase the dosage of the poison. Make him completely insane." The eunuch's body trembled, and a trace of astonishment finally appeared in his calm eyes. "Your Highness, it's too early." It was supposed to be the Empress and the forces of the imperial harem fighting to the death. Only then did His Highness begin to intervene, and the antidote hadn't been found yet. He could go crazy at any time, so now was not the best time to participate in the battle. If the crown prince became a fool, wouldn't the empress go crazy and investigate the source of the poison in the crown prince? At that time, Ning Jiuma might be implicated. Ning Jiuma's features were picturesque, but there was violence in his eyes. I can't bear it. It was a simple sentence that should be filled with sadness. But he said it like a cold blade, making people's backs numb. The eunuch stopped in his tracks and sighed faintly. Then this servant will arrange it. Immediately arrange for the Taoist priest. The army outside the palace also needs to step up their training and buy the best weapons. Chapter 1577. There was no need to worry about money. When Consort Ro died, a large amount of her family's wealth was missing, and this wealth was in Ning Jiuma's hands. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Jiuma couldn't find the antidote, he would be half crazy and half stupid. They wouldn't be bullied to this extent and not dare to say anything. To make everything go smoothly, they made Ning Jiuma lead such a miserable life. In the 2 to 3 months since Wei Wei Bai, the little palace maid, came, his master lived like a human. If he hadn't offended the prime minister today, he would know that the empress planned to kill Wei Wei Bai, even planned to escape with Ning Jiuma. They would probably endure it. After all, which one of the imperial harem was easy to get along with? They were all man-eating jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Now that all the plans were brought forward, it would be much harder. As the eunuch thought about it, his eyes turned cold. So what if it was hard? It was better to take a gamble than to fall into a desperate situation again. Ning Jiuma's eyes were cold and emotionless. He said, "You go first, I'll take her back." The eunuch couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, how are you going to deal with this palace maid? Would he be afraid that the plan would be exposed and directly kill her?" Ning Jiuma paused and was silent for a moment before looking back at him coldly. That gaze was as cold as ice. The eunuch immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to ask again. Ning Jiuma said, "Let the people at the stargazing observatory submit the letter of auspicious star, and then let the Taoist priest present me as an auspicious sign." The eunuch said, "It's too risky." This plan was too risky. If the emperor didn't believe it, he would kill Ning Jiuma. Ning Jiuma smiled coldly. "I know that old man who is afraid of death too well. His body is about to collapse. Didn't the imperial hospital send news that he vomited several mouthfuls of blood a few days ago when he woke up? The imperial doctors couldn't do anything. He was so afraid that he even killed a few palace maids. This kind of cowardly, cold-hearted, and selfish person. He really wanted to be an auspicious sign, as long as he could give the emperor a glimmer of hope of eternal life. Then that old man would be willing to believe anything." Ning Jiuma's eyes turned sinister when he thought of the emperor. How disgusting. The medicine given by the Taoist priest recently should be able to control my father's illness. He will definitely believe the Taoist priest's words. Coupled with the auspicious signs of the stars, he will definitely believe it. He wanted to become an auspicious sign, the hope of the emperor's longevity. Then, he returned to the imperial court as Prince Ning, who had regained consciousness. The eunuch replied, "Your illness." Ning Jiuma's face was still dark, but for some reason, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. He said softly, with her around, "When I go crazy, she can calm me down." When he was crazy, he would listen to her. This was a huge weakness for Ning Jiuma, but this weakness could be exploited. Ning Jiuma turned around. "You go first. I'll take her back." He clearly remembered how much he listened to her when he was a fool. All he had to do was tell her that when he was crazy, he had to pretend to be sober to fool people. Then he could hide this weakness of his insanity. Because when he felt that he was going crazy, his mind was also gradually becoming clear. Even if she couldn't act like a normal person, as long as Wei Wei Bai kept reminding and guiding her, it was still possible for him to maintain the facade of a normal person. As long as she was willing, she would be willing. Ning Jiuma took her back to the dilapidated palace and put her on the bed. At https://www.sashu.com/read at https://www.sashu.com read at https://m sashu Calm. Chapter 1578. Then he sat by the bed and looked at her expressionlessly, waiting for her to wake up. He shouldn't have started his plan so early. The antidote was still his obstacle. But when she took him out of the palace, his first reaction wasn't to kill her. Instead, he wanted to kill Chinzili and the maids to prevent the prime minister from taking revenge on the little maid. And by doing so, he forced himself to the point where he couldn't survive without fighting in the palace. Ning Jimal looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. He was awake more and more often. During the day, he would wake up from time to time. Not to mention at night, he was awake the whole night. The medicine seemed to be weakening, but he knew that as long as he couldn't find the antidote, it was not impossible for him to go completely insane when the effects of the drug came back one day. After all, he had studied this medicine for a while. If he found out that there was no antidote, many people would die. Even if they didn't die, they would go crazy in the end without a trace of consciousness. Ning Jiuma thought about how he might go completely crazy in the future and frowned in annoyance. Back then, the one who poisoned him and his mother was the Empress. But he had been a spy around the Empress for so many years, but he had never seen the Empress with the antidote. Even the Empress didn't use the same poison to kill people. This poison was so effective, but the Empress had never used it a second time. So he asked someone to poison the Crown Prince. Today, the Empress should find out that the poison in the Crown Prince was the same as his. As long as she took out the antidote and saved the Crown Prince, he could get the antidote. Ning Jiuma thought coldly. In the dark shadow, his face didn't have a trace of innocence. It was full of scheming and sinister coldness. Half of his face was disfigured, making him look more like a demon. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something. His eyelashes moved and his eyes trembled. Then, he met a pair of clear eyes. Wei Wei Bai didn't know when she woke up. She stared at him blankly for a while. Tongzi, I didn't expect Ning Jiuma to be transmigrated. The system, no. Wei Wei Bai was deep in thought. Rebirth? The system, no. Wei Wei Bai, playing dumb. Without waiting for the system to say anything, she denied it again. It's not that real. Then, did he suddenly become clear-headed? The system continued. Keep guessing. We're very close to the side quest. Wei Wei Bai and the system tried their best to guess the side quests. Ning Jiuma saw that she was silent for a long time and thought that she was frightened. He reached out as if he wanted to touch her. But in the next moment, Wei Wei Bai's eyes were clear and alert. She reached out and grabbed his wrist, coldly saying each word. Who are you? These words were steady and heavy. There was even a hint of killing intent. It seemed that to her, he was not Ning Jiuma, but an imposter. She was just a little palace maid who had no respect for her superiors. She even felt that he wasn't Ning Jiuma and even had killing intent. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but when he saw the unfamiliar and cold emotions in her eyes, he became annoyed and flung her hand away. What's wrong? You don't kneel and salute your master when you see him. Instead, you have a cold face. What kind of servant are you? As soon as he said this, Wei Wei Bai's pupil shrank. She jumped up and threw herself at Ning Jiuma. She was so strong that she flipped Ning Jiuma over on the bed. The bed fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai sat on Ning Jiuma's body and reached out to rub his face. Tell me, who are you? How dare you pretend to be my King Ning? Where did you hide my King Ning, you assassin? Chapter 1579. She grabbed his neck with one hand and used the other hand to pinch his face with all her might. This disguise mask is really good. If you don't return His Highness today, this old lady will make you die without a burial place. Ning Jiuma had imagined thousands of images of her waking up, seeing him become smart and sober up. She would definitely be frightened and then moved. Then, she would be even more devoted to him. Even if he was stupid, she would like him so much. If he wasn't stupid, wouldn't she love him so much that she would go crazy? But what was going on? She was actually suppressing him? Ning Jiuma said in a muffled voice, impudent. Let me go. I am Ning Jiuma. Wei Wei Bai was incomparably cold. You bastard, His Highness isn't as repulsive as you. He is such a pure and cute person. How can he look like you? After saying that, she pulled out the hairpin in her hair and pointed it at his neck. Speak. Where did you hide him? If you don't speak, I will skin you. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened as he looked at her in disbelief. Wasn't she very gentle? Every time he woke up and thought about it, she would treat him so gently. Even when she spoke to him, she didn't raise her voice. Even if there was no difference in status, he felt that this little palace maid was still delicate and cute. But once she felt that he wasn't Ning Jiuma, why was she like a bandit? Ning Jiuma was frightened, but he couldn't break free from her hand. She was strong enough to strangle a pig to death. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes, and the hairpin was about to pierce his neck. Ning Jiuma's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He looked at her blankly. Wei, you seem to have just woken up and didn't know what happened. Why did Wei want to kill him? Wei Wei Bai. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. It seemed that Ning Jiuma's sudden change made her very uncomfortable. Ning Jiuma asked stupidly, Wei, did I do something wrong? You want to hit me? The hairpin in her hand touched his neck. The cold pain made him feel innocent and sad. Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled, and she immediately threw the hairpin away. She immediately reached out to touch his neck, her eyes red. Your Highness, are you all right? You were possessed by a wandering ghost just now. I've already scared it away. You're finally back. She cried as she spoke. Her delicate and cute face was filled with fear after despair. It was as though she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead now, that he was no longer an idiot. Ning Jiuma's eyes were clear and cold. He suddenly realized that Wei Wei Bai had always liked him. Could it be that he was stupid? Was that why she had such a huge reaction when he woke up? The system was dumbfounded. Host, what are you doing now? Wei Wei Bai cried and said, I have to put on an act to let him know that my feelings are loyal. If I change my attitude when he changes his personality, wouldn't that be flip-flopping? Moreover, she liked Fool Ning. She finally saw through it. Ning Soming's favorability was only 40. Fool Ning's favorability was 70. Fool Ning's favorability was so high. Ning Jiuma saw her lowering her body and crying. She was clearly worried about him, but he was getting more and more irritated. He even hated her attitude. Why did she like him when he was stupid? If he wasn't stupid, she would kill him? So the person she liked was actually a fool? Ning Jiuma's teeth were about to bleed when he thought of this. Suddenly, he frowned and his brain started to hurt. The poison was acting up again. His hand clutched Wei Wei Bai's clothes tightly. A trace of unwillingness flashed past his eyes. Wei, why is your interest so unique? He didn't like the smart one, but she liked the stupid one. There was something wrong with her brain, too. Ning Jiuma was filled with anger and unwillingness. He finally couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled. Ding, the male lead's favorability is 70. Wei Wei Bai and the system understood. Ning Jiuma was stupid again. / Chapter 1580. Wei Wei Bai had probably guessed a side mission. So after Ning Jiuma was poisoned, the poison didn't turn him into a complete idiot. Instead, it turned him into a half-idiot, and he would occasionally come back to life? System, he comes back to life every day, you just don't know. It listened to the male lead every day, and his favorability jumped up and down. It couldn't remind the host who slept like Zhu Beiji that the target's favorability jumped off a cliff again. Wei Wei Bai looked at Ning Jiuma, who was lying flat. He seemed to be struggling with something. His beautiful brows were furrowed, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He reached out as if he wanted to grab something. Wei Wei Bai calmly reached out her hand. Ning Jiuma held her hand tightly. His eyelashes were sweaty, and he finally opened his eyes, looking at her with his beautiful wet eyes. Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with hesitation and doubt, but more than that, she felt heartache. What's wrong, Your Highness? Ning Jiuma looked at her blankly, then suddenly got up and hugged her. He rested his head on her shoulder and rubbed his face against her neck, almost crying. I dreamed that you didn't want me. The doubt in Wei Wei Bai's eyes didn't disappear, but it didn't stop her from comforting him softly. Your Highness, how could I not want you? The bad guys took you away. You're safe now, it's okay. Wei Wei Bai had some guesses in her heart. When Ning Jiuma was stupid, he didn't remember that he was smart. But the smart Ning Jiuma probably remembered him when he was a fool. So now when she was going to attack Ning Jioma, she had to consider whether Ning Tsongming could see it. The fear in Ning Jioma's eyes slowly faded. Her soft and warm body dispersed the uneasiness in his heart. Aren't we leaving? Wei Wei Bai frowned. She was very patient. The weather is bad. We have to leave in a few days. Her words made Ning Jioma smile through his tears. Wei, you're so nice. He foolishly thought that Wei was really nice. Wei Wei Bai released him and stared at him blankly for a while before reaching out to touch his face. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Let me get some water to wash your face. Ning Jioma immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. When he was in a daze, he was really obedient. More importantly, her favorable impression of him was at 70. Bai Weiwei even considered whether or not to give him more poison, so that he would become a complete fool. This way, that eyesore Ning Shirsi wouldn't have to come out. The system seemed to have seen through Weiwei Bai's evil thoughts. It felt that its host was becoming more and more like a villain. What was going on? Idiot Ning Ba. I'm saying that although the male lead is easier to capture if he's an idiot, the male lead has a destiny line. If you poison him, you'll be struck by lightning. Weiwei Bai said indifferently, You're lying. Yes, it was a lie. The male lead did indeed have the Fate King Dao line. Anyone who tried to forcefully change it would die. Only Weiwei Bai was fine no matter how she changed it. If she really poisoned Ning Jioma, the lightning wouldn't strike her. Because every time Yi Yushuan's Fate King Dao line was destroyed by Weiwei Bai, a good heaven's pride met Weiwei Bai. He became the heaven's bane every time. If he was struck by lightning every time, it and its host would become a power plant. Weiwei Bai saw the system's worry. Don't worry, I won't poison you. Am I the kind of person who would do anything for favorability in your eyes? Chapter 1581. System, it was true. Weiwei Bai was also embarrassed for a while before forcibly changing the topic. Isn't the side mission supposed to be completed? Why aren't you saying anything? The system heard it and agreed. Wasn't the side mission supposed to be completed? Why aren't you saying anything? The system turned its head and saw the 7 words hanging on the side quest in bright red. Download failed. Please refresh. What the hell? It was the system's first time seeing a side mission stuck and had to be refreshed before it could be activated. The system said, It seems to be stuck. I will refresh and the mission will be reactivated. Then it will tell you that the side mission has been completed. Ning Jioma's secret. It must be completed. So the system and the host were very calm and pretended to be cool as they waited for the refresh result. Refresh successful. Ding, side mission cleared. Download again. This time, the system was more careful and waited until the download was 100% complete before it pressed confirm. Then the side mission was successfully activated. Dear, you have successfully activated the side mission of this plane. The system nodded to the host and was ready to accept the joy of completing the mission. I want to fight in the cold wind and rain. I want to fight in the warm spring. I want to fight in the dream of a golden millet. Congratulations to the host for activating the side mission of Palace Intrigue. Please successfully fight for the position of Empress and motherly model of the world. The system and Weiwei Bai. Mission time lifetime. The main mission only had a year's time. What was the use of a lifetime for the side mission? It had to be solved within a year. Before Weiwei Bai could complain, the punishment came. Side mission failed. Please experience the scene of a eunuch with the system 100 times. Eunuch with the eunuch. The system trembled and immediately covered its lower part. Weiwei Bai was confused. What the hell? Isn't the side mission completed? The system immediately flipped through the information and then said as if it was struck by lightning. It's like this. The side mission we downloaded earlier seemed to be stuck. So after refreshing it, it changed. Yes, it was like when we refreshed the page. It was too long ago. The content of the page might have changed when we refreshed it. The side mission was the same. Because it had been too long, the new side quests were overwritten by the old ones as soon as they refreshed. Weiwei Bai said, No, I've completed my mission. The system replied, It's gone. The old quest was gone, so it was useless to complete it, because someone new had arrived. Weiwei Bai felt like she was about to vomit blood. She clutched her heart and leaned against the wall. In other words, I still have to complete a side mission. The system covered its pants and trembled. If we don't complete it, we'll become eunuchs. Wei Wei Bai said, this punishment doesn't seem that bad. Compared to mental retardation, he was crazy. Cutting off the eunuch's power was a piece of cake, because she had nothing to cut off at all. The system replied, hee hee, you'll grow them back. Wei Wei Bai, the system said, the punishment scene is very realistic. It's to punish you. If you don't have a little penis, then I'll let you grow one first. Then I'll do it 100 times. Wei Wei Bai, it was better to be crazy. This side mission was so crazy that it suddenly crossed the line of human morality. Growing a penis 100 times and then doing it 100 times was terrifying. Wei Wei Bai said, be the empress? You want me to attack Ning Jiuma's father while attacking Ning Jiuma? Download the at https://m Sashu com button at the bottom to record your reading record. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 1582. When the side mission was released. Wasn't she embarrassed? Such a heavy and ethical side mission. Shouldn't it be blocked? The system flipped through the information. You just need to be the empress for a day. Wei Wei Bai said, how can I become the empress in a year's time? Just tell me if you want to punish me. Even if she was a fairy, she couldn't do such a thing. The system said, isn't the main point? Do you still want to woo the male lead? Why did the host accept the father-son strategy so easily? Shouldn't she struggle a little? Ding, the system has sent a Children's Day gift. Do you accept? Children's Day came after the New Year. The system's programs were strangely smooth. The system said, most of the gifts are lollipops or balloons. They're not useful or harmful. It was used to celebrating holidays in the system's world. Wei Wei Bai was a little curious. She accepted the gift. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Palace Intrigue gift pack. You're a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city or an emperor. To any emperor, you are the white moonlight, the cinnabar mole, the cute little sweetheart, and the peerless beauty in their hearts. Gift name, Emperor's Love. Wei Wei Bai and the system were speechless. They suddenly felt that the side mission was very simple. Wei Wei Bai said, once I get Ning Jiuma's favorability to 100, I'll use this to fool the old emperor. I'll be the empress for a day, and the mission will be complete. With the gift, it was easy to fool the emperor. She didn't even need to woo the emperor or get too close to him. Just a smile could solve the side mission. Otherwise, she would rather get rid of 100 times because the emperor was too ugly. He was already in his 50s. She didn't want to see such an old target. The system was silent for a long time. Well, once the gift is opened, it can't be put back. So don't let the emperor see it. He'll feel like he found the love of his life when he sees you. The system's gift was very effective. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the wall and was silent for a long time before she said, forget it. I'll hide in this cold palace and get Ning Jiuma's favorability to 100. Everything else was empty. 100 favorable impression points was the most important. Wei Wei Bai immediately rubbed her face and got to work. When she returned with the water, she saw Ning Jiuma sitting on the bed, hugging his bent legs and looking down with his innocent eyes. He pursed his lips, and his eyes were hazy with depression. Suddenly, he looked up and saw her, and his eyes lit up. Wei, you're back. Ning Jiuma hurriedly got off the bed and ran to her barefooted. He laughed like a silly boy. When Wei Wei Bai saw that his favorable impression of her was 70, she felt assured and helped him wash his face, hands, and feet. Being a perfect mother was the most suitable for a little fool. As expected, the uneasiness in Ning Jiuma's heart disappeared. He obediently and happily followed her arrangements. There was only one thought in his mind. It was good that Ao Wei did not abandon him. His Ao Wei was the best. Today was a very relaxing day. Wei Wei Bai didn't give fool Ning any pressure, but she would occasionally look at him with a sad and puzzled look. Before going to bed, Wei Wei Bai took a stack of red bean cakes. The sticky red bean paste was very sweet in the mouth. Ning Jiuma ate a piece. Suddenly, he reached out and stuffed a piece into Wei Wei Bai's mouth. Wei eat too. His fingers brushed against her lips. It was softer and sweeter than the red bean paste. Chapter 1583. Ning Fool didn't know why, but those happy and intense scenes flashed through his mind. Ah Wei's beautiful skin was dyed red, just like a flower in the rain. The bright red color was very beautiful. Wei Wei Bai naturally ate the red bean cake, the tip of her tongue licking the sweetness on her lips. There was a touch of red. It was actually much more delicious than the red bean paste. Ning Jiuma's face was red. His breathing was a little rushed as he lowered his head. He helplessly grabbed his clothes, feeling that he was starting to feel strange again. He secretly glanced at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai also looked up at him, the two of them meeting eyes. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly. Ning Jiuma's heart skipped a beat, the heat in his heart coming out. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 75. Wei Wei Bai's smile didn't change as she lowered her head to do her needlework. Then she heard the favorability notification. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 40. Wei Wei Bai. Ning Shirsi is here again. She really wanted to poison him. Wei Wei Bai thought brightly and sadly. Suddenly, her chin was lifted by a finger. She was at a loss for a moment. But she saw Ning Jiuma looking at her with burning eyes. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Ah Wei." Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, but very quickly, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Then she said, "Who exactly are you?" Ning Jiuma pursed his lips. She could actually see that he wasn't a fool. Wei Wei Bai saw that he didn't answer. She anxiously picked up the scissors in the basket and said to him, "Are you a wandering ghost that has attached to my highness?" Ning Jiuma saw that her eyes were so cold, her expression murderous. His heart was filled with anger. It was suffocating. Even when she was in a daze, she actually thought that he was a wandering ghost. Ning Jiuma said in a huff, "I'm a wandering ghost? You're blind. If there really is a wandering ghost, it's that fool." When he thought of how stupid he was, Ning Jiuma felt sullen and embarrassed. He felt like he was looking at his own dark history every day. He couldn't wait to bury his stupid self alive. Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled when she heard his words. She didn't dare to believe it. He's a wandering ghost? When Ning Jiuma saw her like this, he almost wanted to lie to her maliciously. That's right. Everyone has 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. That fool will become a fool if he loses some of his spiritual and physical souls. He must have become like this because he lost his spiritual and physical souls when he possessed someone. Bai Weiwei trembled. Ning Jiuma viciously cursed her to lack a soul. Okay? Her shocked expression made Ning Jiuma feel less stifled. He reached out his hand and gently touched his face. "This is my body, my face. That idiot, His Highness, is the wild ghost that has taken over my body. I have been oppressed and bullied by him for so many years. Why can't I find my own body?" In the end, he was about to believe his nonsense. His TT. He resented himself for being stupid. Wei Wei Bai held the scissors with a strange expression. The scissors in her hand trembled. Suddenly, she asked softly, "Is he still here?" Ning Jiuma frowned. "What?" "Wei Wei Bai, is the ghost in your body still here?" Her voice was heavy, with a sense of sadness and depression. Ning Jiuma stared at her silently for a while, then suddenly said mockingly, "Why? You don't like that fool, right? So what if he's not here?" Chapter 1584. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to be blinking helplessly, trying to force back the tears in her eyes. This pitiful and cute look. It made Ning Jiuma feel that there was no point in bullying her, and he had been a fool for too long. He actually made up such nonsense to fool people. He was getting more and more childish. Ning Jiuma was about to tell the truth, but he saw the scissors in Wei Wei Bai's hand turn around and stab her own neck. Ning Jiuma's pupils constricted. He immediately pounced over and grabbed her hands tightly. He knew that she was very strong. If he didn't use all his strength, he couldn't stop her at all. "What are you doing?" Ning Jiuma felt that she was crazy. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were still misty, but her eyes were unusually cold. "He's a ghost. I'm just going to accompany him as a ghost." Her words were soft, but her tone was too harsh. Ning Jiuma had just spat out a mouthful of malice, but he was choked back by her behavior. She was too strong. Even if he used all his strength, the scissors were still stabbing her neck bit by bit. She wasn't joking. She really wanted to kill him. Ning Jiuma stared at her for a while. Suddenly, he became fierce and wanted to snatch the scissors from her hand. He really couldn't say that the fool was also him. He had just teased her, and now he was begging for mercy. He was too cowardly. Ning Jiuma held back his pride and tried to snatch her scissors with all his might. But Wei Bai refused to let go. She still moved the scissors bit by bit, and the sharp part of the scissors touched her own neck. It was about to leave a bloody mark on her slender and fragile neck. Ning Jiuma's voice trembled. He's still here. He hasn't dissipated. Wei Bai's fingers weakened. Ning Jiuma's eyes turned sharp. He took the opportunity to snatch the scissors. Then he threw the scissors out of the door. Wei Bai's hands were empty as Ning Jiuma held them. Her eyes reddened as she asked in disbelief, "Aren't you awake?" The corner of Ning Jiuma's mouth twitched. She actually believed that he was a wandering ghost when he was in a daze. Who would believe such lies? Had she been hit in the head by a door? Or was he a country bumpkin who entered the palace? Was his brain so simple? Ning Jiuma was really afraid of her behavior. He gritted his teeth and said, "Very good. He comes out in the day to snatch my body, little fool." Even when he felt that he was stupid, he was not as stupid as this little fool. She had been fooled by him. Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying strangely, "Why do I feel like you're the wandering ghost? Which wandering ghost would come out in the day?" Ning Jiuma, can't we get over this idiotic topic of wandering ghosts? Wei Bai didn't insist on an answer. Instead, she used all her strength to pull her hands back from his, and then her voice softened. "Then don't hurt him." Her current appearance did not have the slightest bit of the ferocious look from before. She was clearly delicate and weak, but he didn't know where she got her strength from. Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. "You like that fool so much." Wei Bai lowered her eyes. When she heard his question, her fair face suddenly turned red, and she looked as beautiful as a begonia flower. She snorted coldly. "He's my husband." Ning Jiuma was holding her hand, but now it was empty. He bent his fingers and his eyes darkened. "Husband. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. // transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here." You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 1585. Suddenly, what happened in the secret room that day flashed through his mind. Her back was as beautiful as a plate, and her weak body was as soft as a willow, clinging to him without letting go. After that day, she softly whispered 2 words into his ear. "Husband." How was she worthy? Even if he had fallen to this point, he wouldn't have to marry a palace maid as his first wife. Wei Bai turned around in annoyance and picked up the unfinished needlework. "My mother said that a girl has to be faithful to her husband. He is the husband I want." Ning Jiuma was silent. The candlelight flickered. Wei Bai was too lazy to give him a good look and continued to sew the clothes. These were the clothes she made for him. The brand new fabric was something that she had gotten from her aunt, who was in charge of fabric, with a sweet smile on her face. In this cold and detached palace, when the cold wind blew, the windows would creak. But when did the candlelight here become so warm? The tables and chairs were so clean. The mattress was also like this, soft and comfortable. Even he was as clean and comfortable as these things. His long hair wasn't dirty at all. It was the same flower-scented shampoo that she used to wash her hair. So the two of them smelled very similar. She felt that he wasn't that fool. So when she sewed the clothes, she didn't even look at him. Sitting by the light, she lowered her eyes slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Her slender fingers held the needle beautifully, sewing a man's clothes line by line. Ning Jiuma sat at the side, his anxious heart calming down. His life had been full of ups and downs, but he had never had such a warm moment. She was good to him. No matter how vicious his heart was, he knew. But this kind of good was when he was stupid. So when he thought of her when he was sober, there was always a hazy veil between them. In the end, there was still a layer. But now, he felt it very emotionally. Unfamiliar and strange. Not bad. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. Wei Wei Bai said to the system. In the end, he is still a person. Once my mother gets up, even if he is smart, his favorability will still increase. Ning Jioma saw that she thought of something and suddenly smiled, gentle and charming. He was stunned for a while, then thought that she was good to him. But it was because he was a fool. The tranquility in his heart was chased away by frustration. He smiled coldly. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 40. By Wei Wei, it's still better for idiot Ning. I'll still use poison BA. The system cut the red. The reason he is not drooling now. If the poison was deep enough, then was Ning. The two of them sat down. Ning Jioma stared at her. His relaxed gaze gradually darkened and finally turned cold. She didn't even look at him. Humph. He was not looking at her either. Ning Jioma turned around and walked to the window, opening it. The eunuch squatted under the window and said softly, Your Highness, the Empress has started to deal with you. You have to be careful these few days. The Empress will probably find a reason to throw you into prison. Ning Jioma's eyes were dark. He suddenly said, Louder. The eunuch was stunned, but he still raised his voice. Ning Jioma's back was facing Wei Wei Bai, and he revealed a scheming smile. Chapter 1586. Then he said, The Empress wants to kill me. Even if I escape thousands of miles away, I can't escape from her. I can only fight to the death with her. The eunuch was stunned. Why did he feel that His Highness was being silly? Of course, they could only fight to the death with the Empress. But His Highness had always been tolerant and cold. He didn't speak much, but when he did, it was all about various plans. His Highness's words seemed to be directed at someone. The eunuch immediately reacted and said to the little palace maid. He immediately nodded and said to his master, Your Highness, we can't escape, and you're not in good health. If you leave the palace, you'll definitely die. When he said that he would definitely die, suddenly there was a cry of alarm from behind. It was Wei Wei Bai's voice. Ning Jioma immediately returned to his senses, afraid that something would happen to her. But he saw Wei Wei Bai frowning and staring at her finger. There was blood on it. It was pricked by a needle. She glared at him fiercely, then lowered her head and sucked the blood into her mouth. Her moist lips were like the softest petals, holding the blood. It was such a simple action. But Ning Jioma couldn't return to his senses for a long time. The eunuch behind him didn't understand and shouted, Your Highness. Ning Jioma was shocked and immediately returned to his senses, suppressing his unstable breathing. He put his hand on the window and said in a low voice, Get lost. The eunuch immediately saw that something was wrong. He didn't dare to say anything, let alone say anything. After the poison was successful, the Empress went crazy and smashed things. Now, she was venting her anger on everyone. She was so angry that she didn't even want to let Ning Jioma off. The Empress didn't care who made the crown prince crazy. She just wanted to vent her anger, so anyone could become a ghost under her feet. And Ning Jioma's people were waiting calmly, waiting until she couldn't take it anymore. Take out the antidote. His son was driven crazy. If there was an antidote, he would definitely take it out. The Empress only had one son, the crown prince. Without him, the rest of her life would be over. Could she rely on her family for a lifetime? Rely on her son's talent? The harem was such a cruel place. The eunuch thought of the little palace made by Prince Ning's side. She was small and weak. She smiled sweetly, which softened everyone's heart. How could Ning Wang not be moved when they were together day and night? The eunuch immediately suppressed this thought and guessed King Ning's thoughts so casually. Was he courting death? The eunuch immediately scampered away in fear and trepidation, not daring to look back even half a glance. Ning Jioma closed the window and his breathing finally stabilized. But when he looked up, he saw that Wei Wei Bai was already standing in front of him. Her eyes were filled with worry. The Empress wants to kill you? Ning Jioma smiled coldly. Didn't you hear it? He wanted her to hear him on purpose. He wanted her to know how difficult her situation was. As expected, Wei Wei Bai became anxious. Can't we escape? Escape with me. I know, the cold palace. Ning Jioma glanced at her indifferently. His voice was deep and cold. No, I'm a prince. I'll be caught no matter where I go. I can't escape. Escaping means death. Wei Wei Bai stopped breathing, and her face turned pale. If you die, Ning Jioma deliberately slowed down his tone. If I die, those wandering ghosts will have no body and their souls will scatter. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. Her face was pale. Then you can't die. Ning Jioma's lips curled up, revealing a smug smile. He was really addicted to bullying her. If I don't want to die, there's only one way. /save button next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 1587. Wei Wei Bai asked curiously, what method? Ning Jioma lowered his voice. Fight. Fight. Ning Jioma also wanted to be the empress. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly drove the side mission out of her mind. Ning Jioma said, I need to become the crown prince. That way, no one can kill me, including that fool you like. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip. Under the light, her big eyes were a little dazed. To her, being the crown prince might be a very distant identity. She was just a little palace maid who had just entered the palace. Ning Jiuma's heart softened. You don't want your fool to be bullied all the time, right? Wei Wei Bai's eyes sharpened. I will protect him. Ning Jiuma sneered. Oh, how? The empress wants to kill me now, which is equivalent to killing him. What's the use of your identity? Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale, but she couldn't refute. Ning Jiuma's voice softened. It's like this here. If I become the crown prince in the future and my body recovers, that fool of yours might be able to come out. I will have someone do a ritual to let him possess a dead person and let him come back to life so that he can fly together with you. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up as if there were stars in them. She revealed a surprised smile. Really? Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before saying slowly, Yes, really. I'm really lying to you. Wei Wei Bai immediately suppressed her smile. I won't ask for much. It's fine as long as he's still here. How do you want me to help you? Why was she so gullible? No wonder she liked him when he was a fool. She was a fool too. A little fool and a big fool. A match made in heaven. Ning Jiuma suppressed this absurd thought and immediately said, He has occupied my body for a long time, but he's a fool. He can't make me the crown prince. The crown prince can't be a fool. Wei Wei Bai nodded in agreement. Yes, what you said makes sense. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, in her soft eyes. This made Ning Jiuma's male self-esteem inflate. He was so outstanding that the little palace maid began to worship him. Ning Jiuma put his hand on her shoulder and said encouragingly, So you have to teach a fool to become a crown prince and let him pretend to be a normal person. Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes, grabbed his hand, and flung it away. She then wiped her fingers with a handkerchief in disdain. Then promise me, when you become the crown prince, you will return my highness. Ning Jiuma. How good is he when he's silly? How good is he? He was such an outstanding and intelligent man, but she liked him when he was silly. It was not wrong to say that she was stupid. Ning Jiuma snorted coldly. Do you think everyone is like you, loving that fool? Wei Wei Bai put her hands on her hips and said, I like it. You're jealous. Ning Jiuma's mouth was blocked by her, and he was furious. I'm jealous. You two are a fool and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two are a match made in heaven. Don't harm others. Wei Wei Bai sneered. I think you're the lonely ghost who can only come out at night. If you're not a ghost, then what are you? Ning Jiuma said, Besides, I'll make that fool's soul disappear. Wei Wei Bai immediately covered her mouth and puffed it up like a live frog. Ning Jiuma finally reacted. He had actually lowered himself to the point of bickering with a palace maid. And it was so childish. He always planned to take the throne, drive the crown prince crazy, and kill the empress. Manage the court and train the army. But in the end, he was so stupid to argue with Wei Wei Bai about such a childish thing. Chapter 1588. Ning Jiuma's face turned black and white. He felt that when he was sober, he was no different from a fool. He flung his sleeves and climbed onto the bed angrily. With his back facing Wei Wei Bai, he glared fiercely at the bed curtain, as though he wanted to bore a hole through it. Wei Wei Bai didn't talk to him anymore. She packed up her needles and folded her clothes. Then, she blew out a few candles and took out a blanket. She placed it on the small bed and climbed onto it to sleep. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, Ning Jiuma always has a favorability of 40. I miss my 75. The system looked at the red line. It was cut halfway and thickened again. This red line would cause the side mission to malfunction. It had to be cut. The chainsaw kept cutting. The system took out a stone drill. Wait, diamonds? The system thought. How many life points could it sell? Then it started to buckle the diamonds. It's okay. Without the antidote, he will come back at 75. The poison acted up repeatedly. Without the antidote, Ning Jiuma couldn't really be normal. Wei Wei Bai was comforted. She didn't need to dump Ning Shirsi. As long as idiot Ning came out, she could just do her best to win him over. Wei Wei Bai was sleepy again. She closed her eyes to sleep. The lone lamp flickered. In the darkness, a hand was holding a handkerchief with a bewitching scent, just as it was about to cover her mouth and nose. Bai Weiwei opened her eyes warily and firmly clasped his hand. Ning Jiuma gasped, and the handkerchief in his hand fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai flipped over and got up. Her eyes were bright and clear. What are you doing? Ning Jiuma was shocked. He pursed his lips awkwardly, but didn't want her to find out. He couldn't sleep and could only hug her to sleep. It was such a cowardly thing. Ning Jiuma was speechless. Wei Wei Bai frowned and was about to say something. Ning Jiuma suddenly squatted down and hugged her slender waist. He said aggrievedly, "Ah Wei, why aren't you on the bed? I'm having nightmares." Wei Wei Bai looked at the mentally retarded version of Ning Jiuma. Stop pretending, big brother. The favorable impression points have betrayed you. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before reaching out to gently stroke his hair. Your Highness, you're awake. These words seemed to have a double meaning. Ning Jiuma also reacted. The one in her mouth had woken up. The fool she liked was back. Ning Jiuma had already played dumb, so he could only play dumb to the end. If he was exposed, he would lose face. Hence, Ning Jiuma did not complain and rubbed against her thigh. The faint fragrance on her body made his body stiffen. Wei Wei Bai's hand also changed from probing to a gentle touch. Your Highness, I will protect you, she said softly. She had said this before, but this time, the weight was heavier than ever. If he was stupid, he probably wouldn't even understand what she was saying. But he was awake and could hear the trembling in her voice. She knew fear too. He thought she was reckless and lawless. Ning Jiuma smiled disdainfully. He was afraid that she would contradict him again. If she didn't hug his thigh, she would regret it in the future. Wei Wei Bai said lightly, Okay, Your Highness, let's go to bed. A simple sentence, as pure as water. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a while before nodding blankly and letting her lead him to bed. Wei Wei Bai covered him with a blanket, combed his hair, and gently pressed his eyes with her soft fingers. Sleep, I'm here. Her gentle murmur and her lowered face gave off a warm and gentle feeling in the dim light. Chapter 1589. Ning Jiuma's breathing stopped for a moment. He suddenly opened his eyes and pretended to be in a daze. Wei Wei Bai also lay down quietly, leaning on his arm and closing her eyes. Not long after, she fell asleep without any warning. Ning Jiuma stared at the top of the bed before daring to turn his head and look at her. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch the tip of her nose. Why are you leaning over when you're a fool? I really don't know what you're thinking. If I'm really a fool, you'll suffer in the future. Marrying a fool as a husband. How could a woman be happy? Ning Jiuma's body stiffened when he thought of this. What was he thinking? What husband? He was infected by Wei Wei Bai's stupidity. Ning Jiuma immediately retracted his hand, pulled the blanket, and went to sleep. But not long after, he popped his head out from under the blanket and carefully pulled the blanket up a little, covering her with it. She said she would protect him, but she couldn't even take care of herself. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 45. When he woke up the next day, Fool Ning was back. He looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze and found that she was looking at him. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai leaned over and kissed him heavily on the cheek. You're awake, Your Highness. Ning Jiuma's face turned red. When the red reached his ears, he obediently said, Wei Wei Bai was in a good mood. because the favorability was at 75. What a beautiful number. Wei Wei Bai energetically ran to get food and charcoal. But on the way, she met the old Emperor's sedan. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she could only hide in the corner for a while under the system's reminder. She finally saw through the system's products. The quality was so good that it was scary, so she didn't want to become the old Emperor's true love at all. The system saw that she was so disgusted and couldn't help but remind her, the mission is only to be the Empress. It doesn't specify who the Emperor is. Wei Wei Bai. I also wanted Ning Jiuma to be the Emperor, but the time is too short. I said a lifetime, but the main mission is 1 year, so I only have 1 year. The time of the main mission was the right time for her to complete the mission. Wei Wei Bai treated the so-called lifetime as the main system taking liberties with her. But now a few months had passed since the strategy was released. With so little time left, even a rebellion wouldn't happen so quickly. Wei Wei Bai. If Ning Jiuma wants to be promoted, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. This was only possible if he was a genius and had extremely good luck. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai felt that it would be easy to trick the old emperor into letting her be the empress for a day. After all, she had the prize of the emperor's beloved. She couldn't be bothered to go through all that trouble, so she decided to lie to him as much as she could. If the old emperor really wanted to do something to her, she would smash his head with her staff and let him know what it meant to be castrated. As for the failure of the side mission, anyway, it's not like I'll die from the incision. I'll just have to bear with it. Wei Wei Bai, who knew nothing about the pain of cutting the retractable. The system did not know why, but it suddenly felt a chill in its crotch. Wei Wei Bai carried the food and walked to the door when she heard the system's reminder. There are many servants inside. The old emperor just came over and ordered people to clean up here and serve the male lead. Wei Wei Bai. The old emperor suddenly found his conscience. The system flipped through the latest information and told her that the old emperor's health was failing and that he favored a Taoist alchemist. And the Taoist with the highest status was the most favored one. He was Ning Jiuma's man. The Taoist told the emperor that if he wanted to live forever, he had to find an auspicious person in his life. With this person by his side, everything would go smoothly. To facilitate your next reading, you can click the button. Chapter 1590. With so many people saying so, the old emperor believed it. And all the traces showed that Ning Jiuma was very likely to be that auspicious sign. So the old emperor happily came to see his auspicious sign early in the morning. Wei Wei Bai said, "Why are there Ning Jiuma's people everywhere?" The system didn't say it, but it was clear now, whether it was the imperial court or the palace. Who knew how many of Ning Jiuma's people had infiltrated? The system said, money. Wei Wei Bai understood. That house of wealth, Ning Jiuma's cold temperament, and his means of controlling people's hearts. After so many years of planning, it wasn't impossible to run a force. Wei Wei Bai walked in calmly. 2 eunuchs were sweeping the door. A few palace maids were holding clothes and seemed to be chasing someone. They were making a lot of noise. "Your Highness, please change your clothes. Please change your clothes." Ning Jiuma panicked and avoided the hands of these demons. His face was pale with fright. Suddenly, he saw Wei Wei Bai at the door, and his eyes turned red. He immediately rushed over and hid behind Wei Wei Bai. He said in a trembling voice, "Wei, they want to bully me." When the palace maids saw Wei Wei Bai, they immediately stopped and said stubbornly, "We were sent by His Majesty to serve you. You can move aside." Wei Wei Bai looked at them coldly. Then she looked down at the clothes in their hands. The clothes were brand new. They were the regular clothes of a prince. The stone green robe with dragon patterns on the edges looked very good. But whether it was the clothes or the palace maids, to Ning Jiuma, they made him afraid. These strangers suddenly broke into his and Wei's house and took over this place without any scruples. They even tried to pull him away. Ning Jiuma shrank behind Wei Wei Bai. He hugged her and didn't let go. He felt safe at once. It was like a young bird returning to its nest. Wei Wei Bai looked at the arrogant palace maids and reached out to touch the back of Ning Jiuma's hand on her waist. He seemed to be comforting her. She was calm and collected. "Sisters, Prince Ning's body is weak. You've scared him. The palace maids were also people who fawned over those in power. It was already depressing enough for them to be sent to this cold palace with no future. Moreover, Prince Ning was a fool, even though he was currently an auspicious sign. However, if the emperor were to send them away again one day, they would also be implicated. Every single one of them had a bright future ahead of them, but they ended up here. Naturally, their tempers would not be good. Moreover, with Prince Ning's character, even if these people bullied him, they would not be able to do anything to him. He wouldn't complain either. The palace maid sneered. Your Majesty, you asked us to serve His Highness King Ning. You're just a little palace maid. How dare you be presumptuous in front of us? Someone, take her away and slap her. Wake her up. Ning Jioma tightened his grip on Wei Wei Bai's fingers. He was tall and stood behind Wei Wei Bai. When he raised his head coldly, his gaze was indescribably sinister and terrifying. Those palace maids trembled, as if they couldn't stand his insidious gaze. Wei Wei Bai didn't notice Ning Jioma's gaze behind her. Because the favorability didn't change, Ning Jioma was definitely still that naive and sweet person who could only be bullied. Wei Wei Bai sneered and suddenly said softly, Your Highness, these are your palace maids. Ning Jioma's tone became serious. They are not. They are here to bully me. You are my only palace maid. His mind was muddled. However, he knew clearly who was bullying him. These people were here to bully him and Wei. Chapter 1591. Wei Wei Bai nodded. But do you know? You can bully them back. Ning Jiuma's body trembled. He silently shrank behind her. They're scary, Wei. He was used to cowering. He had been cowering in the corner for so many years. He didn't know what resistance was. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and said weakly, But Your Highness, they want to bully me. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened and he didn't say anything. Look, there are so many people. I can't resist and will be dragged away by them. And in the future, they will take me away and we won't be able to see each other. Ning Jiuma's fingers clutched her dress tightly. He said clumsily, Really? Really? He repeated and stubborn. Wei Wei Bai nodded calmly. Really? If Your Highness can't protect me, I will disappear. Ning Jiuma immediately looked up. His eyes were red and fierce. Wei can't disappear. No one can take you away. I will fight with them. Wei Wei Bai returned to her senses. She looked up and gently touched his face. Her eyes were soft. No, you don't have to fight with them. Come, tell me. Ning Jiuma looked at her blankly and then obediently replied, Okay. Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked at the palace maids coldly and shouted, Impudent, kneel. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a moment. His mouth moved. Wei Wei Bai said, If Your Highness doesn't say it, I will be bullied. Ning Jiuma's heart tightened. He immediately looked at the palace maids. Impudent, kneel. Once the childish and naive look on his face disappeared, the original dignified and oppressive aura was revealed. This impudent sentence was more oppressive and cold than Wei Wei Bai's. The palace maids were servants and were used to kneeling. They thought they could be impudent in Ning Wang Palace. But if Ning Wang didn't indulge them, they were actually just servants. The palace maids looked at each other and knelt down shyly. After Prince Ning finished shouting, he was at a loss. He looked at Wei Wei Bai helplessly. He didn't seem to know what to do. Wei Wei Bai, you're so arrogant and rude. Slap yourself 50 times. Ning Jiuma didn't understand what she meant, but since Wei Wei Bai said so, he started babbling. Arrogant, disrespectful behavior. 50 slaps to the face. There were some things that he had forgotten to say. After stuttering out the words, he looked at Wei Wei Bai with some annoyance. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, You did very well, Your Highness. After saying that, Wei Wei Bai turned around and said coldly, What are you waiting for? Slap her. The maids were speechless. Wei Wei Bai said, You don't even listen to His Highness King Ning. As servants, how dare you disobey your superiors? You deserve to be beaten to death. The palace maids trembled and immediately slapped their own faces. Regardless of whether Prince Ning was a fool or not, he was now in the emperor's eyes. The emperor even came to personally send them to be Prince Ning's servants. If Prince Ning complained, then they would be ants under Prince Ning's feet. It was very possible that they would be beaten to death. The palace maids slapped their faces. Ning Jiama looked at them blankly, as if he didn't understand why they would listen to him. Wei Wei Bai ignored the palace maids kneeling on the ground and picked up the stone-green robe. This was what a prince usually wore. There was also the formal attire of a prince. But today, the emperor only gave him regular attire. It seemed that he still had doubts about Ning Jiama's auspicious appearance. Wei Wei Bai put the robe on Ning Jiama and said softly, "Your Highness looks very good in this robe." To TXT. Chapter 1592. Ning Jiama looked down and saw that her fingers were holding on to the blue cloth. The girl's fingers were white and looked exceptionally clean against the dark cloth. He said softly, "It looks good." Wei's fingers looked much better. Wei Wei Bai said, "I'll help you change." Ning Jiama blushed and nodded slowly. Okay. Whatever Wei said was good. Wei Wei Bai helped him put on his clothes and slowly button up his shirt. Under her long eyelashes, her black eyes were serious and bright. Ning Jiama looked at her in a daze for a while. He didn't know why, but he lowered his head and kissed her eyes. She blinked her eyes, and the kiss abruptly left. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. Ning Jiama's mouth was dry, and he said helplessly, "There's dust in your eyes." He lied again, and gradually, he knew that he could get what he wanted when he lied. Wei Wei Bai just smiled and looked at him dotingly. Then she said to him, "Your Highness, look." Ning Jiama followed her gaze and saw that the faces of the palace maids were swollen. He was stunned. These were the people who bullied him. For the first time, the people who bullied him actually listened to him. Wei Wei Bai gently held his hand and said encouragingly, "You are a prince, Your Highness. There are very few people in this palace who can bully you. These palace maids are just paper tigers. As long as you have the right attitude, they can only kneel." She was slowly teaching a fool how to grasp power. She was serious and unreserved. So you have to know how to order them around. Make them kneel and listen to your orders. Let them know that you are the master. Ning Jiama was a little scared. "I don't understand, Wei." The corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth lifted, revealing a gentle smile. "Your Highness, you don't understand. I'm going to be bullied and even drowned in the well." Ning Jiama's body stiffened. His lips trembled, and he finally said, I understand, Wei. If Wei didn't leave and wasn't bullied. He knew everything. He learned everything. Wei Wei Bai said, "Your Highness, I will teach you. I will always be by your side, so you don't have to be afraid. Look at the emperor and the crown prince. What they do, you do. How they scold you, you scold them." She did not expect a fool like Ning to be able to learn how to scheme in such a short time. However, he still had to teach him the basics. Ning Jiama tugged at her sleeve nervously and nodded seriously. Just like a good student in the college entrance examination, he couldn't wait to immediately stuff everything the teacher taught into his mind. Then, Ning Jiama suddenly walked to the side of those palace maids and kicked one of them out. "You're an eyesore. Get out." Wei Wei Bai. After kicking him, Ning Jiama's eyes turned red again. He was a little afraid that he didn't do a good job. Wei, they're all like that. They were the emperor father and the crown prince. Wei Wei Bai. So in Ning Jiama's eyes, the emperor and the crown prince are just kicking people around every day. Wei Wei Bai could only applaud. "Not bad. You've learned well." Ning Jiama immediately smiled. The uneasiness in his eyes swept away. Those palace maids and eunuchs were all in trouble. Ning Jiama firmly remembered that Wei Wei Bai wanted him to learn how to behave like the emperor and the crown prince. So his style changed. As long as a palace maid took a few steps forward, he would slap her. "Get out, you're too ugly." As long as a eunuch dared to enter the door, Ning Jiama would cast a cold glance at him. Chapter 1593. "If you step in here with your dirty feet again, I'll chop them off." The eunuch immediately left. From a little fool to a big bully in the Ning Palace. Just one sentence from Wei Wei Bai, and she would be bullied. Ning Jiama only had one obsession in his heart. Wei couldn't be bullied by others. Wei couldn't leave him either. So these people wanted to bully his Wei. He wanted to chase them all out. So he imitated the crown prince's bully look and the emperor's cold expression. He made those palace maids and eunuchs obedient. In the past, they could bully Ning Wang because he had no power and even the emperors connived. Now, the emperor came to see him personally. He even personally gave him a servant. If Ning Jioma was a fool, it wouldn't matter if they didn't serve him well. But if Ning Jioma was enlightened, then they would still be servants. Slaves are trampled on by others. Ning Jioma followed beside Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai taught him how to face others word by word. His obedient appearance was especially likable. The more he looked at Ah Wei, the more he felt that the Ah Wei who scolded others coldly and taught him seriously. So cute. Wei Wei Bai casually snatched a wooden staff from a palace maid, broke it, and threw it back. You used this to trip my feet. It's too soft. Go get a metal sword. Ning Jioma suddenly became strong, making these domineering servants unable to be awe-inspiring. The eunuchs were still all right, but the palace maids weren't happy. Some even wanted to take revenge on Wei Wei Bai. This palace maid was stupid enough to hold a wooden staff and pretend to trip her. She even did such a retarded thing. The palace maid was shocked by Wei Wei Bai's strength. This was solid wood. Wei Wei Bai looked at her coldly. Why? Looking at me like this, I will misunderstand that you also want to become this wooden staff. The palace maid immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look. Wei Wei Bai was done with her domineering behavior. She looked up and saw Ning Jioma staring at her in a daze. He blinked and looked away. Wei Wei Bai, did Ning Jioma get scared because she was too fierce? In the end, a notification sound rang out. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. Wei Wei Bai, although many people had appeared in the palace, Ning Jioma was still unwilling to let others get close to them. He chased everyone out. Only Bai Wei Wei and the two of them lived in the palace. The rest of the people had no choice but to live in small, dilapidated rooms. Because of the emperor's attention, the imperial kitchen didn't dare to prepare cold food for Ning Jioma. Therefore, the food in the palace was much better. He lit the lamp, and it was brightly lit. Bai Wei Wei picked up the unfinished clothes and continued to sew them. Ning Jioma was peeling a loquat. He removed the core and handed a piece to her. Wei Wei Bai focused on making the clothes and sucked on his finger without thinking much. Her cold and sweet fingertips had the flesh of the loquat on them. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and turned to look at him. She saw Ning Jioma's deep eyes and indifferent expression. He retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. Then, he picked up a handkerchief and wiped his hand. You did well. This is your reward. Wei Wei Bai suddenly spat out the fruit in her mouth. Ning Jioma stopped wiping the handkerchief, and his indifferent expression twisted. This was too much of a disdain. She frowned. When you wake up in the future, don't get too close to me. We're not close. Ning Jioma was still immersed in the image of her gently and seriously teaching him how to manage the servants in the palace. When he woke up just now, he saw her sitting by the lamp and sewing clothes for him. To TXT download. Chapter 1594. His heart softened. Just like the rain outside the window, it kept ringing. He couldn't help but stuff the loquat meat in his hand into her mouth. He even enjoyed the feeling of her lips and tongue around his finger. He didn't feel annoyed at serving others at all. In the end, he was despised. Ning Jioma's expression turned cold. Not close. We've already done that, and you're still not close? Wei Wei Bai was confused for a while before she suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red, and she threw the clothes into the basket. You peeked. Ning Jioma said, do I need to peek? This is my body. I can look at it openly, right? Wei Wei Bai was so angry that she was trembling. She suddenly reached out and pressed him down. She held the needle in her hand and pressed it against his eyelids. You didn't see it. You didn't. Ning Jioma's eyelids were pressed against the needle, and his temperament instinctively turned cold. He said, why? You can do it, but I can't stand it. If word of what you did with a fool gets out, you'll be drowned in a pig cage. Unmarried. It was an unusual disadvantage for a woman to begin with. Of course, Ning Jioma knew that she was doing it to save him and even gave herself to him sincerely. After all, for a woman to sacrifice so much, she must have the intention to spend the rest of her life with him. Of course, she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him when he was stupid, not when he was sober. Wei Wei Bai's face was red with anger. She said shyly and angrily, Shut up, you bastard. Don't you know how to close your eyes? You have the face to see and talk about what happened between me and my husband. I'll blind you. Ning Jioma reached out and grabbed her wrist, wanted to push her away. But she didn't move. He didn't see her eat much. Why was she so strong? Or was his body too weak? Ning Jioma couldn't compete with her in terms of strength and could only use his mouth. Go ahead. If you're blind, then the fool is blind too. Wei Wei Bai's fingers kept trembling and her eyes were red. In the end, she put away the needle and turned around. Despicable and shameless. Ning Jioma sat on the chair, his body a little weak. She kept referring to him as her husband. She had clearly said that to him, but when he woke up, she refused to acknowledge it. Ning Jioma didn't know why, but there was a sour feeling churning in his heart. He saw that she was going back to her little bed to sleep with the quilt in her arms. He didn't even look at him. It was as if he was invisible. She only smiled gently at the silly him. Every good thing was given to her by him when he was a fool. Ning Jioma even felt that his mind was splitting. He wondered if that silly person was really a lonely soul. How could she be so blind to recognize half of the same person? The more Ning Jioma thought about it, the darker and more ruthless his eyes became. He suddenly stood up and dropped a sachet from his sleeve. This was a new one. The drug inside could make people feel weak all over. It was used to deal with Wei Wei Bai. Where could he find a woman who was as strong as a cow? Wei Wei Bai had just spread out the quilt when she heard the system say, "The male lead is going to fight it out with you. He's coming for you." Wei Wei Bai was extremely calm. He's as weak as a chicken. I can throw him out with one slap. It wasn't that she looked down on Ning Jioma, but everyone present. In front of infinite strength, they were all weak chickens. Wei Wei Bai had just stood up when one hand grabbed her waist and the other covered her mouth and nose. When the sachet was pressed against her mouth and nose, Wei Wei Bai unknowingly inhaled a few breaths. Almost instinctively, she knocked back with her elbow. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1595. She hit Ning Jioma's abdomen. The man behind her groaned. His hand went limp and the sachet fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai stepped over the sachet and turned to grab his collar. Her expression was cold. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't give me a reason to kill you. Ning Jioma's eyes were terrifyingly bright, and his expression was equally cold. You're quite bold. You taught that fool not to condone people who offend his superiors. In the end, with your lowly status, you actually offended him knowingly. Wei Wei Bai said each word with a serious expression. He's the only one on my side, not you. So he wasn't worthy of her respect and love. Her eyes were so cold and filled with an unfamiliar, murderous intent. Ning Jioma held her wrist and gently moved it away. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Why didn't her hand have any strength? The medicine in the sachet took effect. Her body went limp, and Ning Jioma pushed her to sit on the chair. Ning Jioma reached out expressionlessly and pulled at his collar. He was wearing a stone-colored prince robe. Golden dragon threads could be faintly seen on his wide sleeves. She had an air of elegance and nobility. This was a temperament that came from the crown prince's etiquette that he had once received. It was a temperament that came from his bones. Even after so many years, when he woke up, he was still as bright as the moon, jade, green pine, and white snow. Ning Jioma put one hand behind his back and said coldly, "He's your superior, and I'm your superior. Don't forget, I'm the only one who can let him live. You want to run with him? Where can you run to?" Wei Wei Bai sat on the chair and didn't say a word. Ning Jioma didn't talk to her. Just looking at her made him angry. A woman who liked a fool was also a fool. If he looked at her a few more times, he was afraid that he would be infected with a fool's disease. He said, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the imperial court as an auspicious sign. You better pray that I'll be able to stay awake. If I'm your fool, you'll probably be beheaded." The so-called auspicious sign was what the Taoist priest said. Tomorrow, when Jixing fell into the imperial palace, he would regain his consciousness and even his appearance. Ning Jioma touched the scar on one side of his face. The potion had already been prepared. The scars on his face were all formed by a special potion. They looked uneven and abnormally terrifying. However, these disfigurement potions were actually good medicine for treating wounds. He knew that there should still be wounds on his face, but the wound was definitely not big. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the recovery of his mind or the recovery of his appearance, he already had the conditions ready. What he didn't say was that he didn't find the antidote. But after so many years of research and development, there was one drug that could suppress the toxicity. It was just that he couldn't take too much of this kind of medicine to suppress the poison. Because if one ate too much, it would be like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Those suppressed poisons would destroy his brain altogether. He would be even worse than he was now. At that time, she was the one who was happy. She couldn't wait for him to remain a fool. Ning Jiuma glared at her. To survive, tomorrow is the key. At that time, I will pretend to have amnesia. You will still be my palace maid. He would pretend to have amnesia. Otherwise, how could his good father be at ease and let him stay? After all, he was afraid of death. He remembered that Consort Ro had been killed and his clansmen had been exterminated. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time. Deal with the crown prince, kill the empress, and finally the throne. This plan had been in place for many years. Once it was started, there was no possibility of turning back. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1596. Wei Wei Bai sneered and rolled her eyes at him. You're so hypocritical. You only know how to lie all day. I hate men like you who are full of schemes the most. Ning Jiuma's smug expression froze. He turned back and looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. He saw her leaning against the chair. She looked cute, but her expression was infuriatingly cold. You really know how to make things difficult for me. Without me scheming in fear, I don't know how many times I would have died. Wei Wei Bai didn't have much sincerity. As long as you're happy. Anyway, when I become the crown prince, I must release my husband. She really believed what he said. She was weak all over, but her head was still raised high. Her eyes were full of hope, and her face was as pink as a glutinous rice ball. It was as if she felt that her husband was a fool. He was a tumor that needed to be removed. Ning Jiuma suddenly flung his sleeves and walked forward. He lowered his head and looked into her eyes. Do you care so much about him? Wei Wei Bai. Are you an old woman? I'm tired of always asking the same question. You can sleep now. If you don't sleep, you'll drag your body down. It was the time when she came and went and only knew how to care about him. She didn't even think about whether he was nervous or not. He was going to face a bunch of wolves, tigers, and leopards tomorrow. Ning Jiuma was nervous. Even his palms were sweaty. In this perilous palace, the moment he stepped out, he would be a target. But she was heartless and thought that he was a fool. They could be together forever. Ning Jiuma suddenly reached out and grabbed her limp body, lifting her up directly. Then, he threw her onto the bed. Anyway, who didn't know about their relationship? Even if he was a fool, he still cared about her so much that they slept in the same room at night. Not to mention, there was no filth. Others would think that she was the one in bed with him. That's right, she was. Ning Jiuma pressed her onto the bed. His black hair fell on her body, and his breathing was messy and heavy. Wei Wei Bai raised her hand, suddenly twisted his arm, and sat on top of him. What are you doing? She had already lost all of her strength, and this action had drained all of her strength. Ning Jiuma didn't know what he was going to do. He looked straight at her and saw that her eyes were so clear that he could see the bottom. There was no color that was difficult to understand in the court. People like him wouldn't even know how they died. His cold eyes were filled with ferocious aggression, and his tone was no longer polite. Go down. Wei Wei Bai sneered, so be it. Who wants to sleep with you? Her limbs were weak, and she struggled to move her body. When that soft body moved, it was like a fire rubbing against his skin and creating a sea of fire. Ning Jiuma's body stiffened. However, Wei Wei Bai didn't even look at him as she got off the bed with one foot. Just as her foot touched the ground, she was pressed back down by Ning Jiuma. Wei Wei Bai struggled away. She pushed him away weakly, grabbing and pinching him. Get away from me. What are you doing? Ning Jiuma was also sullen. He didn't say anything with a cold face, and he grabbed her hand tightly. It was as if he wanted to grab hold of something. The two people's breaths intertwined, and the ambiguous temperature slowly rose. Sweat dripped from Bai Weiwei's forehead, slid down to her chin, and then fell under that hidden white neck, leaving behind a trace of charm and gentleness. Ning Jiuma was just angry that he wanted to subdue Weiwei Bai. Chapter 1597. Burn, 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 and everything will be over. Damn it, this red line didn't just make it unable to walk properly. The side mission was stuck because of the existence of the red line. It didn't have enough memory. If it didn't break this thing, it would have to cut 100 times every time in the future. Would it still be able to live? All right, what did the host do to have a favorability of 55? The system thought for a moment. Sell her body? Sigh, the host had fallen. Back then, she was so pure that she had to haggle over how many favorability points to sell for her first kiss. Now, there didn't seem to be any difference from back then. After all, after selling her body, she still haggled over how many favorability points to sell. So its host was indeed as pure as ever from the beginning to the end. After the system finished its teasing, it continued to burn the red line. When it returned to reality, it would burn that fortune teller even if it risked being punished. What kind of material was it made of? It was so tough. The night passed, and the morning light shone into the room. Ning Jiuma opened his eyes. There was a soft warmth in his arms. He lowered his head. Weiwei Bai was curled up in his arms. His eyes softened, and he slowly reached out to stroke her cheek. He wasn't completely open to her, but he could trust her, because she was the person with the least ambition in the palace. Only people with no ambition would not be tainted. Ning Jiuma slowly got up and covered her with a blanket. He dressed himself in a set of stone-green robes and tied his hair with a jade crown. His movements were standard and smooth. How long had it been? Such a normal and natural process. He hadn't experienced it for many years. Ning Jiuma recalled the time when he was the crown prince. It was a beautiful period of time. With power in hand, it was extremely sweet. Ning Jiuma took out the medicine to suppress the poison. He opened the bottle and poured out one pill. The red pill rolled in the center of his fair palm. He looked at it coldly and then swallowed it. A eunuch outside the door said respectfully, "Your Highness, Her Majesty requests an audience with you." Ning Jiuma's lips curled up coldly. His voice became timid and scared. I understand." It sounded like he was forcing himself to be calm, but when others heard it, they knew. He was still that foolish King Ning. Ning Jiuma stood up and was about to leave. A puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. "Your Highness." Ning Jiuma paused, but he didn't turn back. Weiwei Bai's voice seemed to tremble. Was it him yesterday? She thought he was the fool last night. So when he hugged her, she didn't resist and even took the initiative. It was so sweet that it seeped into one's bones. It was even more intoxicating than power. There was a reason why there were so many incapable rulers in history. Ning Jiuma's breathing paused for a while before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "It's your fault. I don't care about a woman like you. Just looking at you makes me want to grow a needle in my eye." Behind him, the sound of her breathing became soft and ragged. It was a relief of joy. Ning Jiuma snorted. "You better hope that I can succeed. If that fool wakes up, remember to ask him to pretend to be me." After saying that, he didn't look at her and hurriedly walked to the door as if he was afraid that he would waver. He had just stepped over the threshold. Weiwei Bai's voice came from behind. "Your Highness, everything is going well." Such a rustic and useless way of encouraging. Did she think he was a 3-year-old child? Ning Jiuma couldn't help but look back, only to see Weiwei Bai sitting on the bed with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wrapped in a blanket, revealing a pink face with a pure smile. Chapter 1598. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ning Jiuma's breathing quickened as he hurriedly turned around and left. It was as if there was a fox chasing after him. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 60. Ning Jiuma went out with a confused look on his face, as if he didn't know where he was going. A trace of darkness flashed in the eyes of the eunuch who came to pick him up. He lowered his head and respectfully extended his hand. He helped Ning Jiuma into the palanquin. Ning Jiuma said to him in a low voice, "Zheng Mao, send our people to Xiao Wei, and then bring her to me." He didn't want to bring her along, but he didn't know why. But when he went to the imperial court to recover his mind and even his appearance, he actually wanted her to see him. Ning Jioma didn't know why he would do such a superfluous thing. Zheng Mao, who was Ning Jioma's confidant who squatted under the window every day, said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jioma lowered his head and hid his cold eyes under a silly and confused expression. Then he got into the palanquin. In the imperial court, the emperor sat on the dragon chair tiredly, but his eyes were glowing with excitement. Heavenly Master Lin said that Ning Jioma was very likely to be the benefactor for him to pursue immortality. The Heavenly Master had already set up an array formation in the imperial court. As long as Ning Jioma entered the array formation, if he was the benefactor, he would be transformed into a new person. Then, he would be reborn. All the hardships of the past would disappear, and he would become a completely new person. The Heavenly Master even said that Ning Jioma would face so many disasters. It was all for him. Because the Emperor pursued immortality, which was against the heavens would punish him severely. And Ning Jioma was his benefactor. So he bore the calamity of the Emperor and became a fool. When the Emperor heard this, he felt that it made sense. Originally, Ning Jioma was very talented and intelligent, very similar to him. But later, Consort Ro was framed and died in the cold palace. And this intelligent son of his had also become stupid and disfigured. At that time, he was already pursuing immortality. So Ning Jioma's theory of resisting misfortune was correct. If Ning Jioma was really his benefactor, he would definitely need him on his path to immortality. Because Ning Jioma could bear the calamity for him. The emperor did not feel guilty at all because he was the emperor. Everything in the world belonged to him. It was Ning Jioma's good fortune to bear the disaster for him. Ning Jioma alighted from the palanquin and slowly walked into the imperial court. In just a few days, the imperial court was transformed into a complex and absurd array. It was like an altar. None of the kneeling courtiers made a sound. After all, the emperor was muddle-headed. Most of them relied on flattery to get to the top. No matter how the emperor messed around, they would comply. His footsteps paused, and his body shrank down. His shoulders collapsed, and he cowered in fear, looking like a fool. Ning Jioma saw the emperor sitting on the throne and looking at him with a strange gentleness. "Mo, I summoned you here because I have something for you to do." Ning Jioma looked at him blankly, as if trying to figure out who he was. His disfigured face looked even uglier after his hair was combed back. The emperor and some of the ministers averted their eyes in disgust. It was so ugly. Could he really be reborn? The eunuch beside the emperor said in a sharp voice, "The prince is here. Why aren't you kneeling down?" Ning Jioma staggered and immediately knelt down. He didn't know what to say and just knelt and trembled. The emperor saw his silly appearance and was a little uninterested. He said to a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist beside him, "Let's begin, Taoist master." / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the bookmark. Chapter 1599. Heavenly Master Lin nodded and flicked his fly whisk. He chanted a bunch of mysterious words, then reached out, and the array emitted a hazy white light. Everyone widened their eyes. How did this happen? Ning Jioma, who was in the white light, suddenly twitched violently. He broke out in cold sweat as if he was struggling with something. Heavenly Master Lin said coldly, "This is a rebirth. If he is really your Majesty's benefactor, then he will survive. If not, then he will die." This sentence was very cold. The emperor smiled happily and said, "I am very lucky to have Heavenly Master Lin." Heavenly Master Lin had a sly look in his eyes. Ning Jioma, who was in the array, lowered his head and sneered. Wei Bai was led by the eunuch, Zhen Yi, to the door of the imperial court and squatted there. She looked at the eunuch strangely. "Why did you bring me here?" Zheng Yi said, "His Highness is out. We have to bring him back." Wei Bai nodded and didn't say anything. The system was still broadcasting the scene of Ning Jioma and Heavenly Master Lin swindling the emperor. "Why is it glowing?" The system said, "It's a special powder. A small flame can make it like this." Wei Wei Bai watched with relish. Ning Jiuma's shaking is quite artistic. The system said, it's not much different from the village dancing gods. Wei Wei Bai felt the same. It was just that the setting was better. In fact, she felt that Ning Jiuma's stupidity might be hereditary. Didn't you see the emperor's stupidity? They were all products of the same gene. Maybe Ning Jiuma shouldn't be looking for an antidote. He should be looking for a genetic disease. Finally, Ning Jiuma raised his head. Wei Wei Bai felt that this was a cliché TV series. She could guess the ending with one look. But for her, who was bored, it was good to pass the time. Now was the climax. When Ning Jiuma raised his head, he became smarter and better looking. The system had already said that the scars on Ning Jiuma's face were not that scary. Therefore, Ning Jiuma would definitely make his skin better, so that the emperor would believe that the celestial master swindler was the real deal. Wei Wei Bai sighed. The emperor feels like a pitiful old man with dementia. He is being hypnotized by a high-quality liar. I feel like the emperor will be cheated until he goes bankrupt in the end. Although the emperor was not a good person, but the liar Ning Jiuma was even worse. He even lied to his own family. It was said that the pills that the heavenly master gave the emperor were all poisonous. If he ate too much, the emperor would not be far from death. Ning Jiuma was halfway through raising his head when the live broadcast was suddenly cut off. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What's wrong? After watching half of the series, even if he knew what was going to happen next, he would still feel uncomfortable. How could he have climaxed? The guy who climaxed didn't have a hook. The system immediately checked and fixed it. The live broadcast malfunctioned. The signal isn't very good. Let me fix it. Was it easy to unify? All she did every day was sewing and mending. Moreover, it couldn't say that it had short-circuited the live stream when it was burning the red line. As for that red thread, it had been burning for so long, yet it had only melted by half. There was also a portion that wasn't afraid of fire or knives at all. It was almost at its wit's end with this red thread. Once it was fixed, Wei Wei Bai couldn't see the scene in the imperial court. But soon, there was an uproar from the officials in the imperial court. Then, there were congratulatory voices. It seemed that the emperor had found his benefactor. Wei Wei Bai was bored and squatted at the side with the eunuch. She couldn't see the ending and felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1600. After squatting until her legs were numb, the door of the court opened. All sorts of celebratory sound could be heard. Wei Wei Bai looked carefully and realized that the person in the crowd was actually Ning Jiuma. The weather had just cleared up and the dark clouds had dispersed. The sunlight was like gold, shining on the stone-green robe. The silk fabric shone with a glossy light. His features were picturesque. His cold and noble eyes were full of elegance. His thin lips were cold and red. His hair was tied up with a jade crown, revealing his well-defined face. There was no hideous wound on the disfigured half of his face. It was just a light red mark that fell on the corner of his eye on one side of his face. It was like a flower in spring, extremely beautiful, but also extremely faint. The naive look in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared and was replaced by calmness with restrained ambition. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that Fool Ning had changed. He had become more good-looking. He had also become smarter. It seemed that it was difficult to cheat him of his favorability. Ning Jiuma missed Fool Ning when he disappeared. Ning Jiuma calmly bade farewell to the officials one by one. His every move was noble and elegant, low-key and calm. He left a good impression on the officials. More importantly, everyone knew about it. Fool Ning Jiuma had been reborn. He was a noble person appointed by Heavenly Master Lin and the Emperor. His future was bound to be limitless. Ning Jiuma was followed by a few attentive eunuchs. He looked straight ahead as he walked, where he brushed past the pillar where Wei Wei Bai was hiding. Ning Jiuma raised his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a casual smile. His indifferent and noble smile was now indescribably complacent. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. He straightened his back and walked over as if he was showing off. It was as if he wanted Wei Wei Bai to regret that she had despised him. Zheng Yao immediately tugged at Wei Wei Bai. Quick, follow him. You are now Prince Ning's little palace maid. Ning Jiuma pretended to forget everything. So Wei Wei Bai, the palace maid who had been following him, Ning Jiuma would definitely pretend not to know him. Zheng Yao's role was to transfer Wei Wei Bai to Ning Jiuma's side again. She was once again his palace maid. Wei Wei Bai was not eye-catching, and the emperor was too lazy to care about Ning Jiuma's life. As long as Ning Jiuma attended every time the emperor performed a ritual, it would be fine. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Ning Jiuma had more or less palace maids by his side. Hence, after Ning Jiuma lost his memory, Wei Wei Bai had become like this. While a bunch of palace maids were fighting to go to King Ning Palace to be servants, she returned to Ning Jiuma's side so easily. She realized that Ning Jiuma's palace had changed from that dilapidated cold palace. They moved to the busiest central hall. This was the closest place to the emperor's palace. It seemed that the old emperor also knew that cultivating immortality was a crime against the heavens. Therefore, once it was confirmed that Ning Jiuma was the scapegoat to block the disaster, he immediately moved him to the spot closest to him. This place was completely different from the dilapidated cold palace. There were people everywhere, and they were all well-behaved. There was a garden full of peach blossoms. When Wei Wei Bai entered the inner hall, she saw Ning Jiuma sitting casually on the bed. He was wearing a stone-green robe. He had already taken off his jade crown, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His facial features were exquisite, and his face was naturally cold. His every move seemed to have been practiced, and it looked better than a fox's dance. Wei Wei Bai entered the hall, but the door was closed by Zheng Yi. In the gorgeous hall, the fragrance of sandalwood rose in spirals from the expensive incense burner. Chapter 1601. Bai Weiwei looked him up and down, then obediently crouched down and saluted. "Your Highness." Ning Jiuma snorted. "Why? You're pretending now. Weren't you bold before?" Sure enough, once he gained power, the little palace maid had to lower her head and bow to him. Ning Jiuma casually picked up the wine pot beside him, and his eyes fell on her neck. It was white and more fragrant than the glutinous rice ball. He drank and said with a smile, "Look, as long as I gain power, we don't have to go back to the cold palace." Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked up and frowned. She got up and rushed in front of him. Then she took the wine pot away from him. She slammed the wine pot on the table with so much force that a crack appeared on the table. Ning Jiuma looked at the crack, and his mouth twitched. Wei Wei Bai said coldly, "Your Highness, who allowed you to drink? You're not in good health. How can you drink?" Ah. Her cute and adorable appearance immediately turned into a murderous aura as soon as her mother got close to her. Ning Jiuma felt guilty for a moment and then remembered that his identity was different. He immediately slammed the table. "How dare you? You even want to control me when I drink. Who do you think you are?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes hardened, and she slammed the table. "I'm doing this for your own good. My husband is still in your body. If you drink too much, what will happen to him?" She slammed the table too hard, and it suddenly cracked. Ning Jiuma wanted to shout back, but when he saw the table, he bent his fingers and retracted them. Was she still a woman? She was so strong. He still said stubbornly, "The body is mine." He's just a lonely soul, and he wants to take over the magpie's nest? Bai Weiwei snorted coldly, then obediently crouched down and lowered her head. Ning Jiuma looked at her and felt that he had punched cotton. He was so aggrieved. He had been posing for a long time, but she didn't even look at his face when she came in. She didn't look at the gorgeous decorations around him. There was also his elegant and graceful appearance. She just stared at him to drink. Could it be that his current appearance was not worthy of admiration? Why wasn't she surprised at all that he had regained his looks? Ning Jiuma sulked for a long time before suddenly saying, "Hey." Wei Wei Bai's legs were numb from squatting. She didn't look at him in a good mood. "What are you doing?" Ning Jiuma deliberately turned his face, which was almost healed and only had a small red mark on it, towards her. "Do you think I'm different today?" Wei Wei Bai sized him up and guessed. "You've become more arrogant. Are you asking for a beating?" Ning Jiuma almost suffocated himself to death. He immediately reached out and patted his recovered face. "Here." Wei Wei Bai looked at him as if she was looking an idiot. So there really was someone who slapped his own face. Ning Jiuma suddenly felt that his actions were too stupid. He immediately stopped patting and sat back down. His expression turned cold again. In the future, you will be my head palace maid. You will serve me. If that fool appears, tell him to imitate me. Otherwise, we will all die together. Wei Wei Bai said coldly. Okay. She didn't say a single word of nonsense. There was no intimacy at all. Then the atmosphere froze. Silence and awkwardness took over the gorgeous palace. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do and chatted with the system. Ning Jiuma is so arrogant. When we go to jail, the system said, you're catching fools to increase your favorability. Wei Wei Bai didn't treat Ning Songming well at all. Chapter 1602. By Wei Wei. I had no choice, In the beginning, I brushed the line with idiot Ning. If he became smart, I would happily please him. With his kind of fickle appearance, the favorability would plummet. Do you believe it? People like Ning Jiuma. He was bullied badly. Although he was full of schemes, there were others who were as scheming as him. He would only be on guard and wouldn't have a favorable impression of her. Moreover, it was best for idiot Ning to gain favorable impression of her. She could gain idiot Ning's favor and complete the mission in the end. She couldn't be bothered to gain idiot Ning's favor anymore. Anyway, the mission didn't say that she had to gain 2 favorability points. By salted fish, Wei gave Ning Jiuma a cold face very calmly. She really missed idiot Ning when he wasn't around. Ning Jiuma felt that the atmosphere was too cold. When he was stupid, she was willing to give him anything. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. But once he became smart, she seemed to want him to die. Ning Jiuma thought that she would look at him differently after he gained power. In the end, she was blind and couldn't see any changes in him. Ning Jiuma also felt a little smug. After all, he had only succeeded once. There was still a long way to go. Thinking of this, Ning Jiuma couldn't be smug anymore. He pointed at the plate beside him. There was a pink and blue palace dress on it. This is your dress. You can change. The pink palace dress was worn by the lowest-ranked palace maids. His identity was different now, so she would also be promoted. She would become a personal palace maid. With the pink and blue palace dress, she would have no problem walking sideways among the palace maids. Ning Jiuma said casually, change behind the screen. With that said, as if to avoid suspicion, he lay on a mat and turned his back to Wei Wei Bai. She was silent for a long time before she finally picked up the dress and walked behind the screen. Ning Jiuma rolled his eyes and turned to face the screen. He saw her changing behind the screen. The graceful and petite figure behind the screen had a natural seductive feeling. As Ning Jiuma watched, his heart heated up. He couldn't help but pick up the wine again and drink a few mouthfuls. Then he put it back and pretended he hadn't drunk it. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was about to come out, he turned around and went back. He didn't feel guilty at all for peeping. She was his woman anyway. He could look at it however he liked. There was a golden bell tied to the belt of the palace dress, which he had specially made. That way, when she walked, he would be able to find her. When he heard the sound of the bell, he immediately turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai with her head lowered. She was holding her pink-blue dress in her hands as she walked over carefully. The dress was much longer than the pink one. The pink palace maid uniform was short because she had to do heavy work. On the other hand, the pink-blue color didn't require much work, so the hemline of the dress was much longer and bigger. It was like a blooming blue lotus, and every step it took made it seem like it was floating on clouds. Wei Wei Bai's hair was simply tied up without too many decorations. Her skin was crystal clear, her beautiful lips were delicate like cherry blossoms, and her eyes were clear and bright. She was wearing a more ladylike pink-blue palace dress. She was even more peaceful and sweet. Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. He realized that his palace maid was too attractive. In that broken palace, she had never dressed up properly. When she smiled, many of the palace servants at the bottom would let her go. But now, she was dressed better and dressed more exquisitely. Not many people in the harem could compare to her. / Fast. Chapter 1603. Ning Jiuma had the urge to take off her clothes, mess up her hair, and make her ugly. Wei Wei Bai put on her clothes and bowed respectfully to Ning Jiuma. Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. She wasn't even willing to stay with him for a while now. Ning Jiuma couldn't be bothered to beg her. He snorted. If you want to scram, then scram. With that said, he turned to face her. Wei Wei Bai turned to leave without hesitation. But just as she opened the door, a weak voice sounded behind her. "Oh, Wei, where are you going?" Wei Wei Bai's fingers froze. She immediately turned around and revealed a bright smile. "Your Highness, you're awake." With this smile, the calmness in her eyes became lively and pleasant. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze and said clumsily, "Here, where is this?" She immediately rushed over, her dress fluttering and the bells ringing. Like a butterfly, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Your Highness, it's okay. I'm here. It's the same everywhere." This sentence made Ning Jiuma relax. He was silent for a while before saying, "With Ah Wei here, I'm not afraid anymore." Wei Wei Bai looked up and smiled sweetly. "Your Highness, you have to be obedient and listen to me in the future. Only then can we leave the palace." She was still thinking about leaving the palace. Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. He acted like a fool. He was that fool. So it was very easy for him to lie to her. Ning Jiuma carefully grabbed her hand. "Why can't we leave the palace now?" Wei Wei Bai was stunned and forced a smile. "Because the weather is bad." Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. "Rain," Wei Wei Bai quickly said. "Yes, it's raining." Ning Jiuma reached out and gently placed his hand beside her cheek, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He revealed a silly smile. "Oh, Wei, you're so pretty." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. Then a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She held his face with both hands and gently kissed the red mark on his cheek. "Your Highness is also good-looking." Ning Jiuma paused for a moment before touching his face helplessly. Just now, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were praising him as if he was a divine being, but he didn't feel anything. Her simple words made him feel as if he had really regained his original appearance. Ning Jiuma said slowly, "Ah Wei, isn't this place good?" Wei Wei Bai shook her head. "No, this is not a good place for us to stay." Ning Jiuma asked in a daze why. Wei Wei Bai said, "Because we are too stupid and the people here are too smart. We'll be bullied to death here. When the weather is better, I will take you out of the palace." She spoke earnestly and tenderly. She then turned around and said, "Your Highness, it's time for dinner. I'll go and see if the food is ready. Don't go out and wait for me to come back." Ning Jiuma nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Bai Weiwei walked out with a peace of mind. The bell rang, jingling. Well, the sound of the bell was far away. The foolishness in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared. He looked in the direction she left for a long time. He suddenly said softly, "You're stupid. Don't you still have me?" With him here, who could bully her? Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 65. A respectful voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness." It was Zheng Xiao. The gentleness in Ning Jiuma's eyes disappeared. "Come in." Zheng Xiao came in and knelt down to kowtow. She then softly talked about what happened in the imperial court and the crown prince's situation. He won't make it for more than a few days. The drug is too strong. If there is no antidote, the crown prince will die. Chapter 1604. Ning Jiuma was indifferent. "How's the empress?" Zheng Kuang said. After smashing everything in the palace, the empress was so angry that she vomited blood. She rushed to find the emperor before the imperial doctor even called. Ning Jiuma smiled coldly. She went to find father. When he called father, his tone was so heavy that it could kill. Zheng Kuang said, "The emperor's palace is more secure. Our people can't infiltrate, so we don't know what the empress is doing now." Ning Jiuma reached out and held his forehead, his eyes cold. "I'll go greet her. I haven't greeted the empress since I regained my mind." After he finished, he immediately got up. Zheng Kuang followed him. Ning Jiuma said, "Let someone drag Wei. Don't let her know where I'm going." She thought that he was in a fool state now. If she knew that he wasn't a fool, but he kept lying to her, she would definitely be very angry. Zheng Kuang frowned. His Highness cared about the little palace maid. Too much. Zheng Kuang didn't dare to say anything more and just agreed. Ning Jiuma left in a hurry. Zheng Kuang immediately ordered, "Wash the girl and tie her to His Highness' bed." His Highness really cared about the little palace maid. The little palace maid was also loyal. If she could become His Highness's concubine, it would be a great honor. Zheng Kuang felt that she had tied the red string well. Wei Wei Bai was looking at whether the meal was ready. She was hungry. Ning Jiuma wouldn't starve to death, but she couldn't. She could only work after she was full. The system said, "The male lead is fighting with the old emperor. The empress is also there. It's like a battlefield." Wei Wei Bai looked at the others, serving the dishes. Can't they let people eat? Fighting during mealtime. Do they want to starve people to death? The system said, "They're almost done." A shocking secret has been exposed. The old emperor was the one who drugged concubine Ro and the male lead. The poison that made Ning Jiuma stupid. It was the emperor. The emperor, who dealt with alchemy all year round, had a few strange poisons by his side. The one that made Ning Jiuma stupid was one of them. Wei Wei Bai looked at the dishes and couldn't move. She was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to her back. She wasn't interested and said, "Why would that dog emperor poison his own son?" The system said, concubine Ro was the emperor suspected that the emperor suspected emperor was not his son, so he poisoned them. They were supposed to be poisoned to death, but the poison that didn't work. Coincidentally, the empress, concubine Ro died. It was only because of Ning Jiuma's amazing luck that he could hold on until now. Later on, when the dog emperor found out that he had wronged consort Ro, he pretended that he had not poisoned her. From Kanamo, by Wei Wei, such a big melon. Hurry up and finish your melon and come back, Ning Jiuma. She didn't have any feud with the target in this world, but the target had a feud with her family. The target in every world was a scam. She had to take revenge every time. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, a small eunuch serving the dishes next to her handed over a cup of tonic. "This is what His Highness ordered. It's for you." Weiwei Bai asked the poison testing system, "Is it poisonous?" System, "No, but..." Transmigration system, "My Prince Charming, come here." /crossover system, "Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. com//crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Download address, https://www. Sashu. com crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Mobile reading address, https://m, Sashu. com// button. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it. If you like crossover system, Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 1605. Wei Wei Bai didn't argue when she heard that it wasn't poisoned. After all, Ning Jiuma definitely wouldn't be back anytime soon. She couldn't go back and expose him for acting dumb. She would definitely starve to death if she waited. So she picked up the tonic and saw that it was soup. How stingy. There wasn't even any soup residue. Wei Wei Bai felt disgusted and swallowed it. System, after drinking Wei Wei Bai, she asked, "But what?" System, "It's not poisonous, but it's drugged. An aphrodisiac that makes your limbs weak." Wei Wei Bai, System, "Everyone in the palace knows that you have an affair with the male lead. So when the male lead hinted, the people below prepared something for him." Wei Wei Bai was a gift prepared. "Selling myself again." Bai Salted Fish sighed helplessly. System, "How about buying a substitute sticker?" Wei Wei Bai, "Is there a discount?" The system replied, "There's no way I'll give you a discount. Not for the rest of my life. This thing was a hot seller, and once it was a hot seller, there was no discount." Wei Wei Bai, "Get lost." A few maids came over and hugged Wei Wei Bai, who was starting to feel weak and warm. "Miss, take a bath and change your clothes." Wei Wei Bai's limbs were weak as she was dragged away and bathed in petals. Then she was dragged onto a large bed by the maids, with silver curtains hanging around her. She tried to shout, "Tongzi." The system didn't respond. Wei Wei Bai curled up into a ball. While she was bathing, the system was probably blocked. For Wei Wei Bai, this medicine wasn't heavy, so she could bear it. It wasn't the kind of miraculous medicine that would kill her if she didn't do it. If Ning Jiuma didn't come back, she estimated that after 2 or 3 hours, the medicine would be gone. So Wei Wei Bai's face was red as she leaned against the pillow, hugging the blanket and enduring silently. Suddenly, there was a rumble outside. It was thunder. Wei Wei Bai was still counting sheep, so she didn't care. The sound of heavy rain could be heard, and the gloomy weather made the room even more dark. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Wei Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. She couldn't see who it was through the bed curtain. It should be Ning Jiuma. After all, in the Royal Azura Arena, as long as no one was killed, it was fine. It was time for Ning Jiuma to come back for dinner. Not only was she hot, but she was also hungry. He had only eaten medicinal soup for one night, which was equivalent to eating nothing at all. A hand gently lifted the curtain of the bed. His fingers were stained with rainwater and were incomparably pale. Then Ning Jiuma appeared. He was soaked in the rain and sat by the bed in a daze. His face was so pale that it was drained of blood. There was a sickly sense of fragility. He did not seem to notice that there was someone behind him. "What?" Ning Jiuma said softly. He trembled. "Why were you the one who poisoned him?" It was only today that he found out that the one who had poisoned him and his mother was actually his father. Ning Jiuma's voice trembled. "You have the antidote, but you'd rather give it to the crown prince than me. Are you really my father?" Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes behind him. "Big brother, stop acting." He clearly saw her when he came in just now. His gaze was so obvious when he looked away. It was not the first time that dog of an emperor was so ruthless. Ning Jiuma's sudden betrayal of a father and son was simply too abrupt. Of course, Wei Wei Bai could not act as if she understood. After all, her information came from a system. Ning Jiuma's attitude was definitely because he was certain that she did not know about these things. That was why he came to act in front of her, pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Ning Jiuma was so into his act that a few drops of fake tears fell. Chapter 1606. He heard her heavy breathing behind him. Ning Jiuma's lips curled into a smug smile. When he was stupid, he would gain sympathy. When he was smart, wouldn't he gain sympathy? Leave the palace? It was impossible for him to leave the palace in this lifetime. He was more of a way to let her accept him when he was sober. Today was a good day. He knew the truth of what happened back then. He also had a blood debt of revenge on the old emperor. When he ascended the throne step by step, that so-called father of his, he had even more reason to cut him into pieces. He knew the location of the antidote. Even if the old emperor gave him an antidote because of the empress's fuss, Ning Jiuma knew that he wouldn't be able to get the antidote, because the empress would definitely be eager to give it to the crown prince. But the crown prince was impotent. The poison he gave him was much more poisonous than the one that made him stupid back then. A crown prince without descendants was nothing to be afraid of. He had to find an opportunity to get the rest of the antidote from the old emperor. He was poisoned too deeply. One antidote wasn't enough. He had to remove the poison in his bones. He definitely needed a lot of antidotes. He had to get all of them from the old emperor. He didn't even want to call that man father anymore. Every time he saw the emperor, he would smile. In fact, he didn't know how many times he cursed the old dog at his heart. Why wasn't he dead yet? He felt that he was an eyesore. Wei Wei Bai's breathing became heavier. It was even a little messy. Ning Jiuma still pretended to be hurt and pitiful. He was so pitiful. His mother was killed by his father, and he was poisoned. What a miserable life. He was about to cry. Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark and sober. There was no sadness in them. His sadness had been worn down during those torturous years. So now that he was making use of his misery, he didn't hold back. Suddenly, his sleeve was grabbed by the person behind him. Her fingers pinched his sleeve so tightly that her nails turned white. Ning Jiuma understood. Her heart softened, and she wanted to comfort him. But in the next moment, a hot body hugged him from behind. "Your Highness," she murmured softly, her breath caressing his neck. It was so hot that the skin on his neck turned red. Wei Wei Bai's voice trembled. "Your Highness, I feel terrible." He babbled on, but she didn't listen at all. He felt that this pig trotter looked especially delicious. This medicine was simply poisonous. No man could endure it. Seeing a man simply made her hungry and thirsty. Only then did Ning Jiuma realize that something was wrong. He thought that Wei Wei Bai was just sleeping on the bed. After all, they had been sleeping together. Except for special occasions, he didn't dare to force himself on her. She was strong. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on and would end up with a broken bone. Ning Jiuma didn't know that his men had drugged Wei Wei Bai. But when Wei Wei Bai's kiss landed softly on his hair and by his ear, he couldn't help it. His ears immediately turned red, and he immediately understood what was going on. There was something wrong with Wei Wei Bai. He turned around and held her waist, pressing her into the soft bedding. He held her weak hands very easily. In the dark room, only the sound of the rain could be heard, and Ning Jiuma couldn't even hear the sound of the rain. He stared at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. Her eyes were half closed, and her face was abnormally red. The redness spread to her neck and into her scattered clothes. She seemed a little helpless, her eyes blurred and burning. Ning Jiuma held his breath. He felt that he had been acting pitiful for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't beat her simple sigh. Chapter 1607. Someday, he might be murdered by her. Ning Jiuma hugged her helplessly and urgently. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache and his vision turned black. He gritted his teeth and held it in. He wouldn't become stupid, right? Ning Jiuma trembled and reached for the bottle of suppressive antidote that was similar to poison. If he became stupid at this time, wouldn't that fool take advantage of him? Everything was his own fault. No, he felt that he had become stupid now. After thinking about it, it was like wearing a green hat for himself. But just as he reached out, his vision turned black, and he became confused. Ning Jiuma looked at everything in front of him in a daze and saw a person in his arms. It was Ah Wei. Fool Ning smiled. Wei. Wei Wei Bai hugged him softly and said softly, "Your Highness, I'm hot." Ning Jiuma immediately took off her clothes. "I'll fan you, it won't be hot soon." He took off his clothes and fanned her with his sleeves. Ah Wei was really hot. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but Wei Wei Bai nodded and looked up at him helplessly. She was sure that he was Fool Ning and not pretending. Her hand gently caressed his arm. "Your Highness, give me a hug." Her voice was low and soft. It was like a sweet cake. It sounded sweet on the tip of his tongue. Ning Jiuma hugged her obediently. As he hugged her, he also became hot. Then he lowered his head softly and hugged her gently. The sound of the rain outside the window and the candlelight inside the door swayed. Ning Jiuma only felt that his Ah Wei was really beautiful. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 85. The sound of the rain gradually faded away, and the morning birds chirped. Wei Wei Bai had a splitting headache. Tongzi, next time someone tries to drug me, can you say it faster? This drug was to squeeze her dry. System, next time someone gives you food, can you not swallow it in one gulp? Even pigs couldn't eat as fast as the host. After the system finished speaking, it lowered its head and continued to bite the red thread. It had given up on burning it and was now biting the red thread with its teeth. Its teeth were very strong. Let's see if it could break it. The host still didn't know how hard it had been working, and she was still going to hook up with those young hunks. It was about to develop a revolutionary friendship with a bullet screen. If one day the two of them were killed by this red string, it would be too late. Wei Wei Bai felt that Tongzi had been very cold recently. Did it secretly hook up with another host? Was she planning to have one foot in both boats? Wei Wei Bai suddenly noticed that Ning Jiuma's breathing had become heavy. He was about to wake up. His favorability had also changed. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. She felt that she was getting used to the dozens of bungee jumps. She pretended not to know and softly said, "Your Highness, are you poisoned?" Ning Jiuma had a splitting headache as he regained his senses. Last night, he was a fool and didn't know anything, even though the result was good. But he was even more dissatisfied. Then, he heard Wei Wei Bai whisper in doubt. He was poisoned. Last night, he had said so much just to make her suspicious. He couldn't always pretend to be a lonely ghost. So he had to make her suspicious and let her know in the end. The fool she liked was him when he was poisoned. After all, he was the same person. Even if he was cured in the end, she couldn't deny that he was still her husband. Wei Wei Bai sighed softly. What kind of poison is it? Ning Jiuma's body moved, and he was about to open his eyes, but she immediately crawled out of his arms and rolled into the quilt, pretending to be asleep. His mouth stiffened. She had so quickly. forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash. Chapter 1608. Could it be that she really liked a fool like him, so she refused to tell the truth? Ning Jiuma got up and glared at the person curled up in the blanket. Pretending. What was there to pretend about with such lousy acting skills? He reached out and wanted to pull her out, but when he thought about how she wasn't wearing anything under the blanket, he didn't dare to reach out. Then he silently got out of bed and put on his clothes. He still had to go to the morning court and accompany that dog emperor to refine pills. He would think of a way to let her know the truth in the future. Ning Jiuma put on his clothes and lifted the bed curtain. He saw that she was curled up in a ball with her eyes tightly shut. Her face was still red, almost as red as the peach blossoms outside the window. His fingertips slid across her lips, and she shivered. Ning Jiuma smiled and didn't tease her anymore. Then he pretended not to know that she was awake and left again. When he walked out of the door, Zheng Xiao came over. Ning Jiuma said, "I plan to have a secondary consort. You go and arrange it." In the end, the little palace maid was still promoted. Her status as the main wife was definitely not enough. So Ning Jiuma could only settle for the second best and let her be the concubine. Actually, it was also a kind of protection because the concubine didn't have to care too much and just had to take care of him. Zheng Xiao nodded. Ning Jiuma added, "All right, send a few people to serve her. Don't let her run around." He felt that the little palace maid was cute. He felt that everyone wanted to take a fancy to his little palace maid. Zheng Xiao held back her laughter and nodded respectfully. Ning Jiuma thought about it and nagged that the room was too unfeminine. There were a few more peach blossoms outside the window, and all the grass was pulled out. In the end, he suddenly stopped and frowned. "Okay, that's all. We'll talk about it later." He was the prince, so she should be the one serving him. Why did he feel like he was her servant, thinking about her every day? It was too degrading. Ning Jiuma snorted and strode away. Wei Wei Bai sensed that Ning Jiuma had left. She spread out her limbs and fell asleep. The little fool's favorability towards her was 85. She also had to start thinking about how to complete the side mission. Wei Wei Bai said, "I really don't want to hook up with the old emperor. Why don't we go and seduce him?" The system had just taken a sip of juice and was about to swallow it when it almost choked itself to death. "Host, where's your drive? What's the efficiency of your perfect side mission? You have to work hard." He didn't want to increase his favorability just because it was easy. He had directly given up on himself and was too lazy to do anything. Wei Wei Bai turned over. "What's with the efficiency? I can't eat or drink. I'm going to sleep." The system's voice suddenly became soft. "Empress, this servant greets you." Wei Wei Bai had goosebumps all over. The system was poisoned? The system continued in its eunuch voice. "I see the peach blossoms blooming outside the window. Do you want to go and enjoy the flowers?" Wei Wei Bai, "Fuck, don't use that voice. Have you watched too many palace dramas?" The system roared. "If you don't complete the side quest and cause me to become a eunuch, I will always use this voice to talk to you." It used this voice to talk to her all day long. Wei Wei Bai felt that her ears were going to rot sooner or later. Even the words of real eunuchs were not as pretentious and unpleasant as the system's. Wei Wei Bai could only get up and hold her forehead. Okay, I'll complete it. It's just an old man. I just have to smile at him and tell him not to see me if he doesn't want to be my empress. That's all." After all, there was the reward of the emperor's love. Chapter 1609. In addition, the old emperor was useless and incompetent. She didn't need to get close to the old man. She just needed to be the empress for a day. She immediately kicked the old man away. For someone who was obsessed with looks, who would come to the old man? Just thinking about it made her wish she was dead. "Why don't we?" Wei Wei Bai said hesitantly. "System, if we don't complete the mission, I will commit suicide and hang myself with a red string." Wei Wei Bai, hang yourself with a red string? The system is getting more and more sissy. Ning Jiuma knelt on the cushion. The old emperor was meditating, so he had to accompany him in his meditation. Not far from him was the empress. This woman was wearing a Taoist robe. She was trying to please the old emperor. This woman was also very scheming. She said that she wanted to cultivate the path of immortality with the old emperor. The old emperor was naturally happy. The crown prince also started to regain his consciousness, but because the poison was too deep, his brain was sometimes good and sometimes not. And his memory loss was so serious that he couldn't remember who was who. More importantly, he had completely withered. Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark. He glanced at the empress, then looked away and continued to kneel and meditate. When the meditation was complete, the old emperor was served by someone to wash his face. Ning Jiuma was also thinking about how to talk about the concubine. He pretended to forget the past. Of course, he couldn't say that the little palace maid used to serve him. He could only say that he occasionally saw a woman and wanted to bring her into the palace because he liked her. The old emperor was in good health recently. Coupled with the medicine given by Heavenly Master Lin, he was also very excited. So he was in good mood. Now that he asked to bring Wei Wei Bai into his palace, there shouldn't be a big problem. Ning Jiuma even put aside the conspiracy and thought seriously about how to get a good reward for the little palace maid. Otherwise, with her low status, what if she was bullied in the future? Ning Jiuma's eyes softened. He was about to look up and speak to the old emperor. The empress said gently, "Your Majesty, the crown prince took the medicine you gave, and his health is much better. It's not surprising that you gave the medicine. It's really something from the gods." When the old emperor heard this, he was indeed happy. Now that he heard about gods and immortals, he was very easy to talk to. Ning Jiuma also revealed a gentle smile. The family of three was happy and harmonious. The empress suddenly looked at Ning Jiuma. "Mo, your father has always been good to you. He used to carry you to see the lanterns often." Ning Jiuma almost broke his cultivation. This old woman was probably here to test him. "What are you looking at? This dog of an emperor did hug me before. But that was just for show. Later on, when his mother got into trouble, he didn't even have the time to kill him, let alone hug him." Of course, Ning Jiuma couldn't say that. There was a moment of confusion on his face, as if he was trying to recall something. Then he frowned in distress. His young and tender face had a kind of endearing innocence. "Really? But I forgot. But I know that Imperial Father is such a benevolent person. He must be very good to me." The Empress calmly sized him up. "Of course, Your Majesty. Recently, the Prime Minister came to beg me. He said that his only daughter is almost 20 years old, but she is still bitterly waiting for Mo. This concubine remembers that Mo had a childhood relationship with her." The Emperor's cloudy eyes moved. "That's true. Mo has grown up, so I'll give you a princess consort." Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed, and his fingers clenched into fists in his sleeves. But he smiled gently. "How can I not listen to Imperial Father's words? But I'm not in good health, and I'm afraid of delaying people." At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 1610. The Emperor waved his hand indifferently. "You're already so old. How can you not have a consort? I'll set a date for you to get married." Ning Jiuma knew that the Empress was eyeing him from behind. He couldn't reveal any flaws, so he could only hold on. "But I forgot. I don't remember if there was a marriage in the past." The old emperor looked up at Ning Jiuma. He saw the sincerity and purity in his eyes. He saw a disfigured fool in the imperial court with his own eyes. In the white light, he regained his consciousness. The scars on his face gradually fell off, revealing white and tender skin. He had turned into this pleasing appearance. The Taoist master said that the reborn Ning Jiuma would treat his father as the most important person and help him block the disaster. Looking at Ning Jiuma's current appearance, he was no different from his pleasing appearance in the past. After all, he was still his own child. He had already forgotten the past. The emperor felt a little more kinship in his heart. He said, "Marriage is still necessary. If you have a girl you like, you can also take her as your consort." Ning Jiuma's eyes lit up. I met a palace maid recently. I admire her very much. Please help me." The emperor frowned. "Palace maid? Her status is too low. Give her the position of concubine." Ning Jiuma's face showed a trace of annoyance. "But I said I would give her the position of secondary consort. Now it's just a concubine. When I go back, I will be seen as a person who doesn't keep his word. I will lose face." The emperor looked at his relaxed appearance and actually found it pleasing to the eye. He was tired and waved his hand. "Bring her here for me to take a look. Then I will personally give her the position of secondary consort. I will save your face." Ning Jiuma immediately revealed a happy smile. "Father, you are indeed the best father." The empress's face turned cold. She didn't expect Ning Jiuma to win the emperor's favor so quickly. She was about to say something. The emperor waved his hand. "Okay, call that girl over first and make her the secondary consort. As for the consort, we will talk about it later." After taking in a secondary consort, the consort's matter could only be put aside first. Otherwise, if concubines Su and Wang Fei entered at the same time, it would be too troublesome. Ning Jiuma immediately nodded and got up to instruct the eunuch outside to bring someone in. The empress could no longer maintain her smile. The old emperor trusted Ning Jiuma so much. Thinking about how the crown prince's condition was still not stable, the empress was so worried that her hair turned white. The antidote from before was obtained by sacrificing a lot of benefits. After all, the crown prince had done such a disgraceful thing. He was lucky that the emperor didn't beat him to death. The empress could only continue to wait and see if she could get the second antidote. This kind of poison was slow-acting and required a lot of antidotes. She didn't know who had poisoned her, but the empress was so angry that she dug her nails into her palms. If she found out, she would make that person die a horrible death and destroy his family. Therefore, compared to overthrowing Ning Jiuma, the crown prince's illness was more important. After waiting for a while, the emperor could not hold it in any longer. Although his spirit would be stimulated after taking the pill, he would not be able to hold on any longer. But they would also feel sleepy. The emperor said, "Jin will rest first. When Jin wakes up, I will send someone to your hall to announce the decree." Ning Jiuma was not very happy that Wei Wei Bai had caught the empress' attention. So he immediately nodded respectfully and said with a smile, "This son obeys the decree." The emperor got up and the head eunuch beside him immediately helped him out. Wei Wei Bai was led through the door by Zhang. There was still one more door to see Ning Jiuma. Chapter 16:11. The system said, "That old emperor has already left. Wait until your favorability reaches 90 before you attempt the side mission." Wei Wei Bai said, "Let's not attempt it. I can't bring myself to do it to the old emperor." The system said, "I'll hang myself." Wei Wei Bai said, "Go ahead." The system was speechless. Suddenly, pink petals appeared in front of her, dancing in the air. Bai Wei Wei. What the hell? Were these illusory petals? Ever since I saw you in the crowd, you were like the faint mark of cherry blossoms, left in my heart. From now on, the world is yours, the mountains and rivers are yours, and time is yours. I'm also yours. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. What the hell is with all these pretentious, sick, and repetitive sentences? The system said, that emperor is like this when he starts everything. Wei Wei Bai said, "Why does he start everything for no reason?" The system said, "It's like this. The old emperor is not far from you, looking at you." Wei Wei Bai instinctively turned to look. She saw the emperor standing at the door, as if he was about to leave. However, after taking half a step, his body froze. The system said, "Don't look at him. The more you look at him, the stronger your love for the emperor will be." Wei Wei Bai saw the wrinkles on the emperor's face and quietly withdrew her gaze. Then, she followed the little eunuch through the door expressionlessly. She pretended not to see the emperor's gaze. "Don't look at me with a face full of wrinkles." She refused. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly followed the eunuch. The emperor, who was standing at the door, froze for a long time. The head eunuch beside him asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Why did he suddenly stop moving? Is he about to become a deity?" The emperor said with a trembling voice, "Who was that just now?" The head eunuch looked back, It should be the concubine that His Highness King Ning is about to take in. The emperor reached out and clutched his chest, his face trembling. His eyes were terrifyingly bright. I suddenly feel like I've found the meaning of life. What longevity! What immortal cultivation! How can they compare to her? We definitely knew each other in our previous lives. No. Tears flowed from the emperor's eyes. We will definitely be a pair for all eternity. But now, I was born, but you were not. When you were born, I was already old. No wonder I was so obsessed with longevity. It was all because I wanted to meet her. The eunuch was speechless. Oh no, the emperor's brain is damaged from the medicine he took. The system nagged at Wei Wei Bai. That love of the emperor will automatically create a romantic atmosphere, such as life after life, and so on. As soon as Wei Wei Bai thinks of this, a pile of pink petals flutters in the air. He saw the lover of his life. The old emperor with a wrinkled face, Wei Wei Bai expressed that she would be with him forever if he was good-looking. If you're ugly and have wrinkles, I'll beat you to death. Wei Wei Bai, I'll endure 100 times. Who asked me to go after an old man? I'll cut him off first. The system fell to the ground with a thud. In the future, I'll become a eunuch and sing Little Apple in your ears forever. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jima's eyes were almost bursting with joy. When he saw Wei Wei Bai walk in, he immediately rushed over. If it wasn't for the Empress, he would have hugged her. When he saw the Empress's cold face, he immediately held Wei Wei Bai's hand and bowed to her. Mother, I'll take my leave. The Empress snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Ning Juma respectfully turned around and pulled Wei Wei Bai's arm as he walked out. The warm sun shone on his face. His respectful expression gradually turned sinister. Hit the say button below to record this reading record. Chapter 16:12. These old bastards. I'll kill them sooner or later. Ning Jiuma cursed in his heart. After walking out of the door, he lowered his head and saw a confused Wei Wei Bai. The darkness on his face disappeared and was replaced by joy. I told you that you'll have meat to eat if you follow me. Do you believe me? Wei Wei Bai frowned. Can you let go of my hand? Ning Jiuma. Why? Can't I hold your hand if I'm not a fool? You didn't even think about how you tried to bully me last night. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Then, she straightened her neck. Who drugged me? In the end, it was my husband who came out. Did you peek again? Can you be more shameless? Ning Jiuma was so angry that his neck was thick. You're so heartless. Whoever drugged you is a dog. Look at me now. Which girl wouldn't like me? Why would they use such a despicable trick like drugging me? You're the one who ate the food. Who's to blame? And who's looking at you? With your shriveled body and ugly face. Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly. Who knows who's ugly? You look like a toad, and you still have the cheek to despise me. System. Did these two graduate from kindergarten? Couldn't they scold something more elegant? Suddenly, the system felt gloomy. Then the system looked up and saw the old emperor standing at the top of the building, looking down bitterly. System. It seemed to see the pink petals flying behind the old emperor. It was so hot that it was blinded. I suddenly understood why the host would rather cut ties with the old emperor than attack him. If I'm handsome, harassing you is a domineering CEO falling in love with me. If I'm ugly, it's sexual harassment. Perverts. I need to see more. In this world, looks were still justice. The system touched its face. Sigh. Fortunately, it was handsome. It couldn't see the evil intentions of this world. Wei Wei Bai and Ning Jiuma bickered all the way back to the palace. In the end, Ning Jiuma said angrily, I went to ask for an imperial edict for you. In the future, you will be conferred by the emperor himself. Anyone who dares to bully, you'll have to think twice. An imperial edict for a concubine. It was a very heavy weight. Wei Wei Bai frowned. To be your concubine? Didn't you say that you would release my husband in the future? If he comes back from the dead, how can I be with him? Ning Jiuma was so angry that he didn't think too much about it. He said directly, Why do you always remember when I'm stupid? It's always the same person. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Ning Jiuma was also stunned. Then, the way Ning Jiuma looked at her gradually changed. He immediately felt a little scared and took a few steps back. This king is hungry. I want to eat. With that, Ning Jiuma immediately turned and left. Wei Wei Bai reacted and immediately reached out to grab his hand, looking anxious. What do you mean by the same person? Ning Jioma immediately started a tug-of-war with her, wanting to snatch her hand back. Wei Wei Bai grabbed him so hard that he grimaced in pain. You heard me wrong. I mean, we could talk about the future later. Let's settle you down first. In the future, in this palace, who knows how ruthless the fighting will be. She had an additional layer of protection as a concubine, so she wouldn't be killed for no reason. After all, it was common for a palace maid to die just like that. Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled. You! Ning Jiuma was afraid that she would take things too hard and immediately said, I'm joking, let go. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold as she stared at him. She didn't seem to believe him. Ning Jiuma became even more scared. His voice softened a little. I didn't eat anything so early in the morning to get you a concubine or something. You're not going to starve me to death, right? Chapter 16:13. Bai Weiwei saw his soft appearance and pretended to be a fool. Unexpectedly, he was similar to that fool. Her expression changed, and she suddenly looked away, shaking off his hand. Her voice was a little muffled, as if she was very sad. Don't make such jokes in the future. With that, Wei Wei Bai turned to leave. Ning Jioma immediately pounced over and hugged her from behind. Are you still going to eat? Do you want to starve yourself to death? With that said, he dragged the dazed Wei Wei Bai away. Ning Jioma's eyes had a dark smile. She knew that he poisoned her. She also heard what he blurted out. This way, she would suspect and unravel that he was actually the same person as the fool. Ning Jioma deliberately made this scene. It was to make her doubt him. Only in this way would she be mentally prepared when the truth was revealed. He would slowly wear away her unwillingness, even if he was no longer a fool. She couldn't let go of him anymore. If Ning Jioma wanted someone, he would do anything to scheme. He couldn't give her what she wanted to leave the palace, but he would share everything else with her. If there was one person in this world, he was willing to share the power toy in his hands with her. That should be Wei Wei Bai. There was no reason, it was just because she was cute. Under the suppression of the medicine, Ning Jioma's sobriety was so long that no one noticed anything strange. He could guarantee that he wouldn't be a fool for a day if he took a pill. But this was destroying his own body. He knew very well, so he had to get the antidote as soon as possible. After dinner, Ning Jioma pulled Wei Wei Bai to drink. Wei Wei Bai frowned. You're a prince, but you don't want to build a country. You only know how to play all day. Ning Jioma rolled the dice and got the most points. I win, you drink. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold as she poured a glass of wine into her mouth. The temperature of the wine made her face start to turn red. Her red lips were moist and soft. Ning Jioma's breathing became erratic as he calmly played with the dice with his fingers. I also want to make a name for myself, but my royal father doesn't want to see me do well. If I'm too powerful, he'll kill me. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled slightly. She did not quite understand. Why? Ning Jioma smiled and narrowed his eyes. Because he's the emperor. What am I? I'm just a piece of trash that he abandoned in the filthy land. If I'm too powerful, he'll throw me back again. Wei Wei Bai's face was as red as the clouds, and her eyes were blank. He didn't seem to understand why the royal family was so cruel. Ning Jioma's heart softened as he whispered, I'll Wei, everyone in this palace can't wait for me to die. Wei Wei Bai held her wine glass and didn't say anything. Ning Jioma smiled sadly. How could I forget? You can't wait for me to die so that your idiot husband can take over my body. Wei Wei Bai's fingers couldn't help but tighten, and the wine glass was crushed. Ning Jioma's expression changed. He immediately grabbed her hand and slapped away the wine glass shards. Her fingers were only red, but there was no wound. Ning Jioma heaved a sigh of relief. Then he frowned. Are you stupid? Why did you break the glass? Is the glass free? Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a while before sighing. If you can release my husband, we will be loyal to you in the future. We'll be your servants and palace maids. Ning Jioma saw the fear in her eyes. It was as if she already knew about her idiot husband. Chapter 16:14. Actually, it was just her wishful thinking. Ning Jioma pretended not to see her final struggle. He knew that he couldn't force her to admit it. He and that fool were the same person. So Ning Jioma smiled. If you show your loyalty now, it'll be better than suffering outside if you really become my servant or palace maid in the future. Forget it. If you show your loyalty, I'll reluctantly accept you and that fool. She wasn't willing to face it yet. He could only spoil her. Because by Wei Wei drank wine, the smell of alcohol rose, and her body softly lay on the table. The peach blossoms outside the window flew in and landed on her hair. Ning Jiuma couldn't help but reach out to take it away. But he heard her mutter, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Her tone was indescribably sad. Ning Jiuma lowered his eyes and quietly pinched the petal. In the end, he liked fools more. But if he continued to be a fool, who would protect them? There were so many man-eating beasts in the palace. He couldn't be a fool. Suddenly, he groaned, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Wei Wei Bai was half drunk and about to fall asleep when she heard his painful groans. She immediately opened her eyes and saw Ning Jiuma spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly got up and immediately carried him to the bed and put him down. Then she shouted, "Something happened to His Highness." Zheng Kuang came in and was shocked, but he knew what was going on. He immediately said, "Miss, don't shout. His Highness is poisoned." With that, Zheng Kuang stuffed a red pill into Ning Jiuma's mouth. Ning Jiuma's breathing was better, but there were still traces of pain between his brows. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly. His fingers were so cold that she started to tremble. "What's going on? Why is this happening? Who poisoned him?" Ning Jiuma was still enduring the pain and didn't make a sound. Zheng Kuang couldn't help but sigh. His Highness is also a pitiful person. He became a fool after being poisoned. To wake himself up, he ate another kind of poison to suppress it. But if this continues, his body won't be able to take it. This was the truth, and it sounded extremely cruel. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. Is he stupid? Zheng Qiao also knew what His Highness was thinking, so she went with the flow and told her. Yes, he became a fool when the poison took effect. Later, when the Empress wanted to kill him, he could only eat poison to suppress the poison and then recover his mind to fight again. Wei Wei Bai's eyes began to turn red. She seemed to be in disbelief, but she had to believe it. She could only hold his hand and say in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness? Your Highness." It was indescribably pitiful and lost. Ning Jiuma grunted a few times. After taking the medicine, his face finally looked better. "What? Isn't Your Highness that idiot?" Wei Wei Bai bit her lip. Her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and her body was trembling. Ning Jiuma burst out laughing. "All right, I'm just lying to you. There's no such thing as an antidote. I thought I was writing a script. Why are you so gullible?" A tear fell onto the back of his hand. Ning Jiuma was stunned, but he saw that her face was full of tears. She was crying so hard that even her breathing was messed up. She was sobbing like a child. Ning Jiuma didn't know why, but his heart ached. He just wanted her to face the fact that he was the same person whether he was stupid or not. But when he saw her so sad, he couldn't feel happy. Ning Jiuma reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Don't cry," he said in a hoarse voice. "Don't cry, I'm fine." Chapter 16:15. Wei Wei Bai sobbed, but didn't say anything. Ning Jiuma's eyes were a little dry. He said, "What's so good about being a fool? I'm dirty and rolling on the ground. I don't even fight back when I'm beaten. Only you want me to be a fool. What's wrong with your brain? How can a fool give you happiness?" Wei Wei Bai grabbed the clothes on his chest and didn't say anything. Ning Jiuma sighed. "If I lose the battle, I might really be a fool for the rest of my life. You'll be happy then." Wei Wei Bai didn't answer. She just hugged him. She was afraid that he would be gone. She even hugged him until it hurt. Ning Jiuma knew that she must have suffered a big blow. He reached out and touched her satin-like hair, his eyes dark. He forced her to look at him step by step. It wasn't easy to look at him. Didn't her heart ache? Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked softly, "Isn't there an antidote?" Ning Jiuma immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The joy of his plan, succeeding, made the corners of his mouth rise. She really couldn't let go of him. He immediately suppressed his smile and pretended to be in pain. "There is an antidote. It's in the hands of the person who poisoned me. Look at how miserable he was. Everyone wanted to kill him. Ning Jioma suppressed his smug smile and desperately acted pitiful. Wei Wei Bai's heart ached for him. Even the strength of her hug became gentle. Ning Jioma's expression also became gentle. He lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes were like stars falling. There was a different kind of purity and clarity. He thought that he liked her. He liked her very much. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. Suddenly, outside the door, Zhang Qiao risked being beaten and said carefully, "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you." Ning Jioma heard this and thought that it was about the concubine. But no, it was a summons, not an imperial edict. His eyes turned cold. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qiao said. "His Majesty's head eunuch personally invited you and said that you will go with the girl." Ning Jioma felt uneasy. He would go with Wei Wei Bai. It must be about the concubine. However, this was something that could be settled with an imperial edict. Why would he go personally? The emperor's body was in such a bad state that he didn't do much at all. It was not the dog-like emperor style to mobilize so many people for his concubine. Could it be that the empress is up to something again? Ning Jioma hid his gloominess between his brows, and his face was a little sharp. He said softly, "Okay, I'll bring Ah Wei over." Wei Wei Bai looked up in confusion. Her eyes were still red, and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Ning Jioma couldn't help but reach out and wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Do you want to come with me? If you go, you will be my concubine. I will not force you." Wei Wei Bai was a little hesitant, as if she was struggling with something. She liked the silly him. Now that he was no longer a fool, she hesitated and did not dare to like him anymore. Ning Jioma saw through her thoughts. He suddenly reached out and clutched his chest, looking like he was about to vomit blood. Wei Wei Bai immediately tugged at his sleeve nervously. "Your Highness!" Ning Jioma's face was pale. "You should leave. I know you are unwilling. When Father blames you, he would just chop off my head. It has nothing to do with you." These words were said so shamelessly. It was simply like a white lotus flower, and it was the black lotus type. Wei Wei Bai and the system that was eating snacks calmly watched him act. She really wanted to say, "Your Highness, take care. I will leave first. Go ahead and chop off your head." However, for the sake of favorability, Wei Wei Bai could only do it with him. She immediately couldn't bear to frown and hesitated. "It's so serious. Then let's go together." And Chapter 16:16. Ning Jioma trembled and wanted to laugh. There were benefits to being stupid. It was so satisfying to lie to her. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Her acting skills were getting worse with each generation. Even if she wanted to laugh, she should wait until she succeeded before hiding and laughing alone. She thought that he couldn't tell. He had his back to her, and his smile was about to reach the back of his head. She was so happy that she became a fool. The two of them changed their clothes. Wei Wei Bai was still wearing the pink and blue palace dress. Before she was conferred the title, she was just a palace maid. Ning Jioma's clothes were more complicated. When Wei Wei Bai walked out, he was still looking for a belt. She picked up the belt on the plate out of habit and walked to him. "Stand properly," she said calmly. Ning Jioma immediately stood properly and looked at her with a smile. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. She lowered her head seriously and helped him fasten the belt. He looked at the top of her head. A simple jade hairpin tied her hair into a bun, and her extra long hair fell behind her back. She was as delicate and pretty as a green willow by the water. Ning Jioma saw the newly bloomed begonia flowers beside her. He picked one casually and put it in her bun. Wei Wei Bai finished fastening the belt and looked up in confusion. The red begonia flowers were like the blush on her face, cute and charming. Ning Jioma looked at her, and a thought appeared in his mind. She was like a flower too. He couldn't wait to hold her in his hands and hide her in his sleeves. Ning Jioma slowly held her hand and said softly, "Don't be nervous later. It's your first time meeting the emperor. I'll speak for you. He's not a good person. You don't have to care about that old bastard." These words were directed at the imperial father that he was referring to. He was simply an old tortoise with a vicious heart. He let her out, and the lanterns were lit all the way. They were going to sit in the sedan chair, but Ning Jioma refused. He held Wei Wei Bai's hand and walked to the emperor's bedroom. The eunuchs and palace maids followed behind. Along the way, Ning Jiuma patiently introduced her to the palaces on the road. And which place in the palace couldn't they go? Under the light, she stared at him curiously. Ning Jiuma was mesmerized by her gaze. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have lowered his head and kissed her. Your Highness, you really know a lot. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head in embarrassment under his gaze. She lowered her eyes and said softly. Ning Jiuma paused. She had praised him. She had always been nice to him when he was in a daze, but she finally softened her attitude towards him when he was sober. With his mood lifted, Ning Jiuma felt that everything was good. He turned around and said, "Turn your back." All the eunuchs in palace maids stopped in their tracks and immediately turned around. Wei Wei Bai also turned around, and a warm kiss fell on her lips. She was stunned for a moment, but he had already left. His eyes were filled with joy. Of course I know a lot. Follow me in the future, and I'll teach you every day. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips as a trace of hesitation appeared in her eyes. In the end, she softly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma knew that she was going to stay in the palace with him. Follow me and stay in the palace for the rest of your life. Okay. He suddenly felt that the future was no longer dark, even if there were swords and knives on his body. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. The youth didn't know the taste of love. Once they met, the depth of their love would be unknown. The emperor's bedroom was brightly lit, and the palace maids and eunuchs were all on alert. It seemed like they were welcoming someone. When Ning Jiuma held Wei Wei Bai's hand and came here, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The palace had actually been specially cleaned. Chapter 16-17. There were peach blossoms of the season everywhere, as well as all kinds of rare and beautiful things. It was as if they were welcoming an important guest. Could it be that the Dog Emperor had an important guest tonight? Ning Jiuma's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts, but he suppressed them all. There was only a smile on his lips like a spring breeze. He led Wei Wei Bai into the palace. He saw the emperor sitting on the chair with his back straight. His hair seemed to have been dyed, without a single strand of white hair. Because the emperor was cultivating, his hair was always disheveled. But now his hair was tied up. He was clean and wore casual clothes, but they were of a very young style. The black cuffs were embroidered with patterns. Under the light, the old emperor looked 10 years younger. If he didn't know that the pills had eaten away his body, Ning Jiuma thought that he had really succeeded in cultivating. "Father, I'm here to greet you. This is Wei Wei." Ning Jiuma pulled Wei Wei Bai and knelt down together. Ning Jiuma knelt in front, half of his body blocking Wei Wei Bai, protecting her behind him. He said softly, "Wei Wei, greet father." Wei Wei Bai looked up and suddenly saw pink petals flying all over the sky. Her head was going to hurt again, and her eyes were going to go blind again. The system said, "The love of the emperor, 1,000 years of love, a love that will never change for 10,000 years. Wei Wei Bai said, "If you say any more, I'll kill myself." What kind of love of the emperor was this? It attracted an old man. She refused, but the love of the emperor couldn't be turned off. She looked up, and her mouth twitched. Finally, she forced herself to call out, "Father." The old emperor's body trembled, his fingers gripping the armrest of the chair tightly, as if he was enduring something. His eyes fell on her pink and young face, and all kinds of intense struggle and pain flashed across his face. Finally, the old emperor said softly, "Wei Wei." Ning Jiuma's eyebrows jumped. Why did he feel that the Dog Emperor's voice was not right? He looked up and stole a glance, but saw that the Dog Emperor's eyes were fixed on Wei Wei Bai. His eyes were filled with tenderness and tenderness. Ning Jiuma was a man who had just fallen in love. How could he not understand the naked look in her eyes? His pupils constricted, and he instinctively blocked Wei Wei Bai. He then said loudly, "Imperial Father, this son remembers that there is still something I have to do. I will take my leave first." With that, Ning Jiuma grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand and immediately got up to leave. But behind him, the old emperor coldly said, "Halt." Ning Jiuma's eyes darkened. His murderous aura burst out, but he forced himself to endure. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Wei Wei Bai's hand. Wei Wei Bai frowned. It hurt a little. The emperor suddenly spoke softly, "Which girl do you like? I'll help you find her." You don't like the prime minister's daughter, but do you like the princess? Ning Juma finally turned around. His eyes were a little red. Then, he pulled Wei Wei by behind him. He was thin, but very slender. He blocked the petite Wei Wei by behind him, not revealing a trace of light. If Ning Jioma still couldn't see the desire in the old emperor's eyes, he would have lived in vain. If it was someone else, he might have laughed out loud. This dog emperor cultivated immortality every day to the point where he didn't recognize anyone. Although he doted on a few concubines, this dog emperor really didn't have any feelings for women. In the end, he really fell in love with a woman. He could use her, but this woman was Wei Wei Bai. He couldn't wait to gouge out the old emperor's eyes. Chapter 16:18. Ning Juma's expression turned cold. Under the flickering candlelight, he looked exceptionally sinister. He said word by word, "Father, I don't like other women." He held her hand and started to sweat. He wanted to ascend the throne and couldn't offend this dog emperor. One wrong step and his path to the throne would collapse. But looking at the emperor's red and wolf-like eyes, he thought of his gaze falling on the little palace made behind him. The hatred and crazed bloodlust that he had been suppressing surged to his head. He could make use of anyone in this palace, but he wouldn't use her as a stepping stone, and he wouldn't let other men look at her. This dog emperor took away everything from him, and he wanted to take away the only person in the palace who was good to him. The emperor's expression changed. He looked at Ning Jioma gloomily. "Are you going to rebel against me?" Ning Jioma gritted his teeth, and the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Wei Wei Bai seemed to want to come out from behind him. He immediately turned around and said in a low voice, "Don't talk. Stay here obediently." Wei Wei Bai trembled and looked at him with a trace of confusion. She didn't seem to understand why they were at loggerheads. Ning Jioma hoped that she didn't know anything. He didn't even dare to bet that if she knew that the emperor liked her, she would leave with him. Power was so tempting. The emperor had the best of everything. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? Even this dog emperor could be her father. The emperor saw him scolding Wei Wei Bai and got up angrily. He slammed the table and shouted, "Ning Jioma, you're rebelling." Ning Jioma turned around and immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Father, it's late. I won't disturb your rest. I'll leave with secondary consort Bai." He knew it was wrong. He knew that he should appease this old dog. But Ning Jioma hated him so much that his eyes were about to bleed. He would have pulled out his sword and killed this dog emperor. Who would dare to covet his woman? Ning Jioma held Wei Wei Bai's hand tightly and retreated step by step. He was as vigilant as a wolf guarding a treasure. He refused to let the emperor see Wei Wei Bai. Even one glance was too much. Then he retreated a dozen steps, turned around, grabbed Wei Wei Bai into his arms, and dragged her out. It was as if he was afraid that someone would snatch away his little palace maid. Wei Wei Bai whispered, "Your Highness." Her innocent look made Ning Jioma furious. Do not make a sound. He had already provoked someone he shouldn't have, yet he still didn't know how to keep a low profile. Did she take a fancy to that old dog? Wei Wei Bai blinked her eyes as if she didn't understand what was going on between the father and son. Even if he knew, he had to pretend that he didn't. Ning Jioma's eyes were as cold as knives. The emperor suddenly whispered, "Imoer, do you want to be the crown prince?" Ning Jioma stopped in his tracks. He hugged Wei Wei Bai, his eyes fierce and sinister. His thin red lips were tightly pursed, as if he was pursing blood. His voice was cold and slow, with a frosty sharpness. "Your son doesn't dare." After that, he didn't even turn his head and said calmly, "Your son will take his leave. Father, you can rest in peace." Ning Jioma hurriedly pulled Wei Wei Bai and quickened his pace. The eunuchs and palace maids behind him couldn't keep up with his pace. When they returned to their own palace, Ning Jioma turned around fiercely. "Get lost." Zhang Kuang wanted to serve them when he saw them return, but when he saw this, he immediately changed his mind. He immediately retreated with all the servants. The door was closed. Ning Jioma pulled the dazed Wei Wei Bai and pushed her onto the bed. // Chapter 16:19. His expression was dark and cold as he pressed down on her. He held both her hands with one hand and her chin with the other. Where did you hook up with this person? Tell me, why did that dog of an emperor suddenly fancy her? Was it because they had already fallen for each other? Wei Wei Bai was in a daze. Her dazed eyes turned slowly before she looked at him strangely. What's wrong? She couldn't possibly say that the old emperor had suddenly become horny because of the love of the emperor. Ning Jumal laughed coldly. What's wrong? Then his cold laugh turned into anger. Did you see that just now? That old dog looked at you as if he wanted to eat you up. He actually wants you. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Then she forced a smile. How was that possible? I've never seen him before. Also, I'm not that kind of beautiful woman. How could the emperor suddenly fancy me? Ning Jumal reached out and pinched her face. His eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and said, Not beautiful enough. You're not beautiful enough. How could that dog of an emperor give me the position of crown prince in exchange for you? Tell me, aren't you beautiful? Wei Wei Bai's face turned red from the pinch. She said vaguely, Let go of me, Ning Jiumo. Ning Jiumo frowned. Oh, Ning Jiumo, did you fancy that dog of an emperor? You're not even calling him Your Highness and are calling him by his name? Wei Wei Bai couldn't stand this guy's childishness. She pushed him away with one hand. Ning Jiumo was pushed to the side of the bed by her great strength and almost rolled off the bed. He quickly supported himself and glared at her. Wei Wei Bai, you push me. Is it because you feel wrong to be my concubine that you want to be the imperial concubine? Bai Weiwei slammed her hand on the bed rail, and it snapped with a snap. Ning Jiuma's eyebrows jumped. This violent and direct strength. Was she an elephant? Weiwei Bai was so angry that blood rushed to her face. What's wrong with you? I went with you to see that old bastard. From the beginning to the end, other than calling him imperial father, I didn't say anything else. Who did I hook up with? How did I hook up with him? Why don't you tell me? What could Ning Jiuma say? How would he know how that old bastard fell for Wei Wei Bai? Yes, the little palace maid was the cutest girl in the entire palace. But that old bastard must be sick in the head. How could he see her cuteness right away? Then, he would snatch it from him. Ning Jiuma looked at Wei Wei Bai. He couldn't win against her in a fight, but he couldn't win against her either. He was so angry that he pouted like a frog. Let's talk about it later. From now on, stay here and don't go out. But he wanted to take her out to meet someone. Even the emperor was seduced by her. If he took her out a few more times, his love rivals would have circled the palace 100 times. Wei Wei Bai sneered. Why? Am I a palace maid, or am I your prisoner? I can't even go out? At most, I won't be a palace maid anymore. I can go out of the palace and farm to support myself. Ning Jiuma felt that she was speaking the truth. Her strength was comparable to that of a few cows. Farming was definitely a piece of cake for her. Ning Jiuma's expression turned cold. He couldn't suppress the fierceness in his chest. How dare you? I am your master. You have to agree to whatever I say. Wei Wei Bai held her forehead helplessly. What kind of straight man was he talking about? With this kind of conduct, he really wanted to chase after girls. Girls would probably be scared away. No matter how handsome he was, he wouldn't be able to stand such a waste. She refused to talk to this man. She was afraid that her IQ would plummet. Wei Wei Bai, I don't know what's wrong with you. Calm down yourself. I'm going to sleep in the next room. // Chapter 1620. How old was that old bastard? He still had the cheek to want Wei Wei Bai. He and Wei Wei Bai were a match made in heaven. Their ages were just right, and they were equally good-looking. What did that old bastard have? Just because of the dragon throne? Ning Jiuma had never had such a strong urge to kill his father. He got up and covered Wei Wei Bai with a blanket. Then, he kissed her hair. It seemed that he could still smell the begonia scent from last night. After he walked out, Zheng Qiao hurried over. Your Highness, bad news. The imperial edict is here. Ning Jiuma's eyes narrowed. His footsteps were heavy as he walked out slowly. It was the emperor's head eunuch. He held the imperial edict and smiled gently. I am here on His Majesty's orders. Your Highness King Ning, please accept the edict. Ning Jiuma felt that it couldn't be the concubine's order. That old bastard was going to snatch it. He pinched his fingers tightly and knelt down expressionlessly. The head eunuch opened the imperial edict and said a lot of nonsense. Finally, he said, Palace made by beautiful on the outside, but intelligent on the inside. She has a gentle temperament and is upright and dignified. She comforts my heart and is conferred the title of imperial concubine. Ning Jiuma slowly looked up. His face was expressionless, but there was killing intent in his eyes. The corners of his eyes were slightly red and cold. The head eunuch finished announcing the edict. "Your Highness, accept the edict." Ning Jiuma slowly got up and reached out to grab the imperial edict. He was very calm, as if he would obediently do as he was told. The head eunuch also heaved a sigh of relief. His Majesty said that you will be in charge of conferring concubines. Your Highness, if you handle this well, your future will be limitless. After he finished speaking, he smiled and left. Ning Jiuma looked up at the back view of the eunuch. His eyes were cold. He said softly, "Zheng Xiao, burn it." Zheng Xiao immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, don't be impulsive. It wasn't easy for us to get to this point. As long as you become the crown prince, you'll have a chance to snatch her back in the future." He felt that it was ridiculous. Why did the emperor suddenly like Wei Wei Bai? Even if a palace maid was likable, this was not the way to like her. In an instant, she had gone from a palace maid to a concubine. She was just one step away from becoming a consort. No matter how muddle-headed the emperor was, he had never acted so recklessly. He didn't even ask for the empress's permission before he issued the order. This was simply insane. But this madman is the emperor. If he burns the imperial edict with the accusation of disrespect, everything that His Highness had planned would be ruined. Ning Jiuma lowered his head. "Do you want me to give up on her?" Zheng Ting's lips trembled, but he still tried his best to persuade him. "As long as we can hold on for a while longer, we will have a chance. You will become the crown prince and suppress the empress. Then, you can think of a way to make the emperor's poison act up. The court will still be yours." Ning Jiuma's eyes were dark and gloomy. There was an indescribable, deathly stillness in them. "You're right. This is the best and safest way. I've already put in so much effort. One wrong move, and I'll lose everything." Zheng Kuang thought that he had thought it through. No matter how cute the little palace maid was, she couldn't compare to Jiang Shan. Ning Jiuma suddenly said, "But there's a faster way." Zheng Ting hugged Ning Jiuma's thigh and said with a trembling body, "This is the last way. We can't take it." How could he not understand His Highness's words? He wanted to rebel directly. They had been planning for so long. How could they take such a risky path? They had been trembling in fear for so many years just to be able to rightfully take the throne. They didn't want to bear the infamy and directly rebel. Ning Jiuma was silent for a while. Then, he suddenly smiled and kicked Zheng Ting away. Chapter 16:21. His expression was cold as he threw the imperial edict in his hand to his feet. "Burn it to ashes, don't let me see it. I don't want the throne now, I want that old bastard's life." He had endured for so long, and he had come this far step by step. He could give anything, and he could compromise on anything. But that dog of an emperor had to step on his bottom line. If he retreated, he would be a coward even if he got the throne. Ning Jiuma walked back and said coldly, "If I rely on selling her to get the throne, then this empire is meaningless to me." Zheng Xiao sat there in a daze. Crazy, they were all crazy. The emperor was crazy, so was Ning Wang. Once the path of rebellion was taken, there was no turning back. Rebelling in this situation was simply suicide. Wasn't Ning Wang able to use anything in the past? Why was it that he couldn't bear to part with Wei Wei Bai? Wei Wei Bai had just woken up and felt sore all over. The system said gloomily, "Your little retard is rebelling." Wei Wei Bai was still sleepy. Doesn't he want to rebel every day? Ning Jiuma was thinking about rebelling every day. That was nothing new. The system said, "That old bastard came with an imperial edict asking you to be his concubine." The male lead is angry, so he didn't take the path of scheming anymore. He's already preparing to force you to abdicate. Wei Wei Bai said, "Only 85 favorability points. This little fool doesn't even want his life anymore." It was hard to believe how stubborn this guy was to have 100 favorability points. The system said maybe he was abused too much and felt that his life was dark. A little light could make him live and die together. Wei Wei Bai said. You make me sound like a light bulb. Once this rebellion happens, my favorability points and the position of empress will be gone. Men always regretted it after doing it. Ning Jioma had been scheming for so many years, and he could have gotten the throne smoothly. But because of her, he directly rebelled. Now, the rebellion would not succeed. So if he failed, he would probably take her out of the palace. After all, the dog hole in the cold palace was still there. But what about out of the palace? Would Ning Jioma regret giving up his empire for a beauty? Men were all demons who didn't mean what they said. After getting angry for a beauty, most people would regret it at some point. If he regretted it, his favorable impression of him would definitely drop. Once it dropped, not to mention the side quest, even the main quest would be finished. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought about what to do next. Then she said, now is not a good time to rebel. We need to give him some time to think. The system sat on the red string and swung. How do you want to be quiet? Wei Wei Bai, be his stepmother. Was this Jingjing? I feel like the male lead will calm you down. Host, if you want to cause trouble, just say so. Ning Jioma entered the room with his hands behind his back and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on the bed. Her hair was messy and her face was blank. Although she was good at taking care of him, she couldn't take care of herself. Ning Jioma reached out to take her dress and immediately helped her put it on without giving her a chance to speak. He didn't show the slightest bit of uneasiness or murderous intent. He calmly put a green cloak on her and put a hood on her. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Ning Jioma, leaving the palace. Wei Wei Bai was stunned and then frowned. Why so sudden? Ning Jioma smiled and lowered his head to kiss her lips. It's sudden. I suddenly feel like it's a very good thing to go farming with you. You go first. I'll pack up the gold, silver, and jewelry and then follow you out. Wei Wei Bai grabbed his wrist, her eyes cold. What happened? You haven't found the antidote yet. Are you going to wait for death outside the palace? Chapter 1622. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come over to search book www.sashu.com on Baidu to find the. He knew that she wouldn't believe him so easily. Ning Jioma's eyes softened. I found the antidote, so I plan to leave the palace with you. I feel that there's no point in staying in the palace. It's better to go out and be free. This reason made her loosen up a little. Ning Jioma reached out and hugged her. In a place where she couldn't see, his eyes were dark. His tone was light. Let's go out of the palace, get married, farm, and have a chubby baby. Wei Wei Bai, you're too indecent. Ning Jioma, can you give birth to a baby properly? He stroked her abdomen. Maybe there's already a chubby baby here. Wei Wei Bai, you're wrong. You can't give birth, not in this lifetime. If you really want to give birth, you can choose between the system and the pillow boy. Ning Jioma rambled on and on about the beautiful scenes of leaving the palace. In the end, he almost believed that he could leave the palace with her. But he knew that this world belonged to the person on the throne. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how big the world was. Ning Jioma's eyes turned red. He said, wait for me to find you. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be convinced by him. She said gently, okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Jioma took a deep breath and forced himself to let go of her. Then he said, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao ran over with a bitter face with a bag. Ning Jioma pushed Wei Wei Bai. Go, I'll catch up soon. Wei Wei Bai hesitated and turned back, only to see his smiling face and bright eyes. His youthful aura made him energetic. She wasn't confused anymore. She tilted her head and said to him, hurry up and catch up, Your Highness. Ning Jioma smiled and nodded. Okay. Wei Wei Bai also walked out without hesitation. When her figure disappeared, Ning Jioma's legs went soft and he sat on the ground. He reached out to cover his face. There were no tears, but his eyes were empty and violet. If he could leave the palace, it would be a good place to go. This palace had taken away too many things from him. Now that the most important person to him was gone, he had no qualms about starting a massacre here. Ning Jioma slowly got up and was about to leave when he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt a dull pain in his head. He knew that he was going to be a fool again. With trembling fingers, he stuffed the red pill into his mouth. The poison flared up more and more frequently. Ning Jiuma didn't care at all. After taking the medicine, he laboriously got up and walked out to arrange the following matters. Zheng Yi led Wei Wei by and trembled. What should they do? How could a direct rebellion succeed? Wei Wei Bai asked, Grandpa, are you cold? It's not cold, it's not cold. Bai Weiwei looked at him with an indifferent expression, and he was a little scared. She suddenly smiled. We're going the wrong way. Zheng Kuang said, That's right. It's the way to the cold palace. Although the dog hole is blocked, it's not solid. If you want to use it, you can still dig it out. Weiwei Bai pointed at the palace behind her. That's where I should be. Zheng Kuang was stunned. Wasn't that the emperor's palace? Weiwei Bai turned around and looked into the distance expressionlessly. Let's go. Zheng Kuang immediately knelt down and said anxiously, Miss, if you go, His Highness will definitely cut me into pieces. Weiwei Bai said, If I escape, His Highness will definitely be cut into pieces by that old emperor. Is this the time to joke around? I heard everything when you guys were announcing the decree. Zheng Kuang trembled. He didn't expect Weiwei Bai to know everything. Weiwei Bai said, Just stay by my side. You don't have to go back. Chapter 1623. She would probably be skinned alive by Ning Jiuma when she returned. She went straight to the emperor's palace. Zheng Xiao was anxious and pulled her cloak. Miss, I beg you. His Highness has sacrificed so much for you. Please run away. Weiwei Bai stopped and looked at him, but her eyes were clear and peaceful. If I run away, he will be the only one left in the palace. I said I would protect him, so there is no reason to abandon him halfway. Zheng Xiao looked at her calm expression. Suddenly, he understood why Ning Jiuma would rather rebel than send her out. If there was someone in this cannibal palace who treated you so wholeheartedly, even if it meant risking your life, you would still protect this warmth. Zheng Xiao's eyes were wet. He slowly got up and bowed. Then let's go, miss. Bai Weiwei smiled, turned around, and walked away indifferently. Zheng Xiao followed behind her respectfully. System, oh, I suddenly feel so touched. Weiwei Bai, woo, me too. System, I'm touched. Your target is an old man who is about to reach retirement age, and you're willing to do it. Weiwei Bai, do what? If that old man dares to touch me, I'll break his head. System, we agreed on the position of Empress. You have to please Weiwei Bai. Ugly old, I'll go and see if I can get the position of Empress. If not, I'll run away. System, what happened to protecting Ning Jiuma and giving him warmth? What happened to keeping it from becoming a eunuch? The host didn't understand the pain of a man. That's why she didn't care about the side mission. The system could only look around to see if there was anything on sale in the supermarket that could make the old emperor see Weiwei Bai. He gave her the position of Empress. After looking around, there really was one. When Plato smiled, the emperor would become a romantic spiritual lover. Together with the love of the emperor, they were a match made in heaven. The system took out its own money and secretly bought it. Then, he threw it directly onto the old emperor's head to purify his spirit. The old emperor paced back and forth, his emotions surging. He had found the love of his life, and his heart was filled with emotions. It was as if he had lived his entire life just to wait for her to come. Suddenly, the head eunuch outside the door said, Master Bai, you've come. His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. The emperor stood up and stared blankly at the door. She saw a girl wearing a green cloak slowly walking in. She raised her head to take a look. The sky was filled with red petals. The emperor looked at her from afar, as if they could see each other for thousands of years. He said, You've come. Weiwei Bai said, I'm here. The system said, I'm here too. The emperor walked over helplessly and reached out to hold her hand. Weiwei Bai was indifferent. She calmly put her hand behind her back, refusing to let him hold it. The emperor stiffened, but he didn't dare say anything. He gently said, I know you blame me. The position of Gue Fei is too low, but give me time. I will make you my empress very soon. The head eunuch at the door was speechless. Oh no, the emperor is really sick. Weiwei Bai smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you. The emperor was so excited that his whole body shook. He said, I know you. You are so pure and beautiful. If I don't make you my empress, I will never touch you. Weiwei Bai was speechless. This old emperor was too smart. His love for the emperor was probably due to his mental retardation. The download the at https://m Sashu com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 1624. Or was it really a family trait? He suddenly realized that the mentally retarded were really cute. Ning Jiuma spread out the map of the palace. His eyes were red as he coughed and planned how to kill his father and usurp the throne. Suddenly, a little eunuch rushed in and fell to the ground, trembling all over. Your Highness, His Majesty held 100-flower banquet. Ning Jiuma sneered. Just nice, we can catch them all in one go. Little eunuch, the young lady is also there. Ning Jiuma was confused. What young lady? Little eunuch. Tonight's 100-flower banquet is prepared for the young lady to celebrate her becoming a concubine. After hesitating, the little eunuch added, the young lady went there willingly. Ning Jiuma was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his vision turned black. The brush in his hand fell to the ground, and the ink stained the map black. He asked softly, say it again. Little eunuch, the young lady went there willingly. Ning Jiuma slowly looked up and then gently curled his lips. He repeated, willingly? She willingly. Willingly to be that old man's concubine, willingly to stay in the palace, but abandon him? The little eunuch felt that His Highness's expression was very scary. Ning Jiuma lowered his head and looked at the ink-stained map. He stretched out his finger and slowly wiped the ink-stained areas. He wiped so seriously that his finger was stained black by the ink, and the map was also ruined. He suddenly laughed and then grabbed the map in his hand and slowly tore it. Behind the torn paper was his crazy and sinister eyes. He said softly, Wei Bai, do you have to do this to me? Ning Jiuma threw the map away and put his hands on the table. He lowered his head and said coldly, go and prepare. The little eunuch was a little slow to react. Your Highness, Ning Jiuma threw a paperweight over. Go and prepare clothes. I'm going to attend that old man's 100-flower banquet. Except for the empress, everyone in the harem was a concubine. The little eunuch immediately left after surviving the disaster. Ning Jiuma stood there in a daze for a long time and was at a loss. He staggered a few steps and slowly walked out. In the empty palace, the decorations were gorgeous, and the begonia flowers were blooming beautifully. Ning Jiuma looked around in a daze, but he couldn't see anything. He suddenly felt a little cold. He struggled to sit on the chair and felt his limbs go soft. His eyes gradually became numb and hopeless. The traces of blood in his body were also covered by a kind of cold seriousness. In this palace, he was still alone. Suddenly, Ning Jiuma glanced sideways at the dagger on the table. He stood up, picked up the dagger, and stuffed it into his sleeve. If she dared to leave, he would rather kill her than let her marry the old emperor. Wei Bai lowered her head and sewed the clothes. She had started sewing the clothes when Ning Jiuma was in a daze. The emperor sat far away, separated by a white line. Wei Bai, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't cross this line. The emperor hurriedly nodded. Yes, Wei Bai said, that crown prince molested me. He's not a good person. I don't want to see him. That retarded crown prince heard that he had obtained the antidote, so his spirit was much better. The emperor's expression changed. That unfilial son is no longer the crown prince. I have already abolished him. It wasn't the first time that the crown prince had molested an imperial concubine. When he thought that his beloved would be bullied, the emperor immediately said, I'll find a reason to kill that unfilial son. Wei Bai looked at the pink petals that only she could see. /save button. Chapter 1625. These were not the petals of the emperor's love. These were just powders of IQ reduction. Wei Bai couldn't help but ask the system, will the so-called emperor's love cause one's IQ to drop so much? The system said, those who fall in love are all fools. This prize was made with that as the basis. Wei Bai said, that's too stupid. He was even more stupid than Ning Jiuma when he was stupid. She was so obedient that she was embarrassed to mistreat the old man. Wei Bai wanted to test the bottom line of the emperor's IQ and said softly, I think King Ning is not bad. When the emperor heard this, his old tears almost fell. I know you don't love me. You only love Mo. I won't ask you for anything. I just want you to stay by my side. I will give you everything you want. Every time he saw her, he felt that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He even felt that he must have owed her in his previous life. So in this life, he would use everything he had to repay her. Wei Wei Bai was sure that the emperor had lost his IQ. His brain was filled with pink petals. So Wei Wei Bai reached out and asked him for the antidote to the poison in Ning Jima's body. The emperor immediately took out a small bottle. It was said that this thing was very difficult to refine. It was a real tonic. The emperor was a little guilty. This is all for now. I will give you more in the future. He had been taking pills for so many years, and his body was still able to hold on because of this. The empress begged for a long time and only got 2 pills. Wei Wei Bai weighed the bottle. There were about 7 or 8 pills in it. It was very good for Ning Jima's body condition. The empress saw her weighing the bottle and thought that she was not satisfied. She immediately said, I promise to give you 1 bottle every month. I still have 3 bottles with me. He was afraid that she would only stay by his side for the medicine, so he could only humbly give her a few bottles of medicine to delay her departure. The emperor had really become a role model who would give up everything for his lover. Wei Wei Bai was very touched. She silently drew the white line further away from the old emperor so that he was 3 meters away from her. Ugly, still rejected. When the emperor went to attend the banquet, he was still talking about when he would depose the empress and make her the empress. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was going to die soon. If the empress heard this, she would probably come and hack her to death. But I heard that the emperor has started to deal with the empress's family. Wei Wei Bai expressed that the system's products were simply divine tools for brainwashing. She wore the clothes of a concubine, and the golden bell that Ning Jioma had given her was tied around her waist. She walked to the emperor's side. The 100-flower feast was held in the imperial garden, and it just so happened that the garden was full of flowers. When Ning Jioma arrived, he happened to see Wei Wei Bai standing at a high spot. She was wearing the pink formal dress of an imperial concubine. The hemline of her dress was wide and gorgeous. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin in it. Under the hanging vines, half of her face was as pink as snow. Her eyes were cold, and her every move was full of flirtatious charm. She seemed to have sensed his gaze and lowered her head to meet his. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be stunned. She hesitated for a moment and seemed to want to continue walking. But the emperor suddenly walked out from beside her. He lowered his head and said something to her. Wei Wei Bai's attention was drawn over. When she heard the emperor's words, she couldn't help but smile. The emperor said, Wei Wei, I will make Mo the crown prince later. Do you like it? Wei Wei Bai said softly, You decide, as long as you stay away from me. The emperor immediately cheered up. He felt that by Wei Wei Bai's side, she was the only one in his mind. /save button. Chapter 1626. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the S. He didn't even know how to be jealous anymore. Bai Weiwei felt that the old emperor's state was similar to that of someone who had taken ecstasy. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around and saw Ning Jima's eyes were like dark clouds, extremely violet. The favorability didn't drop, but Ning Jima was obviously turning black. The system reminded her, he has a knife on him. After he stabs the old emperor to death, he'll throw the cup and let his henchmen in ambush kill everyone. Ning Jima was going all out. He wanted to stop Wei Wei Bai from marrying the old emperor, even if he had to die. Wei Wei Bai asked, The one who will kill everyone, including me? The system said, looking at him, he'll probably stab you first. Of course, the adulterous couple had to be killed together. The system picked up its snacks. Ah, what a depraved and inhumane drama of a father and son cuckolding each other and killing each other. Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jima was still staring at her. She felt the dark gaze of death. Then, Wei Wei Bai turned around silently and walked back. The system said, Host, don't run away. You're the main character. The male lead had already shown his knife, but the host ran away. This love triangle was incomplete. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm going to the toilet. Ning Jioma's terrifying gaze scared the hell out of her. The old emperor was still happily dethroning the crown prince and announcing Ning Jioma as the crown prince. When Ning Jioma heard his name, he slowly walked over and knelt down to receive the decree. The emperor's expression didn't look good. He smiled coldly. Take it well, Mo-er. This is her existence, which is why you can come to this point. She will be your mother in the future. You must respect her. Ning Jioma lowered his head and held the decree in his hands. The thing that he once wanted the most was now the heaviest humiliation. He lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of cold eyes. He said softly, "Your son obeys the decree. Your son will, of course, respect my mother." The word mother was said softly and slowly. It was indescribably strange. The emperor looked at the empress. The empress's face was cold. He thought of his sweetheart. She was still waiting for him to get rid of everything and put her on the throne of the empress. The emperor didn't look at Ning Jioma. What he needed the most now was how to kill the empress. Ning Jioma also silently retreated and then turned to leave. He firmly remembered the direction she left in. It was not too late to chase after her now. After Wei Wei Bai has satisfied her physiological needs, she lifts her gorgeous but cumbersome dress and walks to the corridor. The system suddenly said, "The male lead is coming with a knife." Wei Wei Bai. Then she turned her head and saw Ning Jioma rushing over aggressively from the end of the corridor. Every step he took was heavy. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His incomparably cold face carried a murderous aura. He felt that the triads were here to collect debts. Wei Wei Bai suddenly broke into a run. The system said, "Why are you running so fast? Explain to him that you have nothing to do with the old emperor." The old emperor was purified into a fool by Plato's smile. He was satisfied with Wei Wei Bai and couldn't think of anything else. Wei Wei Bai said, "Did you see Ning Jioma's eyes?" Without waiting for me to explain, he'll probably stab me to death. He's about to rebel. Such a rebellion was equivalent to suicide. With Ning Jioma's personality, he would think that she was cheating on him. He would definitely stab her to death and perish together with her. The system said, "No, you're stronger than him. Why are you running?" Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. That was right. He was so weak. What was she afraid of? Chapter 16:27. But just as she hesitated, a heavy body pounced on her from behind, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Wei Wei Bai reached out to push Ning Jioma away, but before she could touch him, his hand had already grabbed her belt, and the two of them rolled into a ball. They fell into a bush by the side of the corridor. The bush was very deep, and the two of them groaned at the same time. Wei Wei Bai's waist was hit, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't get up. Even if she had the strength, she couldn't use it. Ning Jioma's expression was sinister as he grabbed her belt and tied her hands tightly. Wei Wei Bai exerted force, and the belt split open again. Ning Jioma's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly pulled the sachet at his waist and covered her mouth and nose. Wei Wei Bai was already prepared. She held her breath and didn't inhale too much. Her hands, which were tied with the belt, hit him hard in the face. Ning Jioma fainted. His hands loosened, and he fell. Infinite strength wasn't a joke. If it wasn't for Wei Wei Bai, she would still remember that this guy was her target. If she didn't show mercy, she would probably beat him into a retard again. Wei Wei Bai endured the pain and tried to get up from the ground. But Ning Jioma looked up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at her gloomily and suddenly laughed softly. "Mother." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and looked at him. Sadness appeared in her eyes, and she was afraid that he would see through it. She suddenly lowered her head. "Let's not meet in the future, Your Highness." Ning Jioma's smile didn't change, but his laughter was a little sad. "Don't meet? Mother? You're really something. You bewitched that old bastard so much that he even promised you the position of empress. Did you give him your body?" Wei Wei Bai froze. She looked up angrily, her eyes burning with anger. "Ning Jioma, can you not be so dirty?" "I didn't." Ning Jioma stared at her face, and his voice trembled. "Didn't? I don't believe it. That old bastard was so cruel and cold, so selfish. Besides the benefits of cultivation, he didn't care about anything else. She didn't even care about her child anymore. If she didn't do anything, how could that old bastard dote on her so much? Ning Jiumal held her face in his hands and touched her shoulders, waist, and thighs. His cold face was filled with rage and impatience. Where did that old bastard touch you? Here or here? Wei Wei Bai wanted to struggle, but Ning Jiumal ignored her and hugged her tightly. Hit me then. You're stronger than me anyway. Just beat me to death. In the end, under the fierce tone, there was actually pain and grievance. Wei Wei Bai didn't struggle, but said helplessly, Ning Jiumal, are you an idiot? If you send me away and go rebel, what's the difference between that and suicide? Ning Jiumal's body stiffened. His fingers trembled as he placed them on her back. So you sacrificed yourself to become my mother? Wei Wei Bai didn't answer the question. Instead, she said softly, I will protect you. These words were usually sweet and comforting to hear. At this moment, the air was filled with a heart-wrenching smell of blood. When Ning Jiumal heard this, he really hated it. He hated it to the bone. He said in a low voice, Do you need to make your own decisions? Wei Wei Bai looked at him helplessly. She didn't seem to understand his words. But Ning Jiumal's eyes were already red. He said word by word, Who told you to make your own decisions? If you want to protect me, then use yourself to exchange for it. I can fight for the throne myself. I can kill the emperor myself. You're the only one who doesn't need to exchange for it. Why did you make your own decisions and erase all my efforts? Chapter 16:28. How could he, after giving up so much for her, when he just wanted to send her away? She walked back by herself, and then marry that old bastard. This was a slap to his face and a stab to his heart. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. She forced a smile, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as tears fell. She tore open the belt in her hands inch by inch. Then, she grabbed his sleeve and took out the dagger from his sleeve. Her movements were so fast that Ning Jiumal couldn't stop her. Wei Wei Bai put the dagger to her neck, her eyes cold. I made the decision on my own. If you want to commit suicide, you have to ask me if I agree. You must have ambushed someone today. Quickly retreat. Ning Jiumal really did have someone ambushing him. He just wanted to kill the old emperor. But after killing him, his path as the emperor would be completely cut off. Ning Jiumal had a splitting headache. He gritted his teeth and said, Put it down. Wei Wei Bai didn't give in at all. I want you to go back and be the crown prince. Only when he was the crown prince would he have more power to make arrangements. Even if he wanted to rebel, he shouldn't be so rash. Ning Jiumal laughed heartbreakingly. The crown prince who calls you imperial mother. Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly and finally said calmly, Either I die here today, or you retreat and wait for another day to plot. Ning Jiumal's head hurt more and more. It hurt so much that his heart was about to split open. He suddenly hugged his head with both hands, his mind in a mess. The suppressant finally couldn't take it anymore, and he became confused. Wei, he muttered. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Wei Wei Bai holding a dagger to his neck. He blinked his eyes in confusion, and then he panicked. Oh, Wei, what's wrong? He immediately rushed over and snatched the dagger in her hand. He held the dagger in her hand in fear. After snatching it with great difficulty, he immediately threw it far away. Wei Wei Bai sat in the same place, watching the little fool anxiously hug her. Oh, Wei, knives are not fun. They are not fun at all. He was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. Did he do something wrong and make Ah Wei angry? Wei Wei Bai sighed faintly. Your Highness, do you listen to me? Ning Jiumal immediately nodded frantically. I'll be obedient, Ah Wei. Wei Wei Bai forced a smile and took out the small bottle. This is very important. Take it and don't throw it away. Ning Jiumal gripped the bottle tightly. Okay. I won't throw it away. Wei Wei Bai's eyes reddened as she gently reached out to tidy up his clothes. Leave this place with Zheng Qiao later. He'll bring you back and take all the pills in the bottle. Ning Jiumal looked at her in confusion. Where is Ah Wei? Isn't Wei coming back with me? Wei Wei Bai smiled even more gently. Of course I'm going back with His Highness. You go first, I'll come later. Ning Jiumal was a little hesitant and uneasy. Really? Wei Wei Bai said. His Highness won't listen to me? Ning Jiumal immediately shook his head. I'll listen. Don't be angry. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly. Then let's go. Ning Jiumal held the bottle and looked at her reluctantly. Zheng Xiao was already hiding at the side. He immediately walked out and held Ning Jiuma's hand respectfully as they walked forward. Wei Wei Bai stood in the grass, her dress fluttering as she looked at him calmly. Ning Jiuma turned back to look at her many times. He was like a lost child, looking at her anxiously. The system said, "It feels like an old mother sending her child to kindergarten." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Why isn't the favorability increasing?" The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1629. System. The host's heart is as cold as iron. You're actually thinking about favorability at this time. Are you the devil? Zheng Xiao sent Ning Jiuma back. She watched him eat the bottle of medicine with her own eyes. After he finished eating, he was sweating all over and endured the pain for a while. He suddenly said coldly, "Zheng Xiao." Zheng Xiao immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. Ning Jiuma leaned against the door with sweat all over his head. His face was pale. "Withdraw everyone." Zheng Xiao immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma said, "Then return to her side and protect her." Zheng Xiao immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Ning Jiuma asked, "Did that old bastard bully her?" Zheng Xiao immediately said, "No, Your Highness." She didn't let the emperor get close to her every time. She even used a white line to separate them. The emperor didn't even touch her. Ning Jiuma couldn't believe it and couldn't help but smile. Zheng Xiao said, "She said that the emperor is not allowed to touch her until she becomes the empress." Ning Jiuma covered his head with his hands. His handsome face had a hint of innocence, and his smile was a little wanton. That old bastard also has this day. His Wei was still his. After Zheng Xiao left, Ning Jiuma's smile slowly disappeared. He hung his head weakly. There was a golden bell in his hand. It was from her belt. "Did you go to that old bastard just to get me the antidote?" Ning Jiuma's eyes were bitter and his heart ached. How could she be so protective of him? "Wait for me. If you want the empress position, I can only give it to you." He gently placed a kiss on the golden bell. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 90. When Wei Wei Bai heard the favorability, she finally pulled the blanket over and went to sleep in relief. The antidote was given to Ning Jiuma. His favorability overlapped with that of Fool Ning. Ning Jiuma became more and more clear-headed. Although Wei Wei Bai still liked Fool Ning, the palace was already involved in fighting. If Ning Jiuma was still a fool, sooner or later, he would die for no reason. If it was Ning Tsongming, she would be at ease letting him wander around. As long as Ning Tsongming did not rebel in advance, it would be very difficult for anyone to overthrow him. "Tongzi, help me keep watch. Remember to tell me when you see the old emperor." Although the old emperor's mind was not clear now, but who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a night attack? The system really wanted to say that after experiencing the baptism of its Plato's smile, the old emperor's mind would definitely be clean. However, this would expose the fact that it had a secret stash of money, so it still silently held onto this secret in its secret stash of snacks. For the next few days, Wei Wei Bai ate and drank well. It was because of that bottle of antidote. He was no longer in danger of becoming stupid. The system opened its heaven's eye and saw that the speed of Ning Jiuma's rebellion was increasing. It glanced at the old emperor, who was arguing with the empress. The former crown prince had gone mad again. Not only had he gone mad, he had even died. It was said that he was strangled to death in bed by a woman. It was a worthy death. The empress's family had already begun to decline. The old emperor didn't cultivate immortality and only focused on fighting the empress. He wanted the empress to be finished, so that the position of empress could be vacated for the white moonlight of his previous life. The empress thought that her enemy was Ning Jiuma. In the end, the person she fought was the old scumbag emperor. The empress was miserable. The old emperor came to see Wei Wei Bai every day. He sat at the door, and after a few glances, he was chased away by Wei Wei Bai. The old emperor was happy like this, and like an old mangy dog, he would come and wait at a fixed time. Chapter 1630. Wei Wei Bai said, "There's no food here. eat elsewhere. Although she didn't see Ning Jiuma, Zhang Xiao would deliberately talk about how His Highness was doing in front of her from time to time. Or from time to time, she would give her some small things. They were all exquisite jewelry and precious flowers that had been taken good care of. They were all carefully prepared by Ning Jiuma. The old emperor also gave them, but Wei Wei Bai didn't accept any of them. Anyway, she knew how scary the rewards were. The old emperor was hard-working and didn't ask for anything in return. This kind of affectionate and warm man would be the second male lead if he was more handsome. If he was ugly and old, he would be a wretched pervert. Ah, this world that looked at appearance. The system had lost all hope in Hong Xian. It was now relying on snacks and watching the drama series of the royal palace to pass the time. The host was lazy. She was too lazy to increase the favorability and was too lazy to mention the side mission. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. She had gained 3 kilograms. If she wanted to lie to the male lead in the future, she wouldn't have the face to pretend to be haggard with this weight. Wei Wei Bai ate crispy fried meatballs and read novels to pass the time. You don't understand. The palace is in a mess now. I don't need to do anything other than sending messages to Ning Jiuma. She was now the little princess in the evil dragon castle. Ning Jiuma was the dragon slayer. The little princess didn't need to work. She just needed to wait for the dragon slayer to do it. If I do too much work, I don't know if my character will collapse, but Fool Ning's favorability will definitely collapse first. She was now in the old emperor's house. With Zhang Xiao around, she knew that the old emperor didn't get close to her. So Ning Jiuma could still keep calm, and his favorability was very stable. But if she did too much work, then Ning Jiuma would definitely suspect that she was hooking up with the old emperor. Did the old emperor touch something? Otherwise, how could she help him so much? For suspicious people, it was best for her not to do anything. As for the side mission, she didn't have to worry about it, because the empress and her family were locked up and waiting to be executed. After fighting for a lifetime, in the end, the old emperor was the one who killed her. The empress was probably so angry that she was about to die. Wei Wei Bai leisurely ate the fried meatballs, lamenting that the days were really boring. Since no one was stirring up trouble, it was time for her to loosen up. Unknowingly, a month had passed. The old emperor hesitantly gave her a small bottle of antidote. He looked at the old emperor's resentful eyes. Wei Wei Bai drew the white line outside the door again. Stay away from me. How can we fall in love when we are of different ages? The old emperor stood at the door and poked his head out to say, Wei Wei, I want to make you a concubine, and then the empress. Wei Wei Bai. Sure. The old emperor was sad. He wiped his tears and walked back. He must have delayed for too long, so Wei Wei Bai was unhappy. It had been so long, but she was still not the empress. It was all his fault. Therefore, the old emperor planned to continue fighting against those in the imperial court who opposed his choice of empress. What a mortal cultivation and longevity. None of them were as important as his beloved. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand disdainfully. Every time the old emperor appeared, he would bring pink petals everywhere. The background of this young girl and the old emperor's face were simply unbearable. Zhang Yi stood outside the door and gently called, Miss, the imperial edict for conferring concubine is here. Come and receive it. Wei Wei Bai put down the sentimental novel and heard the system say, The male lead is here to announce the edict. Chapter 1631. She touched her face. It was too oily and smooth. How could she act like she was haggard? Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face, trying to make herself look thinner. The system added, Stop rubbing. The more you rub, the fatter you look. Wei Wei Bai froze. Then, she rubbed the corners of her eyes. Her face was chubby, but her eyes were often filled with tears. Ning Jiuma would definitely think that she was pitiful if he saw her like this. Ning Jiuma waited outside the door, standing beside a cluster of orchids. His face was colder and thinner. His body was slender and straight, as cold as a sharp blade. He held the imperial edict in his hand. Of course, he knew what the old emperor was thinking. The old emperor wanted him to see that Wei Wei Bai was now his concubine. He didn't want him to have any delusions, because the old emperor didn't cultivate immortality and didn't want to live forever. He just fought with others. This made the Taoist priest's poison completely useless. Ning Jiuma had no choice but to speed up his pace. Ning Jiuma knew the man's mentality too well. The old emperor wouldn't touch Wei Wei Bai now. But once Wei Wei Bai became the empress, how could the old emperor let her go? The more you loved a woman, the more you respected her. How crazy would it be in the end? Ning Jiuma pinched the imperial edict so hard that he wanted to crush it. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind him. Ning Jiuma immediately turned around, a trace of excitement on his face. It had been a month, but they hadn't seen each other. He saw Wei Wei Bai walk out of the door. She wasn't wearing the concubine's clothes, and her hair was tied up simply with a begonia flower. She was a little surprised to see him. "Your Highness," Wei Wei Bai kept this title at the corner of her mouth, with a hint of tenderness. Ning Jiuma looked at her from afar, focusing on her. His cold eyes gradually warmed up. The two of them didn't move for a while. Wei Wei Bai stepped out of the door first and walked in front of him. Ning Jiuma suddenly said in a low voice, "I've lost weight." Wei Wei Bai, Ning Jiuma's tone became pitiful. "Without you, I can't eat or sleep. There are so many things to do. The Emperor, that old bastard, wants to tire me out." "What's with this complaining tone?" Wei Wei Bai was about to comfort her when Ning Jiuma snorted, "Congratulations, Gue Fein Yang Yang. This is your imperial edict." With that, he tossed the imperial edict to Zheng Xiao. "It's nothing valuable. I burned it after reading it." Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Your Highness, bear with it for a while. It will get better in the future." "Ning Jiuma, I haven't seen you for almost a month. Do you miss me?" It was so straightforward. Is idiot Ning back? Wei Wei Bai touched her face that had gained a few kilograms. She really didn't have the face to say that she missed him so much that she couldn't eat or drink. Ning Jiuma was not blind. Wei Wei Bai went against her conscience and was about to say that she would gain 3 pounds if she missed him. But he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then he whispered in her ear, wait for me." From the moment she entered the palace, she was the one who had been protecting him. Now, it was his turn to protect her. Ning Jiuma straightened his body and looked at her deeply. Then he took a few steps back and suddenly turned to leave. He missed her. So even if he knew that it was a consort ceremony, he still came. After seeing her, his anxious and crazy heart calmed down. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 93. After Ning Jiuma went back, Zheng Xiao also went to the door. Zheng Xiao held a set of clothes. "Your Highness, this was made by the girl herself." Chapter 1632. When Ning Jiuma saw this, he knew that she had started making clothes for him when he was a fool. The clothes were dark blue, and the needlework was much worse than the ones used by the royal family. But Ning Jiuma hugged the clothes and was in a very good mood. He couldn't help but smile, but his chest suddenly hurt. Ning Jiuma put down the clothes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the antidote could cure part of the poison was too deep. If he was too emotional, the poison would still act up. Ning Jiuma's face was pale. He reached out to support his forehead and endured the pain. "Give me the medicine to suppress it." He didn't have the antidote, but he still had the medicine to suppress it. Zheng Xiao frowned and looked worried. "Your Highness, you've taken part of the antidote. If you take the medicine to suppress it, it will be too destructive to your body." Ning Jiuma sneered. "I have too many things to do now. I can't take a wrong step. Without Wei, he would become an idiot, a complete idiot." Zheng Xiao saw that he was so determined. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, he said, "Your Highness, hold on. I'll go find her." Ning Jiuma's expression changed. He was about to ask him to come back, but the severe headache made him unable to scream. He sat on the chair and almost curled up into a ball. "Why do you ask her to come back? Ask her to ask that old man for the antidote?" Zheng Xiao had always said that the old bastard respected her. He wouldn't get close to her, but that old bastard didn't even cultivate immortality. He was thinking of ways to get her the position of empress. How could that old bastard not want to get close to her? And he didn't want her to see him like a fool. Men were competitive. If there was no external threat, Ning Jiuma might not care. Anyway, she liked his silly look the most. But if the old emperor came, the threat would explode. If he really became a fool, he wouldn't be able to snatch her back. Ning Jiuma's mind was in a mess. He hugged his head and endured. Everything in front of him blurred. He suddenly heard the sound of the door curtain. He looked over and saw a slender figure running over. He moved his lips. Away. Wei Wei Bai rushed over and reached out to touch his face. It was covered in cold sweat. His forehead was boiling hot. Ning Jiuma looked at her in a daze and suddenly said, "Ah Wei, I miss you so much." He was half asleep and half awake, so he couldn't feel anything. All he could see was her anxious face. Wei Wei Bai lifted him up and put him on the bed. Ning Jiuma's face was abnormally red. He had a fever. Wei Wei Bai's expression turned cold. "Call the imperial physician." Zheng Qiao immediately ran over. Wei Wei Bai wanted to get a wet handkerchief for him, but Ning Jiuma grabbed her sleeve tightly. "Wei, where are you going? Don't you want me anymore?" he said pitifully. His beautiful and moist eyes were completely devoid of the fierceness and darkness he had when he was awake. "Wei Wei Bai, you're being silly again." Seeing that she wasn't replying, Ning Jiuma hurriedly hugged her like a child, trapping her with his long arms and legs. "I was dreaming. I dreamt that you left me." Wei Wei Bai felt that his body was scarily hot. She took out the antidote from the old emperor. Just as she was about to pour out the antidote, Ning Jiuma suddenly pushed her onto the bed and hugged her tightly. Even if Bai Wei Wei was strong, when her hands and feet were bound, she couldn't break free for a while. Ning Jiuma was determined not to let her go. When he wasn't silly, he could still suppress it. When he was silly, all the paranoia in his mind ran out. Chapter 1633. Ning Jiuma hugged her tightly with tears in his eyes. "Away, I'm stupid. I'm useless. Don't go." When he was in a daze, he seemed to know a lot of things. It was very chaotic, but his mind was very clear that Ah Wei had been snatched away. He finally knew that she had once taught him to become strong. Otherwise, she would be bullied. That was true. It was all because he was too stupid and didn't know anything. She had been snatched away, and he couldn't do anything. Ning Jiuma cried in grievance. He was like a powerless child who had to protect his most precious thing. "Away, I'm useless. I'm useless." When he turned into a fool, he vented his insecurity without restraint. Wei Wei Bai paused in her action of pushing him away. In the end, she couldn't reach out and put her hand on his back, comforting this giant preschooler like an old mother. "Your Highness, I'm fine. I've always been here." Ning Jiuma didn't believe her. He shook his head so hard that his hair rubbed against her neck. It was itchy. He was like a large husky. "Don't go. I can learn anything." "Really?" Ning Jiuma looked up in a daze. His wet eyes had a hint of madness. Wei Wei Bai looked at him and felt that the antidote was still useful. The foolish Ning and the smart Ning seemed to have intertwined. The foolish Ning in the past didn't have such sharp and terrifying eyes. Zheng Qiao rushed over with the imperial doctor. "Miss, the imperial doctor is here." He shut his mouth abruptly, and the two masters rolled together on the bed. Ning Jiuma immediately looked up and stared at those people. They were all bad people who had come to snatch Ah Wei away. He immediately got up, picked up an incense burner beside him, and threw it at Zheng Qiao. "Get lost. Who dares to come in without my orders?" Zheng Qiao jumped up in fright and ran back with the imperial doctor. He thought that he was going to be killed for disturbing his master. Wei Wei Bai also thought that Ning Jiuma had woken up. But the next moment, Ning Jiuma immediately rushed over and hugged her. The two of them rolled on the bed because of the momentum. Wei Wei Bai felt that Ning Jiuma had really turned into a giant dog. This attack power was truly terrifying. Ning Jiuma's eyes were innocent and pitiful. "Ah Wei, do you think I'm learning well? They're all afraid of me." Wei Wei Bai's face was a little red from the heat of his body. She said softly, "Your Highness, you're always the best. Whatever you do, I think you're the best." When Ning Jiuma heard this, he looked at her in a daze and suddenly revealed a childish smile. He was handsome to begin with, and the red mark on his face did not detract from his beauty at all. Even the spring flowers and full moon couldn't compare to his smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 95. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched his forehead. Your Highness, you need to take medicine. Ning Jima held her hand nervously. He seemed to be uneasy about something, but his hand slowly loosened. Okay, listen to Wei. If Wei told him to take it, he would take it. But he didn't know why, but he had a clear understanding in his heart. The more medicine he took, the more likely he would never see Wei again. Wei Bai took out the antidote and fed him one by one like candy. Ning Jima looked at her without moving his eyes, but he didn't resist at all and took the medicine. Wei Bai saw that he had taken the medicine and comforted him to sleep. He held her hand tightly and leaned against the pillow, looking at her in satisfaction. Slack. Chapter 1634. He looked really silly, but his eyes were as bright as the Milky Way. Wei Bai sat by the bed and accompanied him. Ning Jima's vision turned dark. His eyelids were very heavy and he wanted to sleep. Wei Bai reached out and touched his eyes, saying softly, "Sleep, Your Highness. You're too tired." He was indeed tired, but he didn't dare to sleep. He was afraid that Wei would be snatched away again. Ning Jima suddenly held her fingers tightly. "Wei, can you tie a kite for me?" It took time to tie a kite. She could only tie a kite here. He would sleep for a while, and she would still be by his side when he woke up. Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying softly, "Okay, Your Highness. I'll tie a kite for you." Ning Jima smiled happily, then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Wei Bai felt that after taking so much antidote, idiot Ning had basically disappeared. He might be Ning Song Ming in the future. She looked at him silently for a while, then got up and walked out. Zheng Xiao was still waiting with the imperial doctor. Wei Bai said to Zheng Xiao, "Take good care of him." Zheng Xiao nodded, thinking that his girl was really good. Wei Bai received a grateful look from Zheng Xiao's little fan. Then she went back. When she went back, the old emperor squatted at the door again. Wei, can I eat at the door?" Wei Bai was tying a kite. She probably wouldn't see idiot Ning in the future, so she tied a kite in advance as a gift for idiot Ning. "Up to you." The old emperor didn't care at all about her perfunctory tone and immediately set a table at the door with a smile. Wei, eat some too." Wei Bai looked down at the kite. "I've eaten." The old emperor hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. "Then I'll eat faster." The sky was filled with petals, and the background was childish. A lonely old man, like a reincarnated hungry ghost, was eating. Eru reflects the moon. A lonely old man was chased to the door by his heartless children to eat leftovers. It was indescribably sad. The system couldn't bear to watch any longer. Too pitiful. The most tragic side mission target in history. Although the old emperor was a little old, his foundation was still very good. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a good-looking child like Ning Jima? It was just that she had a few more wrinkles on her face, and she always dressed up cleanly. In modern times, he would be a very charming uncle. Why did the host despise him so much? Wei Bai sighed. "I had no choice." Every time she saw the old emperor, there were clusters of pink roses in the background. What's more, it was virtual petals that were scattered every day. She didn't know why, but she had the urge to beat the old emperor to death. Now that she was so strong, a single impulse would cause blood to splatter everywhere. So she told the old emperor to stay away from her. It was also to protect the side quest. Of course, the most important reason was ugly rejection. After the old emperor finished his meal, he dawdled and drank his tea at the door. He was also bitten by mosquitoes. "Wei, let's find a time to make you my empress, okay?" he said carefully, afraid of being rejected. Wei Bai thought for a while and decided to test the old emperor to see if his IQ had broken through the bottom line. So she said, "I've been dreaming recently. I think someone wants to harm me." The emperor's expression turned cold. "Who wants to harm you?" Wei Bai, "It's just a dream, but I think the palace guards are not strict enough." The emperor immediately said, "I'll change the head of the guards immediately. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like." Chapter 1635. Wei Bai, "Give it to the crown prince." Emperor, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wei Bai, then she silently said to the system, "The emperor feels like he's retarded. With Ning Jima's ambitious appearance. If he was given the position of the leader of the imperial guards, he would immediately rebel tomorrow. The emperor saw that she was silent and said uneasily, "So, are you going to be the empress?" Bai Weiwei looked deeply at him with concern for the mentally handicapped and respect for the elderly and virtuous. "Yes, your majesty." The emperor was immediately satisfied. His time was over, so he reluctantly said, "Then I'll go back." Weiwei Bai waved her hand. "Have a good trip." This plan was simply a fool's strategy. After the idiot Ning came an old idiot. Weiwei Bai felt that this was a really comfortable plane. Any protagonist would feel that tomorrow was really beautiful in a world where their IQ dropped. When Ning Jiumo woke up, he stared at the beaded curtain in front of him in a daze. That familiar figure would come back again. Zheng Kuang carefully came back. "Your Highness, I heard the news. At the end of the month, the emperor will confer the title of empress to you." There were so many dynasties in this world. She had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. In just 1 or 2 months, a palace maid was going to be promoted to empress. Just the sound of it was enough to shock people. But Ning Jiumo wasn't surprised. He just coldly played with the antidote bottle. His body knew that the poison had been diluted by more than half. Basically, he would take a few more antidotes. The poison in his body would be cured. Ning Jiumo suddenly looked up and said to Zheng Kuang, "Open that dog hole and put our people into the palace in batches." Zheng Kuang trembled. "Your Highness." Ning Jiumo's eyes were as dark as ink, and his voice was as cold as spring. "We're not waiting anymore. Our Wei's kite is almost done." Zheng Kuang hesitated a few times before finally saying, "Yes, Your Highness." The spring flowers were flourishing, and the rainy season gradually passed. When Weiwei Bai was idling away her days, she also felt that the days flew by quickly. In the past, the system would try to persuade him, but it was hurt by the red line that couldn't be cut. It was now officially renamed Ling Ling Number 2, Salted Fish Number 4. The two leaders were too lazy to incur the wrath of men and gods. The dialogue was also the same as before. "Host, the male lead is here, quick guide." "Tongzi, I will immediately enter a life or death state to attack." "Until now." "Tongzi, I have to finish reading the novel." "Host, I'm almost done with my snacks. I really want to lie down and read novels, eat pastries, and even have someone bring me the toilet. I really want to eat snacks and watch porn. My HP will automatically drop as I lie down." The host and the system were two big salted fish, but they suddenly found each other very pleasing to the eye. What a beautiful system of sharing weal and woe, and sharing the same soul. As for Ning Jiumo and the old emperor's affairs, in any case, it was a fight to the death. Weiwei Bai and the system were too lazy to pay attention to it. It was finally the end of the month, and the coronation ceremony was about to be held. White salted fish finally perked up, because the side mission was about to be completed. There were only a few main missions left, and it would be full after a while. This plane was finally going to be over. A group of palace maids came in with clothes, and Weiwei Bai chatted with the system while changing. "I think the little fool is going to rebel." The system said a lot of people were let in, but the old emperor seems to be on guard. The old emperor was only silly towards Weiwei Bai. Download the at https://m sashu.com. Chapter 1636. But when the pink petals weren't there, the old emperor was very clear-headed. Weiwei Bai said, "The little fool has also made arrangements for the imperial guards." The old emperor had given the imperial guards to Ning Jiumo. If Ning Jiumo didn't do anything, it would be a waste of his intelligence and ambition. The system glanced at it. Many of the male lead's men are mixed in, but half of them are still the old emperor's men. After all, how could they subdue the imperial guards in a month's time? But half of them were already very powerful. Weiwei Bai patted her face. "Okay, I should get to work." She was already fat. If she continued to be lazy, she would turn from a slender little fish into a fat whale. "Let's go back after this," Weiwei Bai said. The system flipped through the information and nodded. "Okay, let me prepare." The red line was a hidden danger. It was too long, so the system tied a knot for the red line. This way, when the red line crossed the soul channel, it wouldn't be so restrained. The The system packed up the red line and was about to tie a knot. Suddenly, it looked at the time of the side mission. Strange, it had never happened before. The side mission would appear for a lifetime. Usually, the longest side mission had to be related to the main mission. Why was there such a strange time rule? The system thought deeply and then remembered that it hadn't finished eating its raisins. When it watched the show later, it would have snacks again. Wei Wei put on her clothes. The palace maids and eunuchs lined up in 2 rows and helped her step by step to the main hall. When she walked up the stairs, she heard the system say, "The male lead has become a wife-gazing stone and is looking at you in a daze." During this time, the old emperor and Ning Jiuma had been fighting to the death. Ning Jiuma didn't have a chance to see her. He could only ask Zheng Xiao to bring her flowers. The begonia blooming period hadn't passed yet, so he brought her begonia flowers. Today, she also put a begonia flower in her hair. It was a gorgeous flower, making her face look as beautiful as the sunset. She looked up and saw Ning Jiuma standing at the door. He was wearing the crown prince's black robes and looked handsome. His face was still thin and sharp, but he had a delicate air. He smiled at her. Wei Wei couldn't help but smile. It was as if this was their wedding. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 97. The system was eating a raisin. The side mission was about to be completed. The host's mind was floating, teasing the male lead so casually. Her favorability towards him was climbing rapidly. The old emperor was anxious to see his empress and immediately rushed out of the door. She saw Wei Wei and Ning Jiuma looking at each other. The old emperor seemed to have heard a desolate grassland tune. A green grassland replaced his pink petals. He looked desolately at Wei Wei. She was his lover from his previous life, the one he loved in this life. It was all his fault for being born early. He was born in a different era from her. She let this unfilial son see her 1 step earlier. Once the ceremony was over, he immediately resumed his old path of immortality. He asked the heavenly master to get him some medicine that could make him young. Only then would he be a good match for the empress. As for this unfilial son, he would deal with him in the future. After the emperor made up his mind, he immediately beamed with joy. He walked down the stairs, followed by a group of eunuchs. Wei Wei, let's go in. The ceremony was about to begin. Wei Wei's eyes turned cold again. She went up the stairs by herself, ignoring the old emperor's hand. The favorability had reached a critical point, but now they were holding hands. Chapter 16:37. Didn't it hurt the favorability? She could only feel sorry for the old emperor. Wei glanced at the old emperor and saw the wrinkles on his face. The regret in her heart suddenly disappeared. This world that only looked at one's appearance was truly evil. Ning Jiuma stood in place, his gaze focused on her skirt as it slowly disappeared from his sight. His fingers bent as if he was trying to grab something, but in the end, he did not manage to grab anything. In the main hall, hundreds of officials were gathered. It was a dazzling sight. The emperor stood together with Wei and just as they were about to announce an edict to officially confer the title, suddenly, a chi sound was heard. It was the sound of fireworks. The old emperor did make a lot of fireworks. They were supposed to be used during the banquet at night. Why was it so early? Wei said, "Tongzi, Ning Jiuma can't be rebelling this early, right? The best time should be at night. Now is not the right time to rebel." Moreover, her side mission had not been completed yet. The system said, "Rebel, they are all here." As soon as the system finished speaking, a wave of shouts came from all directions. Weapons clashed, and the screams of the palace servants rang out. All the fireworks flew up into the sky and exploded into blooming flowers. The old emperor's expression changed. That unfilial son. He immediately reached out to hold Wei Bai's hand, intending to bring her to a safe place. But in the next moment, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the old emperor's back. The old emperor felt the danger and immediately fell down. The arrow broke the edict about the empress. Wei turned around and saw Ning Jiuma standing at the door in a black suit. He had a bow in his hand, and an arrow was knocked. His eyes were as dark as ink, cold as ice, and his thin body was as straight as a knife. When he saw Wei Wei Bai turn around, he could not help but smile. That cold look also made him look silly. Wei Wei Bai also smiled. She really wanted to strangle this bastard Ning Jiuma. Wait a little longer, and her side mission would be completed. She just wanted to kneel down and scream. Couldn't Ning Jiuma wait for a little while longer? Of course, Ning Jiuma also knew that night was the best time to rebel. However, he would not allow Wei Wei Bai and the emperor's coronation ceremony to succeed. He should be the one to do it. What was that old turtle? When he saw that the old emperor was about to get up, he immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow, wanting to turn the old emperor into a sieve. Although the old emperor's body was weak, he was very fast when it came to escaping. He rolled and dodged the attack. He roared, men, kill this unfilial son." Although the pink flower petals retardation drug had caused his mind to be muddled. However, when it came to life and death, he immediately became clear-headed. Ning Jiuma gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them." The surrounding soldiers roared, "Kill." The old emperor's men immediately guarded the entrance and started fighting with Ning Jiuma's men. The imperial guards were evenly matched, and the civil and military officials also joined in the battle. The various forces were in chaos. On the other hand, Wei Wei Bai stood at the top and had nothing to do. She stared at the imperial edict and sighed to the system. "I've worked hard for more than a month, but I didn't get anything." "System, damn, you've been eating and waiting for death for more than a month. However, it's a pity that you didn't complete the side mission." The system comforted her. "It's okay. The male lead killed the emperor today and took the throne himself. Don't you still have time to complete the mission?" To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the save button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 1638. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and agreed. Then she immediately looked at Ning Jiuma with sparkling eyes. She couldn't wait to wave the flag and shout, "Come on, dear. I'll wait for you to make me your empress." Ning Jiuma saw her anticipation and killed the enemy even more bravely. His Awe was waiting for him to save her. Ning Jiuma was just short of wagging his tail and telling his Awe to wait for him to solve all the problems and to hold hand with her forever. The old emperor stood up awkwardly and laughed coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a portion of the soldiers on Ning Jiuma's side suddenly betrayed him and assassinated many of Ning Jiuma's men. Ning Jiuma's expression changed. He pulled out his sword and cut off the neck of one of the soldiers who betrayed him. Blood splattered all over his face and brought out a murderous aura. He killed one person with each step, and every step was covered in blood. Ning Jiuma stared at Wei Wei Bai and moved forward inch by inch. Every inch of the path was made of corpses. If it was in the past, he would be timid, cowardly, and afraid. That silly Ning Jiuma was actually his true nature. But after meeting Ah Wei, he knew that he had someone to protect. He couldn't retreat and endure anymore. All the plans that he had in the past were overturned by him. Because he couldn't wait, his Ah Wei was waiting for him with a kite. The old emperor also picked up a sword and slowly walked to Wei Wei Bai's side. "Wei Wei, for you, I endured this unfilial son's disobedience. Now that I've killed him, you can't blame me." The old emperor deliberately condoned Ning Jiuma's rebellion because he felt that his white moonlight, red rose, liked that unfilial son. He couldn't let Wei Wei Bai think that he killed Ning Jiuma on purpose. Otherwise, what if his white moonlight blamed him? That was why he set up a trap for Ning Jiuma to rebel and then kill him. Who could this unfilial son have? He was just the imperial guards that he gave him. After he gave the imperial guards away, did this unfilial son think that he could succeed in forcing the emperor to abdicate? Wrong. Most of the imperial guards were his people. So today, Ning Jiuma had to die. Bai Yueguang couldn't blame him for dying like this. The old emperor, whose IQ had been destroyed by Plato's smile and the love of the emperor, wavered between being stupid and not being stupid. The old emperor raised his sword. "Kill all the traitors." His shout attracted the attention of the soldiers who were lying in ambush. Layers upon layers of silver-armored soldiers suddenly rushed in and surrounded Ning Jiuma's army. Ning Jioma stood in the pool of blood with an indifferent expression. Blood dripped from his forehead. His black formal attire was already drenched in blood. Layers upon layers of people were killing each other. Wei Weibai felt that this scene was indescribably tragic. She had simply become a demoness who could cause the downfall of a country. Ning Jioma was forced to retreat by the silver-armored soldiers. The soldiers protecting Ning Jioma formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, Ning Jioma coldly looked up at the sky. He suddenly stretched out his long arm and opened a bow. A burning fireball was placed on the arrowhead. He shot into the sky. The exploding fireballs were extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than fireworks. A large amount of golden powder bloomed. He stood in the golden light and turned to look at Wei Weibai with a face full of blood. She stood there, wearing a red dress. The begonia flower in her hair was so beautiful. Ning Jioma couldn't help but laugh. Her innocent and silly appearance was like seeing the best scenery. He suddenly felt that even if the rebellion didn't succeed, he would be satisfied if he died on the way to her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. Wei Weibai slowly closed her eyes. She clenched her fists and turned to look at the old emperor. Slack. Chapter 1639. But the old emperor walked far away, as if he was afraid that she would plead for mercy. After the golden fireball exploded, Zheng Qiao suddenly appeared. He led a group of black-armored soldiers and hurried over. The old emperor's expression finally changed. He shouted, "Kill that unfilial son." He didn't expect this unfilial son to have an ambush. But the soldiers in the palace were all under his control. Where did these soldiers in black armor come from? Before the old emperor could figure it out, Ning Jioma had already broken through the heavy blockade. His body was stained with blood, and all kinds of wounds appeared on his body. He held his sword and finally walked up the stairs. He was cut in the back, and his walking posture was a bit shaky. The system saw the male lead in such a miserable state and couldn't help but say, "Why don't we help him and make the old emperor even more retarded?" Wei Weibai said softly, "Let him grow." She had to leave sooner or later. She couldn't really protect Ning Jioma for a lifetime, so he had to survive this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Otherwise, after she left, this little fool wouldn't be able to survive in the palace. Wei Weibai stood at the top and said to the system, "If he wants to be the emperor in the future, he must have this experience." It was rare that she would think for Ning Jioma. Maybe it was because she had been a mother for so long that she couldn't help but worry for him. The system couldn't help but look at the shield. It seemed like it was going to crack again. The system used the OK tape to paste it again. The soldiers in black armor began to kill the soldiers in silver armor. Ning Jioma couldn't help but laugh. His lips were covered in blood, and he looked very scary. Behind him, there were shouts, and the sound of blood splashing was very complicated. But he didn't care and kept walking up the stairs, just to reach her side. He had planned for so many years and took it all out today. If he didn't succeed, then he would die by her side. Wei Weibai stretched out her hand. She lowered her head and shouted, "Your Highness." Ning Jioma also stretched out his trembling hand. He was about to grab her, but he seemed to see the old emperor holding a sword and running quickly towards him. Ning Jioma's expression turned cold as he blocked the old emperor's sword with his long sword. The old emperor was old after all. He couldn't win against Ning Jioma, who was seriously injured. However, Ning Jioma's vision suddenly turned black as if the poison was acting up. The remaining bit of poison made him almost unable to support his body. The old emperor's eyes turned cold, and the sword in his hand immediately went into his heart. Ning Jioma's hand trembled, and he didn't even raise his sword. He was about to be killed. The sound of a long sword piercing through flesh suddenly rang in Ning Jioma's ears. Was it over? Ning Jioma thought he was going to die. But in the next moment, a ball of red mist fell into his arms. Ning Jioma felt his legs go soft as he knelt on the ground. He looked up blankly, only to see Wei Weibai standing there, but a sword had pierced through her chest. She seemed to be in a daze. Blood splashed from her chest and dripped onto Ning Jioma's face and eyes. At this moment, Ning Jioma's eyes were red. The entire world was red, so red that it was tragic and hopeless. His fingers trembled as he hurriedly hugged her skirt. He whispered, "Ah Wei." Wei Bai just smiled. She bent down as if she wanted to reach out and touch his face. Ning Jioma stared at her blankly, not knowing how to react. Wei Bai lowered her eyes. Her white neck was like a fragile flower stem, and the begonia in her hair had fallen. She said softly, "Your Highness, your face is dirty. I'll get some water to wash it for you." Chapter 1640. Ning Jioma quickly grabbed her hand, panicking like a pitiful child. He said, "Okay, I'll Wei, okay." But in the next moment, Wei Bai collapsed. Her eyes slowly closed as blood flowed all over the ground. Ning Jioma was stunned. He suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. He held the sword and stabbed it into the old emperor's body like a madman. On the verge of death, the old emperor suddenly woke up and the effect of the love of the emperor disappeared. Where is he? What was he doing? Why was he here? Before he could figure it out, the sword had already pierced through his heart, and he died. After killing the emperor, Ning Jioma crawled to Wei Bai's side. He hugged her, his eyes bloodshot. "Oh, Wei, you're fine. You're fine." He reached out and pulled the sword out. Blood splattered all over the ground. He immediately wrapped her clothes tightly around her chest. The system expressed that it was very tragic. Then it activated the life guarantee. It seemed that it couldn't avoid the eunuch 100 times. What a sad story. Even the life guarantee couldn't heal such a heavy wound. Even a main mission was only 98. It was all its fault for being lazy. It was retribution. That was what it thought. The favorability notification sounded. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. The host's body has been severely damaged. You need to leave this world immediately. Count down to leave. If you fail to leave, you will have to solve the side mission for a lifetime. The host needs to stay in this world for a lifetime to be the Empress. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be the Empress and have a lifetime to solve? Why was she supposed to be the Empress for a lifetime? This was a completely different mission from being the Empress for a day and being able to leave. The host is heavily injured. The main system will send a free high-level life guarantee. Please accept. The system immediately accepted. High-level life guarantee. As long as you had a breath, you would be alive and kicking. Even zombies could turn you into a normal person. Successfully accepted. The host is very cute. Please be the Empress for a lifetime. The system watched as Ning Jioma hugged Wei Bai and cried in agony. With the old emperor dead, the battle was Ning Jioma's. Zheng Xiao led his men to clean up all of the old emperor's soldiers. However, Ning Jioma couldn't care less about anything. He only had Wei Bai to protect. What throne? What fruit of victory? He didn't care at all. The system looked at the red line, and a strange thought suddenly flashed through its mind. This lifetime side mission might have something to do with the influence of the red line. Just look at Wei Bai's broken luck. If the main system didn't hack her to death, she could count herself lucky. But the continuous high luck side quests and high-level life support rewards. There were even small gifts that were randomly distributed during festivals. All of them had received huge rewards. The red string was tied to Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan was the child of destiny. Therefore, his providence could penetrate space and affect Wei Bai's providence, even tampering with her mission. The purpose of all this was to force her to stay here for the rest of her life. It seemed that Yi Yuxuan was really obsessed with her whole life. The system felt a headache. How should it face Wei Bai? If she knew, she would stay here for the rest of her life. She would probably become a super big salted fish, the kind that couldn't even be bothered to turn over. In the previous world, she had complained for the rest of her life. It had been too long. She was so bored that she wanted to grow hair. /mobile. Chapter 1641. She was probably even more bored in this world. There were no games to play and only a few drama books. The host would definitely nag again. What, she didn't do the side mission and left early? The system indicated that it needed to solve this terrible problem. It silently bought earplugs and stuffed them into its ears. Very good. It couldn't hear the host's complaints. It wouldn't cut it even if it died. It could only wrong the host and squat in this world for a lifetime. At most, it would download SpongeBob SquarePants for her. Those who survived the disaster in the palace clearly remembered that day. The crown prince killed his father and usurped the throne. The smell of blood floated in the air, and the blood was like a river. The floor tiles were soaked red and couldn't be washed clean. They could only dig out the tiles and rebuild them. After the old emperor died, his corpse was whipped by the crown prince. Even if he entered the imperial tomb according to the rules, it was the most remote place. Even the crown prince, no, the emperor didn't need anyone to visit the tomb. Except for an old eunuch, no one dared to go. The new emperor was cruel and merciless. Those ministers who flattered him to get the position were either killed or punished. Even if the new emperor was so cold, his reputation was growing. He didn't like women and didn't have any hobby of shaking the national treasury. Other than guarding the empress, he buried himself in government affairs. The empress had been seriously injured in that cruel palace war and was in a coma. She slept from spring to the end of summer. The lotus flowers had withered, but she was still sleeping quietly. Ning Jiuma dealt with a criminal minister and walked quickly into the palace. His face was so cold that it was scary. A pair of black eyes, cold to the bone. Zheng Xiao followed behind him carefully. "Your Majesty, the Empress's wound has healed. The imperial doctor said that the Empress's condition is getting better." Ning Jiuma said coldly, "I don't want to listen to this nonsense. If she doesn't wake up, I will cut off the heads of those useless people." Who was the most miserable in the palace? Imperial Hospital. They were worried that their heads would fall off. Several imperial doctors were so worried that they were seriously ill. Ning Jiuma suddenly slowed down and looked at the golden bell tied to the bed. The bell swayed with the wind. Under the bell, Wei Wei Bai's peaceful sleeping face was pale and delicate. After sleeping for a few months, her body had become even thinner and weaker. Zheng Qiao stealthily stepped back and waved her hand. All the palace maids followed her out. The door closed quietly, giving Ning Jiuma a quiet space. No one wanted to recall the desperate look on Ning Jiuma's face when he hugged Wei Wei Bai, who was covered in blood. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was not enough to describe his appearance back then. If they hadn't found out about Wei Wei Bai, she would have had a chance to live. Maybe Ning Jiuma didn't even want to treat his own wound. He allowed himself to follow Wei Wei Bai. Zheng Yao's legs turned to jelly at the thought of that scene. When he led the army to set up a formation to kill people, he wasn't that scared. Only when he saw Ning Jiuma's desperate and crazy eyes did he feel a chill run down his spine. Later on, he tried to save her day and night. Finally, Ning Jiuma and Wei Wei Bai were saved. Ning Jiuma's wounds were getting better day by day, and his means were getting sharper and more powerful. But he was also getting colder and colder. After Zheng Yao closed the door, Ning Jiuma sat by the bed in a daze. He reached out and slowly put his hand between her weak fingers, intertwining his fingers. Ning Jiuma didn't say anything and just sat there quietly. Although she was conferred the title of Empress after he sat on the throne, they didn't hold a real wedding. Chapter 1642. Because she was still asleep, Ning Jiuma closed his eyes as if he was enduring something, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. "Oh wait, wake up. This house is too big. Without you here, I'm scared every night," he said as he kissed her hand, tears falling from his red eyes. "I'm so tired. Some women wanted to get close to me, but I kicked them out of the palace. Everyone wants to bully me. I'm so sad." He cried and trembled. A lonely world, a pitiful one. It was so sad. Wei Wei Bai and the system floated above his head expressionlessly, watching him cry. Didn't he find the old emperor's antidote a long time ago and eat it all? Wei Wei Bai said. Ning Jiuma was no longer a fool. But every time he sat here alone, he would become a little fool and cry miserably, telling others that he was bullied. It felt like the scene of a child in kindergarten crying and complaining to their elders when they return home. The system said, to wake you up, he thought you liked Fool Ning more. So he pretended to be Fool Ning and cried to you every day, hoping that you'll wake up. Wei Wei Bai crossed her arms. We really can't go back. Once she heard that the side mission required a lifetime, Wei Wei Bai refused and generously said that she could accept the punishment. After arguing with the system for a month, the system finally couldn't take it anymore and pressed the button to go back. Even if the system had 100 earplugs, it couldn't stand the host's terrifying hypnotic nagging. But the button failed, and the side mission was stuck at the red line. Even if it couldn't be completed, it would still stay there forever. As long as Wei Wei Bai didn't complete the mission, she could only float behind Ning Jiuma like a lonely ghost. Wei Wei Bai had been floating for a few months. She still couldn't go back. She felt that her life was so dark. A lifetime of strategy time was simply a nightmare. The system looked haggard. I'll download more files for the domineering little wife. There are so many novels. Wei Wei Bai, it's not enough for me to read for a lifetime. The system flipped through it again and took out its collection of films. This is a super blockbuster of the nurse and the doctor, the male caretaker and the housewife, and the teacher and the student. Do you want to watch it? Don't you want to watch it? Bai Weiwei sneered. Am I such a person who hasn't seen the world? I've already done it before. Why would I need your film? The system indicated that it had suffered 10,000 blows. It never did. Therefore, he didn't know or understand. He didn't want to see Wei Wei Bai's proud eyes. Wei Wei Bai watched as Ning Jiuma cried so miserably. She finally said, forget it. We can't leave anyway, so we might as well complete the side mission. She wanted to be Ning Jiuma's guardian spirit for the rest of her life and watch him cry every day. It was even more boring. When the system heard this, it silently hid its beeping videos. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, you said to show it to me. Don't hide it anymore. After Ning Jiuma finished crying, he went to bed and hugged Wei Wei Bai to sleep. Listening to her steady heartbeat, his violent mood slowly calmed down. Oh, Wei, if you're like this, I can't have fat babies with you. He complained softly, unspeakably pitiful. Wei Wei Bai sank into his body and slowly felt his body fusing with hers. When she opened her eyes, she could hear his slightly unsteady breathing beside her. He was asleep. Chapter 1643. On the dark bed, he leaned his face against her shoulder. There were still traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Wei Wei Bai looked at him for a while before gently wiping the corners of his eyes. Her actions were calm, but very gentle. When Ning Jiuma woke up the next day, he saw that Wei Wei Bai was still sleeping soundly. He stared at her bitterly for a long time before hugging her. He washed her face, combed her hair, and massaged her limbs. In the past, Wei Wei Bai took care of him. Now, he was the one taking care of her. After Ning Jiuma massaged her, he put on beautiful clothes for her. It was the blooming season of the jade hairpin flower. Ning Jiuma inserted a beautiful jade hairpin flower into her hair bun. You've been sleeping for too long. You've lost all color. He muttered softly. He reached out and touched some rouge, applying some on her face. The pink color added a hint of vitality to her pale, jade-like face. Delicate, weak, and unbearable to hold. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, not daring to have any other thoughts. Her body was so weak. If he went overboard, he was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would really not wake up. Ning Jiuma slowly crouched beside her and nagged a lot. When he was satisfied, he went to deal with official business. When he went to court, he didn't like anyone. Without Wei Wei Bai by his side, he was irritated. So when he did things, he was frighteningly cold. As a result, the recently rotten imperial court's extravagant atmosphere was completely gone. Every official was working hard, fighting for results. They didn't even dare to embezzle. They were afraid that Ning Jiuma would catch them and hang them up in a frying pan. Yes, this cruel emperor really dared to do that. But his cruelty made the lives of the common people better. As for the lack of women in the harem, they needed to choose. Who dared to say it? No one dared to say it. Whoever said it would die. Ning Jiuma dealt with the government affairs expressionlessly. The efficiency of the officials nowadays was terrifying. Everyone wished that they could shorten the time they spent in court to just 1 second. So the emperor and ministers worked together to compress the time of the court to a very short period of time. There was no more flattery because there was no time. He was busy dealing with government affairs. There were no blockbusters singing praises because there was no time. Didn't you see the emperor's sour face? There wasn't a single word of nonsense. If there was something to say it quickly. If there was nothing to say, then slap yourself. Congratulations, the working hours have been shortened. Everyone had holidays now. To Ning Jioma, being the emperor didn't give him any sense of achievement or happiness. If he didn't want to be the emperor, he could let Ah Wei be the empress. Furthermore, he could collect all kinds of precious medicinal herbs in the palace to nourish Wei Wei Bai. He couldn't wait to give up on government affairs. Ning Jioma walked into the palace, and Zheng Yi immediately came over to help him take off his emperor's robes. He lowered his eyes and said, "Is Ah Wei still not awake?" Zheng Kuang paused for a moment before replying cautiously, "Your Majesty, Her Highness hasn't woken up yet." However, a palace maid said that she saw Her Highness' eyelashes move as if she's about to wake up. Ning Jioma sneered. He didn't say whether he believed it or not. But Zheng Yao felt that Ning Jioma didn't dare to believe it. He had been disappointed so many times that he was on the verge of despair. Ning Jioma suddenly felt a little tired. He stood there in a daze for a while before saying, "You guys can leave. I'll stay with Ah Wei for a while." Zheng Qiao retreated silently. Ning Jioma's footsteps were a little shaky. He looked at the curtains in front of him in a daze. How long had it been since he heard Ah Wei call out to him? Ning Jioma didn't know how long he could hold on. Every day ended in despair and began in anticipation. Chapter 1644. He worked hard to deal with government affairs so that he could empty his mind for some time. He didn't want to break down. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of a bell. It was as if someone had pulled open the curtain outside the bed and shook the bell. Ning Jioma felt that he must be hallucinating, but he couldn't help but quicken his steps. He reached out and pulled open the curtain. The beads on the curtain made the person standing by the window suddenly turn around. The jade hairpin in her hair swayed. Under the sunlight, it had a warm luster. Ning Jioma stopped in his tracks and looked at her in a daze. The window was open, and the wind blew in, causing her beautiful dress to sway slightly. She held the kite in her hand and revealed a gentle smile. "You put the kite I made by the window. It's so ugly. Luckily, you don't mind." Ning Jioma's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai held the kite in her hand and turned her head in confusion. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" This form of address caused his tensed heart to immediately collapse and soften. Ning Jioma replied softly, "Yes, Ah Wei." After he said that, he stumbled over and reached out to hold her thin face. Then big tears fell from his eyes. "Ah Wei, why did you only wake up? It's so hard without you protecting me." With that, he hugged her and cried pitifully. Wei Wei Bai, when he was in a vegetative state, she saw him cry every day. She wanted to wake up and stop him from crying. She was tired of seeing him cry like this. But when she woke up, he was still crying. In the future, don't call him Fool Ning. Call him Crybaby Ning. Crybaby Ning complained to her while crying. Those ministers were not good people. Those palace maids and eunuchs were all an eyesore. Without her, he would get lost. This palace was too big. He was cold. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had become an old mother again. But for the sake of those annoying videos, she accepted her fate and continued to comfort Ning Jioma. "Ah Wei, don't protect me in the future. Yes, let me protect you." He didn't dare and didn't want her to have a second chance to sleep like this. He would rather she did not protect him, as long as her life was smooth and safe. Continuation of the retarded crown prince's little palace maid. The mentally retarded crown prince had become a mentally retarded emperor. It was another rainy season. Wei Wei Bai stepped on wooden clogs and carried the food box to the dilapidated Ning Wang Palace. The green grass in front of the palace gate had long been uprooted and filled with begonia flowers. Wei Wei Bai shook off the water on the umbrella, then put it down and entered the door. Ning Jioma looked up when he heard the voice. He was flying a kite when he saw Wei Wei Bai. He smiled and said, "Ah Wei, look, this is an eagle's kite. I even put a centipede and a mouse on the kite. When the time comes, we'll be able to watch the eagle catch the mouse." Wei Wei Bai saw the lifelike eagle, centipede, and mouse. She was speechless at his retarded behavior. Only then did he put the food in the box on the small stove to warm it up. Ning Jioma immediately squeezed over and picked up the fan to fan the fire. He said pitifully, "The imperial kitchen is bullying us again." They sent us cold food. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Oh, Ning Jioma said, but it's okay. I have a house full of gold and silver. You can use it to bribe the imperial chef and ask him to stew a chicken for us. Wei Wei Bai held her face with both hands. She was extremely bored. Oh, Ning Jioma was a little embarrassed and bumped her shoulder. Oh, Wei, why don't you hug me? It's so cold here. Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 1645. Ning Jioma looked at her pink side profile and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her. Bai Weiwei grabbed the palm leaf fan in his hand and hit him on the head with a slap. That's enough. You left such a shabby place for this purpose. From time to time, you would drag me here to reminisce about the past. As an emperor, he didn't do proper things. He spent all his time here. Ning Jioma picked up the warm food and said with a smile, Am I not here to relive our beautiful past? Wei Wei Bai. How is it beautiful? The leaky roof or the shabby bed? Ning Jioma pulled her up and held her in his arms. He wrapped his arms around her waist. As long as I come here, I will remember the memories of knowing our way. Wei Wei Bai. I also remember the memory of you rolling on the ground weakly at that time. Ning Jioma, Wei Wei Bai, and the beautiful memory of walking upside down with disheveled hair. Ning Jioma, Wei Wei Bai, the beautiful memory of seeing a mouse and huddling in the corner in fear, crying and shouting that I was scared. Ning Jioma. Suddenly, he didn't want to recall the past. It was all his dark history. While Wei Wei Bai was still reminiscing about the beautiful past, Ning Jioma immediately reached out and carried her up, easily pressing her down on the creaking old bed. He lowered his head, his breath blowing on her lips. His voice was hoarse and charming. I also remember the beautiful memory of Ah Wei lying under me, panting softly. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, and she reached out to push him. Her fingers were weak, because for some reason, the high-level minimum wage and the infinite strength conflicted. So after she came back from the dead, the infinite strength disappeared. She couldn't beat Ning Jioma, who had been training himself. Ning Jioma could win against a few Imperial Guards now. Subduing her was an easy task. Her weak strength couldn't cause any obstacle to him at all. Ning Jioma looked at her deeply and lowered his head to kiss her. Wei Wei Bai complained softly, That's enough, Ning Jioma. Ning Jioma replied faintly, Oh. Then he clasped her fingers tightly, not letting her escape. Her long hair fell apart, and the begonia flower on his hairpin fell to the ground. A small stove in the corner was burning warmly. Ning Jioma felt that he should come here from time to relive their beautiful past. It was beautiful and delicious. Mentally retarded emperors are the dividing line between 2 and 3 things. Your Majesty, the Empress has no children. She should choose a consort and add new people to the harem. A new minister said sternly and righteously. Ning Jioma was busy dealing with government affairs and couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Don't talk if there's nothing important. Go down. The minister felt that he had no place to put his loyalty. He knelt down and said, Your Majesty, how can an emperor be without an heir? Who will be entrusted to this country after 100 years? Without an heir to inherit it, there will definitely be a reign of terror, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The other ministers looked at the new minister. He had just been transferred from another city, so his brain was not clear. Then, all the ministers silently took a few steps back to distance themselves from this guy. Ning Jioma was finally annoyed by the nagging. He looked up coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. So what if the people are plunged into misery and suffering after I die? What does the reign of terror have to do with me? Wasn't it hard enough when I was on the throne? Do I have to care even after death? The minister looked up blankly and looked at Ning Jioma in confusion. When he was in another city, he heard the praises of the people everywhere. Chapter 1646. In his heart, Ning Jioma was a godlike wise emperor. Why was he so wise? Did all wise emperors have such personality? Ning Jioma picked up the memorial impatiently. You wrote this, right? If you don't know how to write a memorial, then don't write it. I'm annoyed by the nonsense in front. The words at the beginning were his heartfelt praise. They were all the truth. How is it nonsense? The minister looked at him blankly. Ning Jiuma threw the memorial at him. Get lost. I'm annoyed when I see you. The minister felt that he was loyal. Even if he was killed, he had to do it for the emperor. Your Majesty, even if you kill me, I still want you to choose. Ning Jiuma finally couldn't take it anymore. If Wei hadn't asked him to treat the minister well. Don't scare people with a pot of oil every day. Where did he get the patience to sit here and listen to people's nonsense? Ning Jiuma said straightforwardly, I can't do it. I can't do it. Other than the empress, I want to vomit when I see any woman. The minister, Ning Jiuma, are you satisfied? Since you like to choose so much, someone choose 100 women for him to bring back. The minister was stunned. Ning Jiuma got up and said coldly, You bother me with a bunch of meaningless things every day. Wei went to pick the lotus. I didn't make it in time. All of you deserve to die. When he walked out, Ning Jiuma didn't forget to add insult to injury. Children? I can't have children in this life, because I can't. Such a private matter was a fatal blow to men. His Majesty could actually say it so openly. He was indeed a wise emperor. One of the ministers came over and patted the kneeling foreign minister. Brother, you have to get used to it. This is His Majesty's style. When he met the empress, he had a crazy personality. The foreign minister cried, His Majesty can't do it. I can't tell good from bad and hurt His Majesty. All the ministers twitched. His Majesty? No one in the world could do it. Those who knew the inside story knew that the empress was seriously injured and couldn't have children in this life. To protect the empress, His Majesty spread rumors that he couldn't do it. Everyone knew. For the sake of the empress, His Majesty was willing to go around biting people. Ning Jiuma came to the lakeside and saw a small boat among the slender lotus leaves. The boat was filled with lotus flowers, and Wei Bai was taking a nap with a lotus leaf covering her face. Ning Jiuma jumped onto the boat. Wei Bai was shocked. Ning Jiuma had already lowered his body, removed the lotus leaf from her face, and kissed her. This kiss was filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers. He kissed Wei Bai so hard that she almost stopped breathing. Ning Jiuma's hair was also stuck with lotus petals. He looked up, and his handsome face looked even more mature and reserved after time. But his tone was still childish. Wei, someone wants me to have a child again today. Wei Bai was pinned down by him and could not get up. She reached out and slapped his face away in disdain. If you want to give birth, go ahead. I can't give birth. This guy was getting more and more paranoid. In the past few years, they had surrounded the imperial palace like an iron bucket. She was only satisfied when she went out to play with a group of people. Ning Jiuma licked his lips and narrowed his eyes dangerously. I heard that it's more exciting outside and easier to have a baby. Let's try. He clearly knew that she couldn't give birth. It was just an excuse for XX. Wei Bai kicked him, but she couldn't kick him away. She missed the power of infinite strength deeply once again. Ning Jiuma held her foot easily. Wei, it's okay if you don't have a child. You have me. Chapter 1647. After he finished speaking, he entangled her again and crushed a few lotuses. I can be your chubby doll. Wei Bai knocked on the system. Does our main system not care about this shameless driver? The system looked at the bullet screen that filled the sky. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going to get my raisins? The retarded emperor followed up with a separation line many years later. Ning Jiuma carefully held Wei Bai's hand and walked up the stairs. They were dressed in the emperor and empress robes, which were complicated and gorgeous. Under the city walls, there were thousands of noisy people. When they saw the emperor and empress on the city walls, they immediately knelt down and bowed. The mighty waves of long live came from all directions. Ning Jiuma reached out and straightened Wei Bai's collar. Today is the Lantern Festival. Thousands of people are worshiping. I only want to be with you. Wei Bai looked at his white hair, and her expression finally softened. She said softly, When I see you, I feel old. They were about the same age, and both had white hair. Ning Jiuma's eyes were full of tenderness, and his tone was sincere. My Wei is the most beautiful woman in the world. She never grows old. Wei Bai, I also don't want to grow old. seeing myself turn into an old woman every day. I reject it. Ning Jioma held her hand and walked to a higher city tower. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers stretched out under their feet. Away, no matter how big the mountains and rivers are, it's not as big as when you entered the palace and met me and called me your highness. After so many years, the mountains and rivers were not as big as her smile. If it wasn't for his Wei, he didn't want anything. He might have been a fatuous ruler long ago. He lit the fire and sent lychees. As long as he could win her favor. Wei Bai turned to look at him and suddenly said softly, "Your Highness." Ning Jioma was stunned and his eyes suddenly moistened. He held her hand and kissed it. "Yes, Wei, I'm here. A lifetime wasn't that long. Every day was good. Because you're here, it's over." Wei Bai's head hurt more than ever. She felt that she was in so much pain every time. Sooner or later, her head would change. She struggled to wake up, but her vision was dark. It was time for her to return to reality. In the end, she would die in Ning Jioma's arms. Ning Jioma had been a wise emperor his entire life, and his harem had been empty for his entire life. After she died, he also left this world. Her mission was complete, so the system should have brought her back to reality. Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. Some golden specks of light appeared out of nowhere. She took a closer look and saw a man standing in the golden light not far away. Golden rays of light fell like snowflakes. His clothes were glowing in the golden light. However, that light was filled with flowing blood. The man's body was tall and slender, but when he stood, he gave people a trembling feeling that he could destroy the world. Wei Bai shouted strangely, "Tongzi, we passed through again?" The system didn't respond. Was it blocked again? Wei Bai felt uneasy. There were so many planes and so long to conquer. The system was her only source of comfort. Even for her, if the system was there. Even if the system didn't do anything, she would still dare to do whatever she wanted as if she had a backing. Suddenly, the man in front of her seemed to have heard her voice. He turned his head slightly and said calmly, "Who are you?" Wei Bai. How should she answer? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Chapter 1648. Why was it that when he woke up, he was not in the real world, and he did not see the system? Why did he come to such a damn place? Could it be that this scammer in front of him was Tongzi? The system kept nagging him about how handsome he was. Could this be him? Wei Bai thought about it again. No, the system was so familiar with her that they could wear the same pants. How could it not recognize her? Gulp. Something dropped. Wei lowered her head in hindsight, and then she saw a skull looking at her. Wei Bai, who was used to big scenes, remained calm. There seemed to be more than one skull. Humans had blind spots in their vision. If a skull suddenly appeared in a clean area, it would be very dangerous. He saw it immediately. But what if there were many skulls? Wei Bai saw countless bones and skulls beneath her feet, forming a terrifying mountain of bones. At the foot of the mountain, there were countless severed limbs and corpses, and what soaked in them was a boundless sea of blood. Wei Bai also felt a chill in her head. Could there be ghosts in this place? Wei Bai's feet went numb. She took a few steps back and kicked several skulls. She couldn't wait to light the incense. Big brother or big sister, I didn't kick you on purpose, so don't come looking for me. She was most afraid of ghosts. As for the man, he didn't get an answer and finally turned around. His black hair fell to his waist, fluttering in the wind. Amidst the black hair, his golden eyes were as cold as a bottomless abyss. At the highest point behind him, there was a throne made of white bones. Beside the throne, there was a rusted sword stained with blood. He was like an emperor in the abyss, emotionless and desireless, walking on the path of thousands of corpses. He looked down at the ants beneath his feet. Even though Wei Bai had experienced so many things in front of this man, she still couldn't accept it. She also felt an uncontrollable fear in her heart. It was as if she was just a skull beside his feet that he could crush at any time. It was higher than where he stood. She was under his feet. Wei Bai suddenly felt that if he exerted force with his foot, the skull under his feet would collapse and bury her alive. The man stood there like a deity, without a shred of humanity. However, he spoke again. "Who are you?" This sentence was not as emotionless as it had been the first time. Instead, there was a trace of emotion that was so faint that it was almost undetectable. Wei Wei Bai had a strange intuition that she couldn't answer. If he answered, something bad would happen. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but take a few steps back. Without the system, she couldn't do anything. He had to be careful and protect himself. The man suddenly moved. He slowly walked down, and with each step, a skull shattered. Wei Wei Bai felt a headache for those skeletons. The man was quite a distance away. Other than a pair of eyes that were as exquisite as a work of art, Wei Wei Bai couldn't see his face clearly. When she saw him walking over, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, this could not shorten the distance between the two of them. The man was walking very slowly, but he was very stubborn. Step by step, he shortened the distance between the two of them. He slowly stretched out his hand, and there was a clear red line on his wrist. Wei Wei Bai felt a tightness on her wrist. She looked down and saw that there was a red line on her wrist too. What was this thing? "Come here." The man's voice was faint and deep, with a force that couldn't be refused. Wei Wei Bai felt a huge force on her wrist. Slash. Chapter 1649. She was dragged forward and was about to be dragged to the man's side. Wei Wei Bai immediately used her feet to block the gap between the skeleton mountain. There were so many bones. This man must be a man-eating monster. She would be eaten if she went over. The man's voice was suppressed and unhappy. "Why are you resisting? Come over." Wei Wei Bai was about to speak when her eyebrows jumped. She suddenly saw the man's face clearly. Yi Yuxuan? But before Wei Wei Bai could see more clearly, a monstrous red flame burst out from the dark world. The flame was like a giant dragon, rushing towards Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai, she was going to be roasted into steak. Then she was hit by the giant fire dragon. A raging sea of fire burned on the skeleton mountain, and Wei Wei Bai disappeared in the flames. The man was originally calm, but when he saw the weak soul suddenly disappear, he stood there silently for a long time before slowly returning to the mountaintop. He sat on the seat of bones, his eyes indifferent and calm as he looked at the raging sea of blood. Then he gently raised his hand. The sea of fire was crushed by a force that could destroy everything. The red flame turned into a speck of light and disappeared in the boundless golden light. The world returned to darkness. He sat for a while before strangely reaching out to touch his chest. What did he feel like he had lost? Who was that weak soul? And the red line in his hand was glowing with a golden light, faintly flowing with a paranoid force. The system hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul. "Mother!" Wei Wei Bai almost couldn't come back. When it carried Wei Wei Bai through the soul passage, she was gone in the blink of an eye. It was the first time it lost its host soul. It was so scared that it burst into tears. The host soul was more fragile than anyone else's. If it was lost like this, any space-time turbulence could take her life. The system was going crazy looking for her, but suddenly it saw the fate roulette and thought of something before rushing into the golden light. As expected, she was taken away by Yi Yuxuan's power. Yi Yuxuan's unawakened power was becoming stronger and stronger. This power was in the depths of his soul, and it became more and more obvious as his emotions grew. The place where Wei Wei Bai had just entered. It was in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, in that world that belonged only to Yi Yuxuan's power. And in that world, only Yi Yuxuan's ignorant consciousness existed. That consciousness was born from Yi Yuxuan's obsession. If Wei Wei Bai had answered Yi Yuxuan's question just now, then Yi Yuxuan remembered who she was. Wei Wei Bai couldn't come back at all. Yi Yuxuan's feelings were twisted by the accumulation of feelings from so many planes. In his subconscious, there was only one terrifying obsession. He wanted to keep Wei Wei Bai. Even if he wanted to keep her soul, he wanted to keep her. So Wei Wei Bai's soul was almost swallowed up by Yi Yuxuan's powerful soul power. There was a kind of love that ate your soul. We merged into one. It was all love. The system hugged the weak Wei Wei Bai's soul tightly and cursed in a low voice. Yi Yuxuan, you're sick. Control your power. Sooner or later, the host will die because of you. Yi Yuxuan himself definitely didn't want to hurt Wei Wei Bai. But he couldn't stop his power from going out of control. This time, the host soul was almost left in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul and couldn't come back. The system saw the boundary between reality and immediately rushed over, stepping on red fireworks. She fell asleep quietly. The system stuffed her soul into her body. / to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 1650. Then it finally let out a sigh of relief. It had to quickly accumulate life points for this lifetime. If it ran into the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul a few more times and was detained by Yi Yuxuan's power, it would never be able to reincarnate. The host would never be able to reincarnate and would remain in Yi Yuxuan's soul forever, enduring the pain of imprisonment for eternity. Just thinking about it made the system tremble. The system suddenly heard the sound of slow footsteps, and it immediately shrank back. The cold bamboo curtain was lifted by a snow-white, slender finger. The furnishings in Ashi's house were all in an ancient style. Even the bed was an ancient carved bed. Yi Yuxuan walked out from behind the bamboo curtain. He looked at Wei Wei Bai on the bed, and his eyes softened for a moment. He had an incomparably long dream, but it was good. He lowered his head and looked at the red line on his wrist. The line was much thicker and firmer, and the end of the red line was tied to her slender white wrist. Yi Yuxuan walked over, took a thick blanket, and tightly wrapped her up. He was going home today. Yi Yuxuan easily carried her up, even though she had slept so many times. Her body was still in good condition. Even after a detailed examination of her body, he found that her heart was slowly recovering. Yi Yuxuan was not surprised, as long as everything was going well. He tried not to stop it. After Yi Yuxuan walked out, she stood at the door. "Mr. Yi, come more often when you have time." He waved his small handkerchief and said with a flattering smile. Yi Yuxuan looked at him indifferently, then nodded. "The red line needs to be strengthened?" Ashi immediately said, "If there are no accidents, come back once every 6 months. I will check the strength of the red line for you. If it is weak, we will immediately carry out the strengthening ceremony." After saying that, Ashi pinched his fingers and calculated. His eyebrows twitched. Why was the red line so thick? He wasn't that powerful to be able to change the fate of the red line of fate to such an extent. Not to mention that it was a red string, it was more like a chain. What kind of monster had he tied the red line of marriage to? Ashi calmly put his finger back and continued to smile warmly. "You're welcome to come again. Any kind of monster would do. The rich were the masters." Yi Yuxuan took note of it seriously. As a 10,000-year-old bachelor, he was very careful about his own marriage. Then, he carried his partner and got into the car. Seeing the car drive away, the smile on Ashi's face slowly disappeared. "Master," the little disciple beside him called out in confusion. Ashi sighed. "I feel like I'm being forced into prostitution." Although Wei Wei Bai was a dead person, she was not like Yi Yuxuan. This was the fate of a 10,000-year-old single dog. In fact, Wei Wei Bai's facial features were that of exuberant peach blossoms and a doting red star. If Yi Yuxuan had not forcefully tied the red string, Wei Wei Bai's own marriage would definitely not have any problems. However, with Yi Yuxuan's forceful binding, Wei Wei Bai's marriage would be tied to Yi Yuxuan's in the future. All of Wei Wei Bai's subsequent choices were cut off. The little disciple asked in confusion, "Is there any side effect of tying the red string?" Ashi, ordinary people's red strings are very fragile. They can be broken or tied at will. Very few people's red strings can last for a lifetime. Red strings were not what ordinary people thought. Being tied was a matter of a lifetime. But when one was moved, the red string would appear. When one did not love, the red string would automatically break. There were many red strings in a person's life. However, Yi Yuxuan's red string was terrifyingly thick. If there was no external force to tear it forcefully. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Download address of the Chapter 1651. Don't think that you can break it by yourself. If the red string doesn't break, the biggest consequence is that the affair won't succeed, because you will lose the opportunity to connect with other people. That girl will never be moved by other people in her life. Even if she is moved, there will never be any fate. She was completely trapped in the red string, locked together with Yi Yuxuan. That was why Xia sighed. He was holding such a fragile red string. Why did the red string become an iron chain? If he knew, he would have added more money. After all, the quality was so good. It would be a loss if he didn't add more money. Wei Wei Bai woke up as soon as she got on the plane. She cursed the system first. I told you to show me the video of the teacher and the student. It turned out that the teacher was tutoring the student for 3 years and the college entrance exam for 5 years. I told you to show the doctor and the nurse. It turned out to be a video of the vet and the nurse giving birth to the calf. I told you to show the male nanny and the housewife. It turned out that the male nanny taught you how to fix the water pipe. There was also the housewife teaching you how to scramble eggs with tomatoes. Oh right, the male nanny and the housewife were 2 different videos. They couldn't be put together at all. The system rubbed its nose. This isn't as bad as anti-pornography. It's better to watch documentaries to stay safe. Didn't want to watch it? It wanted to watch it. But if it was caught, it would be caught and fined. It only had so much money, and it was still waiting to eat. If it was fined, what would it use to buy snacks? Wei Wei Bai suddenly remembered. All right, I also had a strange nightmare. I dreamed that Yi Yuxuan was sitting on a mountain of bones, pulling the red string in his hand, wanting to pull me over. That was Yi Yuxuan's paranoid consciousness in the depths of his soul. Of course, he wanted to pull you over. If he pulled you over, you would be locked in a cage of bones, unable to get out. The system pursed its lips, not daring to make a sound. Wei Wei Bai reached out and covered her head. This dream is too strange. Could it be that in her subconscious, Yi Yuxuan was a homicidal maniac? Otherwise, why would it be a sea of bones in her dream? Suddenly, an ice-cold index finger pressed against her temple. Wei Wei Bai, who was already having a headache, shuddered at the cold touch. She looked up and saw Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan was not around just now. She seemed to have gone out for a while. He lowered his eyes. Under his thick eyelashes, his eyes were calm and unperturbed. He's awake. It was a plain and simple sentence, without any unnecessary emotions. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the table next to her. He brought a few glasses of water, one of which was ice water. Yi Yuxuan reached out her finger again and touched the ice water with her fingertips. Then she used the cold on her index finger to press on her temple. This greatly alleviated her headache. Wei Wei Bai stared at him, her clear eyes filled with confusion. It was as if he was still in a daze from the long experience of the plane. The system curled up in the trash can and ate the dried mango. Although it made Wei Wei Bai vague and emotional shielding to deal with the aftereffects to the greatest extent. But Wei Wei Bai had just returned to reality. She was definitely still in a daze. This was also the after effect of a lifetime of transmigration. Yi Yuxuan looked at her in a daze. Suddenly, he could not help but smile. His smile was bright and beautiful. His calm eyes were also dyed with a beautiful light. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a while before she collected all the things in reality. She said softly, Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan said lightly, yes. Wei Wei Bai asked, where is this? Yi Yuxuan said softly, beside me. /T. Chapter 1652. Wei Wei Bai, his flirting was too obvious. She was actually speechless for a moment. Yi Yuxuan said meaningfully, in the future, every minute you wake up, you will be by my side. She was wrong. How was this flirting? This was a pervert's line. However, seeing that he was handsome, Wei Wei Bai actually felt a little sweet. Wei Wei Bai immediately suppressed her restless heart. She wanted to flirt with a man the moment she came back. She hadn't gained enough life points yet. How could she be so unambitious and be moved so easily? Wei Wei Bai coughed softly. She was about to ask him not to work so hard and massage her temples. Yi Yuxuan had already let go of her hand and picked up a cup of warm water beside him. Drink some. Wei Wei Bai quickly reached out to take it. The cup in Yi Yuxuan's hand did not move at all. The two of them held the same cup and stared at each other. Just as Wei Wei Bai felt that the atmosphere was right and they were about to kiss. Yi Yuxuan slowly lowered his head as expected. His eyes darkened. Wei Wei Bai, did he think that she would avoid such a small scene? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but pinch the blanket on her body with the fingers of her other hand. When Yi Yuxuan's lips were only a few centimeters away from her, he raised the cup. The thin edge of the cup touched her lips. His eyes narrowed slightly. Open your mouth. Wei Wei Bai was a little confused and actually opened her mouth. He naturally fed her a mouthful of water. Bai Weiwei felt that this rhythm. Why did it feel like he was in control? She drank 2 mouthfuls and stepped back, not drinking anymore. Yi Yuxuan did not continue to feed her. Instead, he drank the rest of the water in one gulp as if nothing had happened. This action. He was so familiar with her that Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Yi Yuxuan said, "Your father will come to pick you up, and so will Qin Xiu." Wei Wei Bai was at a loss for a moment. It seemed like she had not seen Bai Changyan for a long time. Actually, in reality, her father had been tricked by Yi Yuxuan into going on a trip to find his second love. It hadn't been long since then, but because it took too long to travel through several planes in a row, she now had an illusory sense of reality. Even stepping on the ground was a little unnatural. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan in a daze. She wondered if her sense of reality would return if she saw more people in real life. Yi Yuxuan was wearing a simple white shirt and sitting on the sofa. He hadn't changed much. It was still clean and good-looking. Even the way he held the cup and drank water with his head tilted back was sexy. Because they were on a private jet, the sofas were not far from each other. As long as he leaned forward, he would be able to touch her. Wei Wei Bai looked at him generously, from head to toe, from his eyes to his lips, from his lips to his collarbone under his collar. As she looked, her mind gradually became clear. She was finally back. Wei Wei Bai slowly exhaled, and her cheeks just puffed up twice. A pair of hands suddenly cupped her face, and her lips were occupied by a warm breath. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and kissed her. The intertwining of lips and tongues was gentle and long. Her breath was blocked, and she actually choked on it. Yi Yuxuan kissed her very seriously. His lips were moist from the warmth of the water, as well as tender and cherishing feelings. Wei Wei Bai reached out and grabbed the back of his collar. She wanted to pull him away, but he didn't care and kissed her slowly and delicately. This kiss completely chased away the confusion in Wei Wei Bai's mind. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Chapter 1653. In the end, Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to reach out and pinch Yi Yuxuan's face, twisting hard. Yi Yuxuan had no choice but to stop his indecent behavior. Shut up. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Yi Yuxuan's calm face showed a trace of innocence. You keep looking at me. I thought you were regretting that I didn't kiss you just now. Wei Wei Bai, she had no words to say. Was she that obvious just now? But Yi Yuxuan's interruption swept away the sense of loss and confusion in her heart. The plane landed quickly. Wei Wei Bai's body was in good condition. She asked Yi Yuxuan, "What exactly does that Ashi do? Are you taking me to a fortune teller to have my fortune told?" Yi Yuxuan didn't seem like a superstitious person. Even if he saw that there were ghosts in this world, this kind of man's first reaction would be to catch the ghost and dissect it to study what it was. Yi Yuxuan's cheeks were half red from being pinched. He turned back and said, "Yes, it's fate." Wei Wei Bai, this reason was a little strong. Yi Yuxuan added calmly, "Let's see if our birth characters are compatible." Wei Wei Bai, "What's the point of that?" Yi Yuxuan, "It's a tradition. In the past, people would calculate this before they got married." Wei Wei Bai said that she wanted to break off the engagement, and she didn't want to date for the time being. Yi Yuxuan didn't hear it at all. He still did what he wanted, walking on the road of "I want to date Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai had already given up on correcting Yi Yuxuan's idea of getting married at the drop of a hat. She couldn't help but be curious. Then, are we compatible? They had already gotten off the plane. From afar, he could see Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan talking about something. Yi Yuxuan glanced at his future father-in-law. He said softly, "We didn't get along at first." He told the truth. According to the fortune teller, he was born to be at odds with no one. Wei Wei Bai, that was too straightforward. Shouldn't one say that they're compatible when picking up girls? What kind of fortune teller would say that she was going to earn money? What kind of fortune teller would say that they were not compatible? Where do they earn money? Yi Yuxuan reached out to hold her hand and walked forward. Wei Wei Bai also regained her senses. You didn't get along in the beginning, but now you're saying that you're together? Yi Yuxuan turned around. There was a strange gentleness on her face under the sunlight. That's right. I threw money at the fortune teller, and he said that we are a match made in heaven. Wei Wei Bai, this scheme was so deep that he was caught off guard and stepped into a pit. Was he showing off how rich he was? Wei Wei Bai finally squeezed out a sentence. As long as you're happy. Yi Yuxuan's fingers tightened. His grip made her fingertips a little red. He turned his head. His side profile was incomparably handsome, and the corners of his mouth gently curved into a smile. I'm happy. I'm really happy. Throughout their long lifetime together, he was happy every single day. He held her hand, and a red thread wrapped tightly around their wrists. If they could be together like this for a lifetime, Yi Yuxuan felt that he was willing to pay any price. Bai Weiwei felt that the strength of his handshake was too great. But seeing his rare relaxed look, she didn't know why, but she didn't say anything. When they walked in, they heard Bai Changyin say, "She lied to me. She clearly has more than 10 boyfriends, but she lied to me and said that she only loves me." Qin Xiu held a handkerchief and patted the sobbing Bai Changyin. "In-law, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already so old. How can you still be deceived by a woman?" Chapter 1654. Bai Changyin, I just saw her. She looks like Wei Wei's mother. Qin Xiu sighed. How can this be? Isn't this looking for a substitute? Your moral awareness is not high. Bai Changyin, but she said she didn't care. Qin Xiu, she lied to you. What were you cheated of? Bai Changyin, 1 million. Qin Xiu, it's not much. You just buy a lesson. Wei Wei Bai was in a trance for a moment. 1 million is a lot. How many people can't earn 1 million in their lifetime? You prodigal father. You were cheated just like that? Of course, Wei Wei Bai quickly reacted. 1 million was really not much for the Bai family. At least it was within the range that they could easily bear. She sighed for a moment. She was a good young lady because she had been traveling for a long time. She had become poor. Not to mention calculating a few cents every day, she was getting more and more stingy. It was all the poor system's fault. She spent every day with a poor go system. Originally, she had a majestic, generous, and free personality. She became a person who haggled over every little thing. Don't even think about getting a cent from her. It was all the system's fault. Qin Xiu wiped Bai Changyin's tears and comforted him. Well, next time you find a woman, keep your eyes open. Do you want me to check for you? Bai Changyin said sadly, I won't find one in the future. I can't stand being cheated again and again. Wei Wei Bai looked at the two guys in front of her. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Yi Yuxuan lowered his voice. 1 million has been recovered and credited to your account. Wei Wei Bai, recovered? Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and looked at her. Well, I recovered. But don't tell your father. Let him buy a lesson. Wei Wei Bai had a look of, wait a minute. Don't think that she forgot that it was Yi Yuxuan who instigated her father to have a second love. As a result, her father was cheated. The 1 million that Yi Yuxuan recovered was actually just compensation. She didn't seem to be moved. When Bai Changyin saw Wei Wei Bai, he immediately rushed overexcitedly. Wei Wei, Daddy misses you so much. Yi Yuxuan lifted his long legs, stretched out his long arms, and grabbed the stupefied Qin Xiu. Then, she shoved it in front of Wei Wei Bai. Bai Changyin immediately hugged Qin Xiu. The two of them bumped into each other and were immediately stunned. Wei Wei Bai was already prepared to accept her father's loving hug, but she was also stunned. The only one who was still conscious was Yi Yuxuan. She indifferently put her arm around his shoulder and said, Hello, father-in-law. Wei Wei and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. With that, he dragged Wei Wei Bai away. Wei Wei Bai, wait. Yi Yuxuan said no. When Wei Wei Bai was shoved into the car, Yi Yuxuan also squeezed in. Drive. Then, Wei Wei Bai saw her father and Qin Xiu chasing after the car. Yi Yuxuan, you son of a bitch. How can you drive away with just one car? We'll walk back. Qin Xiu's voice also came. In-law, we can take the bus. Bai Changyin said, I haven't hugged my daughter yet to comfort my hurt heart. Qin Xiu said, It's okay. I'll give you a hug. Wei Wei Bai, The relationship between Qin Xiu and her father seemed to be getting better and better. Suddenly, her face was turned back, and she met Yi Yuxuan's deep eyes. Don't look too far. If you look too much, you'll be farsighted. Wei Weibai was speechless by this statement. Godlike people will be farsighted. The car drove into the hospital, and they directly went through a full-body checkup. This was a routine physical examination, comprehensive but efficient. Chapter 1655. There were a few private checks done by female doctors. Yi Yuxuan was also isolated outside. The system finally dared to speak. Your health points have increased again. Let's not talk about the deductions or rewards from those planes. Now you have about 5,000 health points. In any case, Yi Yuxuan's feelings for Wei Weibai would only increase her health points. It would definitely not deduct anything. So the system did not say anything and continued to increase her health points. For the rest of the time, it was better to be as low-key as possible. Wei Weibai was silent for a moment. Yi Yuxuan really likes me. This sentence was a statement. There was no doubt. Her heart of stone was in the plane. In reality, she was careful with every step she took. She was afraid that if she really fell for him, she would fall for him. Then her life would be short. System, is that liking? He liked her so much. He liked her so much that he couldn't help it. Wei Weibai said, I'm really loved by everyone. I don't spend much time with Yi Yuxuan, but he keeps flirting with me. He doesn't even think about how I'm a medicine pot, an intermittent vegetable. Why doesn't he dislike me? She really had feelings for Yi Yuxuan. That surge of feelings was a little strange. Love at first sight was rare. In the beginning, the two of them were in a state of you don't want to see me, I don't want to see you. Why did it suddenly change? The system saw that Wei Weibai was deep in thought. It was afraid that she would think of something, so it immediately said, feelings can't be explained. If he loves you, he loves you. Maybe one day he won't love you anymore. Wei Weibai repeated softly, won't love me anymore? The system said, health points are the most important. Believe in your health points. Wei Weibai nodded. That's true. I'll try to get enough health points as soon as possible. Then I'll chase after Yi Yuxuan. The atmosphere was very quiet. Wei Weibai realized that she was being too natural, so she voiced out her thoughts. She immediately defended herself. My life doesn't belong to Yi Yuxuan. I'll repay the favor of my life with my body. The system asked, what if Yi Yuxuan has a face full of pockmarks and wrinkles? Wei Weibai, haha, am I the kind of person who cares about appearance? I've seen so many storms and waves. How can I be so superficial? Wei Weibai, well, she also felt that she was a little shameless. But then she remembered that the man with the pockmarked face was called Yi Yuxuan. It didn't seem that unbearable after all. Wei Weibai immediately stopped her deep thoughts. If he continued to think about it, his life would really be short. Yi Yuxuan sat on a chair in the corridor. He looked at the door calmly. Wei Weibai was checking inside. His physical condition was getting better and better. Yi Yuxuan's calm mind was constantly calculating. He calculated the progress of her case. He calculated the speed of her heart healing bit by bit. He also calculated the life they had experienced. Yi Yuxuan's fingers moved. In the end, he sighed. There are still many more times before you can truly recover. Her heart should have something to do with the strange thing that brought her to experience those worlds. Every time it healed, it would only happen when she woke up. He suddenly realized that she actually used the shortest amount of time to make him fall in love with her. Then she simply turned around and left, leaving him alone in that world to suffer so much that he wished he was dead. Actually, that was the best for her, because it saved the most time. If she accompanied him for a lifetime every time, then she would have to stay for a very, very long time. Only then could she heal herself. The last 2 times she accompanied him for a lifetime when he calmly watched from the side. /quick download. Chapter 1656. It wasn't that he didn't see the tiredness and exhaustion in her eyes. She had never been moved. This knowledge made Yi Yuxuan's fingers tremble. He forced himself to take a deep breath, suppressing the terrible pain. Then he calmly continued to analyze. Her purpose was to live. Then feelings were the things she ranked after. And he ranked first for her. The second was to live. They were not fair from the beginning. So she actually ranked living first and refused to be moved. When she was really healed, then he would be in the emotional world that she ranked second. Must be first, by Chang Yin or anyone else. He had to be first. Yi Yuxuan crossed his hands and looked indifferently at the lights in the corridor. He didn't feel that his childish ranking was not in line with his identity. The destruction of multiple planes had made his character changeable and complicated. Bai Changyin and Qin Xiu finally squeezed in the bus and rushed to the hospital. Entering the hospital corridor, they saw Yi Yuxuan sitting in a chair with a deep face staring at the door of the examination room. Even if it was a hospital chair, he could sit like an emperor. Qin Xiu, Wei Wei, a lot of the examinations are done by me. I'll go in and help with the examination first. Yi Yuxuan looked up, stretched out his long legs, and blocked the door. Qin Xiu, Bai Changyin, who is this childish ghost? Are you using your long legs to do such meaningless things? Qin Xiu was sluggish for a moment before he reacted. It should be some more private examination. This private standard was set by Yi Yuxuan. In any case, a personal inspection was all done in private. Bai Changyin also wanted to condemn Yi Yuxuan for kicking them away and leaving by himself. As a result, Yi Yuxuan looked up, his cold eyes were bottomless. A gust of cold wind blew past. Bai Changyin sat down quietly. The relatives also sat quietly. For a moment, the three big men were all silent. Only Wei Wei Bai was left. Then, the whole family would be. The system was still chatting with Wei Wei Bai. Your heart is much better now because as your HP increases, your body will also become healthier. Seeing that the examination was almost done, Wei Wei Bai got up from the bed. She thanked the doctor. The doctor was also happy that she was in good health. Yi Yuxuan was still waiting for her outside the door. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment and decided not to go out. She said, "In the next plane, it won't be forever, right?" The system replied, "In theory, there's a high probability that it won't." Twice was equivalent to a lifetime. It was all Yi Yuxuan's luck and his stubbornness that had forcefully tampered with it. But both times there were loopholes. Last time, he had used the lottery. Last time, he had made use of the error of the side quest. In the next plane, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to be caught by Yi Yuxuan, would he? Bai Weiwei was deep in thought. She thought about it. How much is my life value now? The system replied, 5,300. Wei Wei Bai asked, how many external HP can my body store? She didn't expect the reward from the plane. She gave the system 20 days worth of HP and all kinds of little things. As a result, she didn't have any rewards left in each plane. To be exact, they were all deducted. The system replied, 5,500. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Yi Yuxuan's HP now is very easy to get, right? The system replied, very easy. For example, if you go out and give him a kiss, I promise you 5,500 immediately. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save. Chapter 1657. Yi Yuxuan was now fully open to Wei Wei Bai. When they first started, Yi Yuxuan was still wary of Wei Wei Bai. It was the kind of deep wariness that came from the depths of her soul. It made life points particularly difficult to get. Now, in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, let alone guarding against Wei Wei Bai, she didn't see when they passed through the soul channel. That ignorant power consciousness in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul. Was it going to make a move to snatch her away? Now, in the depths of Yi Yuxuan's soul, it was full of paranoid love for Wei Wei Bai. Even if Wei Wei Bai didn't do anything, as long as she was awake, her life points would keep soaring. But her soul storage ability was not good. She could only rely on each plane transmigration to expand the storage space. Now it was transmigrating with Wei Wei Bai. It didn't care about the dozens of life points reward at all. It only cared about the ability to expand the storage of external life points. Wei Wei Bai touched her heart. I'm really worried about myself. Her always indifferent expression finally showed a trace of wavering. I'm tempted. The system was silent for a moment before saying softly, soon, Wei Wei, you've already gained more than 10 years of life. Soon, you'll be able to live happily until you're old. Every time the host called her Wei Wei, it wasn't extreme worry. It was extreme warmth. Wei Wei Bai put her finger down from her chest and said to the system with a smile, I can still continue to fight and fight for 100 years of longevity. People have to be responsible for themselves before they can bear the burden of other people's lives. So, I can only apologize to Yi Yuxuan first. System, why do I feel so sentimental all of a sudden? When the host became serious and emotional, it really made its eyes hazy with tears. Wei Wei Bai, take me away once my 5,500 life points are full. The less time he had to face Yi Yuxuan, the better. In the past, he wanted to stay a little longer. It would be dangerous to stay here any longer. The system was silent for a while before it said, Okay. When Yi Yuxuan heard the door open, he moved his leg away as if nothing had happened. Just as he was about to get up, Wei Wei Bai had already walked to his side and placed her hand on his shoulder. Yi Yuxuan looked up. His face was still swollen. It was caused by Wei Wei Bai. The man's face was pale to begin with, so the redness and swelling were exceptionally conspicuous. Wei Wei Bai reached out her finger and gently stroked the red and swollen area. Does it still hurt? She asked in a low voice. Yi Yuxuan wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but for some reason, she said, it hurts. There was a hint of coquettishness in her calm tone. Qin Xiu and Bai Changyin tilted their bodies, straightened their necks, and watched the two sweet dogs show off their affection. Wei Wei Bai originally wanted to be gentle. After all, this concerned her HP. But if it was too gentle, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control her heart. Finally, Wei Wei Bai gently placed her fingers on his face. It was the side of his face that was fine. She pinched hard and said expressionlessly, Give up, Yi Yuxuan. Don't be so fond of me. At least, don't be so fond of me now. She was doing it for his own good. She was not a good person, so he could be fond of her in the future. Wait until she had enough HP. He would immediately wash his hands of the golden basin and would never do anything to the red apricot grassland. Yi Yuxuan's face turned red. He silently reached out and touched his face. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Well, whatever you say is good. The system and Wei Wei Bai, they felt like they had met a masochist. Bai Changyin couldn't understand what the young couple was doing. He couldn't help but ask Qin Xiu softly. Qin Xiu coldly snorted, They're showing off their love. Chapter 1658. Bai Changyin suddenly realized, Were all young people showing off their love so unique these days? So the two men tilted their heads and looked at them. Wei Wei Bai looked at her old father and her attending doctor. She couldn't help but say to Qin Xiu, I think your Xian needs to have his mental condition checked sometimes. It wasn't the first time she had doubts. Yi Yu's personality changes were unchanging and ever-changing. Unchanging was referring to his facial paralysis. Ever-changing was referring to his personality. Why did he change every 3 days? Qin Xiu couldn't help but remind Wei Wei. He has always been sick before you came. He was sick since birth, not just today. As for his personality changes, he didn't seem to change at all. He had a cold face every day, as if everything was an ant. It was only Wei Wei Bai who changed. But this was more normal, because all fools in love were like this. The system secretly whispered to Wei Wei Bai, It's full, let's go. Wei Wei Bai smiled, and then sat next to Yi Yuxuan. The family sat neatly on the chairs in the hospital corridor. Then Wei Wei Bai leaned her head on Yi Yuxuan's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything and didn't ask her to stay. He even heard that thing say, It's full, let's go. Full, what was it? Was it her lifespan, ability, or something that could make her body healthy? Gone. She was gone. Yi Yuxuan slowly reached out and gently touched her face. Then he whispered, Waiting for you to come back. Again and again, waiting for you to come back. Bai Changyin sat on the outermost side and couldn't see his daughter clearly. He tilted his head and asked curiously, What's the situation? Why didn't they say anything? Wasn't the checkup done? Qin Xiu, showing off their love. Bai Changyin, oh. This young man was so low-key when showing off his love. In the empty, abandoned classroom, under the dim candlelight, there were various messy lines on a piece of snow-white paper. The lines of the ink brush. It was a strange mess. Circles of lines were drawn by the hands of the three people. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and saw that she was holding a pen in her hand. Opposite her was a girl with a frightened expression. She was also holding a pen. At the top of the pen was a slender, jade-like, snow-white finger with delicate joints. Wei Wei Bai looked up. It was a boy. He was sitting down, and his figure looked thin, but if one were to estimate his height, he would be at least 175 meters tall. The cold moonlight shone in through the broken window. On his face, there was a veil of light and shadow. His delicate porcelain skin was devoid of blood. However, it was exceptionally smooth and beautiful. Around him were a few students in school uniforms who were also scared. "Heavenly Master, you have to save us." "That's right. Xiao Nian is already dead. If we can't invite the pen spirit back, we'll be the next ones to die." A few students were crying and complaining at the same time. "Heavenly Master?" Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment. "What's going on now?" The system said, "The memory is stuck. The memory transfer failed." Let me read it out loud. Wei Wei Bai. Has the system been reduced from an intelligent system to a manual system? Wei Wei Bai pulled her attention away from the chattering students. The system had already started the introduction. "The good-looking young man next to you is the target of your mission in this world." Wei Wei Bai immediately looked up at him. "Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here." Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. / transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 1659. The young man pursed his thin lips. His beautiful black eyes seemed to be filled with an enchanting mist. He felt Wei Wei by looking at him and could not help but look up with curiosity. The system said, "His name is Yu Ma Qian, 18 years old, first year of university." Luckily, he was 18 years old, or else Wei Wei Bai would not be able to eat him. The young man looked younger than his actual age. He was like the cherry blossoms in early spring, faint and enchanting, but strangely fragile. Wei Wei Bai thought that the target of this world was not bad. He was a junior in university, a little fresh meat, pure and innocent. He looked like someone who would be easy to gain favorability with. The system said, "You are now inviting the pen spirit." Wei Wei Bai thought, "I have a bad feeling." As someone who is afraid of the dark and ghosts, she always stayed away from these supernatural things. Wei Wei Bai said with a trembling voice, "Why do we need to invite the pen spirit?" The system said, "It's like this. You're a direct descendant of the imperial path in this world. You're a Taoist priest, the kind that often catches ghosts." Wei Wei Bai's teeth ached when she heard this. It was like a person who was afraid of snakes suddenly being told one day, "You are in charge of catching snakes, and you're already squatting in front of a poisonous snake, ready to reach into the hole to catch it. You haven't even seen the snake, but your hands are already weak." Wei Wei Bai felt like this, weak hands. The system read out the information. Although you are a direct descendant, you are not born with the ability to catch ghosts. Your skills are no different from normal people. You are basically just eating and waiting for death. Your main source of income is live streaming to cheat money. No, live streaming to make people watch. Wei Wei Bai thought, cheating money and live streaming are not the same. The system said, "But didn't the Guo family get rid of feudal superstitions recently? Your streaming room was banned, so you can only accept a ghost-catching mission to pay for next month's rent." Wei Wei Bai said, "This ghost-catching Taoist priest is doing too badly. These days, great deity jumping." Wait, why is Taoist priest great deity jumping? This Taoist priest was too weak. The system replied, "That's because it's at the level of eating and drinking." This ghost-catching mission was done by these 7 students. They couldn't think straight and came to this abandoned classroom to play pen spirit. The system nagged. Wei Wei Bai finally had a general understanding of this plane. It was just that she was a Taoist priest in this plane who was good at catching ghosts. However, she didn't have the ability to do so at all. She was just a freeloader. Recently, the live stream room had been banned, and the tools to cheat others were gone. She had no choice but to come out and catch the ghost. There weren't many ghosts these days. After all, it was a lie to say that a dead person would become a ghost. Since ancient times, so many people had died, but they were all stuck in the human world. Layers upon layers of ghosts had already floated 10,000 times around the earth. A ghost that was stuck in the human world. Firstly, it had spirit chi and was nurtured by a spiritual item with great luck. Even if these ghosts had no resentment in their hearts, he had never harmed anyone. They wouldn't be attracted by the gates of hell, and they wouldn't be captured by the netherworld's ghost servants. This was the best kind of ghost. Secondly, it was a malicious ghost. It had to be the kind of ghost that had a huge resentment and was filled with hatred for this world. This kind of ghost often encountered injustice and died miserably. Example, Sadako Kayako. Haha, so scary. This kind of ghost was often an earthbound spirit, bound to wander around the place where they died miserably, killing people to fill their appetite. And these 7 sad first-year students had listened to the school ghost story. They had agreed to come to the place where the ghost story happened to test their courage. To put it bluntly, it was men and women on a date. /full text download / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 1660. It was said that in this lockdown teaching building, a senior was cheated by a scumbag and got pregnant. In the end, the scumbag abandoned her. She had a miscarriage again. In a moment of depression, she jumped off the building and read. After jumping off the building, the senior turned into a malicious spirit and began to wander around the teaching building in red. She tempted one person after another to jump off the building like dumplings falling into water. And the people who jumped off the building here all became food for the red-clothed senior after they died. The most exciting part of this story was, this red-clothed senior had a fountain pen that was placed on the table in the middle of the classroom. If someone could hold the fountain pen, they could use the method of inviting the pen spirit to invite her. Then she could fulfill that person's wish. The prerequisite was that the spirit had to be sent away. If she didn't send it away, the red-clothed senior would start killing people. And this group of brainless people didn't send the spirit away after inviting it. In the end, one after another, they were all unlucky. They were either hit by a vase, beaten up, or in a car accident. The scariest thing was that someone would call them every night. In the end, one of the girls with weak mental strength, called Xiao Nian, was called into the teaching building. She jumped off the building. Only then did the remaining 6 people realize the seriousness of the matter. They immediately paid to invite a ghost catcher. However, a group of freshmen who had never seen the world did not have any connections to invite a powerful ghost catcher. They also had people who watched the live broadcast and saw Wei Wei Bai's live broadcast that had not been banned yet. They thought that she was very powerful. They pooled their money and invited her to exorcise the ghost. Then the original owner came. Then she came. In other words, Wei Wei Bai directly dropped into the ghost catcher scene. Wei Wei Bai listened to the entire story. As expected, without a ghost story or a group of people who were trying their best to court death, it was impossible to continue. The 7 people in front of her were all experts at courting death. Wei Wei Bai asked the system with a trembling voice, "There can't really be ghosts, right?" The system was as calm as the wind. "Don't be afraid. It's just a few small ghosts. What's there to be afraid of?" This sentence could be applied to any unafraid template. No, it was just a few small snakes. What was there to be afraid of? It was just a few hundred southern cockroaches. What was there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid. It's just a few rats. I'll fry them and eat them. But for those who were truly afraid, how could they not be afraid? She had experienced a ghostly plane in the past, and she was scared witless. Why was there another one? Wei Wei Bai's face was pale, even paler than Yumaqian's. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up. He was as calm as the system. A classmate beside him asked, "Heavenly Master, can we ask the pen spirit to leave?" Wei Wei Bai said in a trembling voice, "Go, go, go. Go, pen spirit." Who the hell knows how to ask him to leave? She wasn't the one who invited him. Furthermore, the original owner of this body was also someone who was just waiting to die. He didn't even know how to send the pen spirit away. He was just putting on an act to deceive people. But why does this brush keep spinning in circles? Wei Wei Bai decided to let go. She let go of her hand, and the girl opposite her also let go of her hand in fear. Then, the pen was still spinning, because the young man was still holding onto the fountain pen. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say to him, "Let go, let's go." Rent was nothing. She could go out and set up a stall to count marriage. She could eat and drink for free. Why catch ghosts for no reason? The young man's fingers paused, and the pen stopped. He turned to look at her. There was a strange concentration in his misty eyes. The girl who let go of her hand looked at Wei Wei Bai in fear. Heavenly Master, who are you talking to? The rest of the students were even more frightened. Everyone was afraid to begin with. Now that they saw Wei Wei Bai like this, they were even more afraid. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She didn't wait for an answer. Suddenly, an ethereal, strange, and cold woman's laughter came from nowhere. This laughter completely frightened the group of new students. They screamed and immediately turned to run. 6 ran away. Wei Wei Bai came back to her senses. There were 7 people who invited the pen's spirit. 7 people weren't wrong. 6 people ran over just now. Only her target was left, Yu Ma Qian. Then, no, a new student named Xiao Yin died. There were indeed 6 people left alive. Then, who was this beautiful and cute young man in front of her? Wei Wei Bai's neck creaked. She felt that her bones were stiff. She was tongue-tied. Didn't you say it was a senior in red? The system said, there's not only one ghost in this building. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. The young man in front of her picked up the fountain pen. His fingers were so white that they were almost transparent. They were as beautiful as jade. Then, as if he was testing, his fingertips lightly touched her fingers. An unusually cold temperature made Wei Wei Bai shiver. The young man's flawless face under the moonlight slowly revealed a smile so beautiful that it was almost illusory. You can touch me? Wei Wei Bai slowly retracted her hand. Her fingers were frozen. Then, she slowly stood up and stared at Yu Ma Qian as if she was staring at a venomous snake. After Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back, she quickly turned around and ran as fast as she could. The strategy master was invincible. The strategy master was a coward. Wei Wei Bai said that she would try again in the morning when she had the courage, but she would forget about it now. The young man also stood up with the fountain pen in his hand. His red lips slowly curved into a strange smile. Then, he floated out and followed Wei Wei Bai / Download the at https://m/sashu.com button at the bottom to record this chapter. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 1661. Wei Wei Bai ran out of the classroom. There was a dark corridor outside the door, and there were piles of junk everywhere. The dirty glass window made a harsh, squeaking sound in the cold wind. The 6 troublemakers just now ran away quickly, and she didn't know where they went. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about others. She saw the stairs, and the words 5th floor were painted in red. In the dark, the red paint was shocking. Wei Wei Bai was most afraid of the dark. She saw the dark staircase, and her legs went weak. Tongzi, sing Little Apple. The system didn't tease her, and it played the cheerful Little Apple. In the cheerful sound of the Little Apple, there was a girl's bitter laughter, sometimes far, sometimes close. Wei Wei Bai felt that compared to the cheerful music, this building was even scarier. Her teeth were chattering. How many ghosts are there in this staircase? The system said, not many, just a few little ghosts. The more powerful one is the senior in red, and the rest are your targets. Wei Wei Bai asked, who killed Xiao Yin? The system said, the senior in red. Wei Wei Bai asked, how did Yu Ma Qian die? The system flipped through the information. Family fight. He was the successor of the natural law school and was killed by his cousin. He was suppressed under this building. The system saw that it wasn't lagging anymore, and it directly transmitted the information. Wei Wei Bai thought about Yu Ma Qian's background. Yu Ma Qian was actually from the Republic of China, and ghosts ran rampant in that time. The people who inherited the skills were divided into the Imperial Path School and the Natural Law School. The Imperial Path sect did all the dirty work. For example, they did the Taoist dance to calculate marriage, and they set up street stalls to eat and drink. Although they had the peachwood sword that was rewarded by their ancestors, and some skills to set up the array to catch ghosts. But compared to the Natural Law School's superior feng shui, divination, and ghost-catching skills, they were still too far behind. The Natural Law School was in charge of serving the upper class. From the Republic of China until now, it had become an exceptionally large force. However, the Imperial Path sect was still making a living. They didn't starve to death, and they didn't become rich. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an unreliable direct descendant like Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai walked down the stairs while reading the information. That's not right. Yu Maqian is from the Republic of China. Why did you say that he's a freshman? The system said, a freshman from the Republic of China. Wei Wei Bai, when he saw those students wearing university sports uniforms, he didn't think too much about it. Yu Maqian's uniform was the same as theirs. Therefore, she thought that Yu Maqian was a new ghost that had appeared in recent years. In the end, it turned out to be a super old ghost. Wei Wei Bai continued reading. At that time, the Heavenly Tao sect was at its peak. When Yu Maqian was born, the yin-yang eye opened. His talent was astonishing. What followed was Yu Tianlai's life. The aura of extreme yang, the body of virgin, ghosts would be afraid of him. At the age of 7, he was slated to be the future successor of the Heavenly Tao sect. Just as Yu Maqian's life was smooth, he caught ghosts all the way until he was 18 years old. The founder of the Heavenly Tao sect wanted to get something with great luck. He led the elites of the sect to fight. In the end, he didn't return. The people of the Heavenly Tao sect were in a panic. Yu Maqian, his cousin, and the others ran to save people. In the end, they found that the founder had died in a pile of ghosts. The thing with great luck nourished the entire ancient graveyard. This graveyard was filled with ghosts from ancient wars. Their combat power was off the charts, and the thing with great luck had spirituality. / to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 1662. The people of a natural law school were devoured by the ghosts and were powerless to resist. In the end, to survive, the cousin came up with a crazy suppression formation. The formation needed a formation eye. It needed an item of extreme yang. Where could they find an item of extreme yang? Everyone immediately thought of the successor of the natural law school, Yu Maqian. He himself was an item of extreme yang. What followed was the old-fashioned story of fellow disciples killing each other. The cousin was jealous of Yu Maqian's chance of becoming the successor, so he took advantage of this opportunity. He trapped Yu Maqian in the center of the ghosts and set up a suppression formation. Those vengeful spirits were unable to escape and were trapped in this formation for eternity. The cousin escaped with the rest of the people. Relying on the ancestors' things, he became the leader himself and maintained the glory of the natural law school. As for Yu Maqian, he would forever remain in the land of vengeful spirits. Wei Wei Bai pointed at the stairs under her feet with trembling fingers. Is this the graveyard that was filled with ghosts back then? The system said yes. Wei Wei Bai said, Yu Maqian's body is under the teaching building? As time passed, no one remembered this incident. The graveyard also became a teaching building. The system flipped through the information and said, it's fine. He's probably turned into bones. Wei Wei Bai felt that the situation was more serious. There must be so many ghosts in this building that it was scary. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. She had been going down the stairs for a long time, but the 5th floor above the stairwell was already covered in blood and stuck to the stairwell. Did she encounter a ghost wall? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but look down through the handrail of the stairs. She saw that the stairs kept going down without an end. There were countless of them. The 5th floor. She encountered a ghost wall. Wei Wei Bai touched herself with trembling fingers, found a piece of chocolate, and put it back. She touched her left pocket and found a small peachwood sword. It felt like a phone pendant. There were also a few yellow talismans. What the hell was that drawing? It was even crazier than a doctor's prescription. Then, he took out a bronze mirror from his pocket. It was probably the demon-revealing mirror. The system flipped through the information and said, the peachwood sword was purchased from Taobao for $9.09, and the yellow talisman was purchased from Taobao for $3 a dozen. Only the bronze mirror was obtained from the Emperor's Gate. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled as she looked at the bronze mirror. What's the use of it? Can fight ghosts? If he was trapped here forever, Bai Weiwei probably wouldn't be able to hold on until dawn. There wasn't even a light switch. Her hands were sweating profusely. The dark environment made her extremely nervous. Fortunately, there was a system to chat with her to distract her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone down the stairs. The system said, "You can't fight ghosts, but your side reward is here." Wei Wei Bai. What's the reward? The system said, "The Chinese talisman in your hand is the reward. As long as you stick it on the evil spirit's face, you'll be able to stop it." Wei Wei Bai immediately took a look at the Chinese talisman in her hand. Only 3. The system said, "It's very expensive. There's no discount." There was no discount at the supermarket. It was too expensive to be worth it. But there was no item to catch ghosts in the discount. It reluctantly took out a portion of its snack money to buy Chinese talismans for her, but it was rejected. Wei Wei Bai, the main system is so stingy. The rewards are getting more and more ridiculous. The stingy system didn't dare to say anything. It silently hugged the potato chips tightly. Wei Wei Bai was about to put away the bronze mirror and look for a way out. The bronze mirror seemed to vaguely show something. Did the S/ to the full articles / the downloads to the S to make it easier for you to read next time? You can click Save. Chapter 1663. She couldn't help but take a closer look, but it was her own face. She looked quite cute, with a pair of round almond-shaped eyes, short hair that reached her ears, and a standard oval face. She didn't look like a devastatingly beautiful woman, but she was elegant and clean. Wei Wei Bai took a few more glances, and, suddenly, she saw something behind her in the mirror. She couldn't help but observe, and found a pair of red eyes. The system reminded her softly, "There's a ghost behind you." Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled, and the figure behind her in the mirror became more obvious. Her neck was so stiff that it made a cracking sound. She finally mustered up the courage to look back, and there was indeed a ghost behind her. In the dilapidated staircase, long hair fell from the stairs, and the end of the hair was a woman's face. The face was only a dozen centimeters away from her. Wei Wei Bai's whole body turned cold, and the fingers that were holding the mirror started to tremble. The distance was too close. Wei Wei Bai saw the woman hanging upside down from the stairs. Her blood-red feet were straight up, and her head was pulled down by her hair, forming a strange posture with her neck crooked. Blood continued to drip from her feet, landing on her mangled face that was beyond recognition. Her empty eyes were white as she stared straight at Wei Wei Bai. Bai Wei Wei's entire person was stunned. No matter how many times she had seen it, or how many big scenes she had experienced. When she saw these ghosts, she was still terrified, and her legs were still weak. She still couldn't control her fragile little heart from trembling. The female ghost suddenly opened her mouth slowly and laughed eerily. "Are you the one who invited the pen spirit?" This was the real pen spirit that was invited by the group of death-seeking experts. Senior in red, awe. Wei Wei Bai felt as if she had been electrocuted, and the bronze mirror hit the female ghost's face hard, causing her face to become crooked. Then, she jumped up, grabbed a handful of yellow talismans, and ran downstairs. "Ghost Tongzi, there's a ghost." The system said, "Yeah, that female ghost's head was crooked and her neck was split in half." She reached out with her bloody hands and put her head back in place. Then, she chased after us. She used her head to walk, thump, thump. Wei Wei Bai said, "Don't say it. It's even scarier." The system said, "I'll show you the process of the ghost catching up, so you can run faster." Wei Wei Bai said, "My legs are weak. I can't run fast." The system replied, "There's nothing to be afraid of. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all your fault for not being strong enough. I'll play you a song to cheer you on." Then Wei Wei Bai heard it. "The wind is howling. The horses are neighing. The yellow river is roaring. The yellow river is roaring." The system said, "How is it? Listening to such a majestic song, you're not afraid anymore, right?" Wei Wei Bai asked, "Are there really no ghosts in this world? Is it all a psychological effect?" The system was silent. Then it said faintly, "I'm lying, silly child. If you don't believe me, look behind you. The senior in red is catching up." Wei Wei Bai did not dare to look. She ran down the stairs as fast as she could. As she ran down the stairs, hair started to appear. The female ghost's voice became shrill. "Did you invite the pen spirit? Did you invite the pen spirit?" Wei Wei Bai turned around and yelled, "No, don't chase me. I won't agree to be with you no matter how much you chase me." This type of ghost would definitely want to kill her. Then, she would leave her in this building. That was how it went in the movies. However, when she turned around, she saw that face hanging in the middle of the stairs. It was less than 3 centimeters away from her. Chapter 1664. The female ghost kept running behind her, sticking close to her back. Wei Wei Bai's mind went blank. Only then did she remember her yellow talisman. Then, she took out a yellow talisman and was about to stick it on the female ghost's face. She didn't know where the scream came from. It gave Wei Wei Bai a fright. The yellow talisman actually stuck on the ghost's hair and didn't stick on the ghost's face. Her hair suddenly burned. A violent force appeared from the yellow talisman, burning with yellow flames. The female ghost screamed in agony. Blood started to flow from her 7 orifices on her pale face. Wei Wei Bai's legs trembled, and she fell down the stairs. She hit the wall of the stairwell, and her head was a little dizzy. "Are you okay?" A pleasant and deep voice sounded. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. I'm fine." After saying that, she looked up and seemed to see a pair of feet wearing black cloth shoes floating 5 centimeters above the ground. Then, she looked up and saw Yu Maqian's handsome face. He was casually playing with a fountain pen with his fingers. He wasn't wearing the student sportswear anymore. He was back to his original appearance. He was wearing a navy blue man's gown with a beautiful nephrite jade pendant hanging on his waist. His long black hair was braided and fell behind his head. It followed his floating body and swayed from time to time. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His dark eyes had a kind of exquisite death aura. If his feet weren't off the ground, Wei Wei Bai would feel that this young man in front of her was good-looking and full of spiritual energy. It was as if he had walked out of a painting of the Republic of China. Wei Wei Bai tried to convince herself. This was the target. If she ran away now, she would have to come back in the future. So, Wei Wei Bai stretched out her trembling hand and gently grabbed his trousers. Then, she looked up, and there was a trace of sincere pleading in her watery eyes. "Can you save me?" The girl's voice was clear like spring water. It seemed out of place in this dirty place. The power of the yellow talisman was limited. After the female ghost's hair was burned, the flames disappeared. The corridor returned to darkness, and the faint moonlight shone through. The young man's expression was strangely frozen. His voice was gentle, with a kind of ticklish tone as he said, "Oh, you want me to save you?" The female ghost jumped down the stairs with a thud. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot, as if they were soaked in blood. She was provoked by Wei Wei Bai and was filled with resentment and anger. "I want you to die. I want you to die." Wei Wei Bai was frightened and immediately reached out her hands to hug the pair of floating feet. Both of them were ghosts. He would choose someone with good looks to hug her thigh. Even if he died, he would die in the hands of a good-looking ghost. After Wei Wei Bai hugged his legs, she shivered. It was frighteningly cold. Yu Maqian, on the other hand, tilted his head in confusion when she pounced on him and hugged his legs. The female ghost's remaining hair was like a sharp thorn, piercing through the stair railings and directly piercing towards Wei Wei Bai's head. Wei Wei Bai watched in horror as the hair attacked her. She was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes and hugged Yu Maqian's legs tightly, her face rubbing against his dark blue robes. Yu Maqian lowered his head to look at her. She was like a pitiful little animal, trembling in fear. His expression was calm as he reached out his fingertips to touch the coils of her hair. The female ghost's hair was already attacking him, but the young man calmly raised his hand and grabbed the hair. The female ghost's face showed intense pain. /save button. Chapter 1665. Yu Maqian slowly used his strength and tore off the long hair one by one. The female ghost screamed at the top of her lungs. Yu Maqian said indifferently, "Get lost." The female ghost immediately ignored her broken hair and used the remaining long hair to wrap around her body. She turned into black smoke and disappeared. After the female ghost disappeared, Yu Maqian continued his actions. His white, nearly transparent fingers touched by Wei Wei's head. Her soft hair warmed up his cold fingers with the warmth of a human. He really could touch her. Yu Maqian looked at her strangely. Why could he touch her? He was an earthbound spirit. It was impossible for ghosts and humans to touch each other, even if humans thought that ghosts could kill them. It was also a strong hypnosis, but he was very sure that she could touch him. It was not hypnosis, nor was it an illusion in a special formation. The real contact made the young man who had not seen anyone for 100 years show a trace of greed in his eyes. What a warm body. Her trembling skin pressed against his ice-cold body, causing him to tremble slightly as well. Wei Wei Bai said to the system with a trembling voice, "A ghost is touching my head. I'm going to be unlucky for 3 years." The system said, "You are indeed going to be unlucky for 3 years." After that, the system's notification sounded. This mission is to obtain the love of Yu Maqian. Target, Yu Maqian. Completion, 0. Time, 3 years. 3 years was too long, this strategy time. Of course, compared to a lifetime, 3 years was not unbearable. No, the target was a ghost. 3 minutes was unbearable. The system saw that she was so scared and immediately encouraged her. "Don't you have a yellow talisman? If you're really scared, stick it on the face of a ghost and tie it up." Wei Wei Bai, it made sense. With a yellow talisman in hand, as long as she stuck it on the face, there was no need for her to be scared. She was a woman who was used to grand occasions. After brainwashing herself, Wei Wei Bai raises her stiff neck. No matter what, even if the target is a crab spirit, she still has a strategy. They couldn't discriminate against him just because he wasn't human. Wei Wei Bai just raised her head when she saw Yu Maqian's face right in front of her. The youth's skin was too pale, so pale that it was fragile. There was no light in his black eyes. They were as dark as the deepest night. Even Wei Wei Bai's face couldn't be reflected in such dark eyes. The shape of those eyes was very beautiful, but it was too dark. Wei Wei Bai was scared again. She pursed her lips and was just about to show off her ability to speak human language when she saw a ghost. "Big uncle, thank you. Thank you, you saved me," the system asked. "Is your tape jammed?" Yu Maqian was not the slightest bit impatient. Seeing her like this, he gently curved his lips. Then he lowered his head, and his cold lips covered her trembling lips. "Wei Wei Bai, ding, the male lead's favorability has increased by 5. Wei Wei Bai swore that this was the fastest strategy target to increase favorability in history. And she didn't do anything. She only felt that her lips were covered by a piece of ice. It was so cold that it hurt. She didn't dare to move away, so she could only let him kiss her gently. It wasn't gentle, but it was very slow and strange. It was like the feeling of a poisonous snake slipping across her skin. As the favorability increased, Wei Wei Bai's heart flashed with all kinds of guesses, but she had a certain feeling. It was not the favorability of love. It had nothing to do with friendship or family. This kind of increase in favorability made her vigilant. Yu Maqian was a little reluctant to part with the warmth of her lips. He slowly left. There was no sign of breathing between his nose and mouth, and there was no breath. A joyful smile appeared on his cold and pale face. As expected, it's a pure yang body. He looked the same as he did 100 years ago. Yin-yang eyes, pure yang body. It was almost a perfect match for him. They had finally met. Yu Maqian's smile became even more gentle, but she didn't know why it gave people a strange feeling of hypocrisy. He reached out his beautiful fingers and held her confused and scared face. He said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Wei Wei Bai, one who is unaccountably solicitous, is hiding evil intentions. She couldn't feel at ease with any kind of strange increase in favorability. Her lips trembled as she revealed a smile. "You really are a good ghost. I'll burn money for you when I get out." Yu Maqian shook his head. His smile was like a strange mask. "I want you to be my bride." Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 1666. The wind blew, the dark and empty staircase and the bloody painting of the 5th floor were painted on the wall. The atmosphere was very quiet. His pale fingers were placed on her shoulder, cold to the bone. Wei Wei Bai shrank into a corner, feeling like a weak and pitiful little thing. She was always the one forcing others to marry. She had just transmigrated and had not done any strategy. Yet, she was forced to marry by a ghost. Wei Wei Bai's mind was filled with a conspiracy, a very big conspiracy. It did not make sense for someone to marry a ghost. Moreover, the 5 points of affinity proved that Yu Ma Qian was just a little bit interested in her. The fragile affinity was on the verge of collapse. This made Wei Wei Bai even more vigilant. Bai Weiwei also specifically asked the system, is the goal of this strategy to pull someone in as a stand-in? The system said, yes, you have a pure yang body in this world, and you have yin-yang eyes. Of course, it was accidentally mutated when you transmigrated. The original owner did not. Wei Wei Bai said, he wants to possess my body. The system said, let me look through the information. Wei Wei Bai said, it must be. I have the same body as him. So he wants to become a human. So he wants to kill me and possess my body. This strategy target is too hardcore. Her body was female. He was not afraid of the monthly menstruation tormenting him to death. The system said, I found the information, but it is not as scary as you said. Isn't Yu Ma Qian's body still suppressed below? Wei Wei Bai stared at the young man in front of her and asked distractedly, then what? Has he turned into bones? The system said, no. It seems that his body has not transformed for thousands of years because of the formation. Wei Wei Bai said, then he's an old zombie. The system said, he still retains his vitality, as long as there is a pure young object similar to him to suppress this place. Then he can revive and run away. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. This reason was even scarier. He was not happy to be suppressed in this place filled with ghosts. It was one thing for him to find a substitute, but he was actually planning to turn her into an object of suppression. She thought about how she would spend time with a bunch of vengeful spirits in the future. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she couldn't wait to die immediately and give up on the strategy. Yu Ma Qian's smile was still as strange as ever. He sat cross-legged, about 10 centimeters above the ground. There are many benefits to marrying me. Isn't that good? Although he was speaking the truth, his eyes were terrifyingly dark. It was as if he would start a massacre if she said no. Under his threatening gaze, Wei Wei Bai stiffened for a moment before she slowly nodded. Okay, you ghost. After saying that, a yellow talisman was fiercely stuck to his face. Ruthless, accurate, and fast, there was absolutely no mistake. Suppress your ass. You actually dare to set your sights on her. Yu Ma Qian was stunned. He floated in the air, his eyes wide open. He looked unusually cute and adorable. Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up and ran. Tongzi, what do I do with this ghost wall? The system said, this is a psychological effect. You just have to think that the next floor is the 4th floor. Wei Wei Bai said, 4th floor, 4th floor, 4th floor. As she muttered, the number of words on the staircase suddenly changed to the 4th floor. Wei Wei Bai immediately ran to the 3rd floor, muttering, 3rd floor, 3rd floor. When she finally saw the door, she hurriedly opened it, only to find that the door was locked. Wei Wei Bai felt nervous. Usually, after the door was locked, ghosts would also come. Suddenly, she heard a dong-dong sound. Wei Wei Bai looked back with difficulty and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at her from the stairs. The S/the full articles that downloads the S to facilitate your next reading. You can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1667. It was the senior in red who was standing upside down and walking with her head. She was staring at her. Wei Wei Bai's mouth was dry. She could not breathe properly, and her heart was beating too fast. She did not die suddenly because her body was strong. The red-clothed senior sister cracked open her black mouth and began to laugh eerily. Her head bounced up in a strange position, and then she fell down one stair after another with a thud. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, give me a Rui door and send me to the temple. She wanted nothing more than to hug a Buddhist statue and tremble. The system said, Rui door is very expensive. She could not afford it. The system said, why don't you use a yellow talisman? There's still one left. Wei Wei Bai held the only yellow talisman in her hand. Her hands were trembling like crazy. The senior in red had already arrived in front of her. Wei Wei Bai was scared out of her wits. She calmed down and stuck the yellow talisman on the female ghost's face. The female ghost's long hair was about to pierce through her chest. However, an unknown source of energy caused her body to suddenly stiffen. Before the yellow talisman came, she could not move at all. The yellow talisman stuck to the senior in red who had turned into a statue. Wei Bai saw that the ghost would not move. She sighed in relief. Then, she slowly reached for the door. She thought that the door would not open. It actually opened. Wei Bai immediately opened the door and stepped out. The system said, "Wait." Wei Bai was speechless. Then, she saw the lonely moon outside the door. The dark treetops let out the sharp sound of the cold wind. Under the moonlight, Yu Maqian had a yellow talisman stuck on his forehead. A pair of black eyes stared at her. The system finished its sentence. The male lead is outside. Wei Bai said, "What happened to sticking the yellow talisman and not moving?" The system was speechless. The opponent's level was too high. The yellow talisman was ineffective. Yu Maqian's handsome face suddenly turned ashen, and his voice was extremely cold. "You're going to marry me." Wei Bai's back was drenched in cold sweat, but her legs did not go soft. Sure enough, after being scared by the same thing for so long, he had become numb to it. Being numb was also a form of bravery. Surprisingly, Wei Bai was still able to remain calm and collected. She didn't even tremble as she revealed a stiff smile. Yu Maqian slowly floated in front of her. He tried to blow the yellow talisman, but he realized that he couldn't breathe and couldn't blow it away. He chuckled, seemingly amused. Then, he reached out with his fingertips and removed the yellow talisman from his forehead. "A very good talisman. Did you draw it?" Yu Maqian glanced at the yellow talisman and asked curiously. Wei Bai stood up straight, almost using all her strength to answer slowly. "No, it's what the ancestor left for me." She couldn't say that she bought it on Taobao and got it from a system. Yu Maqian calmly blew the yellow talisman. This time, the yellow talisman was no longer calm. Instead, it suddenly burned with a green will-o'-the-wisp. The yellow talisman burned. Yu Maqian saw that Wei Bai was staring at the ashes of the yellow talisman. He reached out his finger, and a fountain pen appeared on it. The fountain pen drew black lines in the air, and the lines turned into a lifelike piece of paper. The lines on the paper turned back into the yellow talisman. Then, the originally drawn yellow talisman suddenly turned into a real yellow talisman paper. It was exactly the same as the one bought by the system. Yu Maqian passed the talisman paper to her and said kindly, "Since it was given by the ancestor, it's a pity to destroy it. I'll draw a few more for you." Chapter 1668. Wei Bai's fingers were stiff, and there was only one thought in her mind. Strategy, 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 not to mention that it was a ghost. Even if it was a dung beetle, she couldn't be picky. Wei Bai finally hypnotized herself. She stretched out her hand and took the yellow talisman from his hand. The yellow talisman was extremely cold, just like the temperature of his body. Wei Bai's fingers were trembling, but her voice finally stopped trembling. She touched her pocket and took out the half-melted chocolate. Then she carefully handed it to him. "Do you want to eat some?" Yu Maqian looked at the chocolate in her hand quietly. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. He looked at her strangely. It was as if he was examining something that he was very interested in. Wei Bai's fingers were about to stiffen, but he didn't take it. Could it be that he felt that it was too long? Just as Wei Bai was about to take back the chocolate, a pale finger pressed down on the chocolate. Then, he slowly pinched the chocolate with his fingertips. Wei Bai's palms were sweaty. She said cautiously, "It's very delicious." Yu Maqian smiled. Suddenly, he pinched her palm with his fingernails. A red nail mark appeared on her soft palm. Wei Bai took a deep breath and took a few steps back. She looked at him with some fear. Yu Maqian said, "This is not a good place. Don't come here next time." After saying that, he drew in the air with the pen in his hand. A ray of light was drawn. No, the darkness was drawn by the fountain pen. Sunlight appeared in the sky. It was already morning, but this place was covered by the yin qi of vengeful spirits. People who entered this place couldn't wait until morning, and there would never be morning. This little celestial master in front of him was stupid and useless. It was obvious that she was taught by those unreliable idiots in the Imperial Tao sect. She was actually afraid of ghosts. Let's go. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in a daze, as if she didn't understand his actions. Yu Maqin smiled. He couldn't help but float in front of her. He stretched out his finger and lightly flicked her delicate ear. I'm not going. I really want you to be my bride. I'll let you stay here forever. His voice lingered in the air, like the sound of spring water hitting rocks. Even his dark eyes didn't look so eerie anymore. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly covered her ears. She glared at him, then turned around and ran without saying a word. As she disappeared from the teaching building, the night once again covered the teaching building. A shrill and mournful laugh sounded from all directions. Yu Maqin acted as if he hadn't heard her and gently peeled the chocolate. The temperature on the chocolate was her temperature. There was an aura as scorching as the sun. Also, if he was trapped here, he might only meet that little celestial master for the rest of his life, let alone for the rest of his life. It's not too late to get her back. Go, Yu Maqin. Replace her with you. Go. The voice was getting more and more shrill and crazy. Countless souls squeezed out of the windows of the school building. They were densely packed and wriggling, trying to squeeze out. Yu Maqin remained indifferent, his delicate face calm as a pine tree. He took a bite of the chocolate and sighed softly. I know how lucky it is to meet a scapegoat, but I'm soft-hearted. Seeing her is like seeing myself. If I leave her here, she'll be scared to death. She was obviously a celestial master from the Imperial Tao sect. She was afraid of ghosts. Crossover system, Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Record. Next time when you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like crossover system, Mr. Adonis, come here. Chapter 1669. When he saw that she was afraid of ghosts, he laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. He had never seen a Taoist who was so afraid of ghosts. Moreover, the yang energy in her body could restrain ghosts. If he hadn't mistakenly entered this place, he wouldn't have encountered ghosts on a normal day. To catch ghosts back then, he had put in dozens of times more effort than others. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he couldn't see ghosts at all. A person with a pure yang body was like a light bulb walking in the dark. Ghosts would run away when they saw them. Where could they catch them? You are so stupid. Do you want to stay here forever? Those ghost heads roared. Their voices, neither male nor female, came from all directions. Impossibly foolish, Yu Maqin, impossibly foolish. Yu Maqin licked his fingers and finished the last bite of chocolate. There was no taste. He was a spirit body. Even if he could get what she gave him, he couldn't taste anything. But surprisingly, he felt that it was sweet. He was indeed soft-hearted and stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed here back then. After Yu Maqin sighed hypocritically, he suddenly raised his hand. The fountain pen in his hand smoothly drew in the air, and a peachwood sword appeared. A red tassel fell on the hilt of the sword. Golden light flowed out of the peachwood sword, and an astonishing light appeared from the tip of the sword. Those ghosts roared in fear. Their dense heads retreated in fear, not daring to run out of the building. Yu Maqin's expression became indifferent and solemn. After so many years, you can't do anything to me, and I can't kill all of you. We've been killing each other for so long. I'm tired and annoyed. If you provoke me again, I'll take you down with me, even if I burn my soul. After so many years, he didn't perish together with this group of vengeful spirits. It was just so that one day he could go out and seek justice. Unfortunately, he let go of his last hope just now. He suddenly felt tired. How could he not know the purpose of this group of vengeful spirits? He found a scapegoat and left himself. But that scapegoat, such as the little celestial master just now, definitely couldn't suppress such a large group of vengeful spirits. Once he left, the ghosts here would leave as well. No matter how much he wanted to seek justice for himself, Yumachian couldn't bring himself to let this group of evil spirits run amok in the human world. The wraiths slowly quieted down. The teaching building became empty and dark again. The peachwood sword in Yumachian's hand turned back into lines and dissipated. He sat cross-legged in the air with his hands supporting his chin. His dark eyes were half closed. How boring. He was so bored that whenever he saw someone he rarely saw, he would run over to scare her like a half-grown child. Yumachian pursed his lips and sighed. Don't ever come back. Otherwise, I won't be able to control myself and will want you to be my scapegoat. 100 years of loneliness was too unbearable. Just now, he couldn't resist the evil desire in his heart. He really wanted her to become his substitute. So, don't ever reply. That suddenly, a girl's trembling voice came from behind. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. Do you want to come with me? She was obviously very scared, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Yumachian's body stiffened. He couldn't believe that someone would be so stupid as to think that what she heard was an illusion. But in the next second, a timid hand with a warm temperature held his cold and lifeless fingers. Yumachian's fingers were completely warm. Young energy climbed up his cold and decadent blood vessels and reached his stilled heart. /save button. Chapter 1670. A wave of scorching yang qi started to burn. He finally turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai's beautiful face appear. Wei Wei Bai had difficulty breathing. Her self-brainwashing effect had finally taken effect, and she was not so scared anymore. It's not good here. I'll take you away. She actually did not want to come back. But she had just taken 2 steps when a side mission appeared. Ding, dear darling host, please take the male lead to complete the mission of catching 100 ghosts. Mission point, do not leave the male lead within 1 meter of you. Side mission punishment, electric shock. Bai Weiwei thought it was some 9th heaven Xian Lei that would strike her death. In the end, it was just a simple electric shock. The punishment was so light that it was unreal. When she took 2 steps, she knew why it was just an electric shock. Because the electric shock was real time. When she was 1 meter away from Yumachian, the electric shock passed through her body. Wei Wei Bai walked 3 steps firmly and was almost electrocuted to death. She could only come back. Yumachian's pale and calm face finally showed a trace of demonic fog in his black eyes. He laughed softly. You're really interesting. She was obviously scared to death, but she still dared to come back. Unfortunately, he could not leave this place. He slowly leaned close to her ear and said, Since you're back, why don't you stay here with me? Too lonely, really too lonely. It was good to have one more person to accompany him. His fingernails turned black and had already reached her neck. If he pierced it, she would not be able to get out. Wei Wei Bai grabbed his hand tightly. Her almond eyes were as round as a cat's, but there was no reflection of him. Because he was illusory, he could not be seen, touched, and could not appear in any mirror. The eyes were just one of the mirrors. This little celestial master had a pair of crystal clear eyes. They did not have any filth or turbidity. It was a rare good mirror. No wonder she could see ghosts. She was born with yin-yang eyes, the same talent as him. Yumachian also cherished talent. When he saw such a good seedling, he couldn't help but feel pity for him, as if he was looking at a seedling. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 7. Wei Wei Bai. His favorability towards her is rising so fast. Is he trying to take her to death? After all, he still wanted her to be his scapegoat. Yumachian chuckled softly like an innocent youth. Seeing that she was so scared, he didn't harden his heart to keep her. He threatened, If you don't leave, you'll really marry me. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment, but she still said firmly and shamelessly, If I want to marry you, you have to propose first. Come with me. Yumachian felt that she was really interesting. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He nodded lightly. As long as you could take me out, I will propose marriage. The people of a natural law school proposed to the people of the Imperial Path sect. He would be laughed to death. But Yumachian acted like he didn't understand this and was a bit willful. Wei Wei Bai immediately turned around, held his cold hand, and rushed out of that bright place. She said to the system, Tongzi, can we really go out? Yumachian didn't look like he could go out. The system said, his body is suppressing here, so his soul can't go out. but your body's yang qi can help him escape. As long as Wei Wei Bai held Yu Maqian's hand tightly and gave him some yang qi from time to time, the human world could hold Yu Maqian. Of course, she could also pull Yu Maqian out of this place. But if the body didn't have a scapegoat, it couldn't go out. Wei Wei Bai nodded. She understood. As long as she gave Yu Maqian enough yang qi, right? Her body was like a small sun now, but how could she give Yu Maqian yang qi? The important thing was that they escaped from the school building. Wei Wei Bai turned around and shouted, "Sorry for being rude." After shouting, she kissed Yu Maqian's lips fiercely. Like artificial respiration, she passed her breath to him. Yu Maqian's cold body was warmed by her breath. Before he could react, the hustle and bustle of the human world hit him in the face. He looked up blankly and saw the busy crowd, the cars coming and going, and the hot sun. He went out. Chapter 1671. Wei Wei Bai left his lips and realized that they were standing on the street. The dilapidated school building was not far away. It looked like an ordinary, run-down building with no signs of life. Wei Wei Bai held his hand tightly and said softly, "Follow me closely. There are many roads here. You will get lost." Yu Maqian felt the heat of the sun. He also felt the vitality in her body. The streets, after 100 years, were different from before. There were more people. However, there were more ghosts and monsters. People's desires were rampant, and there was a foul atmosphere everywhere. Yu Maqian glanced at the people who passed by him. Many of them were surrounded by black energy. These were the people who would be unlucky in the near future. There were also the people that ghosts like to haunt. The purer a person's soul was, the more ghosts would haunt them. Bai Weiwei's physique was special, and her yang qi was boiling, unless it was in a special place. Otherwise, it would not be easy to see ghosts. He floated and followed her forward. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of something. She rushed to a shop and bought a black umbrella. Then, she shielded him from the sun. Yu Maqian looked at the black umbrella. He then saw Wei Wei Bai's pure almond eyes staring at him. She was so afraid of him at first. Now, she was slowly getting used to it. He smiled. "You brought me out. I will fulfill my promise and bring you to propose marriage." Wei Wei Bai. Propose marriage, get married, become Yu Maqian's substitute, be suppressed in his place, get along with a bunch of ghosts, ha ha ha. She refused. Of course, she could not reject him directly. She could only test him. People nowadays have to fall in love first. When they are familiar with each other and feel that the time is right, they can propose marriage. Yu Maqian was teasing her. After all, humans and ghosts were different. Even if he was once a ghost catcher, he was now nothing more than an ominous ghost wandering the world. If he really went to the Imperial Path sect to propose marriage, it was not certain if the Imperial Path sect could destroy him. However, the little celestial master would definitely be punished. He extended his hand and touched the handle of the umbrella. A wave of warmth appeared from his fingertips. It was the yang energy coming from her hand that was holding the umbrella. He was finally certain that the yang qi on her body had concealed the ghost qi on his body. Thus, he managed to hide it from the netherworld and bring it into the mortal realm. This kind of belt was really similar to a human belt, because as long as there was still yang qi left in the things that she had touched, he would be able to touch them. Therefore, as long as he was by her side, he would be able to escape from the place that was suppressing him and wander around. Yu Maqian lowered his head to look at her. Under his messy bangs, a hint of a smile appeared in his dark eyes. It was rare to find someone with the same physique as him. His talent was even purer than his. He suddenly whispered, "There's a ghost." Wei Wei Bai was shocked and looked around in fear. Where? How could a ghost wander around so arrogantly in broad daylight? Yu Maqian used his almost transparent fingertip to tap the back of her hand. Then, he pointed to a tall building in front of them. Wei Wei Bai followed his actions and looked up. She realized that there was a radio and television station building in front of them. At the highest point of the building, on the dangerous edge of the balcony, a white figure stood upright. Wei Wei Bai was not nearsighted, so she could clearly see that the figure was standing on top of the building. Her long hair covered her entire face. She was wearing a white dress that was stained with blood. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed Wei Wei Bai's gaze. A cold wind blew past, and the black hair on her face fluttered. A pair of venomous eyes stared at Wei Wei Bai. By Wei Wei, at the slash crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu.com. Save button below to record this reading. Chapter 1672. Then she trembled and pressed the umbrella down, blocking the female ghost line of sight. Is there a ghost? What? I didn't see anything. Wei Wei Bai stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. She heard that once she admitted to seeing a ghost, the ghost would follow her. She really couldn't suppress the fear that came from the bottom of her heart. This fear came from the shadow of her childhood. It was almost an insurmountable psychological barrier. Yu Maqian showed a mischievous smile. She really was afraid of ghosts. It was such a contradiction and cute contrast. It was rare for Yu Maqian to leave the place of suppression, so when he saw Wei Wei Bai, he even found her pleasing to the eye. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Wei Wei Bai, the favorability came too fast. It was like a tornado. She couldn't handle it. She hadn't gone through the process of making a scene, quarreling, making up, or killing each other. How did the favorability increase? Wei Wei Bai, who had always had a rough journey, was not used to the speed of the favorability increase. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, I feel like there's a conspiracy. The favorability was too smooth. It made her feel unsure. The system said, you're cute and the ghosts like you. The favorability increased. Don't worry too much. The host was used to being abused, sometimes when she came to a smoother world. Unexpectedly, they were all worried and frightened. In this world, other than the more tiring side missions, the system found that the emotional fragments in this world were very gentle. So it was normal for the favorability to increase. But because the host was abused by the perverted male lead too many times, the system had no way to comfort her. Seeing the system so calm, Wei Wei Bai could only suppress the urge to stir up trouble in her heart. Other than the fact that this world was full of ghosts, it seemed to be quite smooth. Full of ghosts, Wei Wei Bai grabbed the umbrella and said to Yu Maqian, let's go. Yu Maqian smiled gently, then looked at the female ghost in white on the tall building. The female ghost seemed to want to come down and follow them. Yu Maqian calmly looked at the white-clothed female ghost. A murderous intent appeared in his dead eyes. This is a warning. Wei Wei Bai was targeted by a female ghost. She planned to come and pester her. The white-robed female ghost was taken aback, and an intense fear appeared on her face. She immediately crouched down and trembled, not daring to follow. Yu Maqian knew that it was his existence. Wei Wei Bai's pure yang body was being suppressed. Therefore, those ghosts started to target Wei Wei Bai. He was now a ghost with heavy yin energy. Being by her side was depriving her of her yang energy. Her existence, which was originally like a small sun, had become dim. But because of the existence of the yin-yang eye, now, compared to ordinary people, she was more likely to attract ghosts. Malicious ghosts were filled with all kinds of grievances, resentment, and obsessions formed by the deaths of wrong people. Once they realized that someone could see them, they would come over and try to get that person to avenge them. If their wishes were not fulfilled, they would start killing people. That was why these ghosts were really troublesome. Yu Maqian looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was holding the umbrella with some difficulty. Her gaze was straight ahead. A few strands of her neat short hair fell to the side of her cheeks. There was a faint blush on her fair skin. It was a healthy color that only living creatures had. Yu Maqian touched his face. It was cold and pale. He glanced at the little celestial master who was seriously blocking the sun for him. He tilted his head and thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly, he gently tried to step on the ground. Chapter 1673. The ground sizzled as the scorching heat burned a hole in his shoes. Yu Maqian helplessly supported his chin with his hand. It seemed that he could only float. The ground was too hot in the day. He could only trouble the little celestial master to continue raising her hand to shield him from the sun. Wei Wei Bai brought Yu Maqian back to her rented apartment. In bang bang bang. This was the sound of her suitcase, stool, and other things being thrown out by the landlord. Yes, she was 3 months behind on her rent. Wei Wei Bai had officially become one of the homeless people sleeping on the streets. And one of them was Yu Maqian. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly carried her suitcase. Why don't we go to a hotel first? Wei Wei Bai then checked her balance. Her balance was pitifully low. Wei Wei Bai looked at her pitiful balance and thought that she had to survive the night. She asked the system, "Where's the cheapest hotel nearby?" The system looked at the map and sent her a name. Wei Wei Bai immediately pulled Yu Maqian over excitedly. The hotel was actually not very remote. However, there was a commercial plaza nearby, and this area was being demolished. But for some reason, halfway through the demolition, the developers all ran away. This hotel was also struggling to survive in this dilapidated neighborhood that was half demolished. When Wei Wei Bai pulled Yu Maqian over, she felt that the whole place was gloomy. Moreover, this demolition site was facing the broadcasting building. She did not know if that female ghost was still there. The original owner of this body had some common sense about taboos. For example, one should not look directly at a ghost. Therefore, one should not open their inner eyes easily. Ghost hunters without yin-yang eyes would use special methods to open their inner eyes. Wei Wei Bai, who had yin-yang eyes, did not need to do so. Therefore, she had to be more careful, because if she looked directly at a ghost, the ghost would come over. Most specters had obsessions, and they would try their best to pester the humans who saw them to help them complete their obsessions. If he couldn't complete it, he would drag the others down with him. What was even scarier was a ghost that looked for a scapegoat. Most malicious ghosts could only wander around the place where they died, and some ghosts would even repeat the scene of their death over and over again. To escape this terrible torture, ghosts would pull someone over to be his substitute so that he could escape. Just like her relationship with Yu Maqian. She was the best scapegoat for Yu Maqian. After going through all kinds of taboos in her mind, Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to raise her head. She was afraid that she would see some ghost hanging in the air and looking at her. The old man smoked a cigarette and casually gave Wei Wei Bai a key. The old man looked at her from head to toe. "Little girl, don't open the door after midnight, no matter what you hear." After that, the old man took the money and let her in. Wei Wei Bai, if he had said that from the start, she would definitely not have been able to control herself. Yu Maqian looked around curiously. He had been trapped in that building all this time. Although there were occasionally people who accidentally barged in, he could play with them. He could also see a lot of things about modern society through the eyes of those people. For example, the group of students that Wei Wei Bai had brought. He even tried to conjure up their university sportswear and blend in with them to scare them. It was just for fun. If he didn't find fun like this, these 100 years of loneliness could drive a ghost crazy. Of those new students, except for Xiao Nian, who courted death, he had casually sent the rest of the new students away. Yu Maqian wasn't a good person, but he still had a sense of responsibility as a ghost hunter. Chapter 1674. So if he could save her, he would. If he couldn't, it was fine too. Coming out with Wei Wei Bai was even more surprising. The image that he saw was indeed different from the impression that was left in the eyes of others. Bai Wei Wei opened the door to the room. It was a standard single bedroom. The white sheets and pillows looked quite clean. The bathroom had frosted glass. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of a very important question. Tongzi, does he follow me to the toilet? Within 1 meter, there was no distance at all. When she squatted on the toilet, did this ghost have to stay close to protect her? The system said, "It's okay. You won't be able to see him when you close your eyes." Wei Wei Bai, after a long silence, Wei Wei Bai asked again, "What about bathing?" The system said, "Well, just bear with it for a while. After all, he's your male lead." "Where's your male lead?" Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a while, then said, "That's good. He can't run away when I'm bathing." The system, ? Wei Wei Bai put down her luggage and saw Yu Maqian sitting on the bed, but he couldn't touch the bed. The sheets were not wrinkled at all. He thought for a while, then suddenly reached out to hold Wei Wei Bai's hand. Her warm fingertips were pressed into the sheets by him. The bed warmed up immediately, and he sat on the bed. He couldn't help but touch the soft bed and the clean sheets. He let go of Wei Wei Bai's hand and couldn't help but roll around on the bed. His navy blue robe was full of marks from the sheets. Then he couldn't help but hug the round white pillow and bury his head in it, sighing at how comfortable it was. Wei Wei Bai took off her coat and stood by the bed, deep in thought. Finally, she hesitated and reached out to hold his wrist. "All right, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Wei Wei Bai." Yu Ma Qian looked at her from the side, his dark eyes looking adorably adorable. He smiled. "I'm Yu Ma Qian." He had a good impression of this little celestial master who had brought him out. Therefore, his attitude was unusually easygoing. He could actually be considered a gentle person or a ghost. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have opened up a chatterbox with him and began to nag him about her situation. For example, he had come to this city to work for his dream of buying a house. To be more familiar with her, Wei Wei Bai tried her best to make up stories about how hard it was for her to earn money and how she was chased away by her landlord many times. However, Yu Ma Qian simply concluded, "Your ability isn't good enough. It's only right that you starve to death." Wei Wei Bai, although his words were crude, his reasoning was not crude, but this was too straightforward. Yu Ma Qian also seemed to feel that he had gone too far, so he tried to salvage the situation. "It's fine. If you don't understand, I can teach you a few moves so that you can earn a living." Little Celestial Master's ability was simply terrible. Fortunately, she was from the Imperial Path faction. If she was from a Natural Path faction, he would probably be angered to death and directly beat this incompetent disciple to death. People from the Imperial Path faction were never reliable. There were many people who ate and drank for free and swindled others. They were more proficient in deception than exorcism. They were the faction that the Natural Path faction looked down on the most. However, Yu Ma Qian did not feel any repulsion. She was not his disciple, so why should he worry? It was rare to see such a good seedling like Wei Wei Bai in the Imperial Path faction. If she was in the Natural Path faction, they would definitely nurture her with all their might. She would not be in such a miserable state. Since she had brought him out to play, he could also teach her a few ordinary moves. It would not be a problem for her to earn a living and a few houses. The TXT. Chapter 1675. Wei Wei Bai scratched her head in distress. "A ghost is teaching me the art of catching ghosts. Don't regret it if I catch you after I learn it." Yu Ma Qian stared at her blankly for a while before he couldn't help but laugh. "Sure, I'll wait for you to catch me." Wei Wei Bai looked at his mocking face and turned around. "Don't look down on me. It's just a ghost. Why would I be afraid of it?" After that, she walked to the bathroom angrily, 1 meter away from the male lead. Electric shock. She stopped in her tracks, and a wave of pain came from her body as if she had been struck by an electric current. It was so painful that she wanted to die. Wei Wei Bai held the door open with difficulty. She wanted to enter the narrow bathroom. This ghost was following her to the toilet. Taking a bath was fine, but going to the toilet was too much. She would try to solve it quickly. The electric shock wouldn't kill him. Bai Weiwei struggled to move her feet into the bathroom. Before the door was closed, she had already turned her head with a pale face. "Brother Yu, can I sit in front of the bathroom door?" She was going to be electrocuted to death. Her limbs were all over, and every blood vessel smelled of burning. She would die if she held on for another second. Yu Ma Qian's ears itched. Her voice seemed to be trembling, and the unique gentleness of a girl's voice was trembling. Brother, what a new name. He was the youngest in the Heavenly Tao School and never had a sister. But with his current age, he couldn't be her brother. He was old enough to be her grandfather. Seeing that she was going to die on the spot, Wei Wei Bai held the door and trembled. Her eyes were red from the pain, and tears were about to burst out. Her voice was weak. "I'm a little scared. Stay closer to me." Yu Ma Qian didn't know why, but he found it interesting to tease her. He turned his body and supported his face with his hand. "What are you scared of?" Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm scared of ghosts, and even more scared of electric shocks." Yu Ma Qian smiled and said, "I'm a ghost too." Wei Wei Bai was about to kneel on the spot. She held the door tightly and said through gritted teeth, "You're different." "Yu Ma Qian, what's the difference?" Wei Wei Bai's mind was muddled by the electric current, and her voice became muffled. "You won't hurt me." She analyzed Yu Maqian's past and found that he had a good personality. Compared to any of his previous targets, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an angel. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai felt her body become lighter, and the electric shock disappeared. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Yu Maqian floating in front of her. His dark eyes were bottomless, and his pale face was devoid of any expression. His thin red lips curled up slightly, as if he was mocking her. Then, he reached out his finger and tapped her forehead. Don't trust others so much. Don't trust ghosts either, you naive little fool. She had only seen him a few times, yet she had recklessly brought him out. What if he was an evil spirit? She died a long time ago. If you trust someone too much and get betrayed, it would be very painful. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her head and frowned as she muttered, You're different. Yu Maqian felt that she was completely unteachable. He shook his head. All right, I'll stay here. No other ghosts will dare to come. Bai Weiwei immediately nodded. Then, with a brush, she took off her clothes. Yu Maqian, under the clothes, was the body of a young girl wearing a tight-fitting shirt. Her skin was as white as snow, her arms were slender, and her waist was soft and delicate. When she bent over, a short white waist was exposed under the clothes. That was all there was to it. He waited until she took off her pants. Yu Maqian suddenly turned around, his back facing her. Chapter 1676. He asked anxiously, What you doing? Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment. Taking a shower. Yu Maqian said, I'm here. How can you be so frivolous? Wei Wei Bai frowned in confusion. You're not human. What's there to be frivolous about? After that, Wei Wei Bai turned on the shower head. Yu Maqian heard the sound of running water and turned around curiously. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai taking a shower naked. Amidst the steam, that body that was as white and warm as a magnolia flower made his eyes burn. He immediately turned his head and his body stiffened. Didn't she know that showing her body to a man required a husband-wife relationship? Yu Maqian wanted to walk away, but when he remembered that she was afraid of ghosts, he could only stand there and not move. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wei Wei Bai did not hear it and continued to take a shower. He raised his gloomy eyes and stared coldly at the door. 12 o'clock had passed. Something that should not have come out had come out. The knocking on the door became urgent. Then, it was a woman's voice. Open the door. Yu Maqian coldly curled his lips. How rude, knocking on the door like this. Aren't you afraid that your soul will disappear? He stretched out his fingertips and gently snapped his fingers. The knocking on the door stopped. Yu Maqian's fingers were very graceful. He pulled out a yellow talisman from the air and said softly, Go. The yellow talisman went through the door and a muffled sound came from outside. The ghost who knocked on the door ran away. Yu Maqian was too lazy to chase, but he looked back warily. However, he saw that Wei Wei Bai's back was facing him. Under the steam, her beautiful back was so beautiful that his dark eyes were stunned. Then he stiffened his neck and turned his face back. The sound of running water covered up his actions. The ghost in this hotel was a real malicious ghost. If the little celestial master ran into them, she might be taken away. Yu Maqian didn't know why he would one day worry so much about another person's matters. Perhaps it was a protective nature. After all, they belonged to the same path, and she was just a young seedling. It was reasonable for him to protect her. After rationalizing his actions, Yu Maqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder lightly. Yu Maqian's body stiffened again, as stiff as a zombie. He didn't dare to turn around, and his voice trembled slightly. What is it? Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, I forgot to bring my clothes. Yu Maqian, Wei Wei Bai, can you help me get my underwear and jacket? Yu Maqian couldn't help but touch his face. He didn't know why, but he felt that his face was burning. His face was obviously pale and cold, so why did she feel like it was burning? He pursed his lips and floated her luggage. With a light tap, the luggage opened. The clothes were scattered all over the place. The things in this luggage were really messy. Yu Maqian, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't help but help her tidy up. Suddenly, the little celestial master's cry of pain came from behind. She seemed to be in pain. She staggered a few steps and was about to run toward him. Yu Maqian thought that there was some danger. He immediately turned around with a serious expression. A soft body fell into his arms. The cold embrace welcomed the impact of the scorching sun, and he was completely stunned. He floated upright, and his hands didn't dare to move. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. The ghost that had escaped had a scary head popped out from the ceiling, wanting to launch a sneak attack. In the end, she saw Yu Maqian's dark eyes looking at her with murderous intent. The female ghost. Then, she slowly retracted her head and pretended that she had never been here. Wei Wei Bai, who was numb from the electric shock, finally came back to her senses in Yu Maqian's arms. She stood up straight and heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry for bumping into you. I couldn't stand properly." Yu Maqian felt that the warmth in his arms was gone. He immediately turned his back to her. He didn't make a sound and remained silent. Wei Wei Bai immediately put on her clothes. Hearing the sound of her putting on her clothes, Yu Maqian couldn't help but frown. He looked at her body. It seemed like he was really going to propose. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1677. However, Yu Maqian saw that his fingers were almost transparent white. This color was as fragile as the fog at the end of spring that could disappear at any time. He sighed softly. In this state, it was not suitable for him to propose marriage. After all, it would delay her. A ghost should not be moved by humans. The two worlds were so distinct that it was almost impossible to cross over. Yu Maqian lowered his head. His dark eyes were a little depressed. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the bed sheets being lifted and the sound of Wei Wei by getting on the bed. "Brother Yu, it's very late. I'll sleep first." It was already past midnight. Wei Wei Bai felt that she would not feel safe if she did not hide in bed. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that there was something wrong with this hotel. It was gloomy everywhere. However, she did not dare to ask. She was afraid that if she did, he would tell her that there were ghosts everywhere. If she did not know that there were ghosts, she would not be afraid. Once she knew that there were ghosts, she would be so scared that she would not dare to sleep at night. That little bit of money could be exchanged for a good night's sleep. She might really have to sleep on the streets tomorrow. She could not waste this last night of enjoyment with a blanket, a bed, and a roof because of ghosts. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai convinced herself again that there were no ghosts with a blanket. Yes, that was why the blanket was the safest place in the world. Yu Maqian did not dare to look back. He crossed his arms and pretended that he did not see her body. After all, if he admitted it, he would have to propose marriage. However, he did not have good conditions. If he proposed marriage, he could not give her happiness. This was an irresponsible thing to do. Therefore, Yu Maqian fell into a strange dilemma. He just came out to have fun. If there was a chance, he would seek justice. He did not expect that he would really get into a romantic debt. Yu Maqian helplessly put his hands together, supported his chin, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Wei Wei Bai's breathing gradually calmed down. Yu Maqian dared to secretly look back. However, he saw that she was wearing thin, short-sleeved underwear. Her limbs were spread out, and the blanket was kicked away. This sleeping posture was really bold. Yu Maqian stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched the corner of the blanket. He lifted the blanket and covered her body with it. It also covered her fair arms and beautiful and adorable ankles. After covering himself with the blanket with much difficulty, Yu Maqian crossed his arms and said softly, "Now that you're with me, you've seen too many ghosts and will be haunted." When the pure yang body was suppressed, the disadvantage of the yin-yang eye appeared. He reached out his finger and gently placed it over her eyes. Her thick eyelashes swept across his palm. It was warm, and he was stunned for a moment. He had originally wanted to seal her yin-yang eyes, but after placing his finger on her eyelids and not moving for a long time, he calmly withdrew his hand. Forget it. What if I seal her yin-yang eyes? She wouldn't be able to see him. Let's talk about it later. Yu Maqian rested his chin on his hand and thought calmly. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the female ghost next door scratching the wall. Creak, creak, creak. It was indescribably irritating. A gust of cold air kept emerging from the ground. This hotel was in a place of great evil. Feng shui locations gathered Yin energy. Once there was a murder, it was easy for malicious ghosts to appear. Therefore, it was easy for a group of ghosts to gather in such a place. But Yu Maqian was very sure that there was only one malicious ghost in this hotel. It was the female ghost just now who wanted to come in and attack them. She was scared away by him. There was only one, an abnormal number of words. Chapter 1678. It was strange that there was only one malicious spirit in such a dangerous place. Yu Maqian didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Whether he saved people or not, it was just a matter of convenience. The female ghost's voice became louder and louder. Strands of long hair began to appear from the ground. Yu Maqian looked down indifferently. Killing intent appeared in his dark eyes. He didn't listen to the warning. Don't blame him. Yu Maqian raised his hand. A fountain pen appeared, and a peachwood sword was drawn. The red tassels on the peachwood sword floated in the air. They were as red as blood. He fixed the peachwood sword on the ground. The long hair disappeared in a flash. Yu Maqian floated in the air and raised his hand to draw in the air. Dozens of yellow talismans appeared and formed a circular array. They were pasted on the wall. Golden light appeared on the wall, emitting an unpleasant burning smell. The female ghost screamed. Yu Maqian sneered. Golden light flowed in his dark eyes. A golden mark appeared on his forehead. The heavenly Dao Sex Dao technique was to connect the heavens and control the ghosts. Yin and Yang opened the Dao and reversed the universe. When he was still alive, he was still young and unfamiliar with all kinds of spells. However, after so many years of suppression and experience in fighting ghosts, he was barely qualified to touch the bowl of rice of the founder. The yellow talismans emitted golden lines that climbed on the wall. The lines of each yellow talisman were connected. Finally, the room became a cage of golden lines. No power of the netherworld could penetrate. The female ghost's voice was also completely isolated. Yu Maqian turned around and saw that the little celestial master's frown slowly eased because of the noise. He looked at her quietly for a while, then floated out of the room with the peachwood sword. This hotel gave him a familiar and strange feeling. A ghost hotel, a taboo to not go out at midnight. There was also a huge feng shui terrain that looked like an Yin gathering formation. What a strange place. Yu Maqian landed on the ground. His long robe fluttered. There was a murderous coldness in his handsome face. The ground was abnormally cold. After he went out, he saw that in the dark corridor, the door of the next room was open. A female ghost's shrill voice sounded. Why did you abandon me? I loved you so much. I became a murderer for you. If your wife hadn't died, how could you have gotten her company? A woman's voice came from the next room. A man's voice sounded in annoyance. Enough. Are you done yet? I don't know who the murderer is. My wife jumped off a building because of depression. Don't talk nonsense. The woman roared. You don't want to admit it after making me a murderer? I love you. The man finally held back his anger and comforted her. Well, the limelight is very tight recently. Don't make trouble. I love you too. We'll get married in a while. The woman hesitated. Really? The man was silent for a moment, then said, Really? Come here. I bought you a necklace. Yu Maqian walked step by step to the next room and found that it was very bright. The table, bed, and chairs were all very cozy. There was fruit on the table. The TV was on. A man's back was facing the door. He reached out and put his hand on the woman's neck. A slender but unusually hard necklace strangled the woman's neck. The woman struggled desperately. Blood flowed from her neck, and more blood flowed out. Finally, the room was covered with blood. The bright room dimmed and became blood red. // Chapter 1679. The fruits on the table had also rotted and emitted a foul smell. The man laughed sinisterly. You're no longer of any use. Hurry up and die. The woman stretched out her hand and bent it in the air. Suddenly, the woman's fingers turned into black nails and pierced through the man's body. Black blood splashed out from the man's body. It attacked Yu Maqian. Yu Maqian stood at the door and smiled coldly. He drew a line at the door with his peachwood sword. A golden line appeared under his feet. The black blood retreated when it encountered the golden color. The female ghost also seemed to have encountered the most unbearable attack. Her hands grabbed her neck tightly. Her rotten face and empty eyes were extremely distorted. He killed me. I love him so much. Why did he kill me? The female ghost knelt and kept pulling at her hair with her fingers. There was more blood on her neck. However, the surging, stinking blood was unable to flow past the doorway at all. Yu Ma-Chien pointed the peachwood sword to the ground. All the walls of the room shook violently. The joints of the female ghost's body twisted. She crawled on the ground with her elbows, her black hair wriggling with blood. It was indescribably disgusting. Yu Ma-Chien was used to the forms of ghosts, so he was not moved at all. He said, "You are too noisy." The female ghost was stunned. Yu Ma-Chien repeated, "Too noisy." The function of the hotel was to sleep. The little celestial master had paid, so the hotel had to provide the same service. That was why it was so noisy. He could complain about the owner of the hotel. Of course, this guest also needed to be complained about. She was too uncivilized. Yu Ma-Chien took out a handkerchief, stepped on the peachwood sword, and looked at the female ghost indifferently. "What grievances do you have? Close the door and cry by yourself. But if you cry too loudly, you even hit the wall with your head to disturb the guest next door. This is unreasonable. How could you disturb others like this? You have no morals at all." The female ghost twisted and lay on the ground, staring at Yu Ma-Chien. She stretched out her finger and laughed. Come in and kill me." Yu Ma-Chien sneered. "Are you crazy? I could just squat at your door and set up a formation to kill you. Why should I enter your door? This hotel is so strange." He was used to being vigilant and would not let his guard down just because there was only one ghost. Furthermore, this room was where that ghost had died. It was also the domain of this ghost. It would take a lot of effort to kill a ghost in her domain. He couldn't be bothered. If she hadn't been so noisy, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. He had seen so many ghosts that he didn't care about them anymore. I almost forgot. Yu Ma-Chien slapped his head helplessly. He was also a ghost now. Yu Ma-Chien slashed at the door with his peachwood sword, and a golden mark appeared. Finally, fear appeared on the female ghost's face. She curled into a ball and stared at Yu Ma-Chien. Just as Yu Ma-Chien was about to arrange the array, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. He paused. A warm body rushed over from behind and bumped into his back. A crying and trembling voice sounded. "Yu Ma-Chien, where did you go?" Her voice was extremely helpless, as if he was her savior. Her hands were around his waist, and her soft body was pressed against his cold back, warming his body. Yu Ma-Chien was distracted, and the blood spread across the golden line. In an instant, he appeared in the blood-red room. Chapter 1680. While he was distracted, the female ghost successfully pulled him into this room. Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly jolted awake by an electric shock. She found that Yu Ma-Chien had disappeared. Her brain was also numbed by the electric shock. If Yu Ma-Chien ran away, was she like a roasted chicken shocked by electricity? Every cell in her body felt like it was being roasted. With great difficulty, she finally got out of bed with the perseverance of a long journey. She knocked open the door and rushed to Yu Ma-Chien's side to hug him. She really used up all her strength. So when she caught her breath, she found that the place she was in was not right. Why did she come to a bloody room if she was not in the corridor? The layout of this room was similar to the room next to hers, but the atmosphere here was too gloomy. Even the color of the lights was a dark red. She saw that the door outside the room was also blood red. It was as if she had been transported from a normal world into an unknown and extremely terrifying space. A chill climbed from Wei Wei Bai's feet to the top of her head. She hated horror movies the most, especially horror movies. Yu Ma-Chien finally turned around helplessly and reached out to touch her forehead. He frowned and said, "You can't do anything right. Can't you understand the feng shui of this place? How can you run around like this?" He had set up an array in her room. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, and even the door were sealed. No trace of Yin energy could disturb her. She could actually wake up and run out rashly. He had forgotten to add a lock outside the door. If he walked further away and did not come out, she would have been eaten by ghosts. It was simply infuriating. No, infuriating. Wei Wei Bai covered her head with both hands. She was stunned. I saw that you were not here, so I came out to look for you. Yu Maqian's fingers paused, and his dark eyes were stunned. His fingers poked her forehead. It was warm to the touch. Looking at her worried and teary eyes, he hesitated for a moment and did not continue poking. Then his voice softened. All right, this is not a good place. Let's go out. Lend me some of your yang qi. He could deal with this female ghost, but he kept feeling that something was wrong with this place, so he didn't go all out. His intuition had always been accurate. His many years of experience in dealing with ghosts had also made him much calmer. When he was young, he was competitive, reckless, and troublemaker. He was old now. He could borrow some yang qi so that he could use it when necessary. After all, yang qi was the best weapon against ghosts. He was in a special state, which was why he could live with the help of yang energy. Other ghosts did not have this ability. Wei Wei Bai nodded without hesitation and didn't ask why. She immediately stood on her tiptoes and held his face with both hands. She leaned forward and kissed his thin lips. Yu Maqian's lips felt warm as he stared at her blankly. Her warm lips passed through his teeth, the tip of his tongue, and into his body. Her lowered eyelashes trembled. Her beautiful and clear eyes were like a pool of clear water, but there was warmth in them. Yu Maqian couldn't breathe, but he also felt that he was suffocating. Maybe it was because the yang qi was too strong. Yu Maqian reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, wanting to push her away. But she suddenly let go of him. Yu Maqian's lips felt cold. He frowned, not used to it. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, Is it not enough? Yu Maqian opened his mouth and was about to say that it was enough. A kiss sealed his lips once again. Yu Maqian, then he silently pushed her hand away and landed on her shoulder. He just pressed down and didn't do anything. It was like a hug. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 15. At https://www.sashu.com/ to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to TXT download at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Com.